Chapter 1. The continent of Aimedas. Here lies a world beyond the universe inhabited by Earth, a realm where a planet teems with diverse forms of life. However, this planet remains nameless. For the beings residing upon it have yet to comprehend its entirety. They perceive only the continent they inhabit as the sum of existence. No, that is not entirely accurate. They have never considered the pursuit of understanding the planet's full visage, as the incessant conflicts within their continent, coupled with the calamities that besiege them from without, have rendered them devoid of the energy to ponder such matters. The continent of Aimedas is but one among several. This land is broadly divided into 5 regions: east, west, south, north, and central. Nestled at the northern foothills of the colossal mountain range known as Consequently, which separates the southern and central territories, lies a human kingdom named Stir. This kingdom has, since time immemorial, been plagued by a formidable and irrational species known as monsters. These creatures emerged from the southern expanse, traversing in hordes across the Consequently Mountains to invade this realm. The inception and purpose of the kingdom of Stir is to thwart these beings from wreaking havoc upon the continent, instilling a sense of duty and honor throughout its populace, drawing upon the ancient knowledge and techniques of bygone eras. They have crafted formidable combat machinery dubbed magical armored knights, capable of rivaling the monstrous forms of these creatures. The soldiers who pilot these machines are venerated as magical knights, and thus, the citizens proudly refer to their land as the nation of magical armor. Yet, the rest of the continent, oblivious to the intricacies of this kingdom, has consistently labeled it the nation of monsters, solely due to the abundance of these creatures within its borders. During the summer of the year 3105 of the Aimedas calendar, a tale set upon this continent begins to unfold. Beyond the Consequently Mountains, past the vast expanse known as the Forest of Monsters, lies a sprawling plain that in proximity to the forest, one can find the capital of the Stir Kingdom. To the east of the capital, a day's journey by carriage leads to a small town. This town, modest in size with merely a few hundred households, is named Sorgas and serves as the heart of the territory granted to the current Viscount. Fulren Sorgas. Although Fulren is of noble lineage, he lacks the typical traits associated with nobility. Having risen from humble beginnings, it was only after becoming a magical knight and achieving significant military acclaim that he was bestowed the title of Viscount by the king. Under the governance of this commoner-turned-noble, Sorgas has enjoyed a decade of tranquility and prosperity. On an ordinary summer afternoon, however, this peaceful town was suddenly thrown into disarray, for the beloved only son of the Viscount had seemingly gone missing. A child, appearing no older than 5 or 6, awoke beneath a large tree, stretching languidly and rubbing his drowsy eyes as he surveyed his surroundings. Yet, moments later, his motions froze in bewilderment. Where am I? How did I end up here? Is this the doing of that young comrade? The child's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the unfamiliar landscape, instinctively recalling that particular incident from yesterday, involving the young man who had been so insistent in his pursuit of him. Must they target me so relentlessly? I can no longer tolerate this. When your superior returns from his trip, I shall file a vehement complaint. With that, the child rose to his feet, his countenance darkening as he scanned the area, seeking out the source of his troubles. Wait, why is this a forest? I had no idea our district had such an extensive woodland, and yet it seems oddly familiar. At that moment, the child, adorned with a fierce expression, finally acknowledged the specific environment that had previously eluded him. It dawned upon him that he was lost. The forest was perilous. He needed to return quickly. Unable to find his way, he had grown weary and succumbed to sleep. His mind flooded with fragmented memories. He realized the truth, and he could not suppress his urge to voice his thoughts. As more recollections surged forth, they felt oddly familiar, and his understanding was jolted, causing him to clutch his head in distress. I am Wang Mang. No, that is incorrect. I am Mia Sorgas, the son of Viscount Fulren Sorgas of the magical kingdom of Stir, aged 8. Wait a moment. In the intertwining of memories, the boundaries between the two identities momentarily blurred. Although his youth rendered his recollections less substantial than those of Wang Mang, it was Mia Sorgas who ultimately emerged from this amalgamation of awareness. Suddenly, a realization struck him, compelling him to glance to his side. Upon discovering a small lake reminiscent of his memories, he hurriedly stumbled towards it, crouching at its edge to gaze into the crystalline waters. Reflected upon the surface was a delicate visage, fair and rosy, with silky black hair cascading to his ears, captivating gray eyes, a pert nose, and petite, rosy lips. This child is quite charming, he mused, momentarily lost in awe. After a prolonged silence, Mia, bearing an expression of stunned disbelief, reclined upon the grassy bank, basking in the warm embrace of the twin suns high above. Indeed, the world he inhabited was graced by two suns, one large, one small, perhaps the latter being a satellite of the former. Feeling disheartened, Mia idly contemplated the absurdity of his situation, momentarily casting aside the weight of his past. It is worth noting that in his previous life, he often faced misinterpretation due to his overly masculine appearance, which had led to a complicated entanglement with the authorities. Yet, throughout it all, he had never harbored disdain for his rugged features. On the contrary, he had taken pride in them, frequently boasting to those around him. While he often startled others, leading to invitations for tea, he was, after all, a man of iron and vigor. Muscles were the essence of masculinity. A bald head a symbol of strength, and the prominent scar upon his forehead the most radiant of metals. How could he possibly accept that his current form was that of how to describe it, a charming young boy? Indeed, although he had briefly entertained the notion that he was not a male in his current existence, he had verified his condition and found no discrepancies. The weight of this realization bore down upon him. He felt drained, unwilling to move. Yet, amidst this turmoil, he swiftly reconciled the two sets of memories. Mia's worldview underwent a subtle transformation, influenced by the unexpected influx of recollections from his previous life. In essence, his perception of self experienced a profound shift, his character leaning slightly towards that of Wang Mang, while also inheriting his inexplicable obsessions. Chapter 2. The Guide. Thus, he lay there for some time until the clouds on the horizon obscured the light of the twin suns. No, I cannot succumb to this despair. All the muscles I have honed through relentless effort must not go to waste. Let me transform this body into that of a true man. Muscles, a bald head, and a scarred forehead await me. I, Mia, shall rise. With a sudden burst of determination, Mia slapped his own cheeks, producing a resounding smack that reddened his delicate face, then boldly declared in the solitude of the wilderness, I shall not falter. He then flipped himself upright, resolved to find his way home. After all, it was afternoon, and he could not afford to linger until nightfall, lest he encounter beasts lurking in the woods. In his past life, he would have dared to confront a tiger, pushing the limits of his fortitude. However, with this frail and delicate frame, he thought better of it. Just as Mia prepared to take his first step towards home, a sudden voice echoed within his mind. At that moment, he felt a jolt of energy surge through him, his vision darkening as consciousness began to fade, causing his body to lean forward helplessly. In this dazed state, it felt as though his awareness detached from his physical form, soaring towards the heavens, transcending the clouds to reach the very surface of the planet. Before him, in a monochromatic vista, he witnessed objects swiftly receding into the distance, planets, galaxies, and even the cosmos itself. Then, as if sensing something, he made a gesture to look upwards, and there he beheld a magnificent figure, pointing towards the horizon. In that fleeting moment, their gazes seemed to intertwine. Advance, chosen 1 inch as he was enveloped in a surreal sense of awe. An inorganic voice suddenly resonated in his ears. In an instant, everything before him shattered, revealing only the approaching grasp beneath him. Ouch! And thus, Mia's face met the ground in an intimate encounter. Who startled me? Rubbing his somewhat reddened nose and brushing off the dirt and grass clippings from his face, Mia remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. He seemed to have completely forgotten the wondrous sights he had just encountered, and his tone merely reflected the typical reaction one has after being unexpectedly startled. Wait. Don't speak yet. Let me go first, Mia interjected eagerly upon hearing the inorganic voice echo in his mind once more. I, Mia, am a traveler. No, not quite a traveler. Never mind, I can't quite distinguish these nuances. However, beings like me must naturally possess a corresponding golden finger, right? And you are my golden finger. System. Indeed, it's a system. How splendid. I have always envied those systems in novels, of course, excluding those that merely lead their hosts astray. So there must be some tasks, right? Am I meant to spread love and peace in this world, along with the various harmonious virtues of 5 talks and 4 beauties, dedicating myself to the spiritual civilization of this beautiful otherworld? The more he spoke, the more excited he became, to the point of losing coherence in his words, as if a magnificent and glorious future was unfolding right before him. Indeed, as the host stated, I am a systemic existence residing within the host. While this system does randomly issue non-mandatory daily tasks, it does not encompass the peculiar tasks you mentioned. The system clarified, this system is named Guide, and its origin and functions must be explored and activated by the host. Additionally, this system will issue a singular, designated long-term task. Would the host like to view it? After hearing the inorganic voice resonate in his mind, Mia's excitement slightly waned. He pondered, pursed his lips imperceptibly in a gesture of disdain, and remarked, "What a truly unimaginative system, nonetheless, a singular designated long-term task. Let me see it." Thus, Mia chose to examine this so-called singular designated task. Understanding. Singular designated task, the crisis of human annihilation phase 1. The awakening of the Demon King's army. Specific description. The Demon King, who ravaged the continent of Aimedas a millennium ago, was defeated by the second generation of heroes and sealed away at the cost of their lives. Now, the Demon King is set to awaken once more. And the army of demons, lying dormant beneath the northern ice fields, is also beginning to stir. The host is urged to grow swiftly and assist the already born hero in defeating the resurrecting Demon King, while ensuring the survival of the strongest individual unit of humanity, the hero, in order to better confront the impending crises that will follow the Demon King's threat. Note: this task is non-mandatory and offers no rewards. System. Even though you kindly reminded me that this task isn't mandatory, why do I still feel something's off? Can you tell me why? Mia quietly contemplated the singular designated task reflected in his mind, resting his chin on his hand, and the more he thought, the more he felt a dissonance, prompting him to voice his inquiry. Although this task is not mandatory, this system does not issue such tasks, however. Due to the impending catastrophic event that poses a threat to the host's life and environment, it is an inevitable occurrence. Thus, this system has classified it as a singular designated task to alert and inform the host. Wait, is it really that exaggerated? Just phase 1? Is this world truly that perilous? Mia had initially thought the system wouldn't answer his question directly, for he was well versed in the nature of various systems from reading numerous novels, which typically portray systems as entities that lead their host into traps. However, he was taken aback by the system's candidness, which mirrored his own straightforwardness. Yet, a wave of concern washed over him regarding his future, provided the system wasn't deceiving him. Indeed, this world is one favored and observed by the gods, harboring numerous secrets derived from divine beings. Such profound mystery attracts equivalent covetousness, and while the gods bestow blessings, they also bring about calamities and trials. Oh, I see. So, you mean to say, upon hearing the system's explanation, Mia nodded, seemingly grasping the concept, but the system spoke again. Of course, the aforementioned explanation does not represent the true reasons for the multitude of crises humanity will face in the future. It is merely a matter of unfortunate circumstance. System. Can't we converse without such heavy breathing? Are you saying that the people in this world are facing impending doom simply due to bad luck? That's too unfortunate. No, too pitiful. Wait, I'm one of them now too. Mia's expression turned comically pained at the unexpected revelation, his adorable little face contorting in dismay. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that, well, he was now among those unfortunate souls. In the midst of his silent lamentation, Mia chewed on his lips, suddenly feeling as though his bright future had dimmed, and the enchanting life in this other world seemed to drift further away from him. Chapter 3. The peculiar special attribute and Mia's unwanted attention. Realizing the daunting challenges ahead, Mia fell silent for a moment. Gradually, a mysterious calmness enveloped his face, as if he had seen through the illusions of the world. It appeared he had fully accepted this new reality. Following Mia's silence, the system known as Guide also fell quiet, showing no intention of asserting its presence, as if it considered itself transparent unless Mia took the initiative. After a considerable time, Mia finally snapped out of that eerie tranquility and, suddenly struck by inspiration, eagerly asked, "By the way, system, do you have something akin to a personal panel like in games?" Response: "Is the host requesting this system to list your personal information?" came the system's reply, echoing in Mia's mind. Mia's eyes lit up at once as he nodded vigorously. Given the treacherous path ahead, he figured it might be wise to enjoy the present moment. Moreover, he was genuinely intrigued by the system within him. Understanding. The function for displaying personal information has been activated. In the next instant after Mia nodded, the system promptly responded, and lines of information materialized within his consciousness. Name: Mia Sogus. Gender: male. Combat power assessment: a frail human incapable of defeating even the weakest magical creature. The slime. Note: in this world, slimes can hunt tigers and wolves, so this system is not mocking the host. Talent 1. Perfect adaptability. Description: exhibits perfect adaptability to all conventional models of magical armored suits across generations, allowing for effortless mastery and full exertion of combat capabilities, irrespective of prior knowledge or training. Talent 2. Advanced mace technique. Description: inherited from his father, Mia possesses a notable talent for wielding the mace weapon. Talent 3. Intermediate swordsmanship. Description: Compared to ordinary humans, you possess a certain degree of swordsmanship talent. However, relying solely on this talent to ascend to the ranks of the powerful is but a delusion. Special attribute. Unparalleled beauty description. Although he is a male, unless he deliberately alters his appearance, there is a significant likelihood that he will possess beauty surpassing that of the majority of women in the future. Wait. What on earth is this special attribute? Upon reading through the information, Mia remained unperturbed by the system's somewhat sharp assessment of his combat power. After all, this body was still that of a child, given enough time. Mia was confident he could cultivate a strong physique. Not to mention, the existence of magical powers in this world offered ample means to enhance one's combat capabilities. However, the absence of specific individual attribute values puzzled him. Just as he was about to inquire, he was met with the rather alarming special attribute following the 3 talents, and he was instantly taken aback, forgetting about everything else as he hastily questioned the system about it. Response. The special attribute is a relatively rare individual characteristic. With many types, most of which are innate, the attribute you possess falls into this category. That's not what I meant. Why on earth does a strapping young man like me have such an absurd attribute? Mia interjected, rather frantically, cutting off the system's potential lengthy explanation. Clarification. The host's attribute is a result of the unique characteristics inherited from both parents, which can be understood as a genetic trait. Wait, what do you mean to say my parents' genetics? My mother I can understand, but how could my father, who has the appearance of an ultra-masculine man, possibly contribute to this? Mia struggled to accept the system's further explanation. In his memories, his mother was a beautiful woman with black hair and light gray eyes, while his father was a towering figure, a muscular giant standing at 2.5 meters tall, far more robust than anyone from his previous life. Suddenly, a daring thought flickered across Mia's mind, and he pondered if something was amiss. How could it be possible that a father and mother are deeply in love with each other, often shamelessly displaying their affection before me, and that I seem to possess some sort of talent as well? Although he had dismissed such a bold notion, for some reason, Mia simply could not be certain, as it was indeed too suspicious. Ultimately, Mia found himself gazing up at the sky, somewhat relinquishing his thoughts. The day's events had been overwhelmingly stimulating for him. Do not worry. Host, you are indeed of the bloodline of Fulensoch. Just as Mia had given up pondering, the system unexpectedly chimed in his mind. Taken aback, Mia inhaled deeply and, after a moment, wearily replied, indeed, all systems, even if they are not out to deceive their hosts, will still tease them. The system rebutted, claiming that all of this was merely a result of the host's exaggerated imagination, and that it was simply offering a kind reminder. Mia found himself at a loss for words, as it seemed everything was just as stated. All right, whatever you say, system. After a brief silence, Mia spoke in a tone of indulgence, his gaze softening as he addressed the system. It must be said that when Mia's expression turned gentle, combined with his adorable appearance, he exuded an immense charm that could captivate anyone, regardless of gender. Of course, he was oblivious to this fact. By the way, let me give you a small reminder without holding past grievances against you. You have attracted attention. Please take care. Following Mia's words, the system, after a moment of silence, spoke in its cold, inorganic voice. What do you mean by being watched? By whom? System, quickly tell me. Startled by the system's warning, Mia hastily inquired, but before he could finish his sentence, the entity that had taken notice of him made its appearance, causing his words to falter. It was an enormous gorilla emerging from the woods by the small lake. This was not the gorilla from Mia's previous life on Earth, but rather a local specialty of this world, a bloodthirsty creature known as a magical beast. Standing at least 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide across the shoulders, its remarkably developed forelimbs and muscles bulging like those of a waist-thick Mia clearly conveyed its immense strength. In contrast, its legs appeared somewhat diminutive, reminiscent of the forelimbs of a Tyrannosaurus rex from Mia's memories, lending a comical aspect to its appearance. Beneath its coat of black fur lay rippling muscles, countless scars adorning its body, some still freshly scabbed, seemingly a testament to the harshness of its existence. One of its fangs, half the length of Mia's body, was broken, drool uncontrollably dripping as it gazed at Mia with eyes filled with bloodlust. It had been observing Mia, who had been talking to himself by the small lake for quite some time. Chapter 4. With a splash, the magical beast let out a guttural sound. Gulp. Mia stared at the gorilla-like beast, which now regarded him as potential prey, and struggled to swallow hard. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that he had intended to leave this place, fearing the dangerous wild beast lurking in the woods. However, due to the system's unexpected interjection, He had forgotten this crucial detail. Now, instead of a mere wild beast, he found himself facing a magical beast far more perilous. Even if it was merely a lower-tier creature, it was not something an ordinary person could contend with. At that instant, Mia felt an urge to express a certain sentiment, yet he knew that whether he voiced it or not was inconsequential if he wished to avoid becoming someone's meal. He needed to flee immediately. After merely a moment of hesitation, Mia turned and ran, muttering, "Roar." The gorilla-like magical beast paused in surprise, seemingly unprepared for Mia's abrupt escape. In its primitive mind, it had never encountered food that behaved in such a manner. Even if confronted with something resembling its prey, it would simply shake in terror, scream, and then be consumed. So it could not comprehend Mia's actions. This lack of understanding ignited a primal rage within it. With a mighty roar, it propelled itself forward, its legs appearing particularly comical compared to its muscular forelimbs. As it ran, one of its legs seemed injured, causing it to hobble awkwardly, further enhancing the absurdity of its chase. Despite his escape, Mia couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the beast's ludicrous running style. Roar. Mia, small like a 5-year-old child yet surprisingly swift, managed to circle the small lake and head toward the woods. Causing a sense of urgency within the magical beast, though its intellect was limited, it was particularly astute when it came to hunting. It realized that once Mia entered the woods, which would obstruct its line of sight, it might not be able to catch him given its current state. In a panic, it let out a ferocious roar, its powerful forelimbs hitting the ground as it disregarded its leg's ailment and exerted all its strength. To Mia's astonishment, the beast leapt over the small lake and landed directly in front of him, stirring up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Wow. Mia abruptly halted, choking on the dust that enveloped him, retreating while covering his nose. Just then, he felt a powerful gust of wind approaching from the front. Alarmed, he executed a desperate roll to avoid the beast's opportunistic swipe, then swiftly resumed his flight. The sound of the magical beast crashing into the ground resonated as it missed its target, creating a dull thud. Hearing the noise behind him, Mia felt a rush of relief, grateful that although this body appeared as delicate as a charming little girl, its physical capabilities surprisingly rivaled those of his previous life. Previously, he had instinctively relied on the standards of his former body to communicate commands to this new one, and now he could execute them flawlessly, without pausing to contemplate further, feeling the pressure from behind. Mia continued to evade around the small lake. I'm going to die. System, do you have any solutions? I can't fight this thing. Hearing the wind rushing behind him, Mia was startled and immediately crouched down, covering his head. Just as he settled into position, the gorilla beast's arm, thicker than 3 of Mia combined, swiped overhead, sending a gust that tousled his hair. Startled, Mia cried out, frantically seeking help from his system. This system possesses no capability to interfere with reality. Please do not harbor such expectations now or in the future. Rely solely on yourself to survive. What the hell? Then what use are you? While fleeing, Mia nearly spat blood upon hearing the system's response, exclaiming a profane remark. As a reminder, host, this system has consistently held but one function, to provide information outside the host's awareness at critical moments during their growth, serving as guidance and direction. Beyond that, the system possesses no additional capacity to meddle in the host's reality. At this critical juncture, Mia wished the system would stop being so straightforward and urgently reveal any hidden skills. If it didn't hurry, they would both end up in the belly of the magical beast. Damn! Overwhelmed by the vividness of his internal monologue, Mia tragically stumbled over a protruding tree root in the grass. As the ground rushed closer, particularly with a shadow looming above him, Mia felt a pang of bitterness. It seemed his otherworldly adventure was destined to end before it had truly begun. Just then, he fell onto the grass. Although he attempted to correct his fall in the last moment, the root seemed to ensnare his foot, preventing him from succeeding. Yet, even at this moment, Mia refused to give up. As he fell, he quickly sat up, trying to free his foot from the root. Gulp. As the shadow completely enveloped him, Mia swallowed nervously and gazed ahead. The 3-meter-tall gorilla beast loomed above him, appearing as tall as a building. In that instant, it too gulped hard. Mia was terrified, and the beast was hungry. Hey system, is there really no? Just as Mia's mouth moved to utter more words, a swift shadow flashed past his peripheral vision. He watched in disbelief as the gorilla beast was suddenly reduced to a pile of mush with a splash, red, white, and yellow splattering all over Mia, halting his speech, with his mouth agape and eyes wide. Mia focused on the now dismembered beast, revealing a massive spiked club, 2 meters thick at its narrowest point and over 10 meters long, its sharp spikes glinting ominously. Violence, sheer violence, unadulterated brutality. Yet, I find myself captivated by it. Is this not the very essence of a man's romance? Drenched in blood, Mia stood momentarily dazed, instinctively licking her lips as the rich, metallic taste of rust flooded her mouth. Unconsciously, an exhilarated smile emerged on her face, albeit marred by the crimson stains that adorned her cherubic visage, lending her an air of otherworldly allure. Chapter 5. The first encounter with the armored combat suit. At that moment, accompanied by a subtle tremor in the earth, a gruff voice boomed forth. A mere trifling low-grade magical beast, having fled from the inept army's encirclement, dares to trespass upon my territory. Such audacity is nothing short of folly. My sweet little Mia, you. Yet, upon witnessing Mia's expression, the voice was abruptly stifled. In an instant, the shadow of a gorilla-like beast, now reduced to a mere heap of flesh, loomed over Mia. Ah, my dear little Mia, you must not come to harm. Otherwise, your mother will make me kneel until dawn. Before Mia could even glance up at the source of the shadow, a burly man collapsed atop her, his large, copper-like eyes scrutinizing her intently, while his rough, hairy hands roamed over her. Had an unsuspecting outsider witnessed this imposing figure groping a seemingly innocent girl in broad daylight, they would surely rush to report the scandalous act of indecency. Ironically, the nearest lord was none other than this very man, Forensogus, Mia's biological father, the reigning lord of this region, holding the highest title and territorial governance within the kingdom. Suppressing her disgust and envy, Mia endeavored to push the large man's hands away, only to find her efforts utterly futile against his robust limbs. "Stop touching me. I'm fine, really," she exclaimed, her voice rising in protest. All right, my little Mia, as long as you're unharmed." The hulking Forensogus ceased his ministrations, revealing a goofy grin. "Father, what brings you here?" Mia asked, her gaze drifting enviously over his exposed, muscular arms. Why had she not inherited such strength? This fleeting thought crossed her mind as she inquired further. "How did you find me?" Naturally, I first dealt with those incompetent servants who lost track of you, breaking their legs before extracting the general location from them. Then, I piloted the armored combat suit directly to find my little Mia." Foreign initially expressed irritation before puffing out his chest proudly, anticipating the familiar praise from Mia. "Daddy, you're amazing." However, Mia's attention was captured by the term armored combat suit, completely oblivious to her father's eager expectation for compliments, with a vague outline forming in her mind. She rose, shifting her perspective to gaze beyond the massive spiked club towards the source of the shadow that enveloped her. Her eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before her. Before her stood an awe-inspiring behemoth. The gorilla beast that had pursued her was already a towering 3 meters high. Yet compared to what now stood before her, it seemed diminutive. This colossal armored combat suit, resembling a humanoid figure, was clad in black metallic armor and towered over her at least 15 meters even while kneeling, an entity that demanded a gaze of reverence from mere mortals. This was the formidable weapon unique to the Kingdom of Stir, known as the armored combat suit. "Armored combat suit," she enunciated slowly, despite the memories of her past lingering in her mind. This was indeed the first time Mia had encountered its physical form. "What's this? Is my little Mia intrigued by Daddy's armored combat suit?" At that moment, Foreign, stung by Mia's apparent disregard, noticed the unusual glint in her eyes. Mia nodded quickly, shaken from her reverie. After all, even though her father ostensibly owned this armored suit, it was a rarity for her to behold it. A profound yearning welled within her, a desire to touch it, to understand it, to pilot it. Her body warmed slightly, conveying this unspoken longing. "System, what is happening?" Mia subconsciously inquired within her mind. Bewildered. This indicates that the host possesses exceptional talents concerning the so-called armored combat suit, corresponding to the host's primary aptitude, perfect adaptability. Please review the details independently and refrain from developing a dependency on the system replied promptly. Though Mia sensed an underlying hint of condescension in its tone. Though the kingdom's regulations prohibit this, it seems there are no eyes upon you. My little Mia, how about I take you inside the armored combat suit to play? But you mustn't tell anyone. Observing his daughter's eager demeanor, the burly man hesitated, then scanned the surroundings furtively before addressing Mia, leaving her momentarily stunned. It was common knowledge that only the armored knights could enter the interior of the suit. Such was the law of the Kingdom of Stir. The thought that her father would disregard the law for her sake was incomprehensible. Did he truly believe she was the sort of child who only thought of play? Did he think her capable of defying the law? This fleeting thought vanished as a serious expression settled on Mia's cherubic face. She nodded solemnly at Foreign. All right. Daddy will take you in right away." Upon receiving her eager and yearning gaze, Foreign felt a surge of excitement, casting aside all other thoughts as he clapped his broad chest with a resounding thud. He then bent down, tearing away the root that had ensnared Mia's little leg. And without a second thought, scooped her up, bloodied from the beast, and made his way toward the armored combat suit by the small lake. As Foreign approached the armored suit, he effortlessly leapt to its shoulder. This display of strength left Mia momentarily astonished, and reflecting on her own athletic prowess from her previous life, she pondered the exceptional physicality of humans in this world. Yet, just as this thought crossed her mind, she quickly dismissed it. Her mother's teachings had imprinted upon her that human physicality barely ranked on the continent. In terms of sheer physical capability, countless non-human races surpassed humanity, even when sizes were comparable. This world was populated by formidable races, enhanced by the presence of magic and supernatural forces, which rivaled the technological advancements of her previous life, particularly in terms of combat. However, it appeared that societal productivity lagged behind, barely surpassing the standards of several centuries prior. Such a disparity suggested a misalignment in the world's developmental trajectory. Yet, recalling the grandiose statements made by the system about a world favored by deities and steeped in profound mysteries, perhaps there was some understanding to be gleaned from these circumstances. Of course, this perspective stemmed from Mia's memories of her past life. In reality, the social structure of this world was inherently derived from magic, hence it could not evolve in the same manner as her previous existence. It was merely the inevitable result of this world's unique evolution. Chapter 6. Extraordinary Talent. All right, little Mia, it's time. You may enter now. Foreign's voice jolted Mia from her musings as he opened the passageway into the interior of the armored combat suit. This entrance was located at the intersection of the neck and shoulder, revealing a sliding passage adorned with green, vein-like structures that emitted a soft, ethereal glow. After reassuring the somewhat dazed Mia, Foreign, his arms still shimmering with a faint green light, cradled her as he leaped into the passage. It appeared that while Mia had been lost in thought, Foreign had activated the armored combat suit using some method unknown to her, leaving her feeling a pang of regret. Unbeknownst to her, her distraction had been rather coincidental and conspicuous. Upon entering the passage, Mia felt her body gently lifted by an unseen force, and through the dim light, she noticed that her father experienced the same sensation. Neither of them touched the ground. Before she could inquire further, they found themselves in an oval space, its interior radiating a green luminescence. The elliptical chamber was not particularly spacious, accommodating at most 3 burly men like Fuluin. Its interior walls were adorned with vein-like networks that emitted a luminous green glow. These intricate patterns converged at a central platform, supported by a pillar-like structure. The platform featured an area that appeared to be the cockpit, with 2 openings in the floor for feet, while a protruding cylindrical form at the back extended a slender metallic appendage reminiscent of an octopus's tentacle, positioned at the height of a human spine. Did you see, Mitsai? This is the cockpit of the magical armored machine, Fuluin said, standing proudly on the sole patch of solid ground in the elliptical space. His voice imbued with a palpable sense of pride, revealing his deep honor in being a magical knight. Mitsai, however, paid little heed to Fuluin's reaction. Upon entering this space, she seemed entranced, fixated on everything before her. Unconsciously, her lips felt dry, prompting her to extend her delicate tongue to moisten them. The faint metallic taste of rust that lingered on her tongue captivated her, leading her to suddenly break free from Fuluin's embrace and rush to the cockpit area, where she unhesitatingly thrust one foot into the waiting openings. In that moment, she resembled a mischievous child, eliciting a look of sheer terror from Fuluin. Wait, Mitsai, no. Fuluin had every reason to be alarmed, although he had previously deactivated the safety enchantments of the machine, allowing anyone other than a certified magical knight to enter without incident. The requirements for piloting the magical armored machine were stringent. One needed exceptional adaptability to the machine and considerable mental fortitude. Otherwise, one risked becoming a mere fool. Mitsai had not undergone any assessment, rendering her suitability as a magical knight entirely unknown. As for her mental capacity, being only an 8-year-old child without formal training in magical knowledge, she was undoubtedly unqualified. Even though her consciousness bore the weight of memories from 2 previous lives, her current mental prowess fell woefully short. Thus, Fuluin found himself overwhelmed with dread at the thought of his beloved wife discovering that their precious child had been rendered an imbecile due to his moment of recklessness. He could already envision the lonely days that would follow his return to singlehood. No. Fuluin let out a terrified scream, only to feel a jolt, as if the magical armored machine had been activated. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, plunging him into despair. Outside the machine, the once calm V-shaped eyes of the armored construct began to emit a green glow, akin to a network of veins lighting up across its form. The machine, as if infused with life, slowly rose, taking a clumsy step forward to grasp the massive wolf-toothed club still stained with remnants of flesh. It paused, seemingly fixated on the bits of meat clinging to the club's base. And after a moment of silence, the glow in its eyes intensified dramatically. With a fierce motion, its right hand swung the club to the side, sending the attached bits of flesh flying. The force generated a powerful gust, stirring the grass and trees around the small lake into chaos. The ground lifted, and trees several meters high toppled under the might of the wind. Such a casual flick had turned the area into a scene of devastation, leaving one to ponder the true extent of the machine's power when fully unleashed. It has successfully started. This is impossible. Fuluin's expression shifted from terror to astonishment as he beheld Mitsai, who had seamlessly entered the normal driving mode of the magical armored machine. The connection device, resembling the tentacle of an octopus, had already linked to her spinal area. Her hands were enveloped in a virtual metallic casing, and her legs were filled with an unknown white substance extending from the openings. Reaching up to her thighs, the magical formula reflected in her pupils confirmed that her vision was now interconnected with the machine's eyes, though she appeared to be panting and sweating. Such reactions were merely the typical burdens borne by anyone piloting for the first time. After all, operating this machine felt akin to being granted a massive, powerful body, making any discomfort entirely understandable. Moreover, it seemed that having successfully connected with the magical armored machine had activated Mitsai's nascent magical circuits and core, which had yet to be properly developed. As a result, a soft red glow began to emanate from within her, signifying the emergence of her own magical energy. Ordinarily, it would have been impossible for her to generate magical power so effortlessly and without cost. However, due to her connection with the machine, she tapped into its own magical reservoir, transforming her innate talent into magical energy. Moments later, her body manifested intricate patterns similar to those glowing veins on the machine's interior walls, appearing on her skin as the connections at her spine, hands, and legs began formal synchronization. Upon the completion of this synchronization, a previously dormant magical calculation core in her brain initiated its first operations, receiving various information transmitted through the newly established magical pathways, allowing her to fully pilot the magical armored machine and unleash its complete combat potential. The sequence of events left Fuluin deeply unsettled, sensing that his worldview was undergoing a profound upheaval. Oh, mother, in the land of the dead, is my adorable grandson some sort of monster? This thought instinctively flashed through Fuluin's mind. Chapter 7. Aftermath. While Fuluin remained lost in shock, outside the magical armored machine, Mitsai, now caught in a state of inexplicable exhilaration, was wreaking havoc in the woods neighboring Sorgus town. This terrifying war machine, towering over 20 meters, frolicked with abandon, leaping and bounding without restraint, wildly swinging the wolf-toothed club in her hand while carelessly releasing various auxiliary and offensive spells in mere moments. The once thriving forest was utterly obliterated, reduced to ruins by Mitsai's unrelenting destruction, along with the myriad creatures that called it home, including several small magical beasts that had narrowly escaped the kingdom's standing army. Similar to the earlier gorilla-like creature, one unfortunate beast was crushed underfoot, another was bludgeoned to death by the massive club, while others met their demise at the hands of spells unleashed by the magical armored machine. At that moment, Mitsai was undeniably spiraling out of control. Her antics soon attracted the attention of the townsfolk and soldiers of Sorgus, who had been scouring the woods for the missing son of the Viscount. Initially startled, they mistakenly believed their lord had encountered a formidable magical beast, leading to an intense and chaotic battle. Filled with trepidation and reverence, they dared not approach such a battlefield, opting instead to keep their distance while observing their valiant lord's heroic battle against the beasts. Others hurried back to town to spread the word, heralding their lord's bravery. Meanwhile, the true pilot of the magical armored machine, Mitsai, made a new discovery. Interesting. My body is electrified. This is a tactical grade magic. It seems I can activate it. Gasping for breath, she felt a tingling sensation coursing through her, becoming somewhat intoxicated by the experience. Suddenly, her magical calculation core deciphered the most powerful tactical grade magic installed on the machine. Tactical grade magic. Wait, my dear child, this absolutely must not be activated. Fuluin, still grappling with the collapse of his worldview, caught Mitsai's murmurs. Startled, He jumped up, rushing to her side to embrace her tightly from behind, pleading fervently as he spoke to tactical-level magic. That formidable force is strictly prohibited unless one encounters a fortress-level beast or the kingdom enters a state of emergency. The sheer destructive power of such magic is enough to lift an entire town of moderate size with a population of 100,000 into the air with a single cast. If, by any mischance, Mia were to unleash it, Fuluin would undoubtedly find himself apprehended by the standing army and sentenced to a lengthy imprisonment of several decades. Thus, it is imperative that Mia does not cast it. Father, must it remain uncast? Mia's voice trembled slightly, stirred by external stimuli, as he regained a semblance of awareness. Yet, his tone still bore a subtle hint of dissatisfaction, as if he were disappointed at not being able to unleash tactical-level magic even once. Yes, it absolutely must not be cast, Fuluin responded, observing the awakening Mia and nodding vigorously. However, midway through his sentence, he paused, a look of surprise crossing his face, followed by a mixture of helplessness and pride. Have you fallen asleep? It is understandable. After all, it is your first time piloting, and activating the magical energy transfer circuit and the magic calculation core is indeed a terrifying talent. It seems necessary to discuss this thoroughly with the teacher and His Highness. This child's future is truly promising. The future of the kingdom? No, it is still too early to speak of such things. As he spoke, Fuluin could not help but reveal a tender smile, conjuring a small magical incantation. Consequently, Mia exited the piloting mode, and the control platform returned to its original state, with the magical armor regaining its tranquility. Fuluin then cradled the sleeping Mia in one arm and activated the piloting mode himself. Soon, through the connection with the magical armor's visual interface, Fuluin beheld the outside world. In an instant, cold sweat drenched his back. Upon witnessing the scene beyond, he could already foresee the kingdom's impending punishment. Indeed, the magical armor was piloted by him, and no one would believe that the young Mia could take control. Thus, the blame would fall squarely on Fuluin's shoulders. Fortunately, there were a few small beasts that had slipped through the cracks, which could serve to mitigate his culpability. However, this would only reduce his sentence from 5 years to 4 years and 11 months at best. Given Fuluin's illustrious record as a former elite knight of the kingdom, he was still the most esteemed deputy commander of the Royal Knight Order, piloting the latest generation of specialized magical armor. To have ended up in such a predicament after taking down a few of the lowest-level beasts, was it possible that years of comfortable living had dulled the prowess he once exhibited as an elite knight? One might think he had fought against fortress-level beasts. Who was he trying to fool? Furthermore, such matters were typically managed and judged by the standing army, which had a rather unfriendly relationship with the frontline troops, especially among the various knight orders. Reflecting on this, Fuluin realized he had often engaged in similar mockery, particularly towards the general of the standing army responsible for his area, but he fell into deep contemplation. Casting a glance at the slumbering Mia, weighing the possibility of explaining things to others. Ultimately, Fuluin despaired, realizing that should he dare voice such thoughts, he would undoubtedly earn the infamous label of blaming his adorable child to escape punishment. Alongside that, he would also face increased penalties from the standing army's general for allowing unrelated parties into the magical armor. Furthermore, he could very well find himself on the receiving end of a severe beating from his father or even cast out from his home. With these thoughts spiraling, Fuluin felt the weight of the world's malice pressing down upon him. Thankfully, only Lena would not treat me this way. Dear Lena, I shall return to you soon. Tonight we shall stay awake and endure the pain of our years apart. As he mused, Fuluin piloted the magical armor swiftly back to his home, having fully grasped the reality of his situation and prepared for the worst. Chapter 8, The Misfortunate Fuluin, Part 1. As Fuluin navigated the magical armor to the outskirts of Sorga's town, before even entering, he was met with a warm welcome from the townsfolk. They had learned from soldiers who had returned earlier that Fuluin had bravely fought against a perilous beast, thus safeguarding the town. And as a result, the residents spontaneously set aside their tasks to greet their returning hero, calling out his name with fervor. Lord Fuluin, the hero of Sorgas. Lord Fuluin, our champion. Seeing this, Fuluin halted the magical armor and, feeling somewhat bashful, emerged from within, cradling the deeply slumbering Mia. To be frank, he felt a bit awkward, struggling to comprehend how the townspeople had distorted the truth of the matter. As Fuluin stood there in bewilderment, the bloodstains on him, which had come from holding Mia, startled the townsfolk, who then seemed to vividly sense the intensity and brutality of the battle he had fought. Thus their gazes toward him grew more fervent. Yet, They failed to consider how one piloting a magical armor could possibly engage in hand-to-hand combat with a beast, or how he could possibly be covered in blood. Hello, everyone. I have returned, and the beast has been vanquished. Worry not, Fuluin said, scratching his head with one hand, buoyed by a sense of joy despite his confusion. Oh, Lord Fuluin, Lord Fuluin, Lord Fuluin. The townsfolk erupted in even greater excitement, chanting his name. Then, amidst this jubilant atmosphere, a discordant voice cut through the cheers. You worthless fool, return my beloved grandson to me at once. How could you let someone misplace my precious little heart? It infuriates me. At the sound of that voice, the jubilant cheers ceased abruptly, and Fuluin's expression froze. An imposing elderly man with white hair pushed through the crowd, accompanied by a beautiful woman with smooth black hair, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Mia. Dressed in a blue mage's robe, her bosom resplendent, this elderly man was Fuluin's father, Canra Sorgas, nearing 80 yet still robust and temperamental, capable of easily slaying a wild boar with a single punch. The woman beside him was Fuluin's wife, the cherished Barina Sorgas, a rare pure mage in the kingdom of Stir. Father, give him to me. Fuluin initially cast a reassuring glance at Barina, whose face bore a mix of concern and relief, prompting her to smile back at him. However, Fuluin remained oblivious to the fact that his actions had not gone unnoticed by his father, causing veins to bulge on the old man's forehead. Just as Fuluin began to speak, he was met with a fierce glare, and Canra swiftly snatched Mia from Fuluin's arms, cradling him protectively. Ignoring his son's pained expression, the old man meticulously examined Mia for any injuries. Upon confirming that Mia was unharmed, Canra breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, upon noticing the still-dried blood and grime on Mia, his countenance darkened, and his gaze turned filled with concern. He suddenly kicked Fuluin, who was oblivious to the impending doom. Oh. Fuluin was sent sprawling, completely unprepared for the assault. How dare you? Just wait. Once I ensure little Mia is settled, I'll make sure to break all 3 of your legs. Canra's fury had not yet subsided, and Fuluin's cries only served to further provoke him. With one last fierce glare at his son, Canra turned his back, cradling Mia as he strode away, while it was important to chastise Fuluin. The welfare of his beloved grandson took precedence. The old man had his priorities straight. The townsfolk had quietly dispersed the moment Canra made his entrance, anticipating that their illustrious hero of Sorgas would soon find his dignity shattered before his father. Unbeknownst to them, had there been outsiders present, Canra would have curbed his wrath slightly to preserve his son's face. It was a delightful misunderstanding. Why do I feel that my father's attitude toward me has worsened since little Mia's birth? Fuluin finally posed this long-held question to his wife, Barina, as he gazed at the now empty town and the fading silhouette of his father. I believe your father is simply more concerned about little Mia. After all, he is quite adorable, Barina replied with a knowing smile. She understood the truth, but refrained from disclosing to her husband that the old man had transferred all his affection from Fuluin to Mia the moment he was born. Such words would be too cruel for Fuluin. So she offered an explanation that he could accept. Indeed, little Mia is truly adorable, just as charming as Lena. Fuluin gently stroked his head, accepting Barina's words. However, his thoughts swiftly shifted, and he dismissed the concern, allowing a somewhat mischievous expression to grace his face as he turned to Barina. Barina said nothing, stifling a giggle, her light laughter revealing her delight in that moment. Yet, her expression soon turned serious. Speaking of which, why has this commotion been so loud? Has a particularly dangerous magical beast truly appeared? No. Upon hearing Barina's words laced with worry, Fuluin's playful demeanor faded, replaced by a somber look. It was Mia's doing. I brought him into the magical armor to amuse him, and when I was momentarily distracted, Mia activated it. That's impossible. Barina's first reaction was disbelief, but observing her husband's expression, which seemed sincere, she recalled something and spoke urgently with an edge of anger. Then, Mia, hasn't he come to any harm? Has he? I told you, if anything happens to our little Mia, just wait. I'll make you understand why flowers are so red and grass so green. Fuluin thought to himself, damn it. The one who will take the blame will surely be me. Why is there no one who cares about themselves? Although, perhaps, the root of all this chaos was indeed his own doing. If only he hadn't taken Mia into the magical armor. He regretted his decision. However, for the sake of his future happiness, Fuluin knew he had to quell his wife's wrath swiftly. No, Lena, Mia is perfectly fine. He not only successfully activated the magical energy transfer circuit in the magical computation core, but he almost unleashed a tactical level spell. Oh, you big fool. I thought you were so calm because Mia was unharmed. I must have been blind. Just wait. If anything happens to Mia's health, I will divorce you and head to the capital to seek refuge with the prince. It seemed Fuluin's explanation did not satisfy Barina. Angrily, she hurled a string of wind blessing spells at her legs and dashed after the old man who was carrying Mia home, swiftly disappearing from sight. Chapter 9. The Miserable Fuluin, Part 2. Seeing Barina fade into the distance. Fuluin weakly extended his hand, opening his mouth slightly, only to let it fall in despair. For some reason, gazing at the lush green grass at his feet, he found it unbearably glaring. No, Lena, I cannot live without you. Life without you is unbearable. After a while, Fuluin seemed to recall the impending solitude of a lone wolf and a particular scene, and his complexion paled. As if awakening from a dream, he hurried to chase after her. However, just then, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble with a series of intense vibrations. A seasoned warrior, Fuluin instantly became alert. This was a sign of a considerable number of massive objects moving swiftly. In the relatively peaceful kingdom, the only plausible cause for such a phenomenon could be one. Oh no, those guys are coming. Why so soon? Have they been lying in wait nearby, certain that I would cause trouble? Startled, Fuluin jumped up, muttering incantations as he turned to flee. Halt, Fuluin. You think you can escape? Prepare the advanced binding spells. It was as if someone had sensed Fuluin's movements from afar. A commanding voice boomed toward him. Realizing the danger, Fuluin tried to flee faster, but in the next moment, a purple magical formation silently emerged within a 2-meter radius around him. He felt his body suddenly grow heavy, rendering him unable to move. Wife. Save me. Get lost. I'm too busy. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fuluin shouted for help from a female mage in the town, but received only that curt reply. Despair washed over him. Gahaha, Fuluin Sorgus. My lord, this time I've caught you red-handed. Using magical armor to disrupt the kingdom's internal order, and even damaging a large portion of the kingdom's public forest. Now, accept the kingdom's legal consequences. After Barina's angry voice echoed, the owner of the distant voice made his official appearance, having realized there were no more meddling parties. 20 figures, each towering at 12 meters, clad in light gray magical armor, accompanied by several hundred armored soldiers of the kingdom. Approached with vigor, led by an 18-meter-tall magical armor painted in light purple. As they stirred up a cloud of dust that made Fuluin cough incessantly, a handsome young man dressed in the kingdom's general attire emerged from the leading magical armor. He did not jump down but stood on the shoulder of the armor, looking down at Fuluin with a somewhat twisted smile. Impossible, Brando, how could you possibly arrive so quickly? Upon seeing this individual, even though Fuluin was bound by the binding magic, he couldn't help but shout in disbelief. Hee. Excellent question. In response to Fuluin's astonishment, the handsome young man, Brando, covered his mouth and let out a wild laugh. Before regaining his composure in the next instant, Fuluin Sorgus, do you plead guilty to the crimes you have committed? You haven't answered my question yet. Fuluin's eyes flickered as he tried to divert the topic. This time, the evidence is irrefutable. There is no need for you to feign ignorance or delay any further. I have been preparing for this very moment for a long time, ever since you publicly mocked our standing army at the royal banquet 8 years ago. Tarnishing our honor, I have been ready, and I will not let you escape unscathed this time. Rest assured, the news of your imprisonment will not spread, nor will it reach the prince. You want to have the chance to leak information, men. Bind this criminal of the kingdom, gag him, and take him away. After a torrent of words, a triumphant expression spread across Brando's face, mirrored by the soldiers he brought along, who shared his exhilaration. They surged forward, swiftly binding Fuluin with the strongest ropes, gagging him with foul rags, and inscribing various binding, anti-magic, and silencing spells upon him to ensure absolute security. Fuluin, still struggling as he was carried by the group, was silenced by a burly soldier wielding a spiked hammer, employing a physical silencing technique. As the soldiers of the standing army cast astonished glances at their usually quiet colleague, he shyly smiled. Soon after, the soldiers, along with Brando, burst into laughter, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. Just before losing consciousness, Fuluin's last thought was, why was I so reckless with my words back then? Well, there is no time to lose. This matter cannot afford any errors. We must rush back to the base and dispose of this issue at once. Brando restrained his laughter and spoke to his subordinates, but once he entered the magical armor, he couldn't help but let out a bizarre laugh. The soldiers of the kingdom's standing army hurried back, carrying the bound Fuluin along. Left behind was a simple note stating that Fuluin Sorgus had an important matter to attend to with the standing army, advising his family not to worry, and so on. Similar notes and letters written by Fuluin himself would be sent monthly to cover up the situation as much as possible. The standing army had long since figured out Fuluin's behavioral patterns. Ultimately, this incident stemmed from Fuluin's loose tongue, which had provoked the somewhat delicate standing army in the kingdom of Stirred. He became embroiled in the clandestine struggle between the standing army and the frontline forces, thus inviting retribution. Nevertheless, a plausible excuse had to be found. Fuluin would certainly not face any life-threatening danger. He would merely be subjected to a harsh lesson at AS for the duration of this ordeal. It would depend on when his family realized something was amiss. After all, even though Fuluin had retired, he was still regarded as part of the frontline forces, with numerous military achievements and a deep connection to the Crown Prince. If this matter were to come to light, it would ultimately have to be downplayed, ensuring that it would end with minimal repercussions. Therefore, the standing army was determined to keep the news under wraps. Even if the situation were to be exposed, they would not face any consequences. After all, regardless of their delicate position, the standing army, responsible for maintaining internal order and criminal prosecution in the Kingdom of Stir, was a vital component. Moreover, it was Brando who took such actions. He was a leading candidate for the next commander of the standing army and had a close relationship with the Crown Prince. In short, with him at the helm, Fuluin was bound to face the consequences of his actions. Chapter 10. The letter left by Brando. Let us shift our focus back to Mia. After the venerable Kamla cradled Mia and returned to the central manor of the Viscount in the town of Sorgus, he prepared to cleanse the bloodstains from Mia's body, who was still deeply asleep. Upon removing Mia's garments, he immediately noticed a crimson mark located at the base of her skull, accompanied by faint red veins that shimmered subtly around it. This indicated that Mia's magical conduits were still operational, her magic flowing at an accelerated pace beyond the norm. In a moment of fury, Kamla crushed the water ladle in his hand, his white beard quivering with indignation. How could that scoundrel allow young Mia to? Though his anger was palpable, a deep concern shadowed his eyes. Father, is little Mia all right? At that moment, Belena burst into the bathing room like a gust of wind. Upon witnessing Mia's state, her face blanched, and her lips trembled. Little Mia is fine. She is fine. Mother will check. Belena, you're here. Hurry and examine her. Is it a problem that little Mia has been asleep for so long? All right, all right. Upon seeing Belena, Kamla immediately handed the slumbering Mia to her. His once robust voice now tinged with tremors, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Belena swiftly took Mia into her arms, and a series of diagnostic spells emanated from her fingertips. Just then, Forin's panicked voice echoed from afar, prompting Belena to shout back without a glance. Meanwhile, Kamla was fuming at Forin, ready to teach him a lesson about a father's care upon his return if anything were to happen to Mia. It was likely that Forin would face dire consequences from his furious father. Breathing steady, heartbeat normal, all bodily functions operational, magical conduits unobstructed, flow of magic slightly accelerated, no abnormalities detected in the magical computation core. Mental state stable, brainwave fluctuations normal. Thank goodness, little Mia is unharmed. After a prolonged moment, under Kamla's eager gaze, Belena let out a heavy sigh of relief, the feedback from her spells confirming that Mia was indeed safe. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Kamla breathed a sigh of relief as well, his worry dissipating, but soon his expression darkened with severe displeasure. That scoundrel not only lost track of little Mia, but also dared to act so recklessly. Clearly, he hasn't been taught a lesson in far too long. By the way, what was that ruckus he was making earlier? Why hasn't he returned yet? Does he not care for little Mia at all? Or is he simply afraid? Kamla assumed Forin was avoiding him out of fear of his reprimand, oblivious to the fact that Forin had already been taken away by the standing army. Madam, it is terrible. A grave situation has arisen. The Lord is missing. I've had people search the entire town, but we only found a letter near the Lord's mechanized armor outside the town. Just as Belena was about to respond to Kamla in confusion, the old butler of the manor rushed in, clutching a letter sealed with a simple magical inscription. Their eyes narrowed dangerously at the news. Could Forin truly be hiding out of fear? Their expressions puzzled the butler, who expected a different reaction to such news, but he obediently handed the letter to Belena. Isnt this the magic of Alan. Upon receiving the letter, the two quickly discarded their previous thoughts, for the magic inscribed was unlike anything Belena had ever encountered. What? Open it quickly. Kamla realized something was amiss. He had once been a warrior versed in magic in his youth, and he understood the implications of this. "Let me see." Belena nodded, dispelling the simple seal with a flick of her wrist, and began to read aloud. "To the family of Viscount Forensorgas, good afternoon. We have discovered some very important matters within the garrison area of the standing army, thus requiring the cooperation of the local lord, Viscount Foren, in our investigation. Due to the urgency of the situation, we have set off immediately after encountering him outside the Viscount's territory. I sincerely apologize for any disturbances this may cause, but I ask for your understanding of our urgency. From the General of the Southern Army of the Kingdom's Standing Army, Count Brandeo Occasia." As Belena finished reading the letter, it disintegrated quietly, transforming into a blue droplet-shaped emblem that floated in the air before vanishing moments later. This was the ancient emblem of the Occasia family, a noble lineage of the kingdom, making forgery impossible. Upon seeing this, Belena couldn't help but begin to trust the contents of the letter. "Madam, old master, what shall we do next?" After a while, seeing Belena's expression soften, the butler inquired of her and Kamla. "You may leave now. Do not concern yourself with the Viscount's matters. Summon back those who went out to search." Kamla looked at Belena, somewhat bewildered. Although he had experience as a warrior, he had never garnered significant military achievements and had only served as a squad leader of 10 men. Thus, he was not well versed in the intricate dealings of the kingdom's upper class and nobility, relying instead on Belena's understanding. After a moment of contemplation, Belena instructed the butler accordingly, who hurriedly departed. "Father, do not worry too much. Since General Brandeo has invoked his family's honor, it is likely genuine." Noticing Kamla's continued confusion, Belena offered comforting words. Indeed, the display of the family's emblem, a symbol of their honor, would lead those familiar with the noble traditions of the Kingdom of Stir to believe in the authenticity of the matter. After all, the older the nobility of Stir, the more they held their family's honor in high regard. Yet who could have anticipated that Brandeo would risk everything to punish Foren, even going so far as to use his family's emblem as leverage? If his family were to discover his actions, he would face severe consequences, from broken limbs to expulsion from the household. Thus, while Belena found this behavior incongruous with noble conduct, she chose to place her trust in it. Chapter 11. Potential Hazards. Achoo! At that moment, Mia, who had been in a state of undress, sneezed, her body shivering slightly before she rubbed her nose and opened her eyes. So soft, so fragrant. As she remained cradled in Belena's embrace, she soon felt the warm softness against her cheeks. With her consciousness still hazy, she voiced her immediate sensation, only to notice a coolness at her back and behind. After a moment's hesitation, Mia's eyes widened, her mind clearing somewhat, yet she soon fell into a state of daze once more. "Hee." This child, Belena chuckled at Mia's words, unaware of her unusual state, merely believing that her beloved child was still clinging to her affection, which brought her joy. "Little Mia is awake. You've truly endured a lot this time. Rest assured. Grandpa will stand up for you." Kamla also smiled upon hearing Mia speak, leaning closer to her. Yet, he had not forgotten his intention to confront Foren. Why has little Mia suddenly fallen silent? Is there some hidden danger? Observing Mia's sudden return to a dazed state, Kamla felt something was off. "Father, be careful." Flame. Belena, too, found it strange. Her child was not one to be so quiet. Upon seeing the red magical conduit suddenly manifesting on Mia's right hand, she gasped in shock and quickly warned Kamla. Belena's warning and Mia's low murmuring coincided almost perfectly, and as Mia raised her right hand slightly, a ball of flame, the size of a human head, materialized from her swirling magic and shot forth, igniting the door behind Kamla, who had just managed to twist his neck away in time. So hot, so hot. When, just as Kamla slapped at the remnants of the flames that had singed his beard, Mia's next murmur reached his ears. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he bent down, only to have half of his remaining hair sliced away by a passing wind blade, while the flaming door behind him was cleaved in two. Tranquility, at this moment. Belena finally comprehended the crux of the situation, that a tranquil mental spell was released upon Mia, soothing his spirit. Mental detection. Without pause, Belena cast a high-level mental detection spell on Mia, meticulously observing the condition of his brain. "How is it?" "Belena, what on earth is happening? Didn't you just say he was fine?" The old gentleman hurriedly approached, his voice laced with anxiety. After a brief moment, Belena exhaled softly, lifting her gaze to the visibly tense Kamla, and began to explain to the old man. It turned out that Mia's sudden stupor was due to the magic calculation core in his brain, which, after regaining consciousness, spontaneously began to compute some low-level basic spells derived from the magical armor. The reason it was basic magic was that Mia had never learned any magical knowledge prior, and his own magical power was insufficient. Thus, the magic calculation core automatically opted for the simplest spells that his physical magical power could support to calculate and release. Hey, what is happening? Is this something I can do? Having calmed his spirit, Mia returned to his senses while listening to his mother's explanation. Upon seeing the door, which had been ignited by fire and subsequently shattered by the wind, he felt a jolt of astonishment and delight, though soon his excitement waned. It hurts. The waves of pain emanating from within his body made Mia understand the meaning of joy turning to sorrow. If he were to describe this pain, it would be akin to being thrown into a juicer. This was due to the severe depletion of his magical power, and since Mia had not learned any spells to extract magical power from the external world, he could only rely on the calculation core to spontaneously draw upon his life force to compensate for the magical deficit. Magical replenishment. However, this compensation lasted only a moment, as Bailuna, sensing something amiss, quickly used magic to replenish Mia's magical power. The magical energy filled him. The pain within Mia gradually dissipated, and he suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, leading him to drift back into slumber. Little Mia, is he really all right? Once Mia had fallen asleep again, Kamla appeared somewhat shaken, deeply concerned about Mia's condition. After all, he had never heard of anyone piloting magical armor at such a young age. The entirety of the kingdom knew that it was impossible for someone that young to operate magical armor, and attempting to do so could lead to dire consequences. This was common knowledge. Nevertheless, in reality, Mia had shattered this norm. For now, he is fine, but when little Mia wakes up again, we must immediately teach him the fundamentals of magic. This will allow him to control the calculation core. Otherwise, the uncontrolled release of magic could be very dangerous. Bailuna nodded, a few beads of sweat forming on her forehead, yet her expression visibly relaxed. She then gently placed Mia into the prepared bathwater, tenderly washing his body while responding to Kamla's inquiries, pausing momentarily. However, I never anticipated that little Mia would possess such high talent. It appears he is not only successfully connected to the magical armor, but can also derive and compute various embedded spells from their connection. As she spoke, Bailuna unconsciously displayed a gaze filled with both pride and concern. Is that so? That's wonderful. I knew my adorable grandson would surely surpass that scoundrel of a father in accomplishments. And, of course, surpass me as well. Ahaha. The old gentleman, evidently thinking on a different wavelength than Bailuna, felt a sense of relief before puffing up with pride, comparing Mia to the now imprisoned foreign, and his face scrunched up in laughter, resembling an old chrysanthemum. All of this unfolded unbeknownst to the slumbering Mia. Chapter 12. The magic of this world and the perilous Mia. Time flowed imperceptibly. After Mia awoke and fell back asleep that day, he remained in slumber for another 2 days and nights. Upon awakening, Bailuna, realizing the situation might be even worse than she had imagined, urgently began instructing Mia on the knowledge of magic. Driven by curiosity about the so-called magic of this world and a desire to avoid uncontrollable outbursts that could lead to another slumber, Mia was highly proactive in his studies. As for magic, after multiple explanations and demonstrations from Bailuna, Mia ultimately understood it as a technique that transforms a special substance known as magical power into real phenomena. This was the conclusion reached by Mia, who had merely graduated from a technical school in his past life. The reason magical power is considered special is that it exists in reality while also being somewhat illusory, occupying the boundary between the real and the unreal. With its nature being somewhat ambiguous. By using the magic calculation core to perform the most fundamental, refining magic, Mia absorbed the ether, known as the fifth pseudo-element, which pervades the air of this world, into the core for refinement. The ether, having mingled with one's own spiritual and life force, was transformed into magical power upon refinement, subsequently entering a magical energy transmission circuit for storage and flow. When not in use, it subtly alters the body's attributes. When magical power is needed, specifically when the magic calculation core is analyzing and calculating spells, it serves as the substance and energy that supports the existence of magical phenomena. Indeed, in this world, The relationship between magic and magical power differs somewhat from Mia's prior understanding. Magic precedes magical power rather than the other way around. The phenomenon of magical power's emergence is itself an effect of magic. This is an ironclad rule. However, the world is vast, and thus there are exceptions. Certain races can naturally generate magical power through their bodies due to their innate self-regulating original magic. As a result, these races are invariably powerful. However, humans in this world do not belong to this category. Therefore, in this world, humans who are not born as magical races must possess the talent to learn magic. This means that generally, a person must awaken the two pseudo-organs, the magic calculation core and the magical energy transmission circuit, around the age of 15 to become a magician. Or one who possesses magical talent. It is also possible to awaken earlier, which merely indicates a higher aptitude and a more sensitive reaction to the external ether elements, generally, after the age of 15. These two pseudo-organs gradually atrophy until they disappear. This is not absolute, but since over 99% of people exhibit this phenomenon, it is demarcated at 15 as a standard for assessing talent. Those with magical talent, upon reaching a certain age and possessing sufficient spiritual power to support the basic, refining spell, are infused with initial magical power by their magic mentor, enabling them to successfully cast the refining spell, thus officially becoming a magician. Therefore, the role of the magic mentor is particularly crucial for magicians in this world. If this individual harbors ill intentions and manipulates the initial magical power, it could lead to various adverse outcomes. For this reason, magic mentors are generally chosen from close relatives or friends. However, for those from ordinary families, the selection of a mentor is often left to fate. Fortunately, the Magic Association has stringent regulations regarding this aspect, and the major magic academies across the continent take it seriously, with the role of the mentor typically assigned to the most esteemed headmaster of the academy. Of course, individuals like Mia, who have an emotionless magical armor as a mentor and manage to step into the realm of magicians under extremely unsuitable conditions, undoubtedly disrupt the foundational aspects of a magical civilization that has persisted for thousands of years. After all, he not only successfully embarked on the path of magic, but also recorded a significant amount of high-level magic that he should not have been able to document at that time, including tactical-level spells comprehensible only to the top magicians in the magical domain. Naturally, Byluna still harbored doubts about whether Mia had truly analyzed tactical-level magic. However, she could be certain about the advanced magic, as Mia had experienced an episode of reckless curiosity after learning the fundamental theories of magic, attempting to calculate and release spells. Unfortunately, due to his insufficient spirit and magical power, the result was that the magic was incompletely calculated, leaving him with a splitting headache and a body that felt as if it were being torn apart. Ultimately, he ended up lying in bed for over 20 days before he could barely get up. It appears that due to this reckless endeavor, for a certain period thereafter, the magical calculation core within Mia's mind seemed to have been stimulated, as if it had awakened, beginning to spontaneously analyze various high-tier combat spells that had been sealed away under the instinct for self-preservation, yet were derived from the magical armored machine. Particularly, those advanced combat spells, including the sole tactical grade spell Frenzied Rupture, led to Mia occasionally succumbing to a state akin to a vegetative coma, a manifestation of the other parts of his brain being completely occupied by the calculation core, resulting from his own reckless actions. However, on the other hand, following Mia's self-destructive actions, Barina, despite her concerns, found it particularly strange that Mia did not exhibit signs of mental collapse, as this was entirely uncharacteristic of magic. Barina was acutely aware of the dangers associated with prematurely analyzing spells beyond one's capabilities. Thus, Mia's condition shattered her conventional understanding of magic, giving rise to the thought, could there truly be such a phenomenon? Consequently, she was beset by countless frustrations and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Yet, it was evident that the troubles afflicting Mia were of a different nature altogether from those troubling his mother. Barina, for Mia, who occasionally fell into a deep slumber, had despairingly discovered that he was developing traits reminiscent of a sleeping beauty, with his skin becoming increasingly fair and alluring, his eyes deepening with an enticing allure, and his features growing more delicate and captivating. This unexpected realization left Mia, who stumbled upon this situation by chance, in a state of unease. Nevertheless, as this was a consequence of his own recklessness, Mia could only bear the burden of these repercussions with tears in his eyes. Chapter 13. The initial additional task as for Mia's father, Foreign, the hero in the eyes of the townsfolk of Sogus. During the tumultuous circumstances surrounding Mia, found himself in the dilapidated, luxurious single-room prison of the Standing Army, tearfully gnawing on a cheap black bread that resembled stones from a latrine, stinking and hard. Each night, burdened with countless magical shackles, he gazed up at the 4 moons of varying sizes in the sky, hoping that his family would discover his plight and find a way to rescue him. However, the family he longed to see was filled with anger due to the series of consequences resulting from his reckless decision to allow Mia to pilot the magical armored machine. Especially given the state of his son, how could he still have the audacity to indulge in frivolities, boasting about his accomplishments in the letters he sent each month? Did he truly believe he could escape unscathed? The particularly hot-tempered elder Canla nearly exploded with rage upon receiving the personal letter adorned with the Sogus family crest, which had only been in existence for less than a decade. Had he known the exact location of his wayward son, he would have brandished his long-neglected ancestral wolf-tooth club and confronted him directly. In contrast to Canla, who wished to chastise his wayward son, Barina, while equally angered by Foreign's irresponsibility, sensed something amiss. Yet, she was preoccupied, tasked with guiding the painfully slow-learning Mia, while simultaneously sifting through information and attempting to contact her erratically roaming magical mentor. She was determined to uncover the reasons behind Mia's condition. Otherwise, she could not rest easy, leaving her utterly overwhelmed. Thus, upon encountering Foreign's letters, despite his prolonged absence, Canla and Barina, now focused entirely on Mia, curiously did not pay much heed to Foreign's whereabouts. After all, the monthly letters bearing the Sogus family crest, along with the magical energy emanating from Foreign, were sufficient indicators of his safety. Moreover, located within the kingdom, Foreign was unlikely to encounter any peril, particularly since no reports had surfaced of dangerous foreign entities entering the realm during this period. Hence, they chose to disregard him entirely. As for Mia, after experiencing an initial period of anxiety, resolved to prevent himself from becoming increasingly beautiful and feminine, aspiring instead to embody the ideal image of a manly figure. During those brief moments of wakefulness, he poured every ounce of effort into studying magical knowledge. Originally, he had intended to pursue physical training as well. However, due to the vehement objections from his grandfather Canla and mother Barina concerning his health, Mia had no choice but to abandon his training plans in tears. Helplessly, he gazed at his increasingly charming and beautiful visage, and his petite, delicate form that evoked pity, sinking into a torment of inner conflict. As for the system, let's not even go there. Initially, Mia had inquired about it, and the system had informed him, due to the host's exceptional talent in matters related to the magical armored machine, he could nearly be considered the epitome of a magical armored machine pilot. Although there were minor limitations, he had already reached the pinnacle of such talent. Thus, when the host connected with and activated the magical armored machine, his body, endowed with such talent, instinctively exhibited its original capabilities, prompting a sense of pride in Mia. However, when Mia later sought assistance from the system, he was met with a rather unhelpful response, reiterating that the system had no capacity to interfere with the host's abilities. This left him in a state of silent frustration, inwardly lamenting, "This wretched system is utterly useless. I want my golden finger-like system back." Subsequently, the system sent him a time-limited daily task. The details of this initial daily task were as follows. Great crisis. It seemed that the host envisioned future as a rugged, bald-headed man was drifting further away. Unwilling to resign himself to fate, the host could only hasten the completion of the analysis of all high-tier spells within his mind, including the sole tactical grade spell, to embark upon the self-imposed Spartan-like training regimen, thereby averting the terrifying future he imagined. To this end, the system specifically issued this task to motivate the host. If the host could complete the analysis of all information received by his magical calculation core within 3 years, he would be rewarded with a perfect body enhancement potion crafted by the giant elf clan. After Mia thoroughly confirmed that this so-called perfect body enhancement potion would significantly boost his physical attributes, he was instantly filled with boundless motivation and plunged headlong into the foundational magical materials that resembled an incomprehensible tome. Mia was indeed in despair, for while he recognized every word within the magical literature, he was utterly lost when they were strung together, rendering comprehension impossible. Indeed, Mia was a peculiar anomaly, capable of making the magical armored machine his mentor on the path of magic, thereby gaining access to various embedded spells. Yet, During the conventional study of magical knowledge, his performance was even below that of an ordinary person devoid of magical talent. At least those ordinary individuals could comprehend the material, while Mia found himself utterly baffled. Consequently, Barina exhausted her intellect, tirelessly explaining the entry-level theories, which only allowed Mia to grasp them with great difficulty. This initial process consumed a full 20 days of her time, which was prior to Mia's reckless actions, thus indicating that it genuinely took him 20 days to barely grasp the basics. Subsequently, Mia foolishly attempted to calculate advanced spells. This was entirely a self-imposed ordeal. Amid his intermittent awakenings and prolonged slumbers, Mia found himself struggling with the most rudimentary introductory magic, facing obstacles while attempting to refine spells. This should have been a spell that any aspiring magician, even a novice among novices, could easily comprehend and utilize. Yet, after a prolonged stalemate, Mia still could not successfully employ it. This was utterly beyond Barina's comprehension. She simply could not fathom why Mia was unable to master this foundational, simple, and essential spell, which was supposed to be accessible without prerequisites. Amid the arduous stalemate, it was ultimately Mia's unconventional approach that led him to an epiphany. Without consulting Barina, he whimsically decided to utilize the external magical energy supply device embedded within the magical armored machine, the magic energy conversion furnace, to himself. This was an advanced embedded spell capable of forcibly converting external ether elements into magical energy. Miraculously, this impulsive attempt succeeded beyond belief. Not only could he generate magical energy within the magical calculation core, but he could also convert and generate substantial magical energy throughout his body, provided it did not exceed his bodily limits. This method was typically achievable only by those of magical lineage, as this conversion spell was originally developed by imitating the innate magic of those races. Its primary purpose was to supply the vast magical energy required for the operation of the magical armored machine. As for why humans seldom employed it, it stemmed from the fundamental differences in physical conditions between humans and those magical races. The effects were negligible, and it might even prove less useful than refining spells, potentially inflicting tearing damage on the body. Thus, this magic was originally rather trivial, finding new applications solely within the Kingdom of Stir. Chapter 14. 2 years afterward, with no sense of wrongdoing, Mia excitedly relayed this matter to Barina, only to face the consequence of nearly having her backside metaphorically cleaved into 4 pieces by Barina's ire. The peculiar and unreasonable occurrences surrounding Mia had already begun to shatter Barina's worldview. And with a cautionary example at hand, it was audacious of Mia to recklessly court danger once more. Consequently, Barina, for once, lost her composure, delivering a rare and heavy-handed reprimand to her cherished Mia. Following her mother's stern admonition, Mia learned her lesson and refrained from mischief for a period that in a state where she spent the majority of her time in slumber and the remaining moments fervently studying magic. Mia scarcely noticed the fact of her father Fulren's disappearance. It was indeed a matter that evoked sorrow. However, from another perspective, General Brando of the Kingdom's Standing Army had astutely gauged the personalities of the Fulren family and seized upon an exceptionally opportune moment to act. He even took to clandestinely lurking in the town of Sogus to observe the movements of the Viscount's family, often setting aside his duties, especially after learning of Mia's sudden affliction termed the sleeping sickness. He meticulously scrutinized the demeanor of Old Man Canra, believing that one ought to remain genuine in their dealings. Should anything truly befall Fulren's son, he would have no choice but to return Fulren to the fold, despite the sharp discord between their factions. As a scion of the kingdom's ancient nobility, Brando harbored his own principles and pride. It must be said, the nobility of the Kingdom of Stir differs somewhat from that of other nations on the Aimedas Continent. They possess a semblance of conscience, placing the honor of their families above all else. However, upon observing Old Man Canra's demeanor, marked by concern yet devoid of profound sorrow, and even interspersed with moments of scolding, Brando began to form a vague assessment that the situation was unlikely to escalate to a dire extreme. Of course, in the interest of prudence, he feigned being one of the townsfolk of Sogus, seamlessly blending in with those who expressed concern for their illustrious Viscount's ailing son, and discreetly infiltrated the Fulren household. At that moment, Mia happened to be awake, and after observing her condition up close, he confirmed that the situation had not yet reached a point necessitating Fulren's return. Upon returning to the Standing Army's garrison, he decisively enticed Fulren into inscribing his crest upon a piece of stationery using a slice of white bread, and then earnestly penned a letter that would incite Old Man Canra's wrath to the point of tearing it to shreds. As for whether this would sow discord within the Fulren family, Brando, as a distinguished single nobleman, Deemed it a trial he was bestowing upon Fulren.it is indeed fitting that he is a formidable contender for the next marshal of the kingdom's standing army, not only meticulous and adept at understanding others, but also possessing a fervent heart. Thus, following the awakening of her past life's memories, after enduring 2 excruciating years, Mia, through sheer rote memorization of foundational magical knowledge, finally managed to decipher the high-level magic derived from the armored magic mechs within the core of her mind. She was liberated at last, no longer confined to bed like a slumbering beauty. Though she still felt trepidation towards the armored magic mechs, she resolved to avoid recklessly approaching such perilous entities in the future. Yes, for fear of losing control and attempting to pilot one again. She was self-aware enough to recognize that merely recalling the armored magic mechs ignited a fervent heat within her body. Akin to an old bachelor imagining a stunning beauty. It was indeed a predicament. Look at her current state. At the age of 10, she barely reached a height of 1.3 meters and weighed 28 kilograms, presenting an appearance that was charmingly delicate and irresistibly endearing, evoking a sense of protectiveness in those who beheld her. Indeed, the Mia of now had transcended the realm of a cute boy due to 2 years of slumber, transforming into a beautiful girl who inspires anticipation for her future. This was a predicament that the ironclad man within her could hardly endure. A bald, muscular figure with a scarred brow was the ideal image she envisioned for herself. Therefore, in pursuit of embodying the masculine ideal she cherished, she resolutely vowed never to approach the armored magic mechs again. Instead, she found great appeal in a magical profession known as magic warrior. From her mother Berena, Mia learned that magic warriors were a unique breed of melee mages, particularly proficient in close-quarters combat with weapons, emphasizing physical training. Indeed, every mage harbors a yearning for close combat. The visceral clash of fists and the heft of great swords and axes embody a romance befitting men, a style of battle that Mia fervently longed for. Dreaming of a future as a melee mage, Mia, after liberating her mind, seized the opportunity one day, when she was alone, to eagerly claim the reward for completing her first supplementary task from the system. It was the perfect grade body enhancement potion, crafted by the ancient giant elven clan as per the system's claims. Perfect grade body enhancement potion, a concoction developed by one of the oldest clans of elves, the Giants. It harbors immense vitality and significantly enhances various physical attributes of the individual without any side effects, rivaling even the legendary body enhancement potions created by the most esteemed human alchemists. The potion's effects last for 2 years, and when complemented with rigorous training, it accelerates absorption. There is no need to fear that intense training would inflict harm upon the body. It can enhance the host's vitality by approximately 3-fold. Truly a treasure among treasures. As soon as Mia produced the vial of potion, her guiding system promptly emerged, eager to assert its presence and elucidate the potion's information. This revelation made Mia's heart race with excitement, as she felt that her relentless pursuit of understanding the incomprehensible magical texts over the past 2 years had finally borne fruit. However, upon reflection, it was only during such moments that the system would proactively interject. In ordinary times, it remained silent, seldom speaking unless Mia initiated a query, leading her to nearly forget about this golden finger of hers over time. Yet, it was not to say the system lacked utility, at the very least. Its ability to conjure a potion from thin air as a reward was indeed remarkable. Moreover, it could forewarn of potential crises that might impact her future, without encroaching upon her daily life or engaging in any treacherous antics against her. Considering this, the system revealed itself to be unexpectedly beneficial. Chapter 15. The Stirring of Mia. System, why does this potion have such a prolonged effect? And what is the maximum limit my body can endure after consuming this potion without leaving any after effects? After a moment of contemplation, Mia posed these 2 questions to the system. The first stemmed from her own curiosity and astonishment, while the latter was a consideration for her future training regimen. The response elucidated that this potion was crafted by the ancient giant elven clan, renowned for their longevity, with lifespans measured in millennia. Thus, the fact that the potion's duration was a mere 2 years was a testament to its brevity. Furthermore, such a potion would only be deemed precious when faced with a host like herself, a being of notably short lifespan. Apologies, as one of the ultra-short-lived beings with a mere century of lifespan, it is entirely natural for the host to struggle with comprehension. After all, lifespan and intellect limit the host's imagination, and the system is understanding of this. With a slight click of her tongue, Mia's eyes twitched upon hearing the system's explanation, a subtle feeling surging from deep within her heart. Surely, she had been looked down upon by the system. There could be no doubt about it. The preface was swiftly retracted. This system possessed a rather exquisite sharp tongue, and it certainly did not seem like a benevolent one. Once more, the system responded, stating that as long as the host refrained from engaging in excessively strenuous activities that could severely deplete their vitality during the effective duration of the medicine, the side effects from exercises below that intensity would be mitigated by the potion's effects. Oh. Amidst her dissatisfaction, Mia's spirits lifted at the system's explanation, her eyes sparkling with newfound hope. Yet, she soon pondered, how am I to determine if I have exceeded that threshold? The system replied, assuring her that it would monitor this aspect, and that it would alert her when she approached the critical point. Mia's expression morphed into one of slight distress. The inorganic voice of the system resonated softly in her heart, instantly uplifting her mood and leading her to regard the system in a more favorable light. Then I shall entrust this to you. You truly are a splendid companion, and my impression of you has shifted once again. Without further ado, let us commence. Enticed by the allure of an imagined bright future, Mia, unable to contain her eagerness, uncorked the vial in her hand and downed the fragrant, translucent, pale green potion in one swift gulp. Remarkably, the taste was quite pleasant, reminiscent of fruit vinegar, with a delightful balance of sweetness and acidity. Oh. Here it comes. I can feel it. I sense power surging forth. Moments after consuming the potion, a warm, reddening sensation enveloped Mia's body. In this state, she radiated vitality, a fervent impulse to unleash her energy coursing through her, prompting her to let out a spirited shout. One must admit, paired with her beautiful and adorable appearance, along with her melodious voice, it evoked rather evocative associations. Fortunately, this location was one Mia had specifically chosen, devoid of any other presence. To make the most of the potion's precious efficacy, she hastily retrieved the harrowing, hellish Spartan training regimen she had meticulously devised over the past 2 years. A myriad of extreme challenges awaited her: long-distance running, weightlifting, swimming, various forms of exercise from her previous life, alongside swordsmanship training, flail techniques, and close combat training unique to this world. Furthermore, incorporating weights was a must. The addition of supportive gravity magic would be ideal. Thus, everything Mia could conceive of as beneficial for her physical training was indiscriminately included, regardless of categorization, embracing the utmost intensity. Naturally, she could not neglect the expansion of her magical capacity, as well as the daily practice of the various spells she had deciphered. Though these were all derived from the magical armors she had encountered in the span of those 2 years, Mia had yet to learn a single spell through conventional means, a profoundly disheartening reality that severely undermined her confidence in acquiring new magic. Logically, her magical aptitude was not lacking. Why could she not manage to learn even a single spell? Regrettably, Belina was a staunchly traditional mage, possessing scant knowledge about the integrated magic of the magical armors. It was not that she lacked the desire to understand. Rather, there were no avenues available for her to explore. The integrated magic was a closely guarded secret in this nation. If only Belina had the requisite knowledge, Mia could ascertain whether she could learn spells not designed for humans. Shaking her head, Mia resolved to dismiss such distracting thoughts. After all, the spells she currently possessed sufficed for her needs, boasting a diverse array of types capable of supporting her in various combat scenarios. Thus, there was no pressing need to learn more. Just as Mia prepared to embark on her training regimen, a crucial realization dawned upon her. She was merely a 10-year-old child, and her appearance might raise concerns. Would her family allow her to train unmonitored? Moreover, having only recently recovered, would they permit her to act recklessly once more? And how would she procure the anticipated gravity magic and weight training? The weights could be arranged easily enough by borrowing a set of equipment from the captain of the guard. However, that seemed unfeasible. Given her small stature, no matter, she could simply request him to craft a tailored set at the village blacksmith's. Yet, the most pressing issue remained. She had no knowledge of gravity magic. Contemplating her future, Mia racked her brain until a solution emerged. Of course, I can enlist my grandfather's assistance. He can serve as my coach. Later, I can also bring in the captain to teach me swordsmanship. As for gravity magic, I can approach Grandfather Eberron. His emotional intelligence is rather low, so a little coaxing should suffice to have him inscribe a gravity magic technique that only requires magical infusion to activate, preferably one that allows for adjustments in weight. However, I must ensure that this remains a secret from Mother, otherwise I would be in grave trouble. Haunted by a significant psychological shadow cast by his mother, Belina, Mia instinctively felt compelled to conceal this plan. She believed her training regimen would surely incite her mother's anger. Should she discover it, the repercussions would be merciless. Thus, for the sake of her future, Mia resolutely chose to keep her intentions hidden. Chapter 16. The advancing Mia. Having devised a plan, Mia promptly sought out her grandfather, Canra, and selectively shared her rigorous training regimen with him. Hiss! Canra gasped, having heard even just a portion of his beloved granddaughter's exceedingly Spartan training proposal, immediately taken aback. Then, faced with Mia's somewhat excessive request, he shook his head vigorously, resolutely rejecting her. Grandfather, Mia, anticipating this response, cast aside her shame and unleashed her most endearing plea, wielding the weapon of her adorable charm. In an instant, Canra, the quintessential doting grandfather, found himself utterly disarmed, unable to refuse such a charming granddaughter. Yet, doubts lingered in his mind, prompting him to inquire, "My dear Mia, why do you wish to undertake such intense training?" Upon hearing this question, Mia's gaze sharpened, her expression turning serious as she fervently replied, "I am a man. What does this appearance signify? Not even girls possess such exaggeration. I must strive to transform this exterior through my efforts and become a strong and valiant man." Well, upon hearing Mia's response, Canra hesitated momentarily. Gazing at his exceptionally striking granddaughter, he suddenly felt an urge to refuse her request. Sensing the shift in her grandfather's demeanor, Mia raised an eyebrow and, discarding her embarrassment once more, clung to his arm and began to plead charmingly, ultimately coaxing a smile from Canra as he agreed to her request. "I am merely here to closely supervise and care for my precious granddaughter, preventing her from taking any actions that may harm herself. Additionally, I can seize the opportunity to teach her the ancestral flail techniques of the Sorgas family. Indeed, I am not in the wrong," Canra reassured himself in that moment. After securing her grandfather's support, Mia did not immediately approach Eberron to persuade him into inscribing the gravity magic technique. On one hand, the weight equipment was yet to be crafted. On the other, she was certain that Canra would never allow her to proceed without proper oversight, regardless of how much he indulged her. Thus, after discussing the weight equipment with the scruffy captain of the guard, Mia and Canra ventured beyond the village to select an appropriate training location. As for why they did not train in the spacious backyard or the dedicated training grounds of their home, it was simply a matter of survival instinct, as both felt an undeniable need to keep their activities hidden from Belina. Eventually, the grandfather and granddaughter arrived at a spot several hundred meters outside the village. In a woodland area that had once been devastated by Mia but was now fully cleared for cultivation, this location was now a vast and flat expanse, with most of the space transformed into farmland, while another portion had been cleared for use as a training ground, a perfect fit. Thus, from that day forth, Mia embarked on a fervent and frenzied journey of physical training. As for Eberron, he was Belina's magical mentor and one of the few pure traditional grand mages in the Kingdom of Stir, known as Eberron Guvi. Belina had only recently re-established contact with him approximately 6 months prior, although Eberron's demeanor may be somewhat rigid and his emotional intelligence, as Mia has pointed out, somewhat lacking, rendering him easily swayed by those around him. He possesses a trait that is both inherent to all traditional magicians and even more pronounced in him, an insatiable curiosity for the unknown. Upon receiving news from Barina regarding Mia, the fervor ignited within Eberron propelled him to journey from a remote corner of the kingdom to Mia's residence in a mere 2 days. Subsequently, alongside his esteemed pupil Barina, the two endeavored to unravel the extraordinary circumstances surrounding Mia that defied conventional magical understanding. It was precisely due to Eberron's more extensive experience in the realm of magic that Mia was able to liberate his mind so swiftly. Otherwise, he might have languished in bed for an indeterminate period longer. Eberron, known for his meticulous nature, devoted half a year to studying the myriad phenomena exhibited by Mia before arriving at a definitive conclusion. Mia possessed an unprecedented, extraordinarily high aptitude for magic, a talent that had never before been witnessed in the annals of this continent's history, particularly confined to the domain of magical armor. The moment Eberron reached this conclusion, he observed a peculiar change in Mia's expression, as if he had recalled something significant, and his gaze towards Eberron became subtly altered. After Mia's liberation, Eberron chose not to depart immediately from the town of Sorgas. While he claimed to wish to continue observing Mia, his actions suggested that he had drawn inspiration from Mia's circumstances, particularly as Mia's home boasted a fully equipped magical workshop. Unable to contain his curiosity, he took residence within the workshop, seemingly oblivious to his status as an outsider, treating the space as his own and habitually summoning Barina to assist him. Day in and day out, they engaged in various magical experiments. This was also the rationale behind the duo's belief that their actions could elude Barina's notice, given her current preoccupation. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the devoted old steward had already reported their activities to the mistress of the house. It is worth noting that the steward received this information from the captain of the guard, as Mia had not provided him with funds for crafting weight training equipment, compelling him to seek financial assistance from the steward. Therefore, it could be said that Barina tacitly approved of Mia's physical training, believing it necessary after 2 years of dormancy, especially with the reliable Kamla accompanying him. However, she had not anticipated the intensity of Mia's regimen. The captain of the guard was only aware that Mia intended to engage in physical training and had merely suggested he procure suitable equipment from the town's blacksmith. Naturally, the steward, privy to this limited knowledge, assumed Mia's training was routine. Furthermore, as Barina was exceedingly busy coordinating with her mentor's experiments, she had no time to verify the situation, likely failing to consider that Kamla would join Mia in his exuberance. Thus, their actions were deftly overlooked, due to their respective preoccupations, coupled with the fact that Foreign had been absent for over 2 years. The trio had unconsciously neglected his existence. One cannot help but remark on the frightening nature of habituation. Chapter 17. The long-awaited return of Foreign. The tranquil daily life of Mia's family underwent a significant transformation 2 years later, during the transition from spring to summer, prompted by the arrival of an individual. As the headmaster of the kingdom's National Academy of Magical Knights, Imeledbel Mortiselkin prepared for the annual enrollment process, he suddenly recalled his esteemed pupil, Foreign, and noted that Foreign's child had likely reached the appropriate age for schooling. After a moment of reflection, realizing it had been many years since he last saw the student and that he had not received any correspondence from him in recent years, Emil decided to pay a personal visit. Upon Emil's leisurely arrival in Sorga's town via carriage, he found that Barina and Eberron were deeply engrossed in their magical experiments, having gone without food or rest for 3 days. Meanwhile, Kamla was outside the town, frolicking with Mia, leaving the old steward to receive their guest. Unlike Foreign's family, who were either carefree or harbored resentment due to Foreign's previous disappearance during his illness, the loyal steward had long sensed that something was amiss. Observing the 2 principal figures of the Viscount's household, one enraptured by magical experiments and the other engaged in wild antics with the young master, he felt a profound sense of despair. However, the steward finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. This elder, only a few years younger than himself, not only served as the Viscount's mentor but also held considerable esteem throughout the kingdom. Nearly 8 commanders of the frontline army and regular troops were his former students, and even several princes had once been his pupils. Hence, the steward believed that Emild could assist him in locating the Viscount. As soon as Emild settled down and inquired about Foreign, the steward recounted the entire sequence of events and the peculiarities he had observed over the years. Coincidentally, General Brando, who had been lurking in Sorga's town, noticed the headmaster's arrival and immediately sensed trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, he returned to the nearby garrison to prepare himself. Of course, in this scenario, Foreign was still confined in a luxurious solitary cell. Having spent years gnawing on stale bread, as expected, Emild soon found himself face to face with Foreign, who bore a significant conflict with the regular army. Ignoring the stack of ironclad evidence presented before him, he chastised Brando harshly. Although Brando had once been a student of Emild, the headmaster was inclined to favor Foreign, who had proven himself on the front lines. Moreover, the so-called evidence cited by Brando seemed trivial to Emild. Mere trifles blown out of proportion. The forest that had once been uprooted had been transformed into fertile land by the local townsfolk, greatly improving the livelihood of Sorga's town. As a knight of magical armor, duly recognized and honored by the king, Foreign faced little issue in deploying the magical armor assigned to him by the kingdom, with only minor procedural discrepancies. As for Brando's most exaggerated accusation of disrupting the kingdom's order, Emild believed his student was wise enough to avoid such foolishness. Furthermore, Foreign's noble title and previous merits were sufficient to mitigate his sentence, if not grant him immunity from such a minor charge. Additionally, Brando's decision to detain Foreign without a public trial was out of line, as the governance of local matters typically fell to the local lord and the commander of the garrison. Thus, Brando had unilaterally seized the local lord, who held equal authority, and passed sentence to Emild. This entire affair appeared to be Brando's attempt to target Foreign. Although the situation indeed unfolded as such, Brando, having anticipated this outcome, did not attempt to argue his case and adopted a submissive demeanor. Ultimately, he chose to comply with his mentor's wishes, adding a note in Forin's file stating, due to his sincere attitude, he is released early, before accompanying Emil to the garrison's prison to free Forin. Emil, upon observing the situation, felt a surge of frustration, for Brando's evidence was indeed substantiated, bearing the signatures of the kingdom's chief judge, the regular army's headquarters, and the seals and signatures of Forin's superior. The Earl overseeing multiple viscounties, all of them were affiliated with the regular army, which piqued Emil's curiosity and led him to contemplate the unusual nature of the evidence, before he could formulate a plan. Emil beheld Forin in the luxurious solitary cell, his eyes vacant, drooling slightly, clutching a foul-smelling, hard loaf of bread, licking and gnawing at it. Initially, he struggled to reconcile the haggard figure before him with one of his most exceptional students. Is this really Forin? Teacher, is that you? Wow. As Emil's figure came into Forin's line of sight, the latter's previously listless eyes gradually regained their luster. Suddenly recalling the harrowing experiences of the past few years, Forin was overcome with emotion. Unleashing a wail that could only be described as a cacophony of sorrow, and threw himself into Emil's embrace. Teacher, you've finally come. You've finally come. Poor child, I am here. I am here, Emil replied, moved to tears by the side of the once mighty Forin now weeping pitifully in his arms. As he gazed at the two individuals before him, tears and snot streaming down their faces, Brandeo felt a twinge of shame wash over him in that fleeting moment that it seemed, perhaps, that he had indeed overstepped the bounds of propriety. Yet, amidst this embarrassment, he also experienced an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. If time were to rewind, he mused, he would still seize Fuluin and bring him back, perhaps merely shortening his confinement by a few months, releasing him before the arrival of the teacher. Brandeo Okasia, I, Fuluin Sogus, have once again seen the light of day. Our affair shall not be settled so easily. You shall wait for me. Once his tears of grievance had dried, Fuluin cast a parting shot at Brandeo, though his bravado was evidently lacking, before he left the military encampment that had left him with profound psychological scars. Chapter 18, The Continuing Tragedy of Fuluin. Brandeo, you truly are something else, but well, never mind, Emil remarked as he departed from the military encampment, initially intending to voice his thoughts to Brandeo. However, upon reflecting on the increasingly acute tensions between the garrison and the frontline troops over the past 2 decades, he realized that Brandeo's actions must have received tacit approval from the old-timers at the garrison headquarters in the capital. As someone leaning towards the frontline's perspective, he found himself at a loss for words. Only able to follow Fuluin with a sense of unease, Brandeo had managed to keep the situation under wraps, allowing the frontline forces to suffer a covert setback without bringing the underlying tensions to the surface, thus averting the most severe of confrontations. Nonetheless, this could not persist. The relationship between the two factions needed to be ameliorated. Emil pondered inwardly, contemplating that he ought to find a suitable moment to present his recommendations to His Majesty the King. Brandeo harbored a deep respect for his teacher, never once contradicting him in conversation, and he offered a respectful bow to his departing mentor. As soon as Emil had left and Brandeo observed Fuluin's retreating figure, he could not help but squint, a mysterious glimmer flickering in his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling upwards as if he were conceiving some scheme. Meanwhile, Fuluin, who was hastily making his exit from the military compound, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Sensing a wave of intense malice directed towards him, he instinctively glanced around in a state of alarm, ultimately, unable to comprehend the source of his unease. Fuluin dismissed it from his mind and soon found himself reveling in the relief of having survived a harrowing ordeal, returning to his central estate in Sogus town alongside Emil. However, just as he caught sight of his home, with tears still unshed and before he had even crossed the threshold, he was met with a resounding blow from his father, Old Man Canla, wielding a wolf fang club. Earlier, Old Man Canla had been outside the town, accompanying Mia in a grueling 50,000-meter endurance run. Upon spotting what appeared to be Fuluin atop the carriage from a distance, his temper flared instantly, and without a moment's hesitation, he seized the ancestral wolf fang club that had been by his side for the past 4 years. In the astonished gaze of Mia, he rushed back home in a frenzy and successfully blocked Fuluin at the door. "You wretched child, how dare you return?" Old Man Canla's roar startled everyone in the vicinity of the Viscount's estate, including Emil, who had accompanied Fuluin, as well as Mia, who had followed out of curiosity to witness her grandfather's sudden outburst. "Shut up, you fool. Stop it, Mr. Canla. How dreadful. Bang! In the brief moment of shock that followed. As Old Man Canla withdrew his wolf fang club, leaving a splatter of blood, he prepared to continue administering his familial punishment. 5 voices echoed simultaneously. Fuluin felt a sense of grievance. Believing he could offer an explanation, Canla was consumed by extreme rage at Fuluin's neglect of family. Particularly his utter disregard for Mia, Emild, keenly aware of Canla's misunderstanding, sought to intervene, while Mia simply winced at the sight of her father's grim state, noting the blood on Fuluin's face and the teeth he had lost. Then, an explosive sound emanated from Mia's home, a noise she had grown accustomed to hearing during her mother's magical experiments that had repeatedly ended in failure. It seemed that the commotion from her grandfather Canla's shout had startled her mother. Belena, who had once flown into a rage upon discovering the true nature of Mia's training regimen. Though Mia's training continued undeterred, the incident had left a lasting psychological scar, and in that moment, she felt her grandfather might still be salvageable. The same thought occurred to the captain of the guard, who had been present at the time and had been summoned by Mia to serve as her swordsmanship instructor. He happened to arrive at the doorway just as events unfolded, his expression darkening as he observed the scene, his body trembling slightly. Exchanging a glance with Mia, they rushed forward, each grasping one of Old Man Canla's legs in an attempt to prevent any further escalation. However, at that moment, Canla was beyond the reach of reason. Fueled by rage, he disregarded his grandson clinging to him and delivered another kick that sent the guard captain flying, before swinging the wolf fang club again with brutal force at the dazed Fuluin. Mia recoiled at the sound of bones cracking, feeling a sharp pang in her own jaw. Simultaneously, a familiar surge of volatile magic approached swiftly, sending her into a state of panic. She recalled the fear instilled in her by her mother's wrath and, overcome with terror, lost her composure, becoming paralyzed in her actions. The guard captain, clutching his abdomen, had lost all hope in Mia, casting a pleading glance towards the still-dazed Emild, who was struggling to comprehend the unfolding chaos. At last, the aged headmaster snapped back to reality upon receiving the guard captain's imploring look, quickly casting a binding spell upon Canla to rescue the bloodied Fuluin. Father, Mia, and whoever else, what have you all done? Do you realize that this experiment has reached a critical juncture? I haven't eaten or slept for 3 days and nights, and you've just ruined it all. The deep voice echoing from within the Viscount's estate caused both Mia and the guard captain to pale, while Old Man Canla, still seething with rage, suddenly froze in shock. However, both he and Mia were still within the confines of the binding spell, unable to flee. The guard captain, hearing Belena's words, desperately curled himself into a shadowy corner, attempting to diminish his presence and evade detection. This time, he was truly innocent, though how difficult it was to navigate this family. Once the contract expired, he vowed to leave. Belena, oblivious to the guard captain's thoughts, was consumed by fury as she beheld the bloodied Fuluin, the magically constrained Canla, and Emild, who regarded her with an expression of bewilderment. In an instant, her attention shifted, leaving Mia, Canla, and the guard captain to breathe a collective sigh of relief, their gazes conveying a shared sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. Moments later, Fuluin swayed unsteadily, on the verge of collapsing. Reacting swiftly, Belena rushed to his side, supporting him and casting several healing spells. Chapter 19. The Revelation of Truth. After a lingering glance at Belena, Fuluin managed to utter with great difficulty, "Luna, you are truly the best to me." Before succumbing to unconsciousness, having subsisted solely on black bread for 4 years and bearing the weight of numerous binding spells, his body was utterly exhausted and frail. The recent onslaught from Old Man Canla, although not severely injurious, proved to be the final straw for him. Belena's concerned gaze fell upon him. She soon detected the unmistakable sound of Fuluin's heavy snoring. Confused, she lifted her head, blinking in bewilderment. After surveying the assembly, she turned to Emild and inquired, "What on earth has transpired here?" Meanwhile, Canla, constrained by the binding spell, began to sense the gravity of the situation. Fuluin had never been this fragile. How could he possibly collapse after just a few strikes? Sharing Belena's bewilderment, Canla listened intently for Emild's explanation, while simultaneously exchanging glances with Mia, silently urging her to dispel the binding spells on them both. "Oh, I understand." Mia promptly grasped her grandfather's intent, responding with an expression of comprehension. She summoned her inner magical energy, which had been minimally affected, and unleashed a mid-level dispelling spell. Break. Fortunately, Emild's binding spell was not of the type that constrained magical energy. Otherwise, Mia would have been at a loss. In an instant, she expended nearly a third of her magical reserves, and amidst a tumultuous surge of magic, she shattered the binding spells that had restricted their movements. The essence of this dispelling magic lay in its ability to violently impact and dismantle the magical constructs of other spells. It was simple yet forceful, as long as the quality of the magic met the standards and was sufficiently intense. It sufficed to nullify other spells, certainly. The intricate framework of advanced magic, particularly that which involves immense magical power, renders mere violent magical surges ineffective. However, the mid-level binding magic casually unleashed by Aimedas, devoid of any binding magical effects, proves to be quite effective, especially considering that Aimedas' version of this magic is a specialized variant designed for use in armored combat suits. Its magical intensity far surpasses the original, fundamentally. It is specifically engineered to breach the formidable magical barriers formed by the overpowering magical surges of those mighty beasts. As the leader of the National Academy of Armored Knights in the Kingdom of Stir, endowed with abundant resources and connections, Aimedas, who was accustomed to dealing with armored combat suits, instantly discerned the peculiarities in Aimedas' execution of the dispelling magic the moment it took effect. This realization drew his attention to the oddly adorned Aimedas. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to first address the situation concerning Fuluin, as the elder Canla appeared to be on the verge of acting out. Unbeknownst to him, this was merely a manifestation of the old man's survival instinct after an ordeal, and he harbored psychological scars from angering Berolina that were not dissimilar to those of Aimedas and the captain of the guard. As the elder lamented, his gaze casually swept across the room, and suddenly his body tensed. Aimedas, noticing this, cast a curious glance, only to freeze in place as well. The captain of the guard, who could have shared the blame, had audaciously seized the opportunity to slip away while everyone was distracted. This traitor will surely be implicated by Mother Berolina when she accounts for everything. By the way, it was he who relayed the news of Father Fuluin's return. In an instant, Aimedas and Canla shared a silent understanding, exchanging glances that conveyed their mutual realization regarding the captain's escape. It was clear, the burden of blame would rest upon him, and there would be no escape. Witnessing the nonsensical expressions on the faces of the elder and the young one, Berolina could only shake her head in exasperation. Was this truly the time for such fanciful thoughts? Had young Aimedas indeed been led astray by his father? With a sigh in her heart, Berolina could only speak once more. Esteemed Mr. Aimedas, I apologize for the inconvenience. Please, allow yourself to rest at our residence while I attend to Fuluin. Afterward, I kindly request that you enlighten me regarding the truth of this matter. Unlike others, Berolina appeared somewhat constrained in her demeanor before Aimedas. Her unfamiliarity evident. However, Aimedas recognized the reason behind this and paid it no mind, merely nodding before stepping into Aimedas' home. Aimedas, your father, and that recently fled Ed, you both ought to prepare a convincing explanation for me, lest you suffer the consequences you well know. With that, Berolina guided Fuluin into the house, while Aimedas and the elder exchanged weary glances, both faces tinged with a sense of resignation as they followed Berolina inside. Are you suggesting that Fuluin has not been gallivanting about these past 4 years, but rather has been imprisoned due to a minor infraction? This cannot be true. Surely the standing army would not act in such a manner. Could it be that he ventured into dangerous territory without proper compensation, leading to his capture? In the reception area of Aimedas' home, after hearing Aimedas' selective explanations, the elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Aimedas found himself at a loss for words. Was this truly a statement befitting a responsible father? Then it dawned on him that Canla had once been a veteran, serving in the kingdom's standing army, and their stances were starkly defined, leading to a moment of mutual surprise. He could not simply inform him that Fuluin had fallen victim to unfortunate circumstances, caught in the crossfire of a conflict between the frontline forces and the standing army. If that were to be revealed, the matter would spiral out of control. Bran would certainly wish to suppress it to avoid open conflict between the factions. No, it was best not to clarify the underlying circumstances with Fuluin and the others, as it must not become a public affair. As for this matter concerning father, it shall be as it is. I will inquire with Fuluin later. You need not concern yourself further. However, before Aimedas could utter a word, Berolina preemptively interjected. She had been vaguely aware of the underlying tensions among the upper echelons of the Kingdom of Stir and, possessing considerable political acumen, quickly grasped the crux of the situation. Consequently, her resentment towards Fuluin for his prolonged absence began to dissipate upon hearing Berolina's unwavering words, accompanied by her bloodshot eyes that bore the weight of sleepless nights. The elder Canla, who had just provoked her ire, wisely opted to heed his inner voice. Emerald regarded Berylina with some surprise as her eyes flickered with an intensity he had underestimated, although he had initially perceived her as a mere distraction for his beloved student. Resulting in his precious daughter losing her first love, he now found her acumen in dealing with Canla's sharp tongue somewhat displeasing. Yet, as this was a private family matter, and given Canla's tenuous relationship with him, Emerald refrained from further comment, and the atmosphere descended into a contemplative silence. Chapter 20. The fruits of 2 years of training. Grandfather, why do you say that the standing army would not act in such a manner? Amidst the silence, beneath the thick metal helmet that obscured all but his eyes, Maianya, reflecting on his father's tragic circumstances, found himself curious about his grandfather Canla's assertion, prompting him to quietly inquire. Ah, well, young Maianya, listen closely. If your aspiration is to become a magical warrior, then the standing army represents an exceptionally ideal path. Our standing army is akin to a harmonious family. Everyone is amiable, the conversations are pleasant, and the officers provide hands-on instruction in magic, all while upholding the noble mission of safeguarding our homeland and maintaining order within the kingdom. Upon hearing Maianya's question, the elder Kamla's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he extolled the virtues of the standing army. Completely disregarding the setting, which elicited a slight twitch from Emerald's brow, was it truly that your son's misdeeds were in vain? He silently mused. Yet, after this internal lamentation, Emerald's thoughts began to stir once more. This child aspires to be a magical warrior, but I could have sworn I felt the essence of the dispelling magic I developed earlier. This child. It seems I must remain here for further observation. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Emerald's gaze inadvertently fell upon Maianya. Why does that old fellow's gaze seem so peculiar? Could it be that he has taken a liking to my youthful charm? Just as Maianya was engrossed in his grandfather's glowing praises of the standing army, he suddenly felt an unsettling gaze, one that seemed to radiate a lecherous energy. When he looked up, he was taken aback. Kamla had also noticed this exchange and promptly ceased his words, glaring at Emerald with a decidedly unfriendly expression. His eyes conveyed a fierce warning. You old rascal, harbor no intentions towards my beloved grandson. The awkward understanding of this unspoken communication left Emerald feeling somewhat embarrassed as he averted his gaze from Maianya. Ahem. I still have matters to discuss with Fuluin, but he is yet to awaken. Emerald cleared his throat lightly, feigning disinterest as he spoke. You need not worry. I shall summon the butler to prepare a guest room for you. You may stay here, and I will ensure that Fuluin is informed upon his awakening. Indeed. Berylina immediately grasped Emerald's underlying meaning and interjected. Upon receiving the desired response, Emerald promptly left the room alongside the elderly butler who attended him. The intensity of Kamla's gaze had become unbearable, especially after his abrupt interjection, which conveyed an unmistakable message. Old man, you surely harbor ulterior motives. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable, Emerald hastily distanced himself from the elder's scrutiny. After Emerald's departure, Berylina, feeling somewhat exasperated, pressed her fingers against her temples. The recent succession of events, compounded by the presence of those 3 troublesome individuals at home, had left her utterly drained, especially now, with Kamla and Maianya exchanging knowing glances. Her frustration boiled over, prompting her to speak sharply. Father, and you, Maianya, I shall go check on Fuluin. For the time being, do not cause me any more trouble, or else, hehe. Both Kamla and Maianya paused in their tracks, immediately discerning the veiled implications of her words, and in unison replied, Understood. We shall behave ourselves these next few days. Father, why do I get the feeling that you are increasingly childish? Is it because of Maianya? Berylina observed her father, Kamla, who exhibited no semblance of authority as the head of the family, and felt a twinge of helplessness. However, the elder remained blissfully unaware of her thoughts, still engaging in playful banter with Maianya, both sharing genuine smiles. Yet, this camaraderie felt rather pleasant. Observing this, Berylina couldn't help but smile knowingly before rising to leave, as she still needed to conduct a thorough examination of Fuluin's condition, ensuring no hidden injuries remained. Time swiftly passed, and by the break of dawn the following day, Fuluin awoke from his slumber. With his naturally robust constitution, he had nearly fully recuperated after a night's rest, brimming with vitality and capable of delivering a blow powerful enough to fell a bear. After Fuluin regained consciousness, Mia visited him but was soon ushered out by the somewhat stern-faced Beruna. Also expelled was the elderly Kankla, leaving only the venerable Dina Maid, Beruna, and the subject of their discussion. Fuluin, in the room, drawing from over 20 years of experiences from his past life. Mia felt a momentary confusion before surmising that they were likely to deliberate on some pressing matter. It seemed probable that they were to discuss the underlying circumstances surrounding Fuluan's 4-year imprisonment. After hearing Aimedas' explanation yesterday, Mia had sensed something amiss. After all, in this life, his father was a man of merit, a viscount of the kingdom, a knight honored by the king himself, and a figure with numerous military achievements. How could someone of such stature be imprisoned without cause? Nevertheless, the actions of the standing army left Mia perplexed. Why conceal the matter so thoroughly? Moreover, Aimedas, that old fellow, appeared disinclined for their family to pursue the issue. Unable to comprehend it all, Mia resolved not to dwell on it, for he recognized that he was not suited for such matters. Instead, he chose to focus on the present, as it seemed there was little more to be done regarding the situation. At this moment, what mattered most to Mia was, of course, physical training. Having diligently engaged in 2 years of intense, Spartan-style workouts, consistently pushing his body to its limits, Mia had achieved commendable results. Not only had he effectively curbed his appearance from veering towards that of an otherworldly beauty, but he had also recently shown signs of reverting to the guise of a charming young lad. This indicated that his training was indeed bearing fruit. Regrettably, the effects of the perfect-grade physical enhancement potion had worn off a month prior, leading to a notable decrease in his training intensity as he could no longer relentlessly impose upon his body. Yet, he was utterly astonished and satisfied by the potion's efficacy compared to 2 years ago. His physical prowess had increased tenfold. He could effortlessly lift several hundred pounds with one hand and move about in 30-pound, sturdy iron armor without feeling encumbered. His speed surpassed that of a rabbit, completing 100 meters in merely 3 to 4 seconds. Chapter 21. The restless trio. Throughout 2 years of training, after a period of foundational physical exercises, Mia began to incorporate other training disciplines. For instance, he learned the ancestral art of the wolf-toothed club from the elderly gentleman. By now, he could wield a 40 to 50-pound iron wolf-toothed club with remarkable ferocity, exuding an impressive presence. Additionally, to ensure he did not squander his innate talents and out of his love for the sword, Mia had enlisted the help of the household's captain of the guard, Ed, a ruggedly handsome middle-aged man with a melancholic gaze. Clearly harboring a wealth of stories that a year ago, he had begun studying the swordsmanship of this world under Ed's guidance. Mia had heard from the guards that this seemingly storied uncle had once been a formidable figure, reaching the rank of master swordsman, making him the second most renowned individual to emerge from Sorgus Town in decades, with a formidable reputation across the continent. However, due to sustaining severe injuries during a duel, he had been compelled to retire and return to his hometown. Subsequently, due to financial misfortune and a tendency to spend lavishly while eschewing honest labor, coupled with Fuluan's ennoblement as a viscount, Ed found himself as the captain of the guard for Mia's family. Strangely enough, Ed's swordsmanship was no trivial matter. He quickly discerned that Mia's innate swordsmanship talent was rather ordinary, initially intending to decline. He ultimately acquiesced to Mia's request to teach him basic sword techniques. Under the pressure of the elderly gentleman's gaze that, of course, given Mia's lack of exceptional talent in swordplay, mastering advanced techniques or styles would remain beyond his reach. Soon enough, Beiruna discovered Mia's reckless training regimen, particularly noting that he often returned home utterly exhausted, carried back by the elderly gentleman. It was rather odd that Beiruna had only noticed this after a year. However, during that time, she had been deeply engrossed in her magical experiments, much like her mentor, as a pure practitioner of magic. Coincidentally, Ed's involvement in teaching Mia basic swordsmanship coincided with this period, rendering him an unwitting accomplice to Mia and Kankla. Reflecting on this, I can't help but feel that Ed has drawn the short straw. Yet, it works to Mia's advantage. The more individuals who share the blame, the better. Just then, Mia's thoughts turned to Ed, who was still clad in his iron armor and helmet, with only his eyes visible, and he caught sight of Ed lazily hiding amid the shrubbery of the estate's small courtyard. Instantly, he halted his steps. Last night, before retiring, he had witnessed Grandpa Eberlund looking utterly despondent and heartbroken outside his room, suggesting that it was prudent to keep a low profile for the time being. Thus, he decided to temporarily suspend his outdoor training plans and remain at home for a few days. Nevertheless, he recognized the necessity of maintaining his fitness regimen. He could not afford to be idle. Pausing slightly, recalling his mother's recent admonitions and the forlorn expression he had observed on Grandpa Eberlund, Mia understood that it would be best not to provoke his mother during this time. His instincts warned him that should he act recklessly, the consequences would be dire. Yet, he was not the type to remain idle. Upon seeing Ed, a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. He approached the lounging Ed concealed among the trees and said, "Uncle, are you slacking off? That's not good. If the steward sees you, he might reduce your wages." Who is slacking off? I am merely catching mice. Yes, that's right. A mouse just scurried right under my nose, and I must catch it," Ed exclaimed, suddenly startled, leaping to his feet and hastily concocting a flimsy excuse. Upon hearing Mia's voice, the elderly gentleman ahead halted, his gaze shifting towards Mia, his expression transforming into one of amusement. Meanwhile, Ed, caught off guard, sprang up, flustered as he stammered, "Ah, young master, you scared me. I thought it was the lady." Upon realizing who stood before him, Ed sighed in relief. However, upon noticing the radiant smile that suddenly graced Mia's face, a familiar sense of trepidation washed over him, prompting him to become wary. "Oh, is that so?" Mia remarked, seemingly unfazed by Ed's evident caution. Feeling somewhat reflective, he then abruptly changed his tone. "By the way, Uncle, you seem rather free. Shall we head to the training grounds and practice a bit?" Though his tone was casual and his smile warm, his eyes bore a sinister glint. Am I allowed to refuse?" Ed stammered, feeling a familiar twinge of pain in his waist at the sight of that mischievous glint in Mia's innocent face. Uncle, do you still wish to receive this month's wages?" Mia's eyes twitched slightly, and he casually suggested, "I'll cover the medical expenses, and your wages for this month will be doubled." Ed's expression shifted dramatically, becoming solemn as he spoke with righteous indignation. "Young master, since you aspire to be a magic warrior, it is imperative to gain practical combat experience. Allow me to serve as a stepping stone for your growth." Witnessing Ed's self-righteous demeanor, Kankla and Mia felt their faces twitch involuntarily. Even knowing the true character of the man before them, they couldn't help but feel an impulse to smite him. Rolling his eyes, Mia suppressed the urge to act on his feelings. In truth, ever since Ed had become their family's accomplice, Mia had acquired considerable combat experience from him. After all, having learned a plethora of random techniques, it was essential to validate them in practice. And some skills could only be honed through battle. Very well, let's make haste, Mia thought to himself, planning to apply more force than he had previously. After a moment of silence, he spoke, striding forward towards the training grounds. "Why do I always succumb to temptation?" Ed lamented as he observed Mia heading towards the training grounds behind the Viscount's estate. Beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead as the pain in his waist intensified. At this moment, he began to regret his choices. Although receiving double the monthly pay had been exhilarating, the pain inflicted by Mia's punches was undeniably excruciating. Who could fathom how such a slender figure could possess such terrifying strength, rivaling that of a beast? It was akin to a humanoid monster. Complaints echoed in his heart, yet Ed had no intention of making a hasty retreat. After all, he still desired his wages. "Hey, little Mia, won't your mother be upset if you act this way at such a critical juncture?" Suddenly, old man Canra, who had been lingering in the background beside Mia, whispered to her. The previous night, after dinner, he had encountered Ibelin, whose expression of despair following a failed experiment had unsettled him deeply, prompting his current caution. "I don't think so. I'm just gaining some practical experience. It's not like I'm out causing trouble." "Well, probably," Mia replied, her steps becoming somewhat stiff upon hearing his words. However, after much contemplation, she couldn't pinpoint anything that would anger her mother. Still, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered, as if something ominous loomed on the horizon. "What's the matter, young master? I'm positively itching to begin." Just as Mia and Canra fell into a silent reverie, Ed had already steeled himself, focusing intently on the prospect of double pay. His demeanor was particularly eager, causing the grandfather-grandson duo to feel a twinge of discomfort at his inconsistency. "No, I absolutely cannot allow this fellow to outshine me, death be damned." Exchanging a knowing glance, they both read the same sentiment in each other's eyes, prompting Mia and Canra to feign nonchalance as they strode forward. Even as a sense of trepidation washed over them. Chapter 22. The revered Ed. The trio soon arrived at a spacious plot of land situated just outside the rear entrance of Mia's home. This area served as the private training ground for the Mia family, a vast expanse where both the family and their guards conducted their daily drills. Initially, Mia had contemplated using this space for her own training. However, fearing her mother, Berena, would discover her audacious endeavors, she ultimately opted to venture out to the town instead. Upon their arrival, aside from those engaged in work, returning home, or idly wandering the town, for guards were diligently practicing their swordsmanship. Notably, nearly 60% of the guards were pure swordsmen, with 10% each being sword and shield fighters, brawlers, archers, and gunners. These warriors belonged to the melee magic warrior branch, showcasing the predominant composition of the magic warriors as primarily swordsmen. It is worth mentioning that Ed, who was rumored to have reached the pinnacle of the swordmaster class, was immensely admired by Mia's guards, particularly the 60% who were swordsmen, each of them fervent fans of Ed. Thus, when the 4 guards saw Ed's arrival, they immediately set down their great swords and rushed towards him with palpable enthusiasm. "Master Ed, aren't you supposed to be working today? What brings you here? Are you here to guide us in swordsmanship? Master, I knew our sincerity would eventually move you. Perseverance never goes unrewarded, Master. No, teacher, please come and help me with my swordsmanship. I've been stuck at the advanced swordsman level for ages and can't grasp the essence of swordplay. I truly beg you." Ha ha, ha ha. Facing these 4 sweaty guards, who were stripped to the waist due to the heat, Ed maintained a calm exterior but felt a rising panic within. He could only manage an awkward smile. Could it be that this unscrupulous uncle has truly reached the level of a great swordmaster? Whenever this scene unfolded, Mia, who was well aware of Ed's true nature, couldn't help but wonder. Although I hesitate to admit it, he is indeed the only renowned swordmaster to have emerged from our kingdom in recent years. Old man Canra, having become familiar with Ed, found it hard to believe but acknowledged the truth of the matter. "Ah, everyone, I've come here to spar with the young master, so please make way." Ed, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the guard's attention, caught a glimpse of the calmly critical Mia and suddenly had an idea. Pulling her into the conversation, "Really? Aren't you here to guide us? A spar? Surely that's inappropriate between the master and the young master." "Exactly, the young master is so, petite. How could the master possibly spar with him? Could it be that the master wishes to mentor the young master? How enviable." As anticipated, the guard's attention swiftly shifted to Mia, clearing a path for her. Following one person's remark, the others quickly nodded in agreement, casting envious glances her way. With the obstacles removed, Mia and Ed took their positions at the center of the training ground, while Old Man Canra stood with the 4 guards, all of whom were eager to observe how the master would instruct the young master. "Little Mia, let us begin." Once the 2 were in position, the old man instinctively grabbed a hefty wolf fawn club from a nearby weapon rack, tossing it to Mia, who was nearly of equal height. Although Mia personally preferred the knight's sword, she had acquiesced to her grandfather's fondness for the wolf fawn club. Under his tutelage, Mia had developed commendable skills with this weapon, thanks to her inherited talent. Mia effortlessly caught the club and slammed it into the ground with force. Tilting her head, she flashed a charming smile from beneath her iron helmet at Ed, stating, "Master, please guide me." Gulp. As Ed beheld the ground, which was beginning to crack under the impact, and the glinting wolf fawn club, he swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. No, that's all in the past. It's not guidance. It's a spar." In Ed's perception, Mia now resembled a malevolent spirit. Yet, under the intense gaze of the eager guards, she struggled to suppress the urge to flee. Then, caught in the dilemma of preserving his pride while enduring the situation, he forced a stiff smile, drew his knight's sword, and assumed a standard starting position, bracing himself, hoping to navigate the encounter through sheer experience as he usually did. Very well. Enhance. Upon seeing Ed adopt his starting stance, Mia trembled with excitement. Her eyes sparkling as her magical energy flowed. She cast a spell to reinforce the wolf fawn club. Instantly, crimson veins resembling blood vessels appeared on the club. This was a mid-level reinforcement spell, a standard magic among the magic warrior class, specifically designed to enhance weapons and armor. Naturally, the version Mia used was a more effective variant, although it remained constrained by the limitations of ordinary materials. Enhancing the weapon's attributes to 1.5 times its original capacity was still a significant improvement over the standard one-time enhancement. It's the enhancement spell. Is the young master aspiring to become a magic warrior? Why not consider becoming a magic knight instead? Who will inherit the title of the Viscount then? Could it be shut your mouth, or I'll break your legs? One of the guards gasped in astonishment. His surprise went unnoticed by the others, who were closely watching Ed. However, Canra's expression shifted, and he promptly slapped the guard on the head. As he turned to observe Mia in the arena, he found himself once again questioning his precious grandson's future. After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head, choosing to focus on the unfolding scene. Chapter 23. The cowardly and unscrupulous Ed. Oh my. I'm in. Damn it. You devious little brat. You've secretly employed localized enhancement. Unaware of old man Canra's internal turmoil, Mia, now fully prepared and smiling, exerted force beneath her feet and swung the heavy wolf fawn club directly at Ed's face. Her speed was astonishing, far exceeding what was normal for her. Having spent the past year alongside Mia, Ed instantly recognized the change in her speed. As he blurted out a curse, he swiftly sheathed his sword and rolled to his right. He had no choice but to evade. He was not the man he had been 20 years ago. His magical energy was but a fraction of its former glory, and he bore injuries that had yet to heal completely. Sustaining Mia's blow would likely leave him bedridden for the next fortnight. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath Ed shattered into fragments, sending up a vast cloud of dust. The hearts of the 4 onlooking guards quivered in shock. Taken aback by the sheer force of the blow, if they had been in his position, they would undoubtedly have to pay a hefty price to withstand such a mighty attack. They could hardly fathom that the seemingly delicate and adorable young master possessed such formidable strength, which completely shattered their preconceived notions. Stunned, they were soon choked by the swirling dust that enveloped the arena. You have no right to call me despicable. Was it not you who shamelessly threw sand in my eyes last time? It said that one must resort to any means necessary in battle. How quickly you forget your own words. That's not something you can say. Humph, if you have the guts. Don't run away. A man should confront his opponent head-on. Shouldn't he? Head-on. You're hardly a man yourself. Take this. Amidst the rising dust, the urgent exchange of words between the two echoed, laden with meaning, causing the 4 guards to pause in contemplation after a fit of coughing. Their thoughts were abruptly interrupted as a spiked club, glowing with crimson veins, tore through the dust cloud, hurtling directly towards them. Oh no, what the hell? Watch out. Could it be? Bang. As 4 distinct cries rang out, the club struck the ground before them. In a moment of panic, they instinctively demonstrated the qualities expected of competent guards, narrowly evading the impending threat. The club crashed down, shattering the earth beneath their feet, causing them to stumble and lose their footing, resulting in a comical fall. Meanwhile, Lord Canra, seemingly anticipating such an outcome, had already made his escape. He was well aware of Maya's unfortunate tendency to throw her weapons before engaging in close combat. Hey, uncle, if you've got guts, don't run, face me directly. At that moment, the dust stirred violently, and Ed, wielding a knight's sword, rushed out in a flurry, only to hear Maya's voice behind him. His eyes twitched, prompting him to run even faster. He knew all too well how absurdly powerful and quick Maya could be in this state. Only a fool would choose to engage him in close quarters now. Initially, he had rushed in foolishly, even gaining the upper hand for a brief moment before Maya found an opening and landed a punch to his side, flooring him for quite some time. Now, he had learned his lesson. He would wait until Maya exhausted her magical energy and the enhancements faded before striking back. Having spent considerable time with Maya, he had a rough estimate of her magical capacity. She could manage to cast 4 low-cost intermediate enhancement spells at most, and she had already used 2. Thus, while Ed sprinted with remarkable speed, he was secretly plotting, biding his time to strike when the opportunity arose. At that moment, Maya, with a mischievous yet slightly sinister smile gracing her adorable features, emerged from the dust. Upon spotting Ed's distant figure, she furrowed her delicate brows, weighing her options. She realized that if she continued as she was, it would likely end as it had before, once her magical energy was depleted. This unscrupulous uncle would seize the moment, closing in with his exquisitely skillful swordsmanship, even without the aid of magic. However, after the last encounter, she had resolved to prepare a trump card, and now seemed the perfect time to employ it. With that thought, Maya halted, gathering her magical energy. Curiously, Ed pondered why she had stopped. Although he was in motion, his peripheral vision remained fixed on Maya. Anticipating any sudden movement, a sudden sense of foreboding crept over him, a stark warning ringing in his mind. Fully aware of Maya's cunning nature, he heightened his vigilance, quickening his pace and cunningly veering towards Maya's home. He knew all too well that Maya feared his mother, and after the trouble they had caused her yesterday, it was likely Maya would be cautious, not daring to act recklessly. While he ran, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him, as if he had forgotten something. Meanwhile, the 4 guards, having just tasted the dust, lay sprawled on the ground, silently observing the unfolding scene. Their admiration for Ed, who had been fleeing rather than confronting his opponent, began to waver, just then, upon witnessing Maya's increasingly radiant smile. Lord Canra let out a long sigh at the one who understood Maya best. He knew that such an expression indicated she was about to enter a reckless state, completely disregarding any consequences. He feared that Ed's actions would only exacerbate the situation, leading to misfortune not just for Ed and Maya, but for himself as well. How many times had he been dragged into trouble due to Ed's antics? Reflecting on this, his emotions grew increasingly complex, for the source of these troubles was often Maya. Chapter 24. The crumbling image of Ed. Hey, Uncle, are you ready? If you are, I'll unleash my enhancements. As Lord Canra sigh faded into the wind, a surge of crimson magical energy erupted from Maya, enveloping her in a viscous mist. That moment, the heavy iron armor she wore trembled violently before exploding outward, revealing her clad only in simple cloth garments. Her unadorned attire allowed for a clear view of her delicate and graceful figure, more fragile than that of her peers, yet the subtle definition of her muscles lent her an air of vitality, dispelling any notions of frailty and making her all the more endearing. Often mistaken for a girl due to her appearance, this was one of the reasons she donned heavy armor so frequently. Now, with her skin exposed, vivid crimson veins glowed prominently, a manifestation of the magical energy coursing through her. In the next instant, a fiery mark appeared on her forehead, transforming her aura, combined with her now serious expression. She radiated an imposing and unassailable presence. My goodness, when did this kid learn such advanced body enhancement magic? Ed stared in disbelief at Maya's transformed state, utterly astonished by her unexpected display. This advanced body enhancement magic was no ordinary spell. It was a technique only the most elite magical warriors could master, heralded as one of the most valuable spells in the magical warrior repertoire. Its potency was such that it could be deemed a major spell, capable of enhancing the human body in every conceivable way. Do not be deceived by its seemingly simple nature. Remember, this spell enhances the body in its entirety. In other words, aside from the soul and essence, everything pertaining to the human body can be augmented. From the fundamental physical attributes to the critical organs of magical calculation and energy transmission. Even aspects such as magical quality, quantity, mental fortitude, and vitality, everything within the realm of the body can be enhanced. Furthermore, the base multiplier of this spell is an astounding fivefold, sufficient to transform a well-trained ordinary soldier into a formidable warrior capable of contending with mid-tier magical beasts. Wait. I believe we need to talk this over calmly. No need for violence. As thoughts of the body enhancement spell raced through his mind, cold sweat poured down Ed's face. In a panic, he attempted to dissuade Maya. But before he could finish his sentence, a flash of crimson whizzed past his vision. In an instant, dread washed over him, and disregarding the potential damage to his own magical energy pathways, he summoned every ounce of magical strength he possessed, which was only half of Maya's at the moment. Then, following the instinct honed through countless brutal battles, he unleashed 3 localized enhancement spells upon the area around his waist, which subsequently combined to form a composite spell. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming impact on his waist, a sensation so intense it rivaled the memory of his youth, when he first faced a colossal magical beast and was sent flying by a single blow. Following that, he was hurled through the air, shattering the walls of the Maya family's backyard, the walls of 2 rooms, and 3 massive pillars, until he abruptly collided with a magical barrier, brought to a halt. Oh, my waist. Oh, double the pay. Not enough, he exclaimed, his face a canvas of bruises, blood spilling from his mouth, his left arm seemingly broken, and perhaps several ribs fractured. Yet, even in such a condition, he clutched his waist, somewhat unsteadily rising, eager to bargain with Maya, displaying an unexpected vitality. This sight elicited a mix of exasperation and amusement from Maya, who had regretted the strike and hurried to catch up. All right, I'll give you 3 times your pay, she stammered. However, upon glancing at the scene behind Ed, her body went rigid, and words eluded her, her cherubic face draining of color. Little Maya, is Ed all right? When the old man and his 4 guards arrived, he was startled by Maya's trembling form, fearing that something truly dreadful had befallen Ed. Despite often teasing Ed like Maya did, their long-standing camaraderie meant he wished no harm upon him, especially not for Maya's sake. But as he grasped the gravity of the situation, he instinctively halted, his own face paling. The 4 guards, initially worried for Ed, were acutely aware of the formidable powers they aspired to master, having witnessed Maya's substantial base strength. After this enhancement spell, they surmised he could contend with large magical beasts. However, upon seeing the scene before them and the dark countenance of a certain beautiful mistress from a viscount's household, Their expression shifted dramatically, and they too hurriedly came to a stop. Trembling, they sought refuge behind the robust figure of Lord Canla, prompting a wry smile from the old man, who mused that the quality of a captain was mirrored in his subordinates. Did I just hear you say you would give me 5 times the pay, little lord? My ears seemed to be ringing. Ed, slightly dazed, failed to notice the peculiar atmosphere. Nevertheless, he had caught Maya's words. And despite his lingering confusion, he shamelessly prepared to negotiate further, blissfully unaware that his demeanor was aggravating someone further. Maya forced a ghastly expression at the corner of her mouth, driven by a strong will to survive, and attempted to explain. Mother, please let me explain. It's not as you think. Hey, little lord, you can't be so unreasonable, Maya began. But Ed, misinterpreting her intent as an attempt to abscond with his hard-earned money, grew anxious and prepared to argue. Yet, as the words left his mouth, he froze, realizing the implications. Cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead as terror filled his eyes, reminiscent of past grievances best left unspoken, such as wages being withheld, unpaid overtime, and the obligatory labor under the Viscount's name for the townsfolk's benefit, which ironically bore no compensation. After a brief moment of shock, survival instinct kicked in, and he dramatically rolled onto the ground. Twitching slightly, Maya, Canla, and the 4 guards huddled together, wide-eyed, astonished that he would feign death at this juncture. The guards felt their idol's once glorious image had shattered completely. Yet, the pressing concern was not about Ed's antics, but whether they would be dragged down by their captain's folly. Recalling the harrowing period when he had appeared utterly exhausted, his eyes devoid of light, which still haunted them, Chapter 25. A curious unfolding meanwhile, an increasingly ominous Berlina fixated her gaze on the sweating Maya. A sinister smile playing at her lips that sent shivers down Maya's spine. And your explanation? Maya stammered, at a loss, racking his brain, ultimately despairing as he realized he could offer no justification. He felt doomed. With that thought, he bowed his head. I'm sorry, it was my fault. Recognizing that further excuses could lead to dire consequences, Maya promptly admitted his wrongdoing. Luna, when did Maya learn body enhancement magic? Phelan, accompanying Berlina, appeared equally apprehensive, observing his wife in a manner he found wholly unfamiliar and frightening. What had transpired over the past 4 years to transform Luna into this? Phelan internally shouted, though he wisely refrained from voicing his concern, instinctively aware that such inquiries could lead to disastrous outcomes. Instead, he posed a different question to divert her attention. However, he failed to notice Maya's face pallor at his words. Oh no, I forgot to retract the spell. This time, I am truly finished. Lowering his head, he hurriedly retracted the magic still coursing through him, gritting his teeth against the overwhelming sensation of magical depletion, striving to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Yes, indeed. So, Maya, when did you learn body enhancement magic? Why didn't you inform me? Have you forgotten the promises we made? As anticipated, Berlina's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Phelan's question, her dark demeanor softening into a smile, her tone becoming gentler, though Maya's legs felt as though they might give way beneath him. As for Maya's promises to Berlina, they consisted of assurances made during his youthful exuberance, where he often recklessly attempted to employ advanced spells recorded in his magical core. Remarkably, through the conversion of magic, he could generate temporary magical energy within his body, enabling him to cast these high-level spells. However, this exacted a tremendous toll on his magical circuits. Consequently, when Berlina discovered this, she gave him a thorough thrashing, followed by several days of confinement in a dark room, deepening the psychological scars he bore to prevent Maya from further straining himself. Berlina had compelled him to promise that he would not attempt any advanced magic until his own magical capacity was sufficient to support it. She had not forgotten that Maya was also capable of a tactical-grade spell. Even once his magical power reached the necessary threshold for casting advanced magic, he was to inform her first and receive her permission for its use in daily life. Understanding Maya's capabilities, Berlina was well aware that he had already attained the minimum magical power required to unleash an advanced spell. Utilizing the relatively low magic demand of body enhancement was certainly feasible. However, it was evident that Maya had neglected to inform her. I'm sorry. It's entirely my fault. I will rectify my mistakes from now on. Maya quivered under Berlina's words, which concealed a palpable threat. Too terrified to counter, lowering his head almost to the ground. Cough, cough. At that moment, Just as Berlina was about to utter further remarks, the elderly headmaster of the National Magic Armored Knight Academy, Imelda, felt it was time for his entrance. After gleaning the details of Maya's imprisonment from Fulin, especially the revelations about Maya, he struck his thigh emphatically, declaring, "It's impossible for an 8-year-old child to master the operation of a magic armored knight on their first attempt, let alone to unlock the path of magic and record all the spells it carries." After repeated confirmations, he gasped sharply, immediately altering his tone to assert, "This child is destined for greatness. He must begin his studies as a magic armored knight without delay." Suddenly, he recalled that his initial purpose for coming here was precisely this. With that thought, he could no longer remain seated and unleashed a vehement reprimand upon Fulin. Unlike Berlina and Lord Canla, who expressed concern for Maya, he chastised Fulin for failing to inform him of these developments sooner. Even if he had merely relayed the information to Brant, he firmly believes that with Brando's character, he would never conceal such matters. At the very least, he would discreetly inform him, allowing Mia to begin her studies in the Magic Armored Knight course sooner, rather than wasting another 2 years. Indeed, when pressed about Mia's actions over the past 2 years, Imelda was utterly baffled and could not condone Mia's behavior, considering it a waste of both time and considerable talent that in his eyes. Terms like melee mage or magic warrior were utterly nonsensical. Even traditional mages were regarded as second-rate by the mainstream perspective of the people of the Kingdom of Stir. Only the magic armored knights and their associated positions held any real esteem. In utter despair, he instructed the awkwardly scolded Fulin to immediately take him to Midas for Berlina. Her expression had soured the moment Imelda began reprimanding Fulin, although she understood that Imelda's agitation stemmed from excitement. His dismissive remarks regarding Mia's safety and preferences still left her feeling quite displeased, not to mention, her relationship with Imelda was not particularly amicable. She hesitated to confront him directly out of consideration for her husband, Fulin, and thus could only follow along with a sullen demeanor. The subsequent events unfolded as they learned from a servant at Fulin's residence that Mia was currently at the training grounds. Imelda urged Fulin to lead the way in a frantic rush. Just as they were nearing their destination, the three of them witnessed Ed's body crash through everything in its path, hurtling directly towards them. Berlina, the quickest to react, conjured a magical barrier to catch Ed. Following this was the appearance of Mia and the old Master Canra, and then, Berlina, already in a foul mood, erupted in anger. Indeed, Mia and the others were rather unfortunate to find themselves caught in the crossfire. If they were to discover the true instigator of this chaos, it was likely that Imelda would have no hope of preserving his old legs today. They would undoubtedly break them. However, they remained unaware of this. Thus, when Imelda interrupted Berlina, both the trembling Mia and the somewhat apprehensive old Master Canra, along with the 4 guards, not to mention Ed, who was still pretending to be lifeless on the ground, found themselves united in a shared sentiment. "Oh dear, this old man is quite something, isn't he? Go for it." They all rationally closed their mouths, silently observing the unfolding situation, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. Chapter 26. A new additional task. After a moment of silence, Berlina managed to force a strained smile, causing Fulin, positioned beside her, to feel a sudden chill run down his spine, his legs trembling. The parties involved, including Mia, diligently pretended not to notice, acutely aware of the shift in Berlina's focus. "Mr. Imelda, may I ask if you have any guidance?" This was a somewhat labored utterance from Berlina, clearly indicative of her emotions teetering on the brink of eruption, yet restrained by some underlying concern. For reasons unknown, upon hearing her words, Mia felt an intense surge of foreboding, his heart racing. Although Imelda was also apprehensive about Berlina's current demeanor, he mustered the courage to speak. Despite the inherent danger lurking within her calm gaze, in an effort to win Mia's favor and facilitate his smooth admission. Well, I wouldn't dare to presume to guide you, but in my opinion, this child has not committed any grave error. There is no need for such severity." No, old fellow, you mustn't speak so. This matter is my fault. It is indeed my fault, and I am willing to accept punishment. Where is the small dark room? Take me there at once." Predictably, the moment Imelda spoke, Mia realized the gravity of the situation. His mother was in a precarious state, and such words should never have been uttered. After all, he had already admitted his fault. How could it possibly be that his mother was in the wrong? Thus, Mia perceived Imelda not as a savior, but as a harbinger of doom. Instantly, Mia knelt before Berlina, his voice sharp as he hastily interrupted the old man who seemed intent on fanning the flames. He shot a fierce glare at the oblivious elder. You heard that, right? This child voluntarily requested punishment. It appears he realizes he has erred, Aimedas concluded, somewhat dejected by the intensity of Mia's glare, and Barina's voice, which resonated with the tone of a victor, only deepened his gloom. After pondering for a moment, Aimedas decided to be more straightforward. He turned to Mia and asked, "Child, do you wish to become a magic armored knight?" "What nonsense. I absolutely refuse. I would rather die than become one." Just as Mia was internally applauding his own cleverness, he was abruptly confronted by Aimedas' words. The mention of the magic armored knight instantly reminded him of the terrifying past when he had been confined to his bed, transforming into a sleeping beauty. He leapt up, vehemently rejecting the idea. Indeed, this old man seemed to have come solely to torment him. As Mia contemplated this, he was suddenly interrupted by the voice of the system, which typically had a minimal presence and was almost non-existent. Ding. Detection indicates that the host is at a crucial juncture in life, thus triggering the conditions for an additional task. An additional task was generated. Task name: a major life decision. Description: the host is currently at a pivotal moment to determine their future career path. How to plan one's life is a significant concern. Should one choose the magic armored knight, which best utilizes their talents but is undesirable, or follow one's heart and become a melee mage or magic warrior? This is a decision that requires careful consideration. Note: this task carries no rewards, and the host's different choices will trigger various subsequent tasks. The specifics of the choice will be determined by the host's exact actions. So please decide with caution. This system will not interfere with the host's choices. The sudden emergence of the system momentarily stunned Mia, causing his previously animated expression to freeze. This startled Aimedas, who had already been disheartened by Mia's resolute refusal. Igniting a flicker of hope in his heart, he quickly inquired, "What's the matter, child? Have you changed your mind?" "No, I absolutely refuse. I intend to become a magic warrior. And I will never become a magic armored knight." Once again, he was met with Mia's stern rejection, leaving Aimedas feeling somewhat disheartened. How could there still be a child in this kingdom who did not aspire to become a magic armored knight? This was not merely a product of Aimedas' imagination. In this self-proclaimed kingdom of magic armor, the magic armored knights were the most honored, envied, and sought-after individuals, as they represented immense prestige and status. Not only did they have the opportunity to receive accolades from His Majesty the King, but if they achieved enough military merit on the front lines, they could transition from commoners to nobility, making it the sole pathway for commoners to acquire surnames. Fulin had attained nobility in such a manner. Had he not chosen to retire from the knightly order to marry back in his hometown, he might have already become one of the kingdom's decision-makers by now. This was a living example before Mia. Moreover, the kingdom imposed strict requirements on the heirs of noble titles, necessitating that they become magic armored knights. Thus, should Mia wish to inherit Fulin's title of Viscount and the associated lands, he must possess the recognized status of a magic armored knight. Mia understood this all too well. However, the psychological trauma inflicted by the magic armor had left a deep mark on him, making it impossible for him to alter his sentiments in the short term. Furthermore, observing Fulin's robust physique, reminiscent of a bear, filled Mia with envy, suggesting that his life would be long. Consequently, Mia felt no urgency to obtain the title of Viscount heir. He could always consider it in another 10 or 20 years. As long as he survived his adventures, he would still be the first candidate for the Viscount title. Once he successfully acquired the status of a magic armored knight, he would immediately become the primary heir to the title, without fear of any potential siblings contesting with him, for they would likely stand no chance. With such thoughts, Mia felt quite content, envisioning a future where he could return home as a landlord after a period of wandering. Devoid of any worries about his future, such a life seemed almost too good to be true. Thus, for now, he resolved to follow his heart's desires and strive towards the goal of becoming a magic warrior. With this carefree mindset, Mia decided to disregard the suddenly morose old man before him. "Hey, where's the small dark room?" "Someone, forget it. I'll find it myself." As he watched Mia feign ignorance and begin to make his way towards the designated small dark room, Aimedas' expression grew even more sorrowful. However, from the peculiar glint of scheming in his eyes, everyone present could discern that he harbored ulterior motives. Chapter 27. The Old Man's Thoughts. Following the departure of the individual concerned, witnessing Aimedas' embarrassment brought a slight relief to Belena's mood. After imposing a penalty of 3 months' unpaid wages on Ed, who was still feigning death on the ground, and deducting half the wages of the 4 guards who were burying their heads in the sand this month. Her spirits were somewhat lifted. Upon hearing this, Ed, filled with agitation, initially wished to voice something to mitigate his punishment. However, upon reflection, he realized that he was currently in a playing dead state. Speaking might only worsen his plight. Thus, he swallowed his sorrow and resolved once more that, regardless of what promises young Master Mia made in the future, he would not entertain them unless it involved distancing himself from Belena. The 4 guards, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, hastily carried Ed, who lay on the ground, away under the old man Camla's silent directive. Ed's sorrowful expression in front of the old man was unbearable to witness. After all, this whole affair stemmed from their grandfather and grandson. They ought to show some compassion, right? Seeing him so despondent, it was best to take him away first, once the others had departed. The old man Camla approached Belena and her companions with a hint of awkwardness. However, before he could utter a word, Belena preemptively obstructed him. "Father, if you intend to plead for Mia, I suggest you refrain. I have not punished him this time. He willingly put himself in this position." Upon hearing Belena's words, which hinted at a desire to settle accounts with Mia later, the old man Camla opened his mouth, but could not find the words, falling into silence. "Apologies, little Mia, your grandfather cannot assist you." The old man's expression bore a trace of melancholy as he contemplated. Father, why does Mia so vehemently wish to avoid becoming a magical knight? Did he not once express a desire to be a magical knight like you in his childhood?" At this moment, after much pondering, Fuluin, having long forgotten when the little black room became part of their home, finally shifted his focus to another perplexing query. He sensed that during his absence of 4 years, many changes had occurred within the household, particularly concerning Mia and his mother. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he posed the question. However, due to the unsettling expression Belena had just displayed, he directed his inquiry towards the old man. The moment his words left his lips, the expressions of Belena and Camla shifted, taking on a somewhat sinister demeanor, prompting Emeerd, who was equally puzzled, to glance at the bewildered Fuluin. Ever since the incident 4 years ago, little Mia has developed an aversion to magical armors, though I cannot fathom the reason behind it. How dare you come to ask me about it now? After a pause, the old man Camla began with a hint of melancholy, but his tone quickly turned fierce as he pointed an accusatory finger at Fuluin. The old man's words instantly transformed Emeerd's previously perplexed expression into one of hostility as he felt he had uncovered the cause. Realizing the shift, Fuluin felt helpless and on the verge of tears that he had not intended for any of this. Initially, he merely wished to bring joy to Mia and boast a little in front of his own child. Who could have predicted it would lead to such a predicament? Feeling aggrieved, he dared not retort, knowing full well the consequences he might face. Indeed, the hearts of girls are often delicate, but why would a girl aspire to become a magical warrior? No. Do you have any means to persuade that child? If so, such talent is truly unprecedented and must not be squandered, not to mention that the Magic Research Academy this year still. Teacher, I believe I mentioned that my child is male. Oh, is he indeed a boy? My apologies. I instinctively mistook him upon seeing her. As Emeerd became increasingly animated, the expressions of Fuluin's family turned somewhat bizarre. Finally, unable to contain himself, Fuluin spoke up. Emeerd's expression transformed into one of profound intrigue. Yet upon reflection, it indeed seemed accurate. He had unconsciously altered his perception after meeting Mia. Should Mia hear this, he would likely explode in anger without regard for any disparity in power. Rolling up his sleeves and preparing for a confrontation. So do you have any plans? After a brief moment of awkwardness, Emeerd abandoned contemplating what he viewed as a trivial matter and shifted his focus to the issue that truly concerned him. Since convincing Mia directly seemed futile, he would attempt to approach it from the angle of Mia's relatives. This was Emeerd's line of thought, only to be met with Belena's vehement opposition. Since our Mia does not wish to become a magical knight, we shall not force him, nor will we excessively interfere with his choices. Emeerd was momentarily taken aback, and Camla also voiced his agreement with Belena. Indeed, since little Mia aspires to be a magical warrior, I shall not compel him to choose what he does not desire. His happiness is what matters. Faced with the unequivocal stance of both individuals, Emeerd felt somewhat helpless, for they did not seem to be wrong in their assertions. However, just as Fuluin was about to interject, Emeerd shot him a fierce glare, signaling him to refrain from further complicating matters. He began to comprehend that in Fuluin's household, the one in charge was not fluent himself. His mind raced as he sought to employ the persuasive skills he had honed over decades as a headmaster to convince them. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he declared, "If that is the case, as long as the child makes his own choice, you will not interfere, correct?" Belena and Kamla furrowed their brows in unison, puzzled by Eimird's sudden assertion, yet they nodded in agreement, stating, "Correct. Then, if I can provide a means for that child to choose to attend the National Magical Night Academy this year, you would not hinder him, correct?" Eimird's expression assumed an enigmatic quality, and upon noticing Kamla's sudden excitement, he quickly added, "Of course, I would not force the child, and Mr. Kamla surely wishes to see the Sorga's surname passed down peacefully during his lifetime." Kamla's previously animated countenance shifted, and he opened his mouth in a weary manner, ultimately nodding in silence. Indeed, Eimird's words struck a chord within Kamla. One must say, after decades as a headmaster, Eimird possessed an astute vision, although the old man would not voice it. He was immensely proud of his son, who had achieved honors that he himself had toiled for over 30 years without attaining, thereby elevating their family to nobility and granting them a surname symbolizing honor. In recent years, as he frolicked with his grandson Mia, he had begun to feel his vitality waning. Thus, while he was reluctant to interfere with Mia's choices, his deep affection for Mia compelled him to wish to witness Mia inherit the family honor with his own eyes. If possible, Chapter 28, in the little black room. Observing that neither Fulin nor Kamla voiced any objections, Belena, too, found it inappropriate to express dissent or skepticism, thereby consenting tacitly. However, Belena's acquiescence stemmed from her own considerations. For in truth, she held little faith in Mia's potential to become a competent magical warrior. Although Mia had indeed mastered the foundational series of enhancement spells associated with magical warriors, this alone was far from sufficient to qualify as an adept. Furthermore, Mia's aptitude for conventional magical studies was virtually non-existent. Since Mia began learning magic 4 years ago, an entire 4 years had elapsed without him managing to learn a single spell on his own. This situation had caused Belena considerable distress, and her mentor, the Grand Wizard Eberlon, residing in Mia's family's magical workshop, expressed no surprise, merely stating that the god of magic was fair. Thus, all of Mia's magical potential had been concentrated in the magical armor, which was perfectly normal. Consequently, Belena, who genuinely wished to steer Mia away from a misguided path, unusually refrained from contesting Eimird's assertions, as the unpleasant role of the enforcer was not one she desired to assume. Of course, all of this hinged on the condition that Mia was indeed acting of his own volition. "Humph, just you wait and see," Eimird declared confidently, a smirk gracing his lips as he observed Mia's relatives no longer opposing him. Consequently, he made himself at home in Mia's residence, refusing to leave. However, since Mia had voluntarily retreated to the little black room for self-reflection, Eimird found himself unable to see him. After a moment's contemplation, he quietly lurked within Sorga's town, meticulously investigating and analyzing Mia's personality and preferences to devise targeted strategies. One must say, it was impressive how the infiltration techniques and psychological analysis methods inherited from General Brando, the standing army commander, left one in awe. Several days later, in a dimly lit little room within Mia's home, he was found performing push-ups with a soulless gaze, his movements mechanical and repetitive. He had been confined in this small, dark room for several days now. When he entered, it was entirely his decision, yet the moment he wished to exit, it was Barina who had the final say. Thus, even if he longed to escape on his own, it was an impossible feat, for just outside the sole door that could grant him freedom, 2 of his family's guards stood watch, promptly locking it behind him with utmost consideration. However, Mia found himself harboring a sense of disdain for them, even if they were to unlock the door. He certainly wouldn't dare to venture out without his mother's permission. So, in this silent, dim chamber, overcome by boredom, Mia resorted to performing those utterly futile basic exercises, simultaneously engaging in aimless conversations with the system residing within him. His system was rather peculiar. It would only speak up when significant matters arose, remaining silent unless Mia initiated the dialogue. Its presence was so minimal that it was almost infuriating, proving utterly useless in his daily life. Yet, ever since Mia had been confined in the small dark room for the second time to reflect on his actions, he discovered a significant utility of the system. It could engage him in conversation and alleviate his boredom. preventing him from succumbing to utter tedium. Thus, ever since that revelation, he no longer feared being confined in the small dark room. Unbeknownst to him, the longer he engaged in physical exercises while conversing with the system, the more absorbed he became, often resulting in a dazed expression that led the guards monitoring him to believe he was being thoroughly tormented by the confinement. Consequently, upon receiving such reports, Barino would promptly arrange for his release. Of course, Mia remained blissfully unaware of this peculiar circumstance. This time was no different. Engrossed in delightful banter with the system, he failed to notice that one of the guards had departed to deliver a report, remaining trapped in his own world. Moments later, as their conversation progressed, Mia shifted the topic to the current side quest. System, why does this task seem so strange? Why can't I make a direct choice? Instead, my actions are being assessed, because the host is currently wavering in his future aspirations. But that's impossible. My goal has always been to become a magic warrior. The host's true pursuit lies in embodying the image of a manly figure and fighting style as envisioned in his heart, which is not confined to the profession of a magic warrior. Or perhaps the host merely believes that this lifestyle satisfies his desires, leading him to such thoughts that in reality, the host is also experiencing a subtle state of confusion within. Stunned by the system's words, Mia pondered deeply and found a semblance of truth in its assertion, but if not. No ifs. He shook his head vigorously, realizing he had been ensnared by the system's reasoning, thus deciding to abandon the topic. He then inquired within himself, what about the rewards? What will they entail? Are there any enhancement potions, or perhaps potions that alter my appearance? The rewards for this task will vary based on the host's choices. Potions will be available, as will new spells. Please do not worry. Simply await the outcome. Oh, how splendid. But if it's new magic, I won't be able to learn it. What's the point? Despite his excitement, Mia felt a twinge of frustration and helplessness. He believed he had been diligent in studying magic, dedicating 4 hours each day to his studies, yet to no avail. His magical calculation core was akin to a malfunctioning device, even when he comprehended all knowledge pertaining to a spell. He couldn't execute it. It was utterly maddening. The host need not worry. These rewards are precisely what the host requires to enhance his power. Furthermore, even new magic can be learned with considerable effort on the host's part. Is that so? Then there is no problem. When it comes to effort, I will not be outdone by anyone. A man's training requires perseverance. However, it would be best to have potions or treasures that can directly alter my appearance. The system's words alleviated Mia's doubts. He had confidence in his ability to strive. Yet, he soon began to fantasize about the rewards he desired most, letting out a somewhat mischievous chuckle in his mind. System, why did you suddenly fall silent? There is nothing amiss. Please do not overthink it. Is that so? How suspicious. Mia remained skeptical, yet reality did not afford him the luxury of contemplation, as a voice interrupted his thoughts. Young master, Lord Viscount wishes to see you. The words came from the returning guard, who then opened the door to the small dark room. Chapter 29. Terrifying speculations. Oh, understood. Upon hearing the guard's words, Mia ceased dwelling on the system's matters. Having spent several days confined here, he had exhausted most topics of conversation with the system, and he yearned to step outside. As the door swung open, he strode forth. Ah, this feeling is delightful. I am utterly enchanted. O divine being. This exclamation came from the guard responsible for relaying messages, who, upon seeing Mia emerge in his scant attire, revealing delicate collarbones, was momentarily taken aback, seemingly ready to pounce on him. Wake up! You cannot act this way. The young master is here. Your childhood friend is still waiting for you to return and marry her. Get a grip. Another guard swiftly intervened, blocking his bewildered companion, having noticed the veins bulging on Mia's forehead. In order to maintain his role guarding the small dark room, he needed to leave a good impression on the young master. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the young master was indeed beautiful. The young master is a boy. Yes. Isn't that even better? Amidst the confusion, the bewildered guard raised his head to inquire, and upon receiving a response, he displayed a smile that sent shivers down Mia's spine. He resolved to persuade his mother to expel this lecherous individual from the ranks of the guards, for he harbored concerns that one day he might be unable to restrain himself from rendering this individual severely incapacitated. Mia caught sight of this scene, suppressing his fury as he stepped out of the small dark room. Now was not the time to cause a scene. Though I felt a bit overwhelmed by the young master's absence of armor, I must hold on. This is a trial. Yes, a trial bestowed by the goddess of love. Wait a moment. Why did you hesitate just now? And what did you mean by that first statement? Are you also a scoundrel like that pervert? No. No. I must restrain myself. First, I need to find my father. That is the priority. Is it truly a trial for me and the young master? Not at all. Hastily taking several steps, Mia intended to find his father alone. But upon hearing the words that momentarily lingered behind him, he could no longer contain himself. He kicked the two guards who harbored ulterior motives toward him, sending them flying, and unleashed a flurry of adorable punches. Ow! Ow! Don't stop. Hit harder. This is love. Listening to their absurd cries and witnessing the peculiar flush on the face of the guard named AI, whose eyes were glazed over, Mia felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. He paused mid-punch, falling into silence. Unable to endure the sight of such grotesque behavior, he fled in embarrassment. He vowed never to encounter such a perverse individual again. He must absolutely suggest to his mother once more that this individual be removed from the guards. For now, he needed to wash his hands. Ouch, why did I get hit too? Another guard, who had innocently suffered the consequences, cradled his bruised face, feeling somewhat despondent, despite having been the one to intervene with AI. But the angry young master is also quite adorable. Why is he a young master and not a young lady? However, it seems not so bad. As he finished, he exchanged glances with his companion, both breaking into lewd laughter. Meanwhile, as Mia fervently washed his hands in a secluded area, a chill coursed through him, causing him to shudder. Those two must not be allowed to remain. But wait, why did Mother always assign those two to guard the small dark room? Could it be? No. It couldn't be. There was no way Mother would deliberately arrange such a thing. Suddenly, a certain possibility struck him, and the more he pondered, the more he felt it to be the truth that in the end. Mia fell silent, resolutely deciding never to provoke his mother again. Otherwise, he would find a day to summon AI and knock those two out, throwing them into a sack and burying them in the mountains. His eyes gleamed with a dangerous light as he smirked, captivating the attention of passing guards, leaving them bewildered as they wondered who had provoked the young master. After some time spent aimlessly wandering about the house, Mia finally found himself before his father, Flurin. As for why he had wasted so much time, it was because, after washing his hands, he realized he had no idea where Flurin was waiting for him. The guard who was supposed to lead him, the most perverse one named AI, was someone he had no intention of seeking out again. Thus, he could only meander through the house until he finally located Flurin in the reception area, where not only Flurin was present but also Barina and Canra, both wearing solemn expressions. The presence of his esteemed mother left Mia somewhat flustered, particularly after he had just emerged from the dark room and dealt a severe blow to those two perverse guards. Furthermore, with a new and terrifying suspicion lingering in his mind, he found himself feeling intimidated in the presence of Barina, his heart racing with trepidation. In addition to his own family members, there were two unfamiliar individuals in the room. One was a middle-aged woman with slightly dull golden short hair and emerald green eyes. Despite her well-maintained appearance, faint crow's feet could be seen at the corners of her eyes, exuding a gentle demeanor. She wore an exquisite robe of blue adorned with white stripes, clearly a practitioner of the arcane arts. Upon seeing Mia, her gaze flickered momentarily before revealing a warmth and compassion that made him rather uncomfortable. The other was an elderly gentleman whose handsome face, marked by the wrinkles of age, still retained its allure. His meticulously groomed white hair and expressive brown eyes were complemented by a neatly trimmed white mustache. Although Mia could sense the immense magical power emanating from him, his attire was not that of a traditional mage. Rather, he donned a somewhat antiquated black tailcoat, leaning on a ruby-studded cane. Upon meeting Mia's gaze, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, followed by a slight nod of acknowledgement, embodying the demeanor of a true gentleman. Mia reciprocated the gesture with a nod before striding forth to stand before Barina, formally executing a somewhat awkward greeting and respectfully uttering, "Good morning, esteemed mother." Barina was taken aback by Mia's sudden formality. After all, he typically behaved like a wild child, previously interacting with her in a carefree manner. Although she appreciated the casualness of their interactions, his current solemnity struck her as peculiar. That a mother knows her child best, and Barina was well aware of Mia's character, observing his overtly ingratiating behavior. She couldn't help but wonder if he had gotten himself into trouble once again. With that thought, her gaze towards Mia shifted subtly. Am I being a bit too conspicuous? Mia pondered upon sensing the change in Berena's expression. After a brief silence, Berena finally broke the tension, speaking just as Mia felt overwhelmed by her enigmatic gaze. Enough of this pretense. Allow me to introduce you to these two esteemed educators. This brought a sigh of relief from Mia. He then boldly approached the elderly gentleman named Kamla, standing beside him and casually greeting. Hello, Grandpa. Ah, yes, indeed. By the way, young Mia, what is the meaning of your behavior? The elderly gentleman replied cheerfully, before lowering his voice to inquire. Having nearly been startled by Mia's sudden formality, almost causing him to inadvertently pull out his recently regrown beard. Well, you understand. Mia hesitated, realizing he couldn't confess that he had just assaulted two perverse guards moments before. The arrangements made by his esteemed mother were rather daunting, leaving him instinctively anxious and overly formal. Ah, I see, it's quite all right. It will all be resolved soon, Kamla reassured him, though his comfort sounded oddly fragmented, his eyes reflecting a hint of hesitation and subtle melancholy. Meanwhile, Fulan observed the tender familial interaction with a twinge of sadness. Feeling somewhat superfluous, he contemplated saying something to salvage the moment. Thus he ventured. Ah, Mia, may I introduce these two? Forgive my abruptness. Allow me to introduce myself, interjected the elegantly attired elderly gentleman, stroking his meticulously groomed mustache. I am Morzert Aili, a humble professor at the National Academy. Fulan's words faltered as he opened his mouth, unable to articulate a response, directing a gaze filled with resentment towards the gentleman, who remained oblivious. When Mia cast a curious glance at him, Morzert's demeanor shifted, and he offered a graceful bow to both Mia and Berena before continuing. The purpose of my visit is singular, to extend an invitation for young Master Mia to enroll at our academy this summer. This is a special admission letter. I hope you will accept it. Mia regarded the elegantly mannered gentleman with curiosity, hesitating to take the letter from his hand, and instead turned to his mother. Berena, please accept it. This decision is yours to make, she replied, her words imbued with an inexplicable emotion that piqued Mia's curiosity. Yet, under the earnest gaze of the gentleman, he ultimately accepted the letter. And who might this be? Mia inquired, still feeling a sense of unease as he turned to the quiet woman beside Morzert. Ah, young master of the Sorgas family, greetings. I am Winsley, the assistant accompanying Professor Aili. You need not concern yourself with my presence. My role here is merely to assist him with some administrative matters. The woman named Winsley replied with a warm and gracious smile. Oh no. No. The assistance of Lady Winsley is something I greatly value. How could I possibly disregard her? Morzert interjected, expressing his disapproval, while Winsley simply smiled in acceptance, not pursuing the matter further. Is that so? Mia murmured, his gaze flitting between the two before returning to the letter in his hand. After a moment's hesitation, he opened it to find a message stating, Dear Mia Sorgas, your age and talents have met the requirements for our special admissions program. Hence this letter serves as a formal invitation for you to join our academy. That was all it contained, accompanied by a peculiar red emblem depicting a creature with a single horn and elongated ears. How suspicious, Mia thought, contemplating why his mother would permit such an enigmatic individual into their home. Surely, they must be acquainted. Otherwise, the demeanor would not be so cordial. Noticing Mia's sudden silence and the flickering of his eyes, Morzert felt a wave of unease wash over him. The academy's director had issued a stern directive, and the consequences of failure would be dire. He could not afford to falter. Resolving to break the impasse, Morzert declared, The academy holds young Master Mia in high regard. We are prepared to accommodate any requests he may have within our capabilities. As he spoke, Morzert emphasized his words, reassured that the blame would not fall upon him, as his role was merely to persuade Mia to enroll. However, upon hearing his promise, Winsley's expression shifted, her gaze towards Morzert revealing an unspoken acknowledgement of his true nature. Oh really? Mia raised an eyebrow at Morzert's statement, his own troubles surfacing. Ever since Berena discovered the essence of his training, his plans involving gravity magic had been thwarted. Although Eberron was somewhat naive and easily swayed, he had become impervious to Mia's attempts to deceive him after Berena's astute guidance. While Mia had considered studying gravity magic independently, his distorted magical aptitude rendered even basic spells unattainable, let alone intermediate or advanced gravity spells. Lacking this crucial aspect, mere weight training had ceased to yield any benefits for him. Though he remained uncertain of the efficacy of gravity training, knowledge gleaned from memories of his past life, Morzert's words ignited a spark of new possibilities. Considering their attire, they were likely representatives of a magical academy. In the realm of the magical academy, it is certain that there exists a curriculum dedicated to the valorous warriors of magic, which implies the presence of instructors skilled in the art of gravitational magic. When the time comes, he could propose additional requests, such as the establishment of a specialized training ground, tailored training apparatus, and the inclusion of dedicated mentors. Contemplating this, a wave of delight washed over him. After all, his original intention was to seek out a moderately sized magical academy following this period, where he could further his studies in the warrior's discipline of magic. The arrival of Morzert perfectly aligned with his aspirations. However, he felt compelled to confirm, "Does your academy offer courses for magical warriors that can meet all my physical training needs? Are there specialized potions or similar aids to help me develop robust and powerful muscles?" Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. The expressions of Morzert and Winsley shifted dramatically as they regarded Mia. Furin, in a flurry, turned to Barina and exclaimed, "What on earth, Mia? Why entertain such a dreadful notion? How can such an adorable Mia aspire to become a brutish figure? I cannot condone this. What business is it of yours?" Furin, who had vocally shared his thoughts, was swiftly reprimanded by his father. Barina and Canra observed Mia's grueling training regimen, fully aware of his unwavering dedication to this pursuit. Particularly, the elder Canra had been by Mia's side since the beginning, initially worried for his well-being. Yet, witnessing Mia's steadfast and resolute gaze, he found himself at a loss for words to dissuade him, ultimately remaining by his side. Fortunately, Mia had managed to endure, thanks to the efficacy of the potions, avoiding any mishaps that would have caused the elder distress. Although he could not discern the root of this fixation, deep down, he too hoped that Mia would not transform into a hulking brute. Nonetheless, he would not allow others to speak out of turn, especially Furin, who had vanished without a trace during that time. No. Imprisoned, failing to fulfill his role as a father. As for Winsley, she quietly lamented the fact that such dangerous thoughts resided in the seemingly adorable Mia. I see. Though young, he refuses to succumb to reality. Still yearning for a future of masculinity, too, can understand this, she mused. Morzert, meanwhile, let out a lengthy sigh, his gaze towards Mia imbued with newfound warmth, as if he had encountered a kindred spirit, initially taken aback by his father's words. Mia turned to meet Morzert's heartfelt gaze, and they shared a moment of mutual understanding. Is it true, Mr. Morzert? Do you share this sentiment? Indeed, the romance of manhood lies in muscularity, Morzert proclaimed, suddenly flexing his entire body, causing his form-fitting attire to strain against the rippling muscles beneath, threatening to burst asunder, revealing his chiseled physique akin to marble. Oh, splendid! Such strong and well-defined muscles embody our ideals, Mia exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with fervor as he gazed at Morzert, who was striking various poses, his elegance momentarily forgotten. The onlookers could only shield their faces in disbelief at the spectacle before them. As Morzert processed the scene, a flash of realization struck him. He understood the unspoken intentions behind the headmaster's directive to bring him here. Meanwhile, Mia was immersed in thought, convinced that such a well-honed physique must belong to a magical warrior. After all, which other mage would dedicate themselves to physical training year after year? So Mia, what say you? Would you consider joining our academy? We can fulfill all your needs. Morzert seized the moment. I will. Mia responded enthusiastically, much to the bewilderment of his family. Chapter 31. A New Beginning. The National Academy of Magical Knights, belonging to the Kingdom of Stir, is situated in the heart of the kingdom, adjacent to the expansive monster forest, just north of the grand city of Canrobe, a mere dozen kilometers away. The city in question is named Lathetia. Hence the academy is often referred to as Lathetia Academy. This designation stems from the fact that, after over a millennium of expansion and development, the entirety of Lathetia can be considered synonymous with the National Academy of Magical Knights, rendering it apt to call it a city of academia. Furthermore, Lathetia's architectural style resembles that of a military fortress, characterized by 3 thick and towering walls, with a central structure akin to a formidable citadel. This was a necessity during the city's founding, as formidable monsters of a large caliber wreaked havoc within the kingdom. In summary, these fortifications were constructed to counter the particularly enormous and ferocious beasts, leading to the establishment of fortress cities throughout the kingdom. Even after the expulsion of such monsters, this city retained its walls and citadel, continuing to allocate substantial resources annually for their maintenance. Likely as a precautionary measure. After all, as the principal institution nurturing the magical knights of the kingdom, the significance of the National Academy of Magical Knights is beyond question. Mia was well aware of these details regarding the academy. Gleaned from stories told by his mother and from first-hand experience at that moment, Mia Sogus found himself positioned at the southern gate of Lethisia. With a thud, his luggage fell to the ground. But its owner was too preoccupied to notice, staring in disbelief, mouth agape, trembling as he pointed at the towering 30-meter-high gate before him. This. Mia's astonishment drew the attention of many passers-by, as he stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens. Utterly conspicuous, his companions, unable to bear witness to his shattered dreams, tiptoed away in an attempt to escape unnoticed. Morzert-sensei, how do you intend to explain this to me? Just as they took a few steps away, Mia's voice, laced with danger, rang out behind them. Instantly, Foreign stiffened, turning to face Mia's expression of strained cordiality that betrayed his discomfort. Approximately half a month prior, Mia had been ensnared by Morzert's persuasive tactics. Agreeing to attend his academy. Subsequently, Morzert hastily presented enchanted documents for Mia to sign, seemingly fearful he might reconsider. At that moment, Mia had not questioned it much. His family held a tacit approval. And Morzert was regarded as a comrade, so he readily affixed his name. However, as the fervor waned, Mia began to sense something amiss, especially when his family prepared for his schooling with an air of reluctance, prompting a growing unease. Yet, in a manner reminiscent of an ostrich, he continued to hope for the best. Now, after several days of travel by carriage, he arrived at his destination, where the truth finally dawned upon him. Ahem. Mia, since we have reached this point, let us... Ow. Morzert, drenched in sweat, lost all semblance of grace as he found himself alone with Mia. His assistant Winsley had already returned to the academy to handle Mia's special admission paperwork. Thus, he struggled to articulate an explanation for what could be considered deceitful conduct. However, his efforts fell flat, as Mia seized his waist with great force, employing localized enhancement magic. Mia, perplexed by his choice to grip Morzert's waist instead of his shoulder due to height differences, lamented inwardly. So, do you intend to uphold your promises to me? After inflicting considerable discomfort upon Morzert, he paused, turning to admire the magnificent Lethisia, then gazing skyward, before releasing a long, resigned sigh. Those? Upon hearing Mia's resigned tone, Morzert's heart stirred. He was about to offer a thorough explanation. First and foremost, the special admissions at the National Academy of Magical Knights did not come with the promised privileges that in fact. The moment the headmaster, Emild, learned of Mia's acceptance, he promptly rescinded his assurances. Naturally, Emild aimed to cultivate Mia into a pure magical knight, and would not permit him to squander time on any frivolous training in warrior magic. Just as Morzert sought to clarify that the previous promises were mere embellishments, a sudden jolt of pain shot through his other side, eliciting a cry of anguish. You, just now, were about to say something, Morzert said. Struggling to look down at that moment, Mia's adorable little face was contorted in a peculiar manner, adorned with a particularly eerie smile that sent a shiver of fear through Morzert's heart. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Of course, there will be something. Everything will come to pass. As he listened to Mia's prolonged and questioning tone, feeling the immense pain radiating from his sides, Morzert was struck with terror and immediately acquiesced. Is that so? Well then, let us forget about you trying to outsmart me. From now on, let us coexist harmoniously, Teacher Morzert. Upon hearing Morzert's assurance, Mia finally released her grip, dispelling the magic, and then stood on tiptoe to pat Morzert's shoulder, who was cradling his pained waist. In truth, Mia felt a twinge of regret for not attending the magical warrior program at the academy. However, due to her twisted magical talent, her disappointment was somewhat mitigated. After all, aside from the magic she currently possessed, she would have been unable to learn any other forms of magic independently. Attending those magical academies would likely have led to numerous predicaments. Reflecting on the previous night, just before her departure, when her mother had come to have a heart-to-heart, and specifically mentioned these matters, Mia had thought that her mother was merely trying to comfort her in advance. Looking back, she realized how naive she had been in that moment. Mia finally grasped the true intent behind her mother's actions, feeling a surge of emotions that left her on the verge of tears. Chapter 32. Before the start of school, Part 1. Of course, at this time, Morzert was even more on the verge of tears than Mia. The academy had failed to deliver on the various privileges it had promised to special recruits. And all the land within the academy was off-limits for any unauthorized modifications. Thus, to satisfy Mia's demands, he found himself forced to dip into his own pockets to construct facilities outside the city and hire workers. Consequently, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the old headmaster, loathing his fickle nature. However, it should be noted that this was not solely due to the physical threat he had just received from Mia. After all, if it came down to it, she could not possibly capture him nor defeat him in a serious confrontation. Although he was a professor at the Academy of Magical Knights and a recognized magical knight of the kingdom. Like Mia, he too had harbored dreams of becoming a great melee mage and magical warrior in his youth. Ultimately, for various reasons, he had not pursued enrollment at a magical academy and had instead chosen to study at the Academy of Magical Knights. Nevertheless, this did not prevent him from pursuing his true passions in his spare time. That it is quite evident why Aimeld would assign him the task of persuading Mia. After all, they were kindred spirits. Moreover, this self-proclaimed gentleman had his own principles and believed in following through with his commitments. However, speaking this way meant that he would likely face hardships in the near future. With that thought in mind, it became clear that the root of all his troubles lay with that unreliable old man. In the summer of the year 3109 of the Continental Radiance calendar, after 10 days of arriving in Lytesia City, Mia finally completed all the enrollment procedures and moved out of Morzert's temporary residence to the dormitory within the academy. Since Mia had taken up residence in his home, Morzert had frequently shown signs of distress, which was only natural given his previously modest means. No, a very meager existence. Like Mia, he was devoted to physical training, and it was easy to imagine how much food he required daily, with high-quality meat being indispensable. Therefore, given that he had to allocate his dwindling savings to accommodate Mia's demands, the arrival of a ravenous Mia only compounded his woes, especially since she was eating more than he was. Throughout those 10 days, he found himself regretting his decision to heed the heartless headmaster's directives more than once. This only deepened his resentment towards the old headmaster. As for Mia, the sole privileges she received as a special recruit were the ability to repeat a year, allocation of a single occupancy dormitory, tuition waivers, and various family subsidies, things that seemed utterly useless in her eyes. What infuriated her even more was the particularly egregious fact that Headmaster Aimeld had established a third type of public restroom and bathing facility, separate from the male and female ones, exclusively for Mia within the entire city of Lytesia, which encompassed the academy. Such blatant favoritism was intolerable to Mia. Upon learning of this, Mia, who had been touring the academy's facilities alongside Morzert, was filled with rage, vowing to confront the headmaster. Fortunately, Morzert managed to dissuade her. Even so, Mia continued to vehemently condemn the headmaster's discriminatory treatment to the relevant authorities at the academy, but her protests went unanswered. Subsequently, when she ventured into the male restroom, causing a commotion among the male students present, she was left with no choice but to accept this differential treatment, further deepening her disdain for her own appearance. Moreover, Mia had already harbored a poor impression of Aimeld due to this incident, and Morzert, the incorrigible instigator, only fanned the flames by casually mentioning that it was Aimeld who had orchestrated Mia's enrollment in the National Academy of Magical Knights. This revelation plummeted Mia's opinion of the old man to an all-time low, resulting in her avoiding him entirely over the course of those 10 days, despite Aimeld's attempts to visit her after she reported for duty. This left Aimeld feeling quite dejected. In his eyes, Mia was a prodigious talent with unparalleled aptitude for magical armor, and he had hoped to seize an opportunity to discuss her potential and, if possible, mentor her personally. To his dismay, Mia refused to even meet him. Observing Aimeld's disappointment brought Morzert a sense of amusement, and on several occasions when Aimeld visited, he took great pleasure in needling him. Yet to maintain his image in Mia's eyes, Aimeld could only endure in silence, ultimately deciding to refrain from visiting Morzert's residence again, secretly plotting to make Morzert pay for it later. Of course, Mia remained oblivious to the dynamics between the two. She was simply aware that after completing her enrollment procedures, the system's supplementary tasks had also changed. Original supplementary task completed, based on the host's choices. A new supplementary task has been released. Task name: The Path of the Magical Knight. Description: since the host has chosen to follow the desires of their heart and has begun to overcome psychological shadows, the system hereby issues this task. Please continue your efforts to receive the king's commendation within 3 years and become a legitimate magical knight. Reward: Tactical Level Grand Magic, Ultimate Enhancement. Note: this magic is an advanced form of the physical enhancement magic the host already possesses. Classified as a Tactical Level Grand Magic, the highest tier of enhancement magic in the continent, the system believes the host can master it through diligent practice. Upon first seeing this new task, Mia felt little emotional fluctuation. Instead, she fell into silence, eventually murmuring to herself in her temporary abode, "The system truly understands my innermost thoughts." Naturally, this was a reflection of the host's inner self and actions communicated to the system, which merely articulated it. Then why mention it at all? This is the system's duty, to ensure that the host's heart is free of blemishes and shadows. It must guide the host to confront their true feelings. One could say the system has interpreted correctly. To be honest, Mia does not truly resist the idea of becoming a magical knight. Otherwise, she would not have followed Morzert to Lytesia after sensing something amiss at home. She is not foolish. She has seen the kingdom's map, and after a day's journey by carriage, she knew precisely where she was headed. However, prior to the system's clarification, there lingered a hint of escapism within her heart. Her family chose to silently support her rather than telling her that she was deceived by the academy. Perhaps because they sensed her true feelings. Reflecting on this, it becomes evident that the only one entangled in confusion and avoidance was herself. Lost in thought, Mia could not help but burst into laughter. A joyous and hearty laugh. Chapter 33. Before the start of school, Part 2, Mia laughed genuinely, feeling a profound sense of relief after the system had elucidated her hidden thoughts. However, after the laughter subsided, she began to feel unwell. Due to the fact that the National Magic Armor Knight Academy operates on a 6-year system, divided into 3 stages, lower, middle, and upper, it follows that, under normal circumstances, an individual must endure 6 years to become a magic armor knight. However, the system has set a completion deadline that is a mere half of that time, which leaves Mia feeling quite troubled. Furthermore, the system demands that he receives a commendation from King Stir, a prestigious honor reserved for only the top 5 graduates of each class, undoubtedly complicating the task at hand. Typically, after 2 years of foundational study, students begin to engage formally with the magic armored suits in their 3rd year, participating in intermittent training. This means that in the first 2 years, Mia's talents are rendered nearly useless, as the curriculum consists solely of fundamental courses that are exceedingly elementary. Moreover, Mia has never heard of any precedent for early graduation from the National Magic Armor Knight Academy. Instances of students advancing to engage with the magic armored suits ahead of schedule are exceedingly rare. System: is there any possibility of completing this task? Mia, feeling somewhat helpless, furrowed his brow and inquired of the system. The response was affirmative. There would be opportunities, provided that the host made an earnest effort. This assured reply only served to intensify Mia's distress. While Mia grappled with the prospect of early graduation to fulfill the system's task, on the other hand, Morzert was on the verge of tears. In order to uphold his promise to Mia, he now found himself spending both money and effort to construct a dedicated training facility and procure appropriate equipment. Given Mia's physical stature, Morzert's own training facility and equipment were unsuitable for him, which could have saved considerable resources. Although Mia had previously stated that he need not go to such lengths after learning the details of his enrollment, Morzert, being a principled individual, felt a significant obligation in this matter and insisted on fulfilling his promise to Mia. Of course, he racked his brain over the matter, and ultimately, to avoid the prospect of impoverishing himself in the subsequent months, he devised a plan. He could construct the facility himself and serve as the coach. This way, he would only need to purchase specialized equipment, thereby significantly reducing his expenses. Yet, just as Morzert reveled in his cleverness, he became disheartened by the looming responsibilities of overseeing the enrollment of this year's new students. Despite feeling a sense of despair, he gritted his teeth and worked tirelessly, busy with the academy's affairs by day and Mia's concerns by night, to the point of exhaustion. Eventually, Mia, now residing in the personal dormitory arranged for him by the academy, could no longer bear to watch and took the initiative to assist Morzert in clearing land and digging, treating it as a form of training. This gesture deeply moved Morzert, who patted his chest and assured Mia that he would certainly find the strongest magic warrior in the city of Lytesia to serve as his coach. Although Mia couldn't shake the feeling that this so-called strongest warrior was somewhat dubious, he also felt a twinge of embarrassment, as initially, He had merely sought to escape the Academy's unsatisfactory dining options and had only come to Morzitz for free meals. On the 20th day after Mia's arrival in Lytesia, the new students recruited from across the kingdom for this year's National Magic Armor Knight Academy finally arrived in the city. Thus, the long-awaited enrollment ceremony was at hand. On the morning of this significant day, Mia, shamelessly taking advantage of Morzitz's hospitality, rose before dawn. After engaging in some basic exercises and working up a sweat, he took a shower and donned the uniform issued by the Academy. Speaking of the uniform, when he first went to collect it, he was mistakenly given a female version, which left him quite exasperated. After explaining the situation to the middle-aged female teacher in charge of issuing uniforms for quite some time, he finally received 2 sets of non-feminine uniforms. Though they were not female, they still bore a somewhat feminine design, yet they accentuated Mia's adorability rather well. It was quite the predicament that moment. Mia instinctively thought of that old rascal, Aimedas, and indeed, it was he who had meticulously orchestrated numerous preparations to help Mia adapt to Academy life and foster a sense of belonging. Thus, through a series of covert operations, Mia ultimately found himself without a standard male uniform. Ah, Aimedas, you wretched old man. I hope I never lay eyes on you again. Dressed in the short-skirted 3/4 pants and a white jacket adorned with delicate lace trimmings, Mia harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Aimedas. Fortunately, he was not entirely unprepared. He had purchased some iron armor components 2 days prior and affixed them to the more feminine aspects of his attire. When he donned a pair of knee-high steel combat boots, he transformed into a striking figure. As for the Academy's prohibition against unconventional attire, Mia had no intention of adhering to it from the moment he received his uniform. Mia, it seems you are all set. Let us go. We mustn't be late today. Just as Mia confidently donned his ensemble, Morzitz arrived, prepared to accompany him to the enrollment ceremony. Upon witnessing Mia's blatant disregard for the Academy's regulations, Morzitz hesitated momentarily. As a professor, he initially intended to admonish Mia for his behavior, urging him to comply with the Academy's rules. However, after some contemplation, he decided to leave the matter to the old headmaster's concern, deeming it unnecessary for him to intervene, particularly since it was the headmaster Aimedas who had first violated this very regulation. Indeed, strictly speaking, Mia's uniform fell under the category of unconventional attire. Oh, all right. Mia thought little of it and set out with Morzitz. Exiting, they walked along the second city wall, preparing to enter the Academy through the only southern gate of the second wall. It must be noted that Lytesia City is fortified by 3 walls, each taller than the last, effectively dividing the city into 3 sections. Although the entirety of the city falls within the jurisdiction of the National Magic Armor Knight Academy, the area between the outermost and middle walls is inhabited by unrelated personnel. Most of these individuals are descendants of original residents of Lytesia, having been affiliated with the Academy since their ancestors' time. Consequently, they have remained in the city, living under the Academy's land ownership. Nonetheless, this region also accommodates numerous Academy-related personnel, and Morzitz's residence is situated here. He chose to reside in this locale due to its proximity to the outer city, allowing him swift access to the training grounds. In contrast, Mia's lavish personal dormitory is located in the city's second district. Nestled between the second and third walls, this area serves as the primary venue for students' classes and accommodations, with the enrollment ceremony taking place at the Magic Armored Training Grounds within this vicinity. Strictly speaking, this area and the Grand Castle at the center of Lytesia represent the true heart of the Academy, accessible only through a single massive gate located south of the second wall, which may also be referred to as the Academy's main entrance. Mia's dormitory, however, is situated in the northern part of the city, farthest from the Academy gate. Due to the inconvenience of training, coupled with his inability to deviate from the Academy's rules, Mia had opted to stay with Morzitz for sustenance and lodging. However, with the official start of the school year, it was time for Mia to return to the Academy. Chapter 34. Stress Response. As the second sun rose over the continent of Aimedas, Lytesia City awakened in full vigor. Crowds of people, regardless of age or gender, surged toward the Academy's grand entrance, which is the sole southern gate of the second wall. This influx occurs because, under typical circumstances, the National Magic Armor Knight Academy operates under a closed educational model, prohibiting unrelated personnel from entering to ensure that students can devote themselves entirely to their studies. However, exceptions arise during the annual enrollment ceremony and the Knight Commendation graduation ceremony. both of which are open to the public, allowing unrelated individuals to enter the academy and visit specific areas. During these occasions, a significant number of unrelated personnel typically enter the academy, predominantly comprised of students, families, and admirers of the institution. As Mia and Morzit navigated through the throngs of people, they finally arrived at the academy's gates just as the summer sun began to blaze with intensity. The entrance, designed to facilitate the free passage of magic armored suits, towers 30 meters high, occupying half of the 60-meter-high wall. At this moment, 2 rows of 20-meter-tall magic armored suits stood in formation on either side of the gate, 10 suits per row. Resembling the 6th generation's mass-produced models, standing tall and proud as if welcoming the visitors, the frail body of Mia stirred restlessly once more. The 20 magical armored machines, skillfully piloted by the senior students of the academy, exuded an imposing aura that captivated onlookers the moment they were sighted, igniting a fervor among the crowd. However, upon witnessing this spectacle, Mia found himself in a rather uncomfortable predicament. His cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and a tremor of excitement coursed through him, leaving him on the verge of losing control. This reaction was merely his body's yearning to engage with the magical armor, a sensation that had intensified after 4 long years since their last encounter. Hey, Mia, are you all right? Your face is so red, and you're swaying as you walk. Are you feeling ill? Although Mia's reaction rendered him even more endearing, with his charming features amplifying his appeal, it also sparked an unsettling realization within Morzit, who felt a sudden stir of inappropriate thoughts. Yet, having spent considerable time with Mia and sharing workouts together, he managed to regain his composure, crouching down to inquire with a hint of concern. Are you sure you're okay? And no, I'm fine. It's just that my body is a bit overly excited, you see, just like them, Mia stammered, shaking his head as he pointed toward the ecstatic bystanders who were equally enthralled by the magical machines. Is that so? Indeed, yes. Now let us hurry and get away from here. All right, okay. Despite Mia's fervent attempts to reassure him, Morzit remained somewhat skeptical. Mia, feeling somewhat helpless, permitted Morzit to guide him through the city gates, distancing themselves from the formidable magical machines. Phew, I'm finally saved. It wasn't until the imposing machines were no longer within sight that Mia gradually returned to a state of normalcy. This peculiar situation left Morzit feeling perplexed, as if caught in a daze. All right, I'll tell you the truth, but you mustn't share it with anyone else, Mia declared, donning an air of mystery, as he sought to honor the feelings of his elder companion, who shared his path to Morzit, still somewhat bewildered, nodded eagerly, expressing his intent to keep the secret. It's merely a matter of my physical constitution, or perhaps it would be more accurate to call it a manifestation of my innate talent. It has nothing significant, really. At this point, noticing that Morzit had yet to fully grasp his words, Mia scratched his head and scrunched his face in concentration. What I mean is, due to my exceptional talent, merely encountering a magical armored machine can elicit a physical and mental response from me. You understand now. I understand. Although Morzit had appeared dazed moments earlier, he had comprehended Mia's meaning since the very beginning. The sheer incredibility of such a talent left him momentarily speechless. In his 50 years of teaching, he had never encountered a student with such extraordinary gifts. Who could fathom that simply witnessing a magical armored machine would provoke such an acute physiological reaction? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense that the Academy's headmaster would go to such lengths to entice Mia and invest considerable effort in securing his enrollment in the prestigious Royal Magic Knight Academy. Cough. All right, I understand now. It's getting late. We should make haste, Morzit declared, his gaze shifting as he noticed Mia's expression darkening. Understanding Mia's fiery temperament, he promptly feigned a casual demeanor and took the lead. Moving away quickly, with Morzit in front and Mia trailing behind, the two made their way toward the magical armored machine training ground, the venue for the new student enrollment ceremony. There, more than 500 young men and women had gathered. Hailing from every corner of the kingdom, they had all successfully passed the rigorous entrance examinations of the National Magic Knight Academy, brimming with excitement and dreams for the future. Among them were commoners, merchant offspring, and noble scions alike, yet they all shared the distinction of being deemed geniuses. This was no exaggeration. The National Magic Knight Academy was the largest, most powerful, and renowned institution of its kind in the kingdom. It boasted that over 80% of notable figures in the realm had once studied there. Thus, it could be said that gaining admission to this esteemed academy and graduating successfully laid the foundation for a victorious life. Furthermore, At the nightly accolade ceremony upon graduation, the top 5 students in overall performance would even receive honors directly from the king himself. Such a privilege was unique to the National Magic Knight Academy. Consequently, all youths possessing the potential to become magic knights were eager to enroll, vying for the opportunity to study there. The academy, faced with a multitude of eager applicants from across the nation, naturally had to conduct a thorough selection process. Hence, those fortunate enough to receive acceptance letters had undoubtedly proven themselves as prodigies in various aspects related to magical armor. Chapter 35. The first encounter of 2 individuals. Upon reaching the training ground designated for the ceremony, Mozart bid farewell to Mia, as he had numerous responsibilities as a professor at the academy. Once left to his own devices, Mia found himself alone in the expansive training area. Feeling somewhat bored and restless, his distinctive attire set him apart among the sea of uniformed students, drawing attention to him. Coupled with his striking appearance, many students found themselves captivated by Mia's unconventional outfit. Unable to tear their gazes away from his face, the young men, in particular, felt their cheeks flush, prompting Mia to squirm uncomfortably in annoyance at their lingering stares. Amidst this discomfort, Mia found himself on edge, especially as the nature of the gazes cast upon him began to shift. Just then, someone approached him swiftly from behind, causing him to tense up in response. "Hey, Cairo, don't run so fast. Wait for us." "Hey, Del and Nat, you're the ones who are lagging behind. Hurry up, it's about to start." Just as Mia braced himself, expecting the newcomer to address him, the individual rushed past him, continuing forward. The boy, with silver hair tinged with gold, had a slender build and vibrant amber eyes that radiated an unusual energy. Clad in the Academy's uniform like the other students, he appeared to be a new entrant. His urgency unclear. As he brushed past Mia, he momentarily diverted his attention toward Mia's distinctive attire before quickly shifting his focus and pressing onward toward the throng of newcomers. That was intriguing. Mia noted the boy's reaction but had no time to ponder further, as 2 more figures dashed past him, seemingly intent on catching up with the silver-haired boy. The girl in front called out in an unabashed tone. "Hey, Cairo, did you see that? There was such a cute girl just now." In that instant, veins throbbed on Mia's forehead, and he felt an overwhelming urge to confront the girl he despised being mistaken for a girl himself. And had it not been for the fact that the speaker was a girl and the timing seemed inappropriate, he might have acted on that impulse. "Shuh, sis, don't say that. Look, you're making him angry." "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I didn't consider your feelings," the girl in golden twin tails and emerald eyes replied, her cheeks flushing slightly as she noticed Mia's displeased expression. The black-haired boy trailing behind her turned crimson upon realizing Mia's discomfort. Swiftly pulling the girl back, the girl, seeing Mia's frown, offered him an apologetic smile before glancing at the bashful black-haired boy, who averted his gaze, clearly flustered. The glint of contemplation crossed her eyes, and a playful smile curled at her lips. "All right, it's fine, no harm done. But I must clarify. I am a boy, so please do not misjudge me in the future." After the girl's apology, Mia's anger dissipated. It was simply his nature to be easily placated. However, observing the demeanor of the young girl before him, he felt a slight twitch in his temple, an instinctual notion that she might be contemplating something unpleasant. Unable to restrain himself, he spoke up first. As soon as he finished speaking, Mia noticed that the expressions of everyone around them, particularly the male students, had become utterly blank, their eyes betraying a sense of disbelief. This provoked Mia's ire, causing him to flare up in frustration. Why the disbelief? Why did they all wear expressions as if their lives had crumbled and their dreams shattered? Do they not believe that I could retaliate? Glancing around, his anger only heightened, and the more he fumed, the more he felt the urge to take action. Yet, he understood that such unruly behavior was unwarranted in this setting. After all, this was not his home, and he had to temper his impulsive nature. Nevertheless, Mia could no longer tolerate the atmosphere, and without a word to the 2 before him, he huffed away in annoyance. "Ater, do not be disheartened. Life is long, and there are many lovely girls," the girl with golden twin tails reassured him, gently patting Ater's shoulder as she spoke with earnestness. "Alas, sister, spare me your words. Cairo has long since dashed away," Ater replied, exchanging a silent glance with his sister, discerning a hint of teasing in her gaze. With a resigned sigh, he seemed to acquiesce to the truth, then casually uttered a line that turned the girl's expression pale with shock. "Ah, Cairo," she exclaimed, abandoning all else to rush off in search of her friend. Ater hesitated for a moment, glancing in the direction Mia had taken, before ultimately turning back to follow his sister. Meanwhile, Mia had finally found a less crowded spot, particularly one with a minimal presence of male peers, and stood there as the freshman orientation ceremony commenced. The sound of cannon fire echoed in the air, followed by the blaring of a horn that signaled the beginning of the event. Then, in a splendid display, over 100 sixth-generation armored combat machines, their paint primarily white and gold, emerged under the control of upperclassmen, forming two orderly lines. They stood proudly on either side of the scattered ranks of freshmen, holding triangular flags adorned with the Academy's emblem, standing in stark contrast to one another. As these formidable machines made their entrance, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the training ground, causing the once boisterous and excited freshmen to fall silent, gazing with a mix of reverence and fear at the imposing armored machines. However, at that moment, Mia's feelings soured. Upon witnessing such a multitude of armored machines, his blood surged as if it were boiling, his face reddening akin to a monkey's bottom. What the hell? Is that old man out to get me? It's merely an orientation ceremony. Must they bring out so many machines? Oh, I can't take it anymore, he grumbled vehemently, attributing all blame to the old headmaster. Gradually, he crouched down, trembling as if he had suffered a bout of indigestion. Due to his small stature, he quickly became obscured within the crowd, invisible to those outside. Meanwhile, the others were still caught up in the excitement of the machine's appearance, oblivious to the tiny Mia struggling to suppress his bodily impulses amidst the throng. Chapter 36. After the orientation ceremony gradually, Mia noticed that as time passed, the peculiar state of his body began to wane. This reduction followed an initial sharp onset, appearing to diminish the longer he remained in close proximity to the armored machines. Yet, Mia had an inkling that this was merely due to his body's disdain for the machines present. It seemed to subtly convey that they did not meet his standards, leaving him feeling somewhat vexed and conflicted. During this period of self-reflection, the speeches at the makeshift podium erected before the freshmen had concluded, with the Academy's higher-ups, including the old headmaster Imelda, having finished their addresses. Now, a senior official from the kingdom took the stage. The freshmen appeared relatively engaged, likely due to the novelty of encountering such prominent figures. Their spirits lifted as they endeavored to leave a favorable impression. However, once Mia managed to stand again, he found the speeches tedious. Please, he had endured countless lengthy and dull speeches in his previous life. He had grown weary of them long ago, especially now, as the kingdom's official droned on without any substantive content. Seemingly unable to conclude, he noticed the headmaster beside him frowning, an expression of agitation on his face. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the official, appearing reluctant to leave, stepped down from the podium at the headmaster's prompting, allowing the orientation ceremony to progress to its final stage before noon, the swearing-in of the prospective knights. However, by this point, Mia was thoroughly exhausted from the dual strain on his mind and body. And when it came time to participate in the oath, he did so half-heartedly, blending into the crowd unnoticed. As the sun reached its zenith, the orientation ceremony was declared concluded, and the freshmen dispersed, allowing Mia to drag his weary body to the Academy's cafeteria. Although the food served was rather unpalatable and lacked high-quality meat, which Mia found unappealing, one thing was guaranteed: ample portions that would satiate his hunger. Thus, starved and desperate, Mia approached the cafeteria staff, requesting several large bowls of food that collectively towered to half his height, before claiming a table and beginning to devour the meal voraciously. His disregard for personal image and his unapologetic approach to eating astonished everyone present in the cafeteria, leaving many Na'vi boys disillusioned, their minds clouded in confusion. Thus, a curious scene unfolded. Amidst the bustling cafeteria, Mia sat alone at a table, a bubble of space surrounding him as no one dared to approach. Students of all grades, whether seated or standing, stared in a daze at Mia as he feasted with abandon. Eventually, unable to bear the weight of so many eyes upon him, Mia hastily finished the mountains of food on his table and made a hasty retreat. He had intended to indulge in more, which left him feeling anxious. What if such situations became a daily occurrence? He could not possibly go on eating only half his fill. That would be unbearable. Feeling that this was untenable, and realizing his own resolve was not yet thick-skinned enough to withstand such scrutiny, Mia decided to seek out Morzert that afternoon, hoping to inquire about his earlier suggestion of a means to sneak out of the academy. When Mia learned of the Academy's closed-off educational system, Morzert had confidently claimed he had a solution. Thus, that afternoon, the academy staff encountered a charming young boy wandering about the central administrative castle. Regrettably, after searching for half the afternoon, Mia could not locate Morzert. Ultimately, a kind-hearted female teacher informed him that Professor Morzert was currently in class and not present in the administrative building. Upon learning the location of Morzert's class, Mia hurriedly made his way there to wait for him. Truth be told, when Morzert spotted Mia lurking outside the classroom, he was somewhat taken aback. After class, he promptly whisked Mia away to a secluded corner. Upon inquiring about Mia's purpose for seeking him, Morzert was left speechless, realizing that the boy had come merely to mooch off him for food and drink. Nevertheless, Morzert said nothing, letting out a resigned sigh as he stealthily led Mia away from prying eyes to a secluded corner near the second outer wall encircling the academy. He then approached the wall, appearing as if he intended to slam into it, startling Mia momentarily. However, upon contact with the wall, Mia sensed something was amiss. The interior was hollow. Morzert turned to him, sporting a rather mischievous grin. Hee, this is a little gap in the wall I accidentally discovered decades ago. I've magically concealed it, severing its connection to the wall's defensive spells. Only I or someone with a specific magical artifact can pass through. No one has discovered it in all these years, he explained, producing a copper pocket watch and chuckling to himself. Hearing this, Mia joined in the laughter, taking the pocket watch from Morzert and giving him a thumbs up. However, I must warn you, you cannot stay overnight at my house anymore. Sometimes, there are inspections at night, and if you're found missing, the consequences are dire. The dormitory supervisor is terrifying, Morzert cautioned, his face reflecting genuine fear as he shivered slightly, which piqued Mia's curiosity. Just who was this dormitory supervisor? Why had he never encountered her before? Though intrigued, Mia chose to remain silent, sensing that continuing to pry would not be prudent given Morzert's sudden descent into dread. Afterward, regaining his composure with a forced calmness, Morzert stepped out from behind the 5-meter-wide city wall, and the two of them found themselves on a somewhat dilapidated street. This place was rather familiar to Mia, as he had often passed through here during a previous period, with Morzert's residence located right in the middle of the street across from him. However, what Mia was unaware of was that the dormitory administrator, whom Morzert had mentioned, was currently registering students one by one in their respective dormitories. Upon realizing that Mia had not yet returned, she had taken a seat in his dormitory, awaiting his arrival. Chapter 37. The Gaze of Intrusion. After having a meal at Morzert's place, Mia was firmly urged to return to the academy, not allowed to linger for even a moment longer. Mia could tell that Morzert was apprehensive about something, so he refrained from saying much and obediently made his way back. The night passed uneventfully, yet the presence that Morzert feared eluded Mia, leaving him with an odd sensation that he could not quite articulate. The dormitory administrator, mentioned by Morzert, remained unseen by Mia as well. For reasons unknown, the thought of this filled Mia with a sense of unease, as if something ominous were on the verge of occurring. This feeling resembled the anxiety one experiences when a mother has discovered a misdeed, causing Mia to feel restless throughout the night, unable to find peace in slumber. Thus, upon waking the next day, he bore slight dark circles under his eyes, feeling somewhat lethargic and apprehensive as he headed to class. Moreover, upon exiting the dormitory, Mia persistently felt as though someone was observing him from the shadows. Unsure if it was merely his imagination. Yet, once he entered the classroom, that sensation of being scrutinized dissipated, which struck Mia as peculiar, prompting him to be on high alert. Nevertheless, despite this, Mia's academic life commenced in earnest. The first class for the new students involved the instructor monotonously outlining matters to pay attention to and remember, followed by the distribution of the course schedule. The Night Academy had only one class in Mia's department, comprising exactly 300 students, accounting for 3/5 of this year's incoming cohort. This was standard practice, and it could even be said that the proportion of new students choosing the Night Academy this year was relatively low. In the initial 2 years, the Night Academy offered the most courses, a dazzling array of foundational subjects filling the schedule to the brim. These could broadly be categorized into 3 types: physical training, introductory magic, and nightly culture cultivation. Physical training, needless to say, was the subject Mia looked forward to the most, though its limited allocation left him somewhat dissatisfied. Introductory magic, on the other hand, was a source of great vexation for him, as it encompassed the most extensive curriculum. The classification of basic magic was overwhelmingly vast. In addition to foundational courses such as introductory sigil magic, introductory engraving magic, and introductory formation magic, there were a plethora of derivative subjects, including introductory potion making, introductory magical materials, introductory magical alloys, and introductory enchantment, leaving Mia feeling quite intimidated. Moreover, the introductory magic course held the highest weight in the overall grade assessment for the year, while Mia's magical aptitude was exceedingly poor, making him dread the practical demonstrations even more than the written exams. This was the most despairing aspect for him. As for the nightly culture cultivation course, this purely theoretical subject posed a challenge for Mia, who was fundamentally a physical type, though he managed to cope with it, considering it merely tedious. However, one must not forget that Mia had a task at hand, and now, gazing at the course schedule, he felt a sense of hopelessness that it appeared that completing this task was out of the question. Well, if it cannot be accomplished, then so be it. After a prolonged silence following his review of the schedule, Mia decided to forego the effort altogether. After all, it was not a compulsory task, there were no penalties, and the rewards were not something he urgently required at that moment. Thus, whether he completed it or not mattered little. Is there something you do not understand? Student. Due to being the shortest in the class, Mia had taken a seat at the front, and at that moment, he bore an expression of dejection, compounded by his lack of sleep from the previous night. This caught the attention of the elderly instructor, who had been observing him for quite some time, leading him to inquire, "Mia, are you facing any confusion?" Initially taken aback by the instructor's concerned and affectionate demeanor, Mia finally responded, "No, teacher, I have no issues." "Is that so? Then that is good." The elderly instructor scrutinized Mia closely, observing the clarity in his gaze before nodding in approval and continuing with his earlier discourse. Thus, Mia's first class in the academy consisted of sitting nearest to the two teaching assistants, absorbing the elderly instructor's earnest teachings while enduring the benevolent gazes of "Do you understand?" and "Feel free to ask if there's anything unclear." The moment the elderly instructor announced the end of class, Mia swiftly darted out, having already noticed the instructor's inclination to engage him further. The instructor's exasperation was evident as he gently shook his head, choosing not to voice any objections, but secretly resolved to inform the other teachers to keep an eye on this student. Upon exiting the classroom, the unsettling sensation of being observed returned to Mia, causing him to feel increasingly anxious. However, after scanning his surroundings, he failed to spot anyone suspicious, leaving him to traverse towards the location of his second class with a heavy heart. The second class was the introductory magic course, the most critical of all, as it would commence with a simple magical ability test. This was necessary since nearly half of the students in the Night Academy had already acquired some knowledge of magic prior to enrollment. These students, including Mia, predominantly hailed from noble families or wealthy merchant households. They differed from their peers from ordinary backgrounds who had yet to embark on their magical journey, thus resulting in a distinct curriculum arrangement for the introductory magic course to facilitate better student development. Although piloting a magical mech suit also required a certain level of magical ability, as maximizing the mech's capabilities, particularly its embedded magic, was contingent upon the pilot's magical proficiency, the requirements for becoming a magical knight were not excessively high. Generally, reaching the level of an intermediate mage sufficed to fully harness the mech's potential. However, Mia found himself troubled, grappling with how much of his magical prowess to reveal during the upcoming test. He could barely claim to be an advanced mage, and once he could independently cast tactical level grand magic, he would be able to call himself a great mage. This was his most significant advantage. The barriers between magical ranks posed no challenge for him. Yet, such an advantage could also morph into a considerable disadvantage. Beyond the frustrations of conventional magical learning, if he were to expose his true magical level, the expectations placed upon him by the Academy would inevitably rise. Given his distorted magical talent, the most probable outcome would be the risk of being held back in his first year, which would be quite unfortunate. Thus, it was entirely natural for him to feel distressed, particularly since he had previously showcased some of his abilities in front of the old dean, Aimedas. Furthermore, even if no one suspected him, he would still have to confront the foundational knowledge once more, which now included not only the essential knowledge that every mage must acquire, but also a plethora of other miscellaneous derivative topics. Just the thought of it filled Mia with a sense of bleakness, rendering him utterly despairing. Chapter 38. The ostentatious Cairo. Ultimately unable to make a decision, Mia faced the inevitable magical ability test. As before, upon entering the classroom, located in an open area beneath a city wall, the sensation of being observed vanished. causing Mia's scalp to prickle as he confirmed that someone had indeed been watching him from the shadows, while Mia pondered why he had drawn such attention. The magical ability test commenced. The participating students were eager, their youthful spirits ignited by the desire to showcase their skills in front of their peers, vying for a semblance of authority within the class. They unleashed their most potent spells upon the heavy armor targets positioned beneath the city wall, eliciting a cacophony of fireballs, wind blades, ice shards, and lightning that captivated Mia's attention. However, after merely glancing at the spectacle, he found it somewhat dull. Although the spells appeared formidable and the students exerted their magical energy to the fullest, the display left him unimpressed. However, in reality, these were merely the most rudimentary forms of low-level magic. Astonishingly, the distant targets, clad in specially designed heavy armor, remained unscathed under the impact of these spells. The teachers observing and recording the event could only look on in bemusement at the sight of this group of students. Straining with all their might, their faces flushed as they exerted every ounce of effort. Although they witnessed this spectacle annually, each occurrence left them somewhat speechless. One could only attribute this fervor to the youthful exuberance of these boys and girls, each unwilling to concede to the other. Just when the teachers believed this year would yield nothing remarkable, a certain individual took the stage, surprising everyone present. This individual did not immediately cast a spell. Instead, he addressed the teachers directly, saying, "Teachers, I have an unusual request." "Oh, what is it?" A teacher, taken aback, could not help but inquire. Little did he know that this action caused the expressions of the other teachers nearby to shift dramatically. But it was too late to intervene, as the student had already continued with a smile. "If my results in this test significantly exceed the course content, may I be excused from attending the basic magic introductory classes in the future?" "What are you saying?" The audacity of the youth's words was utterly bewildering, drawing the attention of all present, resulting in a ripple of unrest among the students. Mia's gaze instinctively turned toward this individual, and he soon recognized him as the silver-haired boy he had encountered just the day before. The distinct silver-gold hue of the boy's hair left a lasting impression on Mia.at. This moment, the teachers finally comprehended the implication of the boy's statement, their brows furrowing in concern. With the leading teacher's face contorted in anger as he exclaimed, "Caleb Circanby, do not think that just because you are the grandson of the academy head, you can act without restraint. Are you intending to refuse to attend class? Quickly behave yourself." "No, I am serious. I have other, more important courses to attend. So if you could grant this request, it would be a tremendous help to me, and I would be most grateful." Before the teacher could finish his sentence, the student named Kailob interjected earnestly. Upon realizing that Kailob was not joking but rather making a sincere plea, the teachers were left speechless. Despite their experience, they had never encountered a student so excessively confident, especially a first-year student who had just enrolled. The demeanor of Kailob suggested that the basic magic introductory course was utterly useless to him, igniting a spark of anger within the teachers. They could not possibly acquiesce to Caleb's unreasonable request, even if he was the grandson of the academy head. "While your confidence and seriousness are noted, we cannot simply agree to your demands. However, since you dare to make such a claim, let us witness the source of your confidence. If you can cast a high-level advanced spell, we may reconsider." The teachers exchanged glances, ultimately refraining from outright rejecting Caleb's request. Although they feigned indifference to his lineage, they were still wary. "Is that so?" In response, Kailob revealed a somewhat predatory grin, reminiscent of a carnivorous beast spotting an opportunity to prey, startling the teachers into wanting to halt his words. However, he had already uttered the next part. "So we shall judge based on results. Correct?" The teacher's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this, realizing they had fallen into his trap. Nevertheless, with hundreds of students observing, they had no choice but to swallow their indignation, silently vowing that if Caleb's display was merely bluster, he would face severe repercussions afterward. They intended to teach these newly enrolled students that the academy's regulations were not to be trifled with, regardless of one's lineage, unlike other students who were merely eager to watch. Mia, standing at a distance, felt uncertain. He sensed that this peer named Kailob possessed a magical power rivaling his own, albeit somewhat ethereal. Despite not fully grasping the boy's true nature, Mia glimpsed an opportunity. If Kailob succeeded, he could emulate him, prompting him to stealthily move closer. "All right, let us begin." Observing the students becoming agitated and Kailob poised to perform, one teacher, suppressing his underlying anxiety, spoke up. "Heh." No sooner had the teacher's words ended than Kailob extended his hand toward the heavily armored targets situated 100 meters away. Given that the city wall itself bore formidable protective magic, he had no concern regarding his spells damaging all present. It felt as though the elemental essence of ether in the air suddenly thickened upon Caleb's gesture. This caused the teachers' hearts to skip a beat, particularly when the magical energy emanating from Caleb, previously only partially sensed, surged forth. They quickly deduced the impending outcome, a bittersweet sensation flooding their hearts. Caleb, undeterred by the teacher's trepidation, activated the core of his spell-casting, and his magical energy began to boil, the radiance of the energy transfer illuminating his form. Thunderstorm Fury. As Caleb uttered this incantation, the air was disturbed, and a powerful tornado materialized. Accompanied by resounding claps of thunder, surging toward the heavily armored targets 100 meters away, the tornado grew in size, the winds intensifying, and by the time it reached its target a few breaths later, it stood over 10 meters tall, whipping up a gale strong enough to lift a person into the air. Had the teachers not intervened with a large-scale magical barrier, the students would have been in grave danger. When the tempestuous tornado, crackling with brilliant lightning, struck the armored target, it merely flickered once before it shattered into countless fragments. Witnessing this, Caleb smiled faintly, severing the flow of magical energy and allowing the now diminishing thunderstorm fury to continue its course until it collided with the somewhat aged city wall. A flash of 7 colors illuminated the wall, vanishing in an instant, as the thunderstorm fury erupted in a thunderous explosion. Turning back with an air of confidence, Caleb was met with a sea of astonished faces, particularly the eagerly anticipating Mia, standing out among the crowd. Chapter 39. Mia's Maneuver. With a slight raise of his brow, Caleb's gaze lingered on Mia's somewhat familiar face for a moment before he turned away and strode directly to the astonished teachers, a smug smile adorning his lips. "Teachers, what do you think? Do you agree now?" The teachers momentarily paused, exchanging glances until one finally managed to respond with some difficulty. "Well, that is acceptable." No teacher raised any objections. Caleb's demonstrated magical prowess clearly surpassed the scope of the basic magic introductory course, validating his assertion that the subject was no longer pertinent. "Yay, I knew Caleb could do it. Stop shaking, stop shaking. I never said Caleb couldn't." As Caleb bowed to the teachers and returned to the students, Mia spotted 2 familiar siblings pushing through the crowd. The sister, brimming with excitement, waved enthusiastically at Caleb while shaking her younger brother with her other hand. However, Mia's attention was not long diverted. After a brief glance at the bustling crowd, he refocused and approached the teachers that as he passed by Caleb. Mia did not linger on him, but Caleb, noticing Mia, halted and turned, intrigued by his behavior. "Ahem, now then, teachers." Just as the teachers were regaining their composure and preparing to announce the continuation of the test, they were once again interrupted. This time, it was Mia who cut in. The teachers felt a jolt at the unexpected interruption, looking somewhat vexed at the source of the voice, only to find the diminutive, cute figure of Mia. This must be the student that Mr. Lude urged them to pay extra attention to. He appeared rather frail and in need of some consideration. The teachers, initially exhibiting annoyance, softened their expressions upon seeing Mia point. One of the younger teachers gently inquired, "Dear little student, do you have a question?" Mia looked at the young male teacher with a curious smile, feeling a bit of a chill run down his spine. He desperately wanted to confront him, but restrained his impulse, as this was not the time for conflict with the teachers. "No, it's nothing, Don. I just wanted to ask if I could also be excused from this subject like the previous student." Mia forced a smile, uttering words that instantly jolted the students back to attention. Oh, Caleb. Look, that adorable boy from yesterday is just like you. I wonder if he, too, is a magic research fanatic." A certain blonde girl with twin ponytails, Dale, had bounded over to Caleb, her hands wrapped around him as she spoke energetically. Upon hearing the words, her younger brother revealed a somewhat complex expression as he gazed at Mia. Cairo did not smile. He allowed his inquisitive eyes to linger on Mia, as the instinct of a researcher hinted that Mia might indeed be the person he had been searching for. "Excuse me, classmate, are you quite certain?" It must be said that, regardless of the realm, appearances hold significant sway. The teachers, who had reacted quite vehemently to Cairo's earlier inquiry, fell into a momentary silence upon hearing Mia's words that it was the same young male teacher who gently inquired further. "TSK. Such a scenario prompted Cairo, who was observing the unfolding situation, to express his displeasure with a slight grimace. In response, Mia vigorously nodded, his beautiful eyes filled with hopeful anticipation as he turned to the male teacher, who had consistently taken the lead in their discourse. For a fleeting moment, the teacher displayed a look of enchantment, quickly regaining composure as he nodded eagerly. Of course, as long as you use advanced, no, intermediate magic. The other teachers, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement, showing no dissent. Cairo, does this not amount to an unabashed differential treatment? The newly admitted students, still innocent in their naivety, found themselves at a loss, with Dale bluntly questioning Cairo about the situation. Cairo, rendered speechless, nodded, an unusual hint of worry flickering in his gaze. The academy was bound to face dire consequences if things continued down this path. A group of lowly enthusiasts, how utterly absurd. Mia, equally bewildered, was well aware of his own appearance and quickly recognized the teacher's biases. Yet, having received their affirmation, he resolved to astonish them. They truly believed him to be so fragile. Today, he would show them otherwise. With this thought in mind, Mia took his position as the tester, casting his gaze towards another heavily armored target 100 meters away, then inhaling deeply. Magical energy surged, and the crimson magic circuit materialized, his right hand forming a claw as it slowly rose. The deep crimson flame abruptly ignited in his palm, sending forth a scorching wave that radiated outward. The foreboding power of this display was no less formidable than Cairo's earlier demonstration, causing both students and teachers to momentarily hold their breaths. The experienced teachers instinctively combined their powers to erect a magical barrier. Almost simultaneously with the emergence of the barrier, the ether elements in the air erupted, rushing towards Mia in a chaotic frenzy. This was Mia's initiation of a synchronized transformation spell to garner greater magical energy. With an abundance of magical support, the spell, which would typically take time to materialize, was completed in mere breaths. Although it was still daylight, the area was engulfed in a hue of deep crimson. The intense heat waves, even with the barrier's protection, severely affected everyone present, leaving them drenched in sweat and almost unable to bear the heat. However, no one seemed to care about this. All eyes were fixed on Mia, who appeared remarkably confident and serious. At that moment, a manifestation of the spell began to take shape above Mia's raised right hand, a twisted, 8-meter-long spear of deep crimson. The space beneath it seemed to warp. This is a specialized high-level magic, the deep crimson flame spear. How could a human possibly wield such magic? This is impossible. The male teacher closest to Mia, upon witnessing this spectacle, was left astounded, his mouth agape. However, he quickly saw Mia preparing to launch the spell, and his face turned pale. No, that magic cannot. Before he could finish, Mia executed a graceful throwing motion, propelling the spear towards the heavily armored target. Silently, the deep crimson flame spear cleaved through all impediments before it, obliterating the target without resistance, reducing it to ashes, and continuing its trajectory towards the city wall. Boom! The spear reached its destination in an instant, colliding violently with the wall that suddenly erupted in a spectrum of colors, leading to a tremendous explosion. As the explosion occurred, the magical circuit surrounding Mia dimmed significantly, and he began to breathe heavily. In his endeavor to prove himself and perhaps to showcase his abilities, he had expended over half of his magical energy and temporarily converted an amount equivalent to twice his magical reserves, resulting in a spell far exceeding his initial expectations. However, this left him somewhat fatigued. It must be said that after stepping beyond his mother's watchful gaze, Mia's reckless spirit began to awaken anew, prompting such behavior reminiscent of a magic-powered mech unleashing spells. Chapter 40. Achieving Goals and Seeking External Aid. As the dust settled, the gathered crowd beheld the condition of the city wall in the aftermath of the magical clash. A gaping hole marred the structure, surrounded by a web of cracks, with a kaleidoscope of colors flickering ominously, crackling as if malfunctioning. This scene left the students in shock and rendered the teachers pale with fear. Gulp. The male teacher nearest to Mia swallowed hard, then noticed Mia's slightly labored breathing, causing him to tense up and rush to his side, urgently asking, "Are you all right? Oh, it's so hot." As he reached out to touch Mia, he was startled by the intense heat radiating from him. This could be considered a minor side effect of Mia's transformation spell. "I'm fine. Just give me a moment," Mia reassured, observing the teacher's evident concern, which softened his initial unfavorable impression of him. Teacher, does this mean I can skip the basic magic course?" Mia promptly inquired, eager to clarify his most pressing concern. Knowing his own situation, Mia understood that while he could fool those unaware of the truth, attending class would surely reveal him. Well, yes, that's fine. At this moment, the other teachers were still in a stupor, and only the male teacher managed a somewhat hesitant nod. They could not refuse him. After all, there was already a precedent set with the academy head's grandson. To deny him would invite unwarranted accusations of favoritism towards Cairo, which would reflect poorly on them, although the teacher was reluctant to see Mia miss class. His hesitance was palpable. "Oh, by the way, how are you able to use a specialized magic that should be beyond human capability?" he inquired, shaking off the dangerous thoughts that had emerged in his mind. Hearing this question, the other teachers, gradually regaining their composure, leaned in to listen intently. Only those who had graduated from the Magical Studies Department and were now engaged in teaching and developing specialized magic could truly grasp the nature of such magic. It was a type of magic that imposed immense strain on the human body, theoretically surpassing the strength of typical spells by several multiples, yet when applied to a human, its effectiveness would diminish significantly. Being specifically designed for magic-powered mechs, Mia's earlier deep crimson flame spear had exemplified its power, effectively employing its penetrate and explosive attributes, thus breaching the defensive magic of the city wall known as kaleidoscopic light, inflicting damage upon its structure. Moreover, Mia appeared to have suffered no significant physical burden. The rapid breathing they observed was merely a sign of excessive magical expenditure. Well, Mia felt somewhat awkward under the teacher's scrutinizing gazes, his eyes wandering. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him, and he blurted, "I can't disclose that. Ahem, the headmaster specifically instructed me not to." "Yes, that's it." How suspicious. Upon hearing Mia's response, the teachers exchanged incredulous looks, momentarily rendered speechless. Well then. "Goodbye, teachers," Mia chirped, quickly deflecting blame onto that troublesome old man emailed, and with a cheeky grin, he dashed away. "You this." The teachers watched Mia flee, exchanging knowing glances as they began a discreet conversation among themselves. Today had unraveled a series of events initiated by the academy head's beloved grandson. Although both Cairo and Mia were undoubtedly talented, there were standards to uphold. Particularly, the implications of Mia's actions had caught their attention, leading them to unanimously decide to confront Emild for clarification after class. Naturally, they were unwilling to shoulder the blame for the damage to the city wall. Meanwhile, observing the remaining students, who were still eager to undergo testing, each aspiring to be the next exempt from attending class, the teacher's expressions darkened. Mia, blissfully unaware of the teacher's reactions, departed in high spirits. As he left, he brushed past Cairo and the others without exchanging a word. Oblivious to the stranger, only Cairo's gaze flickered with unspoken thoughts as he watched Mia's departing figure. I said, "Kilo, shall we not go and greet him? He is so small and adorable, don't you think so?" "Yada, what do you mean?" Yada s. "Be quiet." As the siblings, Dale and Yada, resumed their merry play, Kilo chuckled lightly and spoke softly. "It's not yet time. Let's wait until I create a prototype. I have a feeling it will be the most perfect component." "Oh, I can't stand it anymore. My research spirit is ablaze. I'm heading to the RD department for auditing right now." Without paying heed to Dale and Yada's reactions, Kilo hurriedly departed. "Honestly, Kilo, that research fanatic, can't he just stay and watch our tests?" Sister, you know Kilo's personality. He advances relentlessly, and anything that stands in his way will be eliminated. He is a terrifying individual. But thankfully, we are neither his enemies nor obstacles. I know, but when will this blockhead come to his senses and take a breather? If he continues this way, he'll be impossible to catch up with. Sister, after a moment of complaint, silence ensued, but soon the two siblings perked up again, preparing to follow in Kilo and Mia's footsteps amid the teacher's grim expressions. Point 1 can only say that this group of teachers is rather unprofessional, exhibiting a glaringly obvious bias. Even Dale, a youthful and vibrant girl with beautiful golden twin tails, received no favorable treatment from them. It can only be said that the old dean, with his ulterior motives, has surrounded himself with equally dubious or eccentric teachers. Of course, Mia, blissfully unaware of these subsequent matters, felt liberated from the most troublesome magic classes and joyfully dashed out of the classroom. However, he soon realized he was being watched, and his excitement vanished in an instant. Who on earth is watching me? Could it be that they are captivated by my charm? The more he thought about it, the more unsettling it became, and Mia found himself shivering. Anyone capable of silently lurking around him must be a formidable individual, leading Mia to resolve to seek external assistance. Chapter 41. The Beauty of Darkness. Chronicles. The ally Mia sought was none other than the elderly muscle enthusiast, Professor Morzart. That it is indeed unfortunate that, within this academy city, he currently knows only Morzart as a formidable expert. Were it not for his family's head guard, Ed, treating him like a plague and refusing to accompany him to Lycia, Ed, as a former high-level expert, could have proven useful at this moment. Although Ed's combat abilities have somewhat diminished, he is still considered an expert, at least superior to Mia, and could serve as a scout or cannon fodder. With a hint of regret, Mia dashed towards the central office castle of the academy, skillfully locating Morzart's office. Startled, he pulled Morzart into a corner and recounted the day's events. Yet, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that, the moment he approached Morzart, the gaze watching him from the shadows had suddenly turned ominous. I'm doomed. Upon hearing Mia's account, Morzart, dressed as a refined gentleman, collapsed to the ground, trembling fingers pointing at Mia, who had inadvertently sold himself out. Witnessing Morzart's reaction, Mia instantly grasped the severity of the situation and panicked. However, before he could inquire further, a soft voice rang out behind him. So it was you, Morzart, who brought this little rascal here. Does this mean that this young one, Mia, has escaped from there? Morzart looked up, gazing past Mia, his face paling and a forced smile breaking out. Oh no! Mia, startled by the sudden, eerily cold voice, jumped back and assumed a defensive posture. Although he felt somewhat weak, with his magical energy slightly drained, he still possessed the capacity to resist. As Mia pondered this, he suddenly found himself unable to move. Unable even to struggle, and panic surged within him. The owner of the voice stepped closer, reaching out a cold, pale hand to caress his face. What a vibrant and charming little creature you are. Yet, how could you be such a mischievous student? Thinking of muscles. How dare you sneak out on the very first day of school? Thankfully, the little dean asked me to keep an eye on you. Where were you when I checked the dormitory? You kept me waiting for ages. Her voice was calm and devoid of emotion, each word flat and unvaried, sending chills down both their spines. However, as she approached, Mia could finally discern her features. She appeared youthful and stunningly beautiful. Her face breathtaking yet icy in demeanor. Her eyes were dull and devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if gazing into the abyss. She was tall and slender, her skin unnaturally pale, almost lifeless, clad in a shoulder-bearing black dress that trailed long, seemingly merging with the shadows below. Based on her earlier words, Mia deduced that she was indeed the dormitory supervisor mentioned by Morzart. Was she truly this terrifying? A lingering glance into her cold, emotionless eyes nearly sent Mia into a state of panic. Had it not been for the mysterious force binding him, he would have surely quaked in fear. She was a more terrifying presence than his mother when she was furious. Miss Chronicles, please don't frighten this child. Let it be. You may take it as if I never spoke. Morzart, initially intending to plead for Mia upon seeing his desperate gaze, fell silent after a mere glance from the woman named Chronicles. Morzart, I shall teach you a lesson next time. Today, I will punish this little rascal for his indiscretions. You had better repair that section of the wall today. Otherwise, of course, I promise. You assured me of this decades ago, and I believed you then. This time, I hope you do not attempt to deceive me again. Never. How could that be? Hee. Morzart, forcing a smile while avoiding Mia's resentful and despairing gaze, felt the awkwardness of the situation. Subsequently, Chronicles dragged the immobilized Mia away, returning to his single dorm room. To Mia's horror, not a single teacher or student on the path seemed to notice their presence as they walked down the main road. At that moment, he realized that the woman before him was far more formidable than he had imagined. Once inside his dorm, Mia was unceremoniously thrown into his room, and Chronicles closed the door. Sitting across from him in silence, her emotionless gaze fixed upon him, Mia felt the restraints on his body vanish, yet his surroundings began to fade into darkness. Miss Administrator, I still have classes this afternoon. Could I? Mia, trembling with fear, dared not breathe too loudly, cautiously probing. Nothing to worry about, just skipping a couple of periods. Aren't you quite fond of breaking the academy rules? Chronicles continued to fix her emotionless gaze upon Mia. And don't call me miss. You may refer to me as auntie or grandma. After all, my age far surpasses yours. Mia was momentarily at a loss for words. Even as a staunch straight man, His strong instinct for self-preservation told him that it would be best not to humor her at this moment, lest he meet a grim fate. Thus, he found himself in a predicament, caught between fleeing and engaging in conversation. Paralyzed with anxiety as he struggled in this state, his vision suddenly darkened. The sunlight outside the window vanished, leaving him in shock in the enveloping darkness. All he could see were Coroni's cold and emotionless eyes. Mia's heart nearly stopped, emitting a sound that was both pitiful and oddly endearing. Once he regained his composure, those eyes remained, and the darkness clawed at his insides, plunging him into a state of dread. Enduring this torment until nightfall, Mia finally could bear it no longer and sincerely apologized to Coroni, the dormitory supervisor, promising never to sneak out of the academy again. Due to Mia's earnest demeanor, Coroni merely left him with the words, "Remember your promise," before departing, leaving Mia in his room with a look of relief. Having narrowly escaped a dire fate, however, with that, Miana's plan to stealthily slip out of the academy during school hours to train at the training grounds beyond the city was officially abandoned. Chapter 42. Keith Hawkins. The following morning, Miana awoke in a state of terror from a night filled with recurring nightmares. He exited his dormitory, feeling a slight sense of relief only after confirming that the unsettling gaze he had sensed was no longer upon him. This suggested that the dormitory supervisor, Miss Coroni, had ceased her covert surveillance of him. Of course, it was also possible that she was still watching him, but he simply had not noticed. After enjoying a hearty breakfast in the cafeteria, he made his way to the venue for today's classes, a small playground adjacent to the vast and intimidating magic exoskeleton training ground, though it was referred to as a small area. This was merely in comparison to the expansive training ground, for in terms of size, it was several times larger than a football field from Miana's previous life. Upon Miana's leisurely arrival at the playground, he found that the first-year students of the Night Academy had already assembled, standing in neat rows, completely devoid of the chaotic atmosphere witnessed during the enrollment ceremony. This struck Miana as peculiar, as he felt an unsettling sense that he had missed something important. As he approached, he awkwardly realized that he did not know where to stand, while he was lost in this embarrassing silence. Several students began to signal him with their eyes, while the others maintained a stiff posture, unwilling to move. Curiosity piqued. Miana looked over to discover that it was Cairo, Dale, and yet, just as he was about to ponder their behavior, their expressions suddenly shifted, and they averted their gazes as if unable to bear the sight of him. Before Miana could ponder this further, a tall figure loomed over him, and a deep, commanding voice resonated from behind. "Well now, you little brat, you stole the show in the introductory magic course and somehow managed not to be drained by that witch. But tell me, have you forgotten something?" As the voice's owner spoke, he grasped Miana's head with his enormous, muscular hand, exerting such pressure that Miana felt discomfort. A scarred, dark-skinned bald man leaned in close to Miana's ear. Miana was clearly startled, but before he could even begin to protest, the bald man abruptly turned 90 degrees, his fierce gaze fixed intently on Miana. "How dare you forget my class, especially on the very first day? Are you looking down on me?" At this moment, Miana was already drenched in sweat, yet his face and mouth were firmly grasped by the man's hand, rendering him speechless. "Not answering means you truly look down on me, huh? I must say, I admire your courage. Old Man Rude and Old Man Mozart both instructed me to keep a close eye on you, so it wouldn't be right for me to disregard their wishes. How about this, today?" As he spoke, the bald man gripped Miana's face as if he were lifting a duck, then pointed towards the lined-up students with a low voice. "They will run 5 laps for warm-up. While you, well, let us make it 50 laps, 10 times as much. How does that sound? I'm really looking out for you." With that, the bald man flashed a sinister smile and released Miana, placing his hand on the boy's shoulder. Did Miana dare to refuse? Hadn't he seen how the man's massive hand was already firmly squeezing his shoulder blade? Thus, Miana could only stiffly nod in agreement. However, he did feel some relief. After all, what was running an extra 10 laps? He was Miana, the young master from Sogus Town, who didn't he know that his physical prowess was exceptional? By the way, to prevent you from cheating with magic and magical power, I need to impose a slight restriction on you. After all, the other students are still young. You can't bully them too much. It has to be fair, right? Just as Miana was beginning to relax, the bald man spoke in a grave tone, then pretended to shout towards the students. However, in reality, a powerful magic spell had already been cast to bind Miana's magical power. Instantly, Miana's face turned pale. The bald man had done the unthinkable. completely sealing away all his magical abilities without leaving him even a shred to utilize. The students, though visibly pained, dared not voice their objections that in unison. They shouted, "Then what are we waiting for? No one is allowed to leave until we finish running. If anyone falls behind, it's an extra 10 laps. Yes." Then, under the furious roar of the bald man, the students began to run in formation around the playground. "You better keep up," he said, squatting down to pat Miana, whose face had turned a shade of green. After a moment, he revealed a sinister grin. "You're doing well in your physical training. And my name is Keith Hawkins. Remember it. I want to be gentle for the next few years. I will be your nightmare, my dear little classmate." With that, he pushed Miana forward with force, indicating that he should join the back of the line. "Yes," Miana responded loudly to Keith, then immediately fell in line. One must admit, though Keith Hawkins, the bald man, possessed a brutish demeanor reminiscent of a bandit rather than a teacher, his complete disregard for tenderness had won Miana a measure of admiration. After all, he embodied Miana's ideal image, strong, ruggedly masculine, and sporting a scarred bald head. Thus, Miana found himself rather fond of Keith and planned to inquire about his training methods once the man's temper had cooled. "Ah, it seems I have encountered an amusing little brat, much like old man Mozart. No wonder that old fellow sought me out privately." Seeing Miana obediently keep pace and gradually surpass his peers, Keith couldn't help but scoff, shaking his head and falling into contemplation. Meanwhile, on the playground, after the students completed their first lap, it became evident that Miana was in the lead. Miana demonstrated to his classmates that even with his magical powers sealed, he could still physically outperform them. As the other students began to tire and slow their pace, Miana continued to sprint ahead, growing faster and faster. Though he was gasping for breath, he had not felt his body reach its limits in quite some time. And he became enraptured in the thrill of breaking through boundaries, running with wild abandon under the bewildered gazes of his classmates. Ultimately, after expending 5 times the amount of time compared to the other students, Miana completed his 50 laps, his face flushed, drenched in sweat, and his legs trembling as he approached Keith. "Hey, isn't it better than these other pathetic runners who look like they're crawling towards the finish?" Keith's words were direct, practically pointing at the other students' noses, implying they were all worthless. Then, in the incredulous gazes of the panting students who dared not speak, he proclaimed, "Now the real training begins." Chapter 43. 2 more years passed. "Oh, bring it on, teacher. A man should relentlessly pursue a strong physique." Upon hearing Keith's words, Miana felt a surge of excitement, as if he had just received a boost of adrenaline. Originally, due to the terrifying dormitory supervisor, he had abandoned the idea of training outside the city under Mozart's guidance, resigning himself to ineffective solitary workouts at the academy. However, little did he expect that not long after, he would encounter a master like Keith. The level of long-distance running they had just completed would have posed no challenge to Miana's endurance back at home, for his physical resilience had reached a point where improvement was exceedingly difficult. Not to mention, with the miraculous power of magic, reaching a physical limit was a daunting feat. The thought of exhausting his magical power before training was not feasible, as not only would his family disapprove, but the automatic transformation magic that activated once his magic dropped to a certain level forced him to abandon that method. Yet, the binding magic that Keith had casually cast achieved what he had been unable to accomplish before, granting him newfound clarity. His yearning to become more manly told him that Keith was the one who could help him achieve that goal. Upon hearing Miana's declaration, his classmates looked at him with shock, though some of the more cunning minds in the crowd began to plot how to skip this grueling class led by Keith. Interesting. Did you all hear that? Even this delicate little brat has said so. Are you all too embarrassed to be outdone by him? Move it. As expected, upon hearing Miana's words, Keith revealed a menacing grin and bellowed at the students. In an instant, all the students cast furious, resentful glances at Miana, but under Keith's intimidating gaze, they had no choice but to get moving, enduring a physically demanding training regimen that felt akin to hell. From this day forth, any subject related to Mia and Kisu would instantaneously transform into a veritable hell for the other students, regardless of their grade level, be it lower or upper. This was due to the fact that Mia now had nearly 2/3 of her courses vacant, with the resultant emptiness naturally leading to the Fundamentals of Magic course. With nothing to occupy her time, Mia typically found herself gravitating towards Kisu's classes. Time flew by rapidly, and before long, 2 years had passed. Mia successfully advanced to the 3rd grade. During these 2 years, 2 particularly renowned talents emerged from her cohort. One was Cairo, who, despite being enrolled in the Night Studies department, had skipped nearly all of his grades classes to join the least populated department of research studies, where he delved into the design and manufacturing of magical armors. Remarkably, he completed in merely 6 months what would take other students 4 years, swiftly occupying a position in the upper grade classroom, thereby becoming a legend within the research studies department, where professors unanimously regarded him as a prodigy with limitless potential. However, Cairo's intense focus sometimes rendered him oblivious to the feelings of others, plunging into a state dubbed research frenzy, which placed immense pressure on both the faculty and students of the research studies department. The other notable figure was, of course, Mia. However, her reputation was far from favorable. She had almost become a nightmare for the students of the academy, with 9 out of 10 individuals waking from nightmares involving her. This was not without reason, as Mia invariably appeared in every class taught by Kisu, including the lower-grade physical training, mid-grade swordsmanship, combat classes, and upper-grade comprehensive night combat courses, transforming what were already terrifying sessions into something akin to infernal realms. Strangely, despite Mia's unchanged stature and appearance, Kisu consistently used her as the ideal excuse to amplify the intensity of their training, leaving students in a state of despair, yet they could never truly harbor hatred towards Mia, existing instead in an odd state where merely seeing her face inspired thoughts of forgiveness. Ultimately, Mia became the most unwelcome sight for the students of the entire academy. Recently, unsettling rumors circulated among the academy's higher-ups regarding the impending departure of a teacher responsible for instructing magical armor training courses, with plans for Kisu to take on the role. This was undoubtedly dire news, as Mia had now progressed to the 3rd grade, and it was time to commence lessons on operating magical armors. If Mia's aptitude for piloting was akin to her physical prowess, the students of the Night Studies department would soon face another round of torment. They had ample reason to believe that the combination of Mia and Kisu would provoke such catastrophic changes. However, unlike the anxious and apprehensive students awaiting the academy's announcement, Mia, now in her 3rd year, felt somewhat troubled. Contrary to the thoughts of others, Mia harbored a lack of interest and motivation towards piloting magical armors, and thus found herself distressed by the sudden reduction of physical training courses in her new grade. This was also a misfortune for her, leading to a rather gloomy demeanor as the new academic year approached. Nevertheless, this did not impede her commitment to specialized training during the break. The academy's transition period was merely a month, and the round trip to her home took nearly the same amount of time. So Mia chose not to return home during the holiday. Consequently, a year prior, during the break, an unrelenting Mia approached Kisu, seeking his assistance for specialized training, with the training grounds established by Morzit outside the city finally coming into play. Over the course of a year, Kisu, who had somewhat acquainted himself with Mia, found it increasingly difficult to resist her persistent requests and ultimately agreed. Thus, Mia embarked on her specialized training without pause. Although she had requested Kisu to provide her with the gravity training she so desired, he declined, citing that it would stunt her growth, all the while wearing a mischievous smirk as he observed the shift in Mia's expression from excitement to profound disappointment. At that moment, Mia was indeed taken aback, ultimately abandoning the notion. Kisu's agreement to train Mia stemmed primarily from her personality being to his liking, albeit she was a tad too feminine for his taste. What left Kisu bemused was that despite his specially intensified training, which could transform an ordinary individual into a muscular powerhouse, Mia's physique stubbornly retained its original form, merely accentuating her muscle definition and increasing her height by approximately 10 centimeters, officially rendering her a 5'5" young man. This dissatisfaction prompted Kisu to take it upon himself to mold Mia's body into that of a muscular warrior akin to himself. During the interludes of their specialized training, Kisu also took the time to teach Mia swordsmanship. Given Mia's lack of innate talent in swordplay, Kisu instructed her in a conventional knightly combat style that relied on physical strength, well suited for someone of Mia's build. Chapter 44. The first magical armor training class time does not pause for the melancholic musings of one individual. As Mia gradually came to terms with her situation, the new cohort of students had already enrolled, heralding the commencement of her new academic year. On the eve of the 3rd grade start, Mia dutifully relocated from Morzit's residence back to the academy. There was no alternative. The dormitory supervisor, Miss Coloni, was formidable and intimidating, and Mia dared not provoke her ire. Thus she returned obediently and promptly reported for registration, on the inaugural day of the new students' enrollment, as they partook in their welcoming ceremony. Mia and her fellow third-year students from the Night Studies department found themselves with no respite. Under Kisu's guidance, they made their way to a smaller, yet still expansive magical armor training ground. After 2 years, only about 200 students remained in Mia's cohort from the Night Studies department, with over 100 having departed. Most of those who left did so due to failing their comprehensive evaluations and were consequently dismissed by the academy. A select few, possessing outstanding talents in other areas, were persuaded to transition to different departments. However, such individuals were not without their own choices to remain, as the honor of being a magical knight was a profound aspiration for many. Notably, exceptions existed, such as Cairo, who shone brilliantly in the Research Studies department and was regarded as a genius, and his friend Del, who had significant magical talent. The former declined the invitation from the Research Studies department to preserve his status as a magical knight to inherit his family's marquee title, while the latter's decision was purely motivated by love, or rather, friendship. Such tales had long circulated within the Night Studies department, yet Mia, the training enthusiast, remained oblivious to them, having hardly made acquaintances over the past 2 years. Aside from Cairo and his 2 companions, after all, Mia now bore the label of a nightmare in the eyes of the students, and few dared to approach her, save for Cairo. Even Del and her brother Ater regarded Mia with a sense of reverence due to her fervor for training. Hesitant to draw near, only Cairo consistently displayed no unusual behavior towards Mia. Instead, he was quite intrigued by her seemingly unchanging physique despite her relentless training. Hence, it was Cairo who became Mia's first genuine friend within the academy. The pairing of these 2 renowned talents led their peers to question the very nature of existence. Fortunately, both were individuals who raced against time, their interactions limited to certain shared classes, thus avoiding any of the terrifying situations that left students in a state of dread. As the fanfare and cannon fire heralding the new students' enrollment ceremony echoed, Mia's first magical armor training class officially commenced. Kisu, indeed, was now responsible for this course. The academy had ultimately compelled him to take on the role amid the students' discontent. This alone underscored Kisu's capabilities. Upon reaching the expansive magical armor training ground, which was smaller than the one hosting the enrollment ceremony, but still vast, Kisu activated the legendary magic of spatial manipulation adjacent to the training area. Then, amid the astonished gazes of the impeccably lined-up students, towering 15-meter-high magical armors emerged from shimmering silver magic circles. These were merely outdated 4th-generation armors, intended solely for the purpose of assessing students' adaptability. After all, there had been rare instances where individuals had been deemed suitable for magical armor through magical assessments, only to be incapable of piloting them in reality. Thus, to ensure safety, the first magical armor training class would commence with these outdated 4th-generation adaptive armors for practice. In the subsequent stages, the students in the middle grades typically trained using the 5th-generation mecha armor, while only the senior students are introduced to the 6th-generation models, currently in extensive service within the kingdom, which represent the latest advancements in magical armored technology. Once the 20 adaptive mecha armors have fully emerged from the spatial magic array, Kiss turned to face the majority of the students, who wore expressions of envy. All right, I won't waste time explaining the operation. You've all attended the theoretical classes last year, so now form a line. The first row will step forward. There is no need to rush to soar into the skies. First, complete the activation and connection. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Once completed, you can step down and let the next row take their turn. No one should act recklessly. Otherwise, you'll be running 50 laps around this training ground. Especially you, Mia. Don't cause any trouble. At this last remark, Kiss shot a fierce glare at Mia, who was gazing eagerly at the vast expanse of the magical mecha training ground. Knowing Mia's mischievous nature, Kiss thought it prudent to warn him first. Otherwise, trouble was guaranteed. The academy was already under considerable pressure from the students' dissatisfaction and had specifically instructed Kiss not to allow any overly reckless behavior during the first few classes. In response to Kiss's precautionary measures, Mia appeared somewhat aggrieved, reluctantly averting his gaze and mumbling a low acknowledgement. It's best you do so. Let us begin now. First row, step up. With Kiss's command, the students in the front row, brimming with excitement, approached the mecha armors. They then invoked a previously taught activation spell, triggering the safety enchantments of the magical armors, which caused the cockpits to pop open. A mere glance was enough for Mia to realize that the driving mode of this fourth-generation armor bore a striking resemblance to those depicted in various films and animations from his previous life. This familiarity rendered Mia somewhat uncomfortable, as he felt it lacked the essence of magic, evoking a peculiar sense of déjà vu. However, he was aware that with the advent of the fifth-generation mecha, the cockpit design had been rendered obsolete, replaced by the immersive driving space he had encountered during his first interaction with magical armors, after a cursory examination of the adaptive mecha armors. Mia found his interest waning. Faced with these relics from centuries past, his very body exhibited no reaction, leaving him utterly disinterested. As his gaze wandered aimlessly, Mia soon spotted Cairo, whose expression mirrored his own boredom. Eyes reflecting a sense of life wasted. Instantly invigorated, Mia made his way toward Cairo, much to Kiss's chagrin, who furrowed his brow in disapproval. Yet, after some contemplation, Kiss refrained from reprimanding Mia, realizing it was better for him to find something to occupy his time than to cause disruptions. Consequently, he chose to turn a blind eye. Upon witnessing Kiss's reaction, the other students quickly understood the unspoken rule, parting like the Red Sea to clear a path for Mia, none daring to approach within 3 steps of him. Unfazed, Mia strode directly to Cairo, who wore a similarly bored expression, alongside his sister, Dell, who bore a hint of anticipation. Chapter 45, The Prodigy Cairo, arriving behind Cairo. Mia stood on tiptoe and playfully slapped Cairo's shoulder, inquiring, "What's wrong? Why do you look so dreadfully bored?" Taken by surprise, Cairo was jolted to the same height as Mia by the forceful pat, prompting Dell and Dad to notice Mia and step back in shock, gazing at him with a mix of awe and trepidation. "TCH, if you're jealous of my height, just say so. No need to exert yourself like that." Rather than immediately replying to Mia's question, Cairo first complained before responding. "It's perfectly normal to be bored. I dismantled this thing 2 years ago. There's no technical challenge whatsoever." Mia, wait a minute, Cairo. Your words carry profound implications. What do you mean you've dismantled it? Is this something that can be done casually? Cairo's explosive revelation left Mia momentarily speechless, while Dell and Det were equally astonished. Even Kiss, who had always been vigilant, found himself at a loss for words. "Hold on. Cairo, when did you dismantle it? How come I didn't know? Just how much have you been up to behind my back?" Then, Dell rushed forward, tugging at Cairo's sleeve, demanding an explanation. Her reaction flustered Cairo, who hurriedly reassured her. No, it was just out of boredom at home. I merely took apart my grandfather's collection. Really. Trust me, I haven't done anything behind your back." As Mia and Ed exchanged glances, an inexplicable sense of unease settled in their chests. "Ahem, the second row is ready," Kiss interjected, unable to bear the ongoing entanglement between Cairo and Dell, prompting them to prepare for their turn. Cairo and Dell, positioned in the second row, stood side by side, while it occupied the third row directly behind Cairo. It was said that the siblings had swapped positions at Dell's insistence. As for Mia, he had unfortunately missed the first lesson and was relegated to the back of the line. Standing alone and gathering dust, following Kiss's announcement, he fixed his large, bell-like eyes on Mia, signaling him to return to his place at the back. TCH. In response, Mia unapologetically flashed Kiss a middle finger before swiftly retreating to the rear, leaving Kiss visibly agitated. "Let me see if you are indeed the missing piece I currently lack," Cairo remarked, glancing back at Mia with a smirk, revealing a glimmer of eager anticipation in his eyes. This low murmur stirred a sense of unease within Dell, who suddenly felt a surge of anxiety as the first row of students successfully activated and established their connection with the magical armors. Kiss, unable to watch any longer, ordered them to dismount. The second row, now featuring Cairo and Dell, stepped forward to take their place. True to his reputation as a specialist in dismantling the fourth-generation magical armors, Cairo completed the activation and connection in under a minute, skillfully maneuvering the mecha with agility that belied his status as a mere third-year student. Yet, this feat elicited no surprise from Kiss or the other students. It was merely an expectation. Over the past 2 years, Cairo had consistently shattered their preconceived notions, mastering everything at an astonishing pace. He had excelled in nightly culture courses, convincing instructors to release him after just a month, and had attended only half a session in the magical arts over 2 years, earning a senior grade 8 rating from the Mage Association before entering his 3rd year. He had even audited classes in the engineering department to learn how to create magical armors, thereby making a name for himself within the academy, where he relished outperforming his peers and older students. Rumor had it that many upperclassmen in the engineering department had been driven to despair by Cairo's prowess. However, the specifics remained unclear to those in the nightly studies department. Nevertheless, it was evident that the number of dropouts from the engineering department had surged in the past 2 years, a fact they could confirm. Thus, when Cairo deftly piloted the magical armor with a speed that surpassed his classmates, it was hardly surprising. It felt as though it were simply meant to be. In contrast, Dell, who had taken several minutes to complete her activation and connection, now appeared somewhat overshadowed, as all eyes were on Cairo. Only Kiss was aware that such performance would have been considered exemplary in previous years. Yet, Cairo now shone like the sun, the brightest star in the firmament, casting Dell into shadow. Naturally, for a woman like her, witnessing Cairo's spotlight was akin to savoring honey. It brought her immense joy. However, as she snapped back to reality, an undercurrent of fear rippled through the students. After all, there could only be one sun in the sky, and they worried whether another might soon rise. Needless to say, their apprehension was directed at Mia. Should he also perform admirably? They could only imagine the grueling challenges that awaited them in the coming years. Kiss was fond of declaring, "Look at this petite student, so diligently striving. What excuse do you burly fellows have for slacking?" Following such remarks, he would inevitably increase the intensity of their training, pushing them to the brink of despair to make matters worse. Mia, a fervent workout enthusiast, relished intensifying his own training, which was truly the most daunting aspect. Thus, as Mia wore a perplexed expression, the students cast their well-meaning gazes upon him, sending a chill down his spine, leaving him bewildered as to when he had offended so many. As time gradually passed, nearly all the students successfully activated and connected with their magical armors, with Cairo leading the pack, followed closely by Dell, and an otherwise inconspicuous classmate. The remainder took an average of over 15 minutes, a level typical of ordinary prodigies. Of course, there was the worst of them all, who struggled for nearly half an hour before managing to complete the connection with the magical armor. As a result, he was immediately ridiculed by Kiss, who remarked, "I can't fathom how you managed to pass the entrance examination of the academy." This left the male student, who appeared somewhat decent and behaved like a noble scion, feeling utterly embarrassed and flustered as he rushed back to his seat with a flushed face. Chapter 46. Classmates filled with resentment. "All right, Mia, you're the last one. Hurry up, they're still waiting for the class to end." Finally, Kiss bellowed at Mia, who stood at the back, looking utterly bored to the point of nearly dozing off. "Oh, I'll be quick. Don't worry, just this ancient relic, it won't take long." At Kiss's shout, Mia instantly jolted awake, shaking off her drowsiness, and with the anxious gazes of her classmates upon her, she sprinted towards a suit of armor. "Failure! Failure! Failure! O divine being, rid us of this source of evil." Upon hearing Mia's audacious words, the students' eyes brimmed with even greater concern, their silent, resentful glares fixed upon her, murmuring in unison with exasperation among the disgruntled students. Cairo began to closely observe Mia's every movement, seemingly anticipating something. Regardless of how one looks at it, this thing is rather formidable, even if it is an ancient artifact from centuries past, Mia mused as she approached the suit of armor. Not immediately commencing her operations, but instead engaging in casual conversation, completely disregarding the palpable resentment emanating from the crowd behind her. No, it wasn't exactly disregard. Rather, she was forcibly compelling herself to ignore it. She was too afraid to turn around, her back towards her classmates, her expression stiff with tension. Kiss felt immense pressure facing the students, as he himself was one of the culprits behind their resentment, or perhaps the root cause. However, the students dared not express any dissatisfaction in front of Kiss, the fearsome instructor, and were filled with trepidation. Yet, it seemed the situation was on the verge of spiraling out of control. Thus, Mia's seeming waste of time only fueled Kiss's frustration, but before he could utter any harsh words, he was interrupted by a quietly appearing figure at his side. "Watch closely. I must witness this for myself. If the child's talent is indeed as his father claims, then..." The newcomer was Emild, the current president of the National Magic Armor Knight Academy. He had come to personally observe Mia's performance, having concluded the current freshman enrollment ceremony early and calculated his arrival time. Upon hearing the academy's head speak, Kiss could only suppress his anger and impatience, continuing to watch as Mia fumbled about. He genuinely wished to seize Mia and thrust her into the magical armor. As time passed, the students, filled with resentment, were nearing the point of losing control, casting morose glances towards Kiss, which made his heart race with anxiety. Meanwhile, Mia remained blissfully unaware. Although she had been somewhat disinterested until just now, she found herself in a rather unusual state as she prepared to pilot the antiquated model of the magical armor. It has been several years since my first piloting experience. Indeed, it was 6 years ago, during the summer. How long ago that seems. Her heart raced with anticipation for the task ahead, the magical calculation core quietly beginning to activate, with magical energy accelerating through the pathways, causing a luminous glow to manifest upon her skin. This phenomenon caused Aimedas and Kiss to narrow their eyes, but the duration was fleeting, so brief that the students in the front row believed they were witnessing an illusion. Ultimately, it was merely an old artifact, which failed to pique their interest. Perhaps with such thoughts, Mia took the initiative to control her body's impulses. This was not her first experience exerting control over her instinctual responses. By now, her body's instincts had long ceased to influence her. Otherwise, she would be subject to the constant distraction of numerous magical armors training in the adjacent field every day, leaving her no time for physical training. With this in mind, Mia effectively suppressed her instincts within a remarkably short period and took control. The students, lacking the keen eyes of Aimedas and Kiss, remained ensnared in a dreadful state, failing to capture this brief moment, except for Cairo, who had been vigilantly observing Mia. After a moment of astonishment, Cairo's expression shifted to one of realization, and had it not been for Dale and Art's timely intervention to restrain him, he likely would have rushed forward to stir trouble. "Let us begin," Mia declared, oblivious to the events transpiring behind her, or perhaps too fearful to look back. After suppressing her body's instinctual reactions, she employed the identification magic upon the magical armor. This was the first spell she had learned on her own since she began her magical studies 6 years prior. Upon mastering it, tears of joy filled her eyes, realizing she might never learn another type of magic outside of those related to magical armors. This spell was of a low tier, its function straightforward. Its incantation would ensure that the protective magic embedded within the specific magical armor would not target the caster, thus enabling access to the cockpit. Naturally, different generations and certain special models of armor required distinct authentication spells, so one could not generalize it present. Mia knew two, one for the nameless adaptive armor before her, and another for the formal training armor. The standard 5th generation armor, known as Ploton, as the red magical glow emanated from Mia's hands. The 15-meter-tall magical armor, kneeling on one knee, with yellow plating and a prominent black 08 emblazoned on its shoulder, began to open its armored layers, revealing its cockpit. Having previously observed demonstrations from other classmates, Mia felt no surprise. She exerted her legs and leapt effortlessly into the cockpit. Wow, there are control handles and pedals. How scientific. Settling into the pilot's seat, Mia marveled at the two automatically adjusting control handles beside her and the pedals beneath her feet. From afar, she had thought it lacked any magical quality, but now, experiencing it firsthand, she realized she had underestimated this old artifact. Nevertheless, never mind, she sighed, shaking her head and exhaling deeply, dismissing such trivial thoughts as she grasped the handles and pressed her feet onto the pedals, softly stating, starting the magical energy transmission circuit connection. Chapter 47. A sparring match between teacher and student. Almost instantaneously after Mia spoke, the artificial magical energy transmission circuit within the cockpit of the adaptive magical armor emitted a yellow glow, seamlessly connecting with the crimson glow of magical energy emanating from Mia. With the magical energy transmission circuits linked, the cockpit retracted into the magical armor. Subsequently, the unnamed suit's eye glimmered with green light, and a yellow flash enveloped its entirety as it slowly rose, reminiscent of an awakening ancient giant, exuding a heavy aura that stirred the air violently. This phenomenon was due to the ether, a semblance of the 5th element, being rapidly drawn by the magical energy conversion furnace of the armor under Mia's control, resulting in a significant atmospheric disturbance. Ultimately, the immense magical energy generated by the conversion furnace began to overflow, indicating that the core of the magical armor had been entirely activated, operating at full power, a state known as full operational mode. Even in this state, the 4th generation magical armor, despite being an ancient relic, could rival large magical beasts, becoming a formidable weapon beyond the capacity of ordinary human strength. Kiss and Aimedas, upon witnessing this, were rendered speechless. Their mouths agape. Though they had anticipated such a display, witnessing it firsthand almost caused the old man to tear out his beard in astonishment. Such might was typically reserved for knightly orders on the front lines. And neither had expected Mia to trigger the armor into a complete combat state right from the outset. Did this mean Mia's talent had surpassed that of an ordinary individual, accumulating experience and time? Kiss and Emild were left aghast, their emotions complex. Despite being men of talent themselves, they too required significant training over time to reach the state Mia now exhibited. The reactions of Mia's classmates mirrored their astonishment. The overwhelming power she wielded surpassed even that of Cairo during his piloting. And the suffocating pressure they felt filled them with despair for the future. Thus, they found themselves helplessly kneeling in dismay, with the natural excuse of Mia at hand. The devilish teacher, Kiss, would undoubtedly continue to devise ways to rigorously train them. Can you hear me? It's absurd that this ancient relic lacks any combat-capable magic. In the next moment, Mia's voice of complaint echoed from the armored mech, startling the classmates who were deeply entrenched in a state of imaginable despair for the future. They instinctively looked up. So you heard it. What do you intend to do, you rascal? Observing the students who had raised their heads, their eyes vacant and ashen, alongside Aimedas, whose expression had softened and whose gaze had turned meaningful, Kiss felt his face twitch uncontrollably. And a thought crept into his mind. Is my training for these kids insufficient? Knowing Mia's character well, he quickly realized that Mia was about to initiate something. However, under Aimedas' suggestive gaze, Kiss, who had intended to feign ignorance and let Mia believe no one outside could hear him, found himself compelled to speak. This was primarily because Aimedas, after his initial shock, sought to further confirm the limits of Mia's innate talent. Could Mia truly negate the acquired learning and experience of others with his natural gift, thus achieving a remarkable leap forward? This was the question lingering in Aimedas' mind. He had reason to doubt. Even though Mia had already displayed talent that left him in awe, its practical application remained an unknown. Kiss-sensei, it's rather dull. This mech lacks combat magic, so may I disembark? Kiss remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. From Mia's light yet uninteresting tone, it was evident that he found the full power operation state quite effortless and tedious. Principal, what do you think? Kiss passed the ball to Aimedas. Hearing Kiss's words, Mia's mech slightly turned its head, revealing Aimedas beside Kiss. Oh, isn't this the old fellow? What brings you here? Do you wish to spar with me? Mia paused for a moment, and then spoke through gritted teeth. His loud voice alerted the students, who had been in a bizarre state, to Aimedas' presence. Instantly, they became agitated, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they gazed at Aimedas, as if he were some rare creature, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Hiki, this student is really full of energy, Aimedas remarked, quickly feigning ignorance of Mia, fearing that Mia might indiscreetly reveal his secrets. Kiss-sensei, why not pilot a mech and practice with this lively student? To silence Mia, Aimedas deftly employed a distraction tactic, inadvertently pulling Kiss into the fray. Oh really? Bring it on, Kiss-sensei. Indeed, Mia immediately shifted his focus to the now grim-faced Kiss that moment. Kiss was in a foul mood, having been tricked by Aimedas. He felt that if he were to falter and lose to Mia, his authority would be shattered. Yet, under the eager gazes of the students, Kiss ultimately refrained from rebutting, casting a resentful glare at the smiling Aimedas before reluctantly climbing into an adaptable mech. Although Kiss exhibited a power similar to Mia's earlier prowess upon activating the mech, the onlookers couldn't shake the feeling that Kiss appeared somewhat diminished, exuding an impression of being strong on the outside yet weak within. The bald-headed teacher will fail. He hasn't been on the battlefield for too long, and his condition has declined, so he may lose decisively, murmured the front-row students, particularly Kalo, who was held back by Dale and Art. Their comments aroused a curious response from Dale and Art, who were puzzled by the sudden remark. However, before Dale could inquire further, a tremendous sound caught her attention. It was the thunderous clash of two massive steel fists. Since the combat magic had been removed from their adaptable mechs, Mia and Kiss opted for close-quarters combat. Showcasing their respective strengths, the mechs, infused with potent magical energy, were immensely powerful and swift, rendering their battle both spectacular and perilous. Both fighters were the type to lose themselves in the throes of combat. Disregarding their safety. Chapter 48. Kalo's invitation. Observing the seemingly evenly matched spectacle, Aimedas felt a sense of gravity unlike the stupefied students. He sensed that Kiss was on the verge of defeat, despite comparable strength and speed, as well as similar core operational conditions and magical power conversion. The agility of Mia's mech was unparalleled compared to that of Kiss. The way Mia fought resembled that of an ancient giant in armor, exhibiting unmatched flexibility without a hint of sluggishness or delay, making it appear as if the mech was merely an extension of Mia's own body. Thus, in terms of practical combat, Mia's talent had already exhibited enough brilliance to concern Aimedas. However, since both were piloting antiquated adaptable mechs without the aid of combat magic, he could not yet draw a final conclusion. After all, the combat capability of mechs still required the integration of combat magic. Nevertheless, he could at least ascertain that Mia's talent was undoubtedly the highest ever recorded. Simply providing him with a mech would transform it into formidable combat power. While Aimedas ruminated on these thoughts, Mia had already bested his teacher in previous sparring sessions with Kiss. Mia had endured significant size and power disadvantages, but this time, he reveled in the equality of size and strength, leading to an exhilarating battle where he thoroughly pummeled Kiss's mech, leaving it battered and bruised. This could be seen as Mia's minor act of revenge, resulting in Kiss emerging from the cockpit with a face as dark as a pot's bottom, wearing a peculiar smile directed at the students who had just stirred the pot. "Oh, this is bad." Mia quickly grasped the gravity of the situation upon witnessing Kiss's expression, recalling the brutal beatings he had received under the guise of practical training. His heart sank as he sensed impending doom. "Hee. You really enjoyed that, huh?" Hee. Faced with Kiss, who approached and patted his shoulder with a hand larger than his own head, Mia could only manage a strained smile. "You can still smile. That's impressive." However, upon seeing Mia's forced grin, Kiss's expression darkened, and he gripped Mia's shoulder tightly, leaning in to speak menacingly in his ear. Mia felt a jolt of panic and disbelief at Kiss's intensity. "Humph." Ignoring Mia's incredulous gaze, Kiss cast a glance at the spot where Aimedas had stood, only to find that the old principal had already fled. In his frustration, he refrained from immediately confronting the students who had witnessed his humiliation. Instead, he merely shot them a warning glare to keep their mouths shut before hastily declaring the end of the class. The students, stiff with tension, bowed and retreated in silence, their spirits heavily weighed down. Mia, too, felt the urge to escape, hastily disappearing from sight. He had resolved to keep his distance from Kiss in the coming days to avoid further training. Observing Mia's retreat, Kalo could no longer contain himself, breaking away from the group of students to pursue him. Dale and Art, Kalo's companions, hesitated momentarily before following suit, with Dale shouting after Kalo, causing Kiss, who remained to tidy up, to feel irritable, wishing he could apprehend Mia and give him a stern talking to. Of course, Mia remained oblivious to the fact that the entire incident would ultimately be blamed on him, or else he might have thought to argue his case. This moment, Mia felt a surge of panic. Dashing through the academy with Kalo hot on his heels, shouting for him to stop, his eyes gleaming with determination like a hungry dog spotting meat. Little did Mia know what had suddenly possessed Kalo. But he instinctively sensed danger and continued to flee without looking back. As Mia sprinted faster, Kalo, gradually running out of breath, called out for help, spotting a stout, short boy in front of Mia. "Aimedas, hold that Mia down." As Mia fled, he heard the command from behind and hesitated, puzzled by who Aimedas was. However, before he could gather his thoughts, a sudden force from the side knocked him to the ground, and a cheerful voice rang in his ear before he could even react. "I beg your pardon. This exquisite young lady is under the orders of Cairo to restrain me." The earnest voice had barely finished articulating its intent when it was abruptly met with a punch to the eye from Mia, who had heard a forbidden word. The sound of pain erupted from him immediately. By the time Cairo, panting heavily, rushed over, the assistant he had just summoned was already pinned to the ground and beaten by Mia. As Mia continued to strike, he venomously declared, "I am a man, not some lady," which startled Cairo, prompting him to hastily intervene and grasp Mia. He feared that if he did not stop Mia's wrathful tirade, his innocent comrade would end up severely injured. He had first-hand experience of the weight behind Mia's fists. "So what exactly do you want that has you chasing me across half the academy without relent?" Mia, now restrained, ceased his attempts to flee and inquired with his eyes resembling those of a dead fish. His expression bore an unmistakable threat, implying, "Unless you provide a more palatable reason, I shall strike you," as he raised his tiny pink fist. Cairo instinctively recoiled, intimidated by Mia's delicate yet fierce gesture. However, upon hearing Mia's words, a spark of eagerness ignited in Cairo's eyes. Mia, I believe you possess remarkable potential. Would you consider becoming the pilot of the new generation mecha armor I am developing? I am convinced you would be the finest component. No, the best pilot." You. Upon catching a particular keyword in Cairo's statement, Mia's heart inexplicably skipped a beat, and he narrowed his eyes, gazing sternly at the hopeful Cairo. I apologize, but I must decline. He decisively rejected the invitation. Although he acknowledged Cairo's capability to create the so-called new generation mecha armor, having learned of his terrifying genius through their 2 years of acquaintance. Mia was acutely aware of the overwhelming talent Cairo possessed. Cairo was a terrifying genius, one so formidable that few dared to approach him. Apart from his gift for piloting mecha armor, Mia felt utterly overshadowed in every other aspect, were it not for Cairo's focus on the research and development of mecha armor. His accomplishments in various fields would undoubtedly be astonishing. Truth be told, even the typically fearless Mia felt a degree of pressure in Cairo's presence, which speaks volumes about how others, who were less capable than Mia, must feel when faced with Cairo. Nonetheless, this was not the reason for Mia's refusal. The true impetus behind his decision lay in an inexplicable sense of unease he felt after that fleeting moment of emotional turbulence. He harbored a nagging suspicion that acquiescing to Cairo's request would lead to unforeseen misfortunes. Thus, he resolutely declined. Furthermore, he had not missed the last part of Cairo's statement. He would not entertain the notion of being perceived as anything less than what he was. Oh, let him go. It is of no consequence that we shall meet again. For now, let us tend to your injuries, Aimedas. And remember, next time do not mistake him for a lady. After Mia's firm refusal, he opted to flee. And witnessing his companion still trembling on the ground, Cairo ultimately decided against pursuit that he approached to assist him, sighing in resignation. Eventually, with the hurried arrival of the exhausted Dale and Art, Cairo escorted his companion to the Academy's infirmary for treatment. Chapter 49. Submission and Workshop. In the ensuing days, Mia anticipated that Cairo would relent. However, he found himself subjected to Cairo's relentless harassment. During classes, after lessons, while training, and even at mealtimes, Cairo seemed to materialize beside him at every opportunity. Even intruding upon Mia's bathing and restroom visits. This incessant intrusion drove Mia to the brink of exasperation. Yet he knew that should a confrontation arise, he might not prevail against Cairo, which was the source of his despair. As a peer within the same grade and among the student body, Cairo's physical prowess was one of the rare few that approached Mia's own, while his magical proficiency far surpassed Mia's. Thus, one can comprehend the pressure Mia felt while interacting with Cairo. This was even more pronounced considering Cairo devoted the majority of his energy to the design and manufacture of mecha armor. Mia recognized that apart from his innate talent for piloting, he could not compete with Cairo in any regard. Consequently, when faced with Cairo's unrelenting pursuit, Mia discovered that the most effective strategy was to seek refuge with the dormitory manager, Miss Coroni. Indeed, she was the only individual within the academy that could instill trepidation in Cairo, a figure seemingly unafraid of anything. Although Mia harbored his own fears regarding her, he ultimately opted for this course of action to escape Cairo's ceaseless harassment. When Mia sought sanctuary with Miss Coroni, she did not inquire about his reasons, merely engrossed in her own tasks, tacitly acknowledging his actions with an air of indifference, once ensconced in Miss Coroni's vicinity. Cairo's persistent harassment finally ceased. However, unable to endure her cold and detached atmosphere any longer, Mia eventually chose to capitulate and approached Cairo directly. Cairo, anticipating this turn of events, greeted the visibly frazzled Mia with a knowing nod and remarked, "So, Mia, are you prepared to accept my proposal?" "Ah, yes, indeed." Mia, overwhelmed by the dual pressures he faced, abandoned his initial unease and responded with a hint of resignation. "Excellent, a wise choice," Cairo replied, flashing a confident smile before seizing Mia's hand. "Now, without further ado, let us proceed with your inaugural test drive." With that, he tugged Mia along, employing a combination of enhancement magic on his hand to ensure Mia could not escape. Wait, but we still have Professor Kiss's class," Mia protested, his voice rising in desperation as he struggled to delay Cairo. His dismay, Cairo, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, showed no sign of hesitation. "Missing a class or two with the bald professor is no issue at all," he declared nonchalantly, his words sending Mia's heart racing in frustration. Ultimately, unable to break free from Cairo's grasp, Mia was led through the academy's labyrinthine corridors until they reached what appeared to be an oversized warehouse. To Mia's astonishment, the space was bustling with activity, filled with a variety of individuals moving about, scattered across the floor, and tucked into corners were an assortment of metal armor, skeletal frames, and gray alchemical muscle. Alongside an unidentified viscous white liquid seeping across the ground, exuding a bizarre odor, the scene before him bore an uncanny resemblance to a rural machine factory from his past life. "Welcome to my research workshop. Mia, from this day forth, you too shall be one of us," Cairo announced, taking a couple of steps forward before turning to face Mia, extending his right hand with a smile. Mia merely stood there, momentarily stunned, ignoring the hand that Cairo offered. Unfazed, Cairo continued, lightly patting Mia on the shoulder. At that moment, several individuals approached, recognizing Cairo's arrival. "Good afternoon, Cairo, and who might this be?" One stout figure began, only to be struck dumb upon noticing Mia's presence. Exclaiming in shock, this individual was none other than Aimedas, the one who had incurred Mia's wrath days prior and had received a sound thrashing. "Hey, Aimedas, what s with that expression? Displaying such shock will only make you a target of ridicule among the smithing dwarfs." Aimedas' companions, startled by his reaction, promptly chimed in, their tone sharp yet lacking malice. "And no, it's nothing," Aimedas stammered, his cheeks flushing as he straightened his posture, defensively retorting. It was evident he had recovered from his initial astonishment. His companions discreetly exchanged approving glances and gestures. "All right, everyone, this is Mia Sorgs. He shall henceforth be one of us," Cairo announced, clapping his hands to garner attention. The gazes of the group fell upon Mia. Cairo introduced him, adding with a smirk, "Now, do not be misled by his appearance. He is indeed male, so refrain from making inappropriate jokes in the future." As Cairo concluded his statement, Mia cast a baleful glare in his direction, silently vowing that should Cairo dare to utter any further nonsense, he would ensure a catastrophic end for both of them. Fortunately, Cairo seemed to possess sufficient awareness of Mia's temperament and refrained from uttering anything further that might provoke him. Little brother, let us strive together in the future. Indeed. Welcome to our workshop family." Upon hearing Cairo's introduction, everyone displayed a warm demeanor. However, Mia noticed that, apart from the blacksmith dwarf, Aimedas, the others did not seem to share a camaraderie with Cairo. Rather, their interactions resembled those of employer and employee, marked by a certain reserve. As for Aimedas, Mia finally discerned his appearance. He had a stout frame, sparse, rigid red hair, murky red eyes, and robust arms, complemented by a protruding belly that gave him an air of maturity. This marked Mia's first encounter with an intelligent race beyond humans, particularly a blacksmith dwarf renowned for their forging prowess across the continent, which instantly piqued Mia's interest, prompting him to scrutinize Aimedas with a somewhat mischievous gaze. It was said that dwarves possess superior physiques compared to humans, exhibiting greater strength and courage, making them a martial race. Yet, it seemed that Aimedas did not live up to that reputation, mere days prior. He had been utterly defenseless in a confrontation, leaving Mia feeling somewhat bored after assessing him. Aimedas could hardly maintain his composure in Mia's presence, as the latter's strength exceeded his wildest imaginings, nearly rendering him incapacitated. Now, faced with Mia's innocuous and endearing visage, Aimedas felt a pang of trepidation. "Well then, let us not delay any further. Mia, it is time to conduct the test drive experiment." After both parties had acquainted themselves, Cairo nodded and intended to pull Mia along, only to be skillfully evaded by Mia. "I shall walk on my own." Very well. Aimedas, please summon Dale and add. We shall proceed to the workshop." Faced with Mia's discontented expression, Cairo shrugged helplessly and addressed Aimedas and his companions before leading Mia into the spacious, lofty workshop. Chapter 50, Prototype 1. As Mia followed Cairo into the expansive, profound workshop, he observed that it did not exude darkness. Numerous illumination spells were engraved upon the ceiling, casting a brightness akin to that of the outdoors. As they walked, Mia beheld a multitude of enormous humanoid metal frameworks, some of which were highly refined, already enveloped in gray alchemical musculature, with even artificial magical conduits being implanted. Many others were merely solitary metal skeletons, with some individuals busily inscribing spells onto the frameworks and connecting various skeletal components. This resembled a clandestine factory for the manufacturing of magical armor. It was unclear how Cairo had established this workshop. Even as the grandson of the Academy's headmaster, it seemed implausible that he could have amassed resources for such an endeavor so readily. "It is nothing much, initially. Grandfather merely allowed me to utilize this land. Later, while Mia was engrossed in training, a series of fortunate events transpired, leading me to recruit half of the Academy's mechanical armor research team to develop a new generation of armors here. As for funding, I simply concoct a reason to request it from the Academy. As if sensing Mia's confusion, Cairo spoke nonchalantly, guiding the way. Observing Cairo's nonchalant demeanor, Mia felt a lump in his throat. He suddenly considered that with such a grandson, the old headmaster's life must be rather challenging. Yet, recalling the old man's previous mischief, Mia found himself relishing the thought. All right, we have arrived. Just as Mia began to indulge in such musings, Cairo came to a halt. What is this faint burned odor? As Mia halted in tandem, he detected a faint scent of charred material. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the floor and nearby pillars were slightly blackened and riddled with fine cracks. It is nothing, just a minor magical accident that occurred here some time ago. Cairo paused for a moment, his gaze wandering before he spoke. Noticing Cairo's demeanor, Mia narrowed his eyes, sensing that Cairo was concealing something. All right, look here at my newly developed prototype armor, Prototype 1. Cairo, sensing Mia's suspicion, awkwardly shifted the topic, gesturing towards a nearby area. Following Cairo's, Mia's gaze fell upon the armor, leaving him momentarily speechless, his heart pounding slowly yet heavily. Before him stood a gray armor towering over 20 meters, its external shape vastly different from what he had previously encountered. The armor was not excessively thick or cumbersome. Rather, it conformed closely to a streamlined form. The body and head bore a resemblance to a beast more than a human, with elongated, inverted triangular crystalline eyes radiating a soft red glow, complemented by sharp, beast-like forelimbs and elongated arm blades. The slightly hunched stance exuded an overwhelming aura of primal ferocity, and in a fleeting moment, Mia could almost hear the roar of a magical beast. A tremor coursed through Mia's face. It was curious that despite his earlier proximity to the armor, his body had shown no reaction. Even upon first witnessing its true form, he felt relatively unfazed, perhaps due to its status as a work in progress, faced with this prototype, which could not yet be deemed a magical armor. Mia's body did not react markedly, yet mentally, he felt an undeniable eagerness as time passed, and upon subconsciously recognizing it as a form of magical armor, his body began to awaken with vitality. Cairo. At that moment, Dale's melodious voice echoed from behind them as she leaped towards Cairo, clinging to him and nuzzling her face against him. Witnessing this scene, Mia fell into a contemplative silence. Each time he saw Dale so intimately entwined with Cairo, he felt an inexplicable discomfort. Mia, have you ultimately not escaped Cairo's grasp? Just as Mia was lost in thought, At's hesitant voice resonated beside him. His words implied that Cairo had long set his sights on Mia, causing the latter's expression to darken instantly. The handsome, dark-haired youth, At, often exhibited a degree of shyness and distance when addressing Mia, imbued with an air of respectful avoidance. This deference did not surprise Mia, as even his classmates, including the extroverted Dale, displayed a similar demeanor towards him. However, At's excessive reticence left Mia puzzled. After 2 years of acquaintance, why was there still such a chasm between them? Of course, At would never disclose the reason to Mia, as he could hardly confess that his reticence stemmed from having experienced love at first sight, only to be confronted with a harsh reality. Knowing Mia, he could well imagine that such a revelation would likely result in a severe reprimand. All right, everyone is here. Let us commence the initial test drive of Prototype 1. After a brief interlude with Dale, Cairo, having noticed iPod and the others' arrival, eagerly announced the commencement of the test drive experiment. Hey, Cairo, do we really have to go through with this? Didn't the last attempt end in an explosion, and you nearly sustained serious injuries? Upon hearing Cairo's declaration, Dale, unaware of the change in the pilot, displayed a look of concern as she leaned in to whisper to Cairo. While she understood Cairo's nature well, she still sought to dissuade him without hurting his pride. Not an issue. This time, I shall not be the pilot. Oh, then it is settled. In response, Cairo quietly assured Dale, and indeed, upon learning that Cairo was not the one in danger, her worries dissipated. Why do I suddenly feel a sense of unease? As Cairo and Dale engaged in their hushed conversation, Mia inexplicably experienced a surge of anxiety and turned to inquire of At, who stood beside him. How should I know? But whoever is piloting this test drive certainly possesses courage. At, perplexed by Mia's statement, glanced towards Cairo, who was preparing for the startup, and couldn't help but express his sentiments. What is wrong with me? Why do I say that? Nothing, nothing. Upon hearing Mia's instinctive response, I was taken aback, turning to scrutinize Mia, causing the latter's heart to race even more. Yet, as it sensed the heavy, threatening gaze directed at him from ahead, he quickly adopted a serious expression, feigning ignorance. Is that so? I can't shake the feeling that you all are hiding something from me. Naturally, Mia did not believe Ed's words. Enough. Mia, come here. Just as Mia was preparing to pressure Ed into revealing the truth with a pointed look, Cairo spoke up at that very moment. Chapter 51. Reasons and Sincerity After a Moment of Silence. Witnessing Ed's profuse sweating, Mia ultimately chose to take a step forward, approaching Cairo at this moment. A profound heaviness settled in Mia's heart, an ominous premonition lingering ominously in his mind. He was certain that Cairo and the others had concealed some crucial information from him. Feeling the gaze of the onlookers behind him, their eyes regarding him as one would a true warrior, Mia's conviction only deepened. However, now that he had arrived at this juncture, retreating would only invite scorn from others. Thus, clinging to his pride despite the discomfort, Mia approached Cairo, who wore a most infuriating and sardonic smile. Cairo, your task for me this time is of utmost importance, although I have successfully crafted various prototypes before. For some inexplicable reason, they have consistently failed to activate. Consequently, we find ourselves in an awkward predicament, unaware of the reason behind this failure to initiate, Cairo stated, his expression turning grave as Mia drew near. Could it be an issue with your design? Mia naturally pondered, prompted by Cairo's words. No, what I mean is a failure to initiate, not a failure to start. This indicates that there is no fundamental flaw in the design, Cairo replied assertively. You may not believe it, but this prototype has undergone numerous revisions before reaching its current form. Yet the issue of activation persists, which vexes me that a failure to initiate means we cannot obtain comprehensive and valid data. Without understanding the variations in values during the activation of the internal components, we cannot make thorough adjustments. Hence, this test flight is crucial that I invited you because I believe you can tame this mech suit. Thus, we place our final hopes in you. Cairo, facing Mia's skepticism, exhibited an overabundance of confidence in his design, yet he felt compelled to offer a slight explanation. He paused, inhaled deeply, and earnestly implored Mia, I truly beg of you this time. We will not impose too much on you. Simply do your best to pilot it, and remember your sensations while driving. As for the rest, the data collection magic affixed to the core components will record the variations in values of each internal component. You need only strive to pilot it. With that, Cairo performed a solemn knightly bow, a gesture laden with personal spirit and honor, rarely employed even by the mech knights in this realm, signifying Cairo's sincerity. Do you truly believe I can pilot it? Mia, taken aback, expressed doubt at Cairo's overly idealistic conviction. Of course, you are the most gifted mech pilot I have ever encountered, practically the embodiment of the concept of a mech pilot. Therefore, I have faith in you, Cairo affirmed. Mia, astounded by the unwavering sincerity in Cairo's words, found himself momentarily speechless, realizing their sentiments aligned perfectly with the system's description of his aptitude in this regard. Then let us not delay any further. Let us commence at once, Cairo declared. And before Mia could fully absorb the moment, a white magic circle emerged beneath his feet. In an instant, he vanished from his location. All right, everyone, find cover and avoid any collateral damage, Cairo called out, leading the way behind a large pillar, prompting others to follow suit and seek various forms of concealment. Even those previously engaged in labor within the workshop seemed to have been attentively observing and ceased their tasks at the opportune moment to take shelter. Dale and Art cautiously approached Cairo's side. Observing the stillness of the gray mech suit, Dale expressed her concern. Do you think it will explode again this time? At her words, both siblings turned their gazes toward Cairo, who remained fixated on the mech suit, resolutely declaring, No, this time I have equipped prototype 1 with suppression magic, capable of forcibly halting the core components in a critical moment. Oh, that's reassuring. The siblings sighed in relief. As the anxious wait continued outside, within the gray mech suit, Mia experienced a moment of slight dizziness before fully entering the cockpit. Unlike any mech he had previously encountered, the interior of Prototype 1 felt rather cramped, as though it had been designed to accommodate numerous functionalities, ultimately leaving only a modest space for the pilot. Additionally, he noticed a lack of any magical energy transmission circuits, leaving him momentarily bewildered. How was he to initiate this? Cairo, you sly trickster, How can you expect me to pilot this without providing any guidance? As Mia pondered Cairo's methods, the mech's suit began to emanate a crimson glow, as if responding to the presence of its pilot. This fiery aura, mirroring Mia's own affinity for fire magic, confirmed that Cairo had indeed been scheming all along, with the artificial magical energy transmission circuits self-activating. Red magical sigils materialized on Mia's wrists, ankles, neck, and forehead. The moment all the sigils appeared, Mia felt a jolt coursing through him, his own magical transmission circuits resonating with those of the mech suit. Whoa! What is this driving mode and this overwhelming surge of magic? Mia exclaimed, as an intense torrent of magical energy surged into him through their connection, causing his body to flush a vibrant red, akin to a boiled shrimp. Leaving him momentarily flustered, Mia began to panic. Outside the mech's suit, Cairo and the others had been waiting with bated breath, just as they began to doubt whether Mia could meet the piloting standards. Cairo's expression shifted as he sensed an unusual flow of ether in the air. It was the precursor to the activation of the magical energy conversion furnace. In an instant, Cairo became tense, peering intently at the still gray mech suit. Chapter 52. The roar of a new era. The signs of etheric energy flowing through the air intensified, eventually causing a turbulent wind to swirl within the workshop, rendering it difficult for the onlookers to keep their eyes open. Amid this tempest, the previously gray prototype began to manifest crimson veins, indicative of the magic flowing into its artificial energy transmission circuits. As the red hue deepened to a significant degree, it extended from the circuits, enveloping the mech's surface armor, transforming it into a striking red. Yet this was not the end. The magic continued to proliferate. And soon, the visible scarlet energy began to overflow from the mech's suit, violently impacting the outside world. Eventually, the tempest was overtaken by the surging magic, and the mech's elongated triangular eyes began to emit a frantic, pulsating red glow. The entire mech began to tremble, and under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, it slowly began to move, taking a step forward. Then, with a thunderous roar, the now entirely crimson mech suit forcefully broke free from its restraints, revealing its menacing maw filled with sharp teeth, unleashing a colossal roar that pierced the heavens. This sound seemed to announce its very existence to the world in mere moments. The roar reverberated throughout the city of Lytesia, causing the unsuspecting populace to look up in confusion, bewildered by the sound that resembled that of a fearsome beast. Upon realizing the potential implications, panic ensued as they hastily retreated to the safety of their homes. Simultaneously, the three defensive walls of Lytesia activated their powerful magical defenses, while the Mech City Guard, composed of senior students from the academy, swiftly mobilized toward the source of the sound. When the roar reached the enormous administrative castle at the heart of the academy, perplexed faculty members looked up in curiosity. Yet, those professors aware of Cairo's endeavors turned pale, disbelief etched on their faces, and hurriedly made their way toward the headmaster's office. The headmaster's office, the elderly Emiled, upon hearing the roar, abruptly lifted his gaze toward Cairo's workshop. After a moment of contemplation, he turned back, musing aloud, "Has the initiation succeeded? I wonder if bringing these two prodigies together was the right decision. Coupled with the destined individual, has a new era begun to unfurl?" As Emiled contemplated, disturbances began to ripple through various corners of the academy. In the student dormitory, Coroni continued her tasks, only pausing momentarily at the first sound, remaining otherwise undisturbed. In the training grounds of the third-grade magical armor, Keith bellowed, commanding the startled students, whose formation had been thrown into disarray, to stand in line once more. He paid little heed to the commotion, as he remained blissfully unaware of the circumstances. Meanwhile, Professor Morzert was fervently instructing the senior students in the fundamentals of embedded magic within the confines of the Department of Magic. Upon hearing the thunderous shout, he jolted, swiftly advising his students to remain calm and converting the class into a self-study session before hastening towards Cairo's workshop. It is worth mentioning that Morzert also served as a theoretical supporter for Cairo's workshop. At the very moment the entire city of Lethia was stirred by that single roar, within Cairo's workshop, the crimson magical armor came to a standstill after emitting its fearful growl, devoid of any further movement. At that moment, Cairo was oblivious to the troubles he was about to bring upon the academy. He was already so exhilarated that he dashed out from his cover, leaping and gesticulating in front of the immobile prototype No. 1, which radiated an overwhelming aura of formidable magical energy. Others, who had also taken refuge behind the cover, couldn't help but peek out, their expressions brimming with pride and anticipation as they gazed upon the impressive prototype. No. One. After all, although Cairo had single-handedly designed it, they too had contributed to its transformation from theory to tangible production. If this new generation of magical armor could indeed be manufactured, those involved in its creation would achieve great renown. This was the fundamental reason most of them had been lured to join Cairo with various enticing promises and subtle coercions. What on earth is happening? Cairo, why does the core of this armor feel like a volcano on the verge of eruption? And why is the power of the magic converter so high? It just won't stop. Just as everyone was caught up in their delightful fantasies, Maya's panicked voice suddenly resonated through the voice amplification magic embedded in the armor, jolting everyone back to reality and shattering their reveries. Is that so? So the earlier setbacks were indeed due to the core components. This is troublesome. If only I had the technology and knowledge to create the core myself, I wouldn't have to resort to using pre-existing components. Cairo pondered aloud. Hey, Cairo, can you at least suggest a solution? The magic is still rapidly converting, and it's about to explode. I can barely maintain control. After hearing Cairo's calm demeanor, Maya could no longer contain his frustration and shouted out. He truly felt on the brink of losing control, sensing the core component beneath him swelling with magical energy. Oh no, please maintain control. Right, you can consume the excess magical energy with magic. Cairo, startled by Maya's outburst, stammered an unreliable suggestion. The onlookers behind him felt a pang of dread. After all, this was the workshop, and utilizing destructive embedded magic here was out of the question. Oh, I understand. Use magic, right? Embedded, mana-consuming, no tactical-grade spells. Damn, what about advanced magic? Yes, this one, explosive barrage. However, before they could voice their objections, Maya, frantic as though standing before a volcano set to erupt, began searching through the spells embedded in the armor. Ultimately, he found a suitable advanced fire-type magic that was particularly mana-consuming and extremely powerful. Without further thought, the panicked Maya quickly activated the embedded spell. Chapter 53. The Great Explosion. Oh no, we're doomed. In the next moment, as the others sensed impending doom, they beheld prototype number 1, now transformed into a deep crimson hue, suddenly open its mouth wide. Red fire attribute magical energy coalesced before its gaping maw, ultimately forming a complex red magic circle. It appeared that the explosive barrage spell belonged to the category of array magic. Subsequently, from the magic circle, a colossal fireball with a diameter of 3 meters was unleashed. The immense fireball soared above their heads, the ensuing heat wave causing them to feel as if their very souls were scorched. Then, in the midst of their wide-eyed horror, it pierced through the workshop's wall, exploding outside and instantly devastating a vast expanse of the Academy's public facilities. Igniting a raging inferno at that moment, the onlookers harbored a sliver of hope, for Cairo had chosen this area, which typically had no bystanders. Otherwise, the unexpected missile attack could have resulted in significant casualties. Yet, this flicker of hope did little to alleviate their anxiety, for the spell known as Explosive Barrage was designed for continuous fire, capable of being unleashed an unlimited number of times as long as there was enough magical energy to sustain it. Thus, in the direction where Maya piloted prototype number 1, the surroundings faced an overwhelming barrage. The relentless explosions filled the air with despair, and through the numerous gaping holes in the walls, the onlookers could already see the devastation outside. A scene of utter ruin and flames. In that instant, despair enveloped them entirely. The destruction wrought upon the Academy was far beyond their expectations, and as individuals implicated in this calamity, there was no escape for any of them. Seeing the chaos unfold, Cairo was struck with shock, a pallor washing over his face. In this situation, even if he were not expelled from the Academy, the compensation he would owe would certainly spell his doom. Maya, for heaven's sake, stop, he exclaimed, jolting back to reality. I can't. If I stop, I'll explode. Maya, too, was engulfed in despair. The magnitude of destruction was far from his intention, and upon witnessing the devastation outside, his heart raced with trepidation. Yet, even if he wished to halt the destruction, he could not dare to do so. He could feel the instability of the core beneath him, as well as the precarious balance of the magic converter situated even deeper, teetering on the edge of equilibrium between output and consumption. Any slight imbalance would lead to disaster. If that were to happen, Maya would find himself directly above the explosion, with no means of escape. Certainly a grim fate awaited him. As Maya's words left his lips, silence enveloped the group. each person grappling with their thoughts that I in this critical moment. It was Dale who suddenly had a flash of inspiration, urgently directing Cairo. Cairo, activate the suppression magic at once. That's impossible. That magic was destroyed long ago by the violent magical energy enveloping the core components. It can't be activated. Cairo's disheartened response plunged them back into silence, as no one knew what to say. At that moment, it was Maya within prototype number 1 who broke the silence, urgently inquiring of Cairo, "What should I do now?" "Don't wait for the city guard." Just then, the voice of the city guard echoed, "Attention inside. We are the 8th squad of the Lethia City Guard. Your actions have violated the regulations of the Academy and the city, and we have you surrounded. Cease the destructive magic at once and come out with your hands raised, or we will be forced to take action." Maya fell silent, unsure of how to express his emotions at that moment. It seemed that the moment they spoke of disaster, it had indeed arrived. The others, too, were not merely silent but utterly despondent. They had not anticipated the city guard would arrive so swiftly. Unbeknownst to them, the 8th squad had rushed over upon hearing the roar and had been patrolling the academy that day, which accounted for their quick arrival. As they approached Cairo's workshop, they narrowly avoided the fiery barrage. Had they not been vigilant and responsive to the abnormal magical reactions, they would have likely found themselves caught in Maya's chaotic spell. While the individuals inside the workshop were engaged in urgent deliberations for a solution, the city guard outside, witnessing Maya's magic continuing unabated and causing further destruction, concluded that the occupants inside were resolute in their resistance. Thus, under the command of their experienced squad leader, the 20-member team, all piloting the standard 6th-generation magical armor, Elkambe, stealthily dispersed, maneuvering towards the workshop from a direction shielded from the relentless fireball. Following the squad leader's direction, they charged through the workshop's wall, breaking into the interior. "Quick, cast the binding magic." In their haste, they barely took in their surroundings before their eyes were drawn to the most striking figure, the crimson armor radiating an imposing presence. To prevent Maya from turning his weapon upon them, the squad leader, having steadied his racing heart, promptly issued his orders. In the subsequent moment, over 10 confinement spells were cast upon the experimental model No. 1, rendering it utterly powerless. Cough. It's best you surrender quickly. Further resistance will only lead to more dire consequences. Witnessing the formidable unknown mech being subdued so swiftly left the city guards momentarily stunned. However, they quickly regained their composure and turned their attention towards Cairo and his companions, who were still in a state of shock. The atmosphere in the room grew palpably tense. "Oh no, it's over for me," Mia, trapped within experimental model number 1, exclaimed in despair. "What do you intend to do?" Upon hearing Mia's words, the squad leader sensed trouble. Before he could finish speaking, the balance of magical energy within him was disrupted, causing the overflowing magic to be suppressed into the crimson mech, which erupted in a blinding white light. In the eyes of all present, a violent explosion ensued. In an instant, Cairo's workshop was reduced to ashes, leaving behind a towering mushroom cloud that loomed over the academy, which had only just settled from the earlier chaos. Chapter 54. Aftermath. Mia regained consciousness a month later, during the explosion. He had barely survived thanks to his formidable physical constitution and the body enhancement spell fueled by his full magical capacity. When he was eventually unearthed from the scorched earth, he was in tatters. A miracle that he had lived at all. Even though Headmaster Emil urgently summoned all the healing mages and priests in the city to treat Mia, they nearly failed to save him. Ultimately, it was the dormitory manager, Miss Coroni, who intervened, allowing Mia to narrowly escape the clutches of death. However, he fell into a coma and did not awaken for another month. Upon waking, Mia gazed blankly at the familiar white ceiling of his dormitory. Tears welling in his heart, he lamented his decision to agree to Cairo's plans, realizing he had narrowly escaped becoming disabled. "You're awake," a detached voice pierced through his thoughts. Mia recognized it immediately. It was the voice of Coroni, one he had dreaded hearing the most. Instantly, a look of horror crossed his face as he reluctantly turned his gaze to the side of his bed, where Coroni sat quietly. "Do I truly appear that frightening? Or do you harbor some bias against me?" Coroni asked, her expression indifferent, tinged with curiosity. Even at this moment, her tone remained as cold as ever, devoid of any emotion. "And no, how could I have any bias against you, Miss Coroni?" Despite being heavily bandaged and unable to move, Mia struggled to shake his head, his voice dry and shaky. "Is that so? Consider it fortunate that you survived the explosion. Do take care in the future, she replied, her words seemingly caring yet utterly devoid of sentiment. After uttering this, she stood up and walked out. Once she departed, Mia exhaled deeply, his emotions gradually settling, though his body remained weary and feeble. Mia, you're awake. Just as he closed his eyes, ready to drift off again, the door to his dormitory swung open with great force, and an unwelcome voice pierced the air. Cairo, the very source of his troubles. Cairo, you scoundrel, Mia began, but his words faltered as he took in Cairo's condition. He was not much better off, wrapped in crimson bandages and leaning on a cane, his eyes sparkling with joy and excitement. Faced with Cairo's exuberant expression, Mia found himself at a loss for words. Is everyone all right? He managed to look away and mutter. Yes, everyone is fine. The city guards and I rescued them, though most sustained injuries of varying severity, Cairo replied, his jovial demeanor fading. I'm truly sorry, Mia. This was my fault. And I owe you an apology. Cairo's sincere apology eased some of Mia's pent-up frustration. It's all right. It's over now. What happened afterward? Initially wishing to dismiss the matter with a wave, Mia found himself unable to do so due to the numerous tight bandages. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as he shifted the topic. Well, things aren't great. The entire workshop was obliterated, and the surrounding area was affected too, resulting in heavy injuries to the city guards. Point 12 standard mechs were completely destroyed. But miraculously, no one died. Consequently, the Academy's judgment was relatively lenient as for the students. They are currently on a suspension for observation, but the development of mechs has been halted by the Academy, Cairo recounted. His voice tinged with gloom as he relayed the events that transpired while Mia was unconscious. He hesitated, as if contemplating whether to voice something further. What is it, Mia? Though I know this may not sit well with you, I must ask for your help once more. The development has been halted, and I have no idea how long it will take to resume. Cairo's discomfort was palpable as he spoke. So, you want to drag me into this mess again? Yes, precisely. If we can produce substantial results, I can persuade the Academy to continue supporting our research. The problem is, experimental model number 1 has been completely destroyed, and the other spare mech parts have suffered damage, rendering them mostly unusable. The Academy's higher-ups are entirely skeptical of my ability to produce anything of value. Cairo's response to Mia's stern inquiry was met with a perplexed expression. Why are you seeking my assistance? I know nothing about manufacturing or developing magical armors. Not at all. Given the circumstances of this incident, I doubt even an uncontrollable product will earn the Academy's higher-ups' respect. Thus, I wish for you to collaborate with me to develop a controllable experimental mech, Cairo asserted. His earnestness evident. Mia's patience wore thin at Cairo's suggestion, and he shut his eyes, choosing to ignore him. Well, find out if you agree. You can come find me anytime. I won't press you this time. I'm truly sorry. I'll take my leave now. Cairo's expression grew somber as he reluctantly rose, slowly dragging his injured body from Mia's room. After Cairo's departure, Mia opened his eyes, his expression a mix of complexity, and sighed heavily. Just as he thought he could finally rest, a throng of visitors burst into his room. The old headmaster Emiled, Professor Morzit, Teacher Keys, and Mia's family, his father Fulin, mother Berena, and grandfather Kamla, along with the captain of their household guards. Ed, and a host of guards filled the room to capacity. The cacophony of greetings overwhelmed Mia, leaving him both elated and exasperated. Eventually, it was Berena who shooed the noisy guards out, restoring some peace to the room. However, Mia keenly observed that both his grandfather Kamla and mother Berena bore unfriendly expressions towards Emiled, their demeanor hostile, exchanging barbs with him. Given that the incident occurred within the Academy and was ignited by the headmaster's grandson, it was only natural for them to express their displeasure. Emiled, though frustrated, found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 55. Field Operations. Apologies for the delay. Mia's family did not linger long at the Academy. Once he regained his mobility, they reluctantly returned home after a little over a month. Before their departure, they took the time to express their gratitude to Miss Caroni, who not only rescued Mia, but also cared for him during his coma. Prior to his family's arrival, Mia was taken aback upon learning of her actions, astonished that the seemingly cold and lifeless Caroni would extend a helping hand and actively look after him. This prompted a subtle shift in the way he regarded Koloani, yet the prospect of him approaching her remained improbable. He could never quite shake off the discomfort he felt in her presence. Even though she was a stunning beauty who perfectly matched his aesthetic standards, time passed swiftly, and before long, summer gave way to autumn. After a month of complete recovery, he finally received a notification from the academy. Those of them who had erred could now resume their studies and return to Class at this juncture. There were merely a few months remaining before the deadline for the additional task assigned by the system. And due to the recent incident, Mia was certain that completing this task had become an impossibility. Of course, even without the incident, Mia suspected he would still have been unable to finish it. After feeling a twinge of regret, when Mia attended Keith's class once more, he was reunited with Dale and Arthur, who appeared somewhat downcast. Upon seeing Mia, they merely exchanged a brief nod, lacking their previous vivacity. During the preceding months, Mia had not encountered the two, nor had they come to visit him. This struck him as odd, although their relationship was not as close as his with Cairo. They were still friends, and neither of them was particularly aloof or harsh. Logically, they should have reached out to him. Furthermore, the most perplexing aspect was that when Cairo had sought him out, Dale, who usually trailed behind Cairo incessantly, had been conspicuously absent. After inquiring with Cairo, Mia learned that the two had been unexpectedly embroiled in family matters, and, once they had managed to regain their agency, had been taken back to their home in the capital by their family. Mia remained unaware of the subsequent developments, only knowing that a few days later, Cairo set off for the capital and returned with the two on the eve of the Academy's notification. Thus, seeing the once lively duo now shrouded in gloom made Mia feel a twinge of discomfort in his heart. However, he felt no standing to intervene in their familial affairs. He wished to help, but was unsure how. Yet, observing Cairo's buoyant demeanor, it seemed the matter had been resolved, for otherwise, he would not be so carefree. One could surmise that Cairo had perhaps gained some significant advantage from it. With this thought in mind, Mia chose not to dwell further on the matter. Although Cairo could be unreliable in certain respects, Mia still held a firm belief in his ability to get things done. The passage of time had not diminished the legends surrounding Mia and Cairo within the academy. Rather, the incident had only further amplified their notoriety. Have those two finally come together? This was the unspoken sentiment among the students after learning the full story of the incident. Subsequently, after receiving a light sanction from the academy, which was merely a period of observation following their suspension, the students, who had only just begun to feel a surge of excitement, were suddenly taken aback, expressing their discontent with the academy's punishment. They had hoped for Mia to be expelled, considering him a calamity. Indeed, among the students, Cairo's reputation was far superior to Mia's. However, the academy paid no heed to the students' grievances. The higher-ups would never relinquish the prodigious talent of Mia, a magician-armored knight, to another academy simply due to such trivial matters. Ultimately, the situation solidified, leaving the students in a state of unease, particularly those in the lower and middle years, as they pondered the potentially dire consequences of the two prominent figures' entanglement. Naturally, their classmates bore the brunt of this anxiety. Upon resuming classes, Mia swept through his peers, who had been attending for several months, like a tempest, excelling in physical training, combat classes, weaponry usage, and armored knight training. The latter course, in particular, left his classmates in despair. They were certain that even if they dedicated their lives to piloting armored suits, they would never reach Mia's level. After all, he had utterly dominated the instructor during the first lesson. Following this, under Keith's furious admonitions, Mia's classmates resumed the grueling training that had been somewhat relaxed for the past few months. Meanwhile, Mia, having fully recovered, gradually returned to his previous training intensity, even doubling it to make up for the lost time. Consequently, the students could only grit their teeth and follow suit, training with tears streaming down their faces. The devilish instructor Keith offered no explanations or excuses. He merely pointed to Mia and remarked, "Are you all so inferior that you cannot even compare to this diminutive child?" Such comments made them want to retort, yet they recognized that such words would only lead to a far worse fate if uttered in Keith's presence. After enduring this routine for a while, autumn deepened, bringing with it the annual field combat course for the upperclassmen of the Night Studies Department. Over the next 2 months, they would pilot their armored suits into the perilous beast forest, teeming with magical creatures, to engage in this practical exercise. Historically, over 6 centuries ago, the kingdom of Stur was rife with magical beasts. And during that time, the front line along the Canster Mountains had yet to be fully established. Thus, even the most dangerous fortress-level magical beasts could penetrate deep into the heart of the kingdom. It was only with the mass production and deployment of the fifth-generation armored suits that humanity gradually managed to drive the dangerous magical beasts out of the kingdom's territory into the other side of the Canster Mountains. However, on this side of the mountains, due to the vast expanse of the beast forest and the kingdom's forces needing to fortify the front line, the regular army's strength was insufficient to conduct a complete extermination of the magical beasts. Consequently, to this day, countless magical beasts still inhabit the expansive beast forest. Fortunately, all major threats, including giant-level beasts and above, have been eradicated. The remaining magical beasts in the forest are predominantly large level and below. Nonetheless, the kingdom's regular army organizes annual campaigns to cull them. Gradually, the kingdom altered its approach, as someone proposed that the reserve knights of the Armored Knight Academy participate in field combat training. Considering the impending deployment of the sixth-generation armored suits, the students piloting the fifth-generation suits possessed a comparative advantage against large-level magical beasts. Thus, the king at that time consented to this proposal. And to this day, the field combat training has become a requisite subject across all major Armored Knight academies. Chapter 56. The Magical Beast Assault. As Mia and his peers completed their preparations to embark on the field combat exercise in the Beast Forest, an unusual event unfolded one fateful night. The Ite Fortress, a medium-sized fortress constructed by the kingdom's regular army deep within the Beast Forest, situated amidst the mountains. It served as a crucial vantage point to observe any dangerous magical beasts lurking within the mountains. However, for nearly a century, large-level magical beasts had become increasingly rare within the kingdom, and even sightings of giant-level beasts were exceedingly infrequent. Consequently, the regular army had reduced the stationed forces at Ite Fortress, leaving only a small squad of sixth-generation armored combat troops and a middle unit comprised of 5 squads of fifth-generation enhanced armored combat troops. While this force was not insignificant, it could effectively eliminate a giant-level magical beast with minimal casualties. That night, the 4 moons hung full in the sky, their luminous glow causing the soldiers on watch to become somewhat entranced. Yet, the soldiers failed to notice the eerie silence enveloping the night. The usual chorus of insects and beasts was conspicuously absent. It was not until the ground began to tremble faintly that the soldiers regained their senses. Suddenly, a loud, continuous sound of something snapping echoed from the distance, abruptly halting at one point before resuming. Seemingly shifting direction toward the fortress, as the sound drew nearer, the tremors intensified, signaling the approach of a colossal entity. Naturally, what lurked within the beast forest was none other than magical beasts. The sentinels snapped to attention, urgently sounding the alarm. The alarm bell rang out, awakening the fortress from its slumber. What the hell is going on? Waking me up in the dead of night. Something's not right. Get the captain up. This tremor indicates a magical beast attack. Oh, finally, some magical beasts in this godforsaken place. Perfect. This will be my achievement. As the alarm blared, the armored knights stationed at the fortress swiftly sprang into action, donning their gear and forming ranks. Meanwhile, the sounds of trees crashing and the ground shaking grew louder. The crisis was imminent. Without hesitation, under the command of the highest-ranking officer in the fortress, all knights boarded their respective armored suits. As the ethereal elements were absorbed, the armored suits entered combat mode. This moment, beneath the luminous glow of the moonlight, the formidable beast that had carved a path through the forest, shaking the very earth with its terrifying presence, revealed its true form. It was a colossal creature, as immense as a small mountain, towering over 100 meters in height. Its exterior was a rugged blue shell, adorned with 8 spindly legs reminiscent of crustaceans, and it bore 2 enormous pincers, resembling an awe-inspiring crab of monstrous proportions. However, the soldiers stationed within the fortress were gripped by sheer terror. They had encountered this gigantic crab-like beast in their textbooks at the academy. Dubbed the siege crab, it was a creature of dread, known as the calamity of fortresses, having breached countless fortified cities throughout the kingdom's history, leaving in its wake a trail of devastation and loss. Its classification was that of a fortress-level beast. How is this possible? How could the frontline troops allow such a fortress-level creature to breach our defenses? The highest-ranking commander of the fortress, after recovering from his astonishment, erupted into a furious tirade. His voice laced with disbelief and horror that it was essential to understand that this was a fortress-level beast, one that could only be vanquished by a knightly order, 5 battalions, and at least 500 of the most advanced 6th-generation magical armored suits, accompanied by 500 elite magic knights. Boom! As the magical knights succumbed to their shock, the siege crab swung its enormous pincers, capable of engulfing an entire magical armored suit, towards the Eater Fortress. With a single strike, the fortress wall, standing 50 meters tall and 8 meters thick, crumbled halfway, burying several suits beneath the debris. Following this, the siege crab emitted a piercing shriek, its 8 legs propelling its gargantuan body into a collision with the fortress. Hans, you need to disengage from the battlefield immediately and report this emergency to the standing army headquarters. Everyone else, unleash the most potent magic at this mindless beast, as the colossal shadow loomed overhead. The commander issued what he deemed the best command. Subsequently, all the idle armored suits directed their fire towards the descending siege crab, launching high-powered magical attacks, with the eruption of fierce winds, lightning, and explosive flames beneath the monstrous crab. Its downward momentum faltered, altering its trajectory, ultimately only collapsing a corner of the fortress. Hans, why are you still here? Hurry and leave. This is an order. The commander, initially intending to disperse the troops and engage in guerrilla tactics, caught a glimpse of Hans, the knight who had received orders to retreat, still motionless in his suit, seemingly in a daze. This prompted a shout that jolted Hans back to reality, sensing the commander's resolve. The knight named Hans performed a knightly salute before resolutely turning to depart. Excellent. Now everyone, scatter and disengage from the fortress. We will engage in guerrilla tactics. With his subordinates finally retreating, the commander let out a sigh of relief and issued commands to the remaining armored suits. At this moment, the siege crab stood upright, leaving no trace beneath it. Then, its eyes blazed with a fierce red light, and a torrent of blue magical energy surged forth, clearly indicating its fury. Subsequently, the enormous pincers rose. And as the soldiers scattered, it launched a sudden attack, effortlessly downing 5 armored suits in the blink of an eye. The gale force winds generated by its 8 legs severed the bodies of 11 suits. Although thus far, only 5th-generation enhanced suits had fallen, the creature's terrifying nature was unmistakable. Hey, how do we fight such a monster? But for the honor of the Okasia family, I will ensure you remain here, thought the leader knight, resolutely initiating an assault. Inspired by the commander's fervor and recollecting the oath he had sworn upon being knighted, the remaining knights charged forth fearlessly into battle. The skirmish, though brief, concluded swiftly. The knight, filled with a bittersweet sense of longing, gazed upon the oncoming razor-sharp crab leg and closed his eyes. I hope Hans is safe and reaches the capital without incident. He is still young, with much yet to achieve. His thoughts were abruptly severed, as the valiant knight fulfilled his family's honor and his own mission. Chapter 57. An ominous premonition, unaware of the events silently unfolding within the Beast Forest. A group from the National Academy of Magical Knights, after a fortnight of arduous travel, was finally nearing their destination, the Beast Forest. As Mia and her fellow third-year students, who had just advanced to the middle grade and were undertaking their first field training, beheld the renowned forest, they were struck with awe. This woodland had thrived for thousands of years, filled with towering ancient trees, and deeper within, colossal trunks were a common sight, even in the outer regions. Trees loomed over 10 meters high, rendering it a veritable sea of trees. Had it not been for the kingdom's annual efforts to control the forest's expansion, this sea of trees would have long since encroached upon the nearby capital. Have we finally arrived? I can't shake off this feeling of unease. Is it just my imagination? As the senior instructor regaled the wide-eyed third-year students with tales of the Beast Forest. Kiss, perched upon a majestic black steed, furrowed his brow at the approaching woodland. He sensed an unusual atmosphere emanating from the forest today, instilling a sense of oppression within him. However, after scrutinizing the forest for a moment, he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort and, feeling restless, shook his head. Kiss then turned to glance at Mia, who was seated in a cart. Although she appeared calm, she was, in fact, bored to the point of exasperation. His familiarity with Mia's character made him wary. He knew that her tranquility often preceded significant upheaval. This thought stirred a sense of unease within him, especially since, following that incident, Kilo, a person he typically found challenging to deal with, had become entangled with Mia. His instincts warned him that the two would inevitably stir up trouble once again. To err on the side of caution, while assigning students to the carts, Kiss cleverly separated Mia from Kilo. Fearing that the duo might cause unrest during their journey, could my anxiety stem from that fellow? He observed Mia as they neared the forest, noticing a flicker of agitation in her eyes, which made his stomach churn uneasily. Before their departure, Imelda privately urged him to keep a vigilant eye on Mia, emphasizing the importance of preventing any further incidents involving her. If anything were to happen to Mia again, the academy would struggle to account for it to her family. Burdened by this weighty responsibility, Kiss's mind suddenly conjured a daring idea. What if he knocked this girl out and set her aside, allowing him to later award her an excellent grade? After all, she wouldn't need to train like the others. It seemed feasible that Kiss entertained this thought. His gaze turned somewhat sinister towards Mia, causing her to feel a sudden chill along her spine. She instinctively looked around, anxiety creeping into her demeanor, rendering her acutely alert. Damn, there is no opportunity now. Kiss, noticing her alertness, sighed in resignation, realizing that it would not be easy to stealthily incapacitate her under such circumstances, and reluctantly abandoned his bold plan. As evening approached, the Academy's contingent of over 1,000 finally reached the border of the Beast Forest. Throughout the journey, only the senior students from the 5th and 6th years piloted their magical armored suits, while the middle grade 3rd and 4th year students were confined to the carts. The essential equipment for their mission was loaded onto massive wagons, powered by the advanced armored suits operated by the older students. All right, all middle grade students, dismount from the carts, take control of your suits, and gather the necessary supplies. The wagons and horses cannot proceed any further. We must hasten, as night is fast approaching, and we need to reach our designated base before midnight. The speaker was Leah Cybermodest, the assistant to the old academy head, known for her high esteem among students and faculty alike, often referred to as the Iron Mask. She was the daughter of the old headmaster, currently unmarried, and as Mia recalled, had a complicated romantic history with her own parents during their youth, which seemed to have shaped her aloof demeanor. This background made Mia feel somewhat uneasy and apprehensive in her presence, a sentiment shared among her classmates, who perceived the assistant as having subdued their problematic peer. However, the students felt a sense of despair as it appeared that Leah held little disapproval of Mia's antics within the academy. They had never witnessed her reprimanding Mia. There were even whispers that she had frequently cited Mia as a model student during faculty meetings, lauding her diligence and effort. However, despite this, no student dared to present a report to her, primarily due to her stern and ruthless demeanor, which could not tolerate any display of complacency among the students. Thus, upon hearing her instructions, the middle grade students swiftly dismounted their carriages and took command of their respective mechas, each claiming their share of supplies. Naturally, Mia was among them. Under the watchful eyes of Leah's, he generally refrained from standing out too much. Yet, as he made his way to his mecha, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. For although the forest ahead was lush with trees, there lay a broad and even path that seemed more than capable of accommodating carriages. However, he soon keenly observed that all the horses appeared restless, frequently glancing toward the forest. Do not overthink it. Ordinary beasts cannot survive in the monster beast forest. Even well-trained warhorses would not dare to enter. Soon, designated personnel will escort all the horses to a nearby city for safekeeping. As if sensing Mia's uncertainty, Kisu, who had dismounted and was preparing to pilot his mecha, casually remarked as he passed by Mia. Upon receiving this explanation, Mia looked up at the now somewhat foreboding forest, a solemn expression dawning in his eyes. Mia Sogus, stop dawdling and hurry up. Oh right. At this moment, everyone else had already boarded their mechas, leaving Mia still lingering before his. Spotting him, Leah's, who had already taken her place in the cockpit of her special 6th-generation mecha, Akiner, immediately reprimanded him. Mia, hesitant to retort, quickly activated the access passage to the interior of his mecha and slipped inside. Chapter 58. Arrival at the base. Once Mia took control of his 5th-generation training mecha, Prodom, he followed the lead of Leah's, piloting her unique 6th-generation mecha, Akiner. The senior students formed the vanguard, while the middle-grade students followed closely behind as they stepped into the depths of the monster beast forest. It is worth mentioning that the senior students were piloting the 6th-generation standard mecha, Elcombe, renowned as the finest mass-produced mecha currently available. Even among the frontline military knight orders, Elcombe serves as the foundation of their forces. Within the kingdom, only the National Academy of Magic Knights possesses the capability to train students with the standard equipment used by frontline military knight orders, facilitating their direct transition into various knight orders upon graduation and commendation. As dusk fell, the monster beast forest appeared unusually dim, and an unsettling sensation washed over the middle-grade students, particularly those in their 3rd year, instilling a sense of trepidation due to their lack of experience. Even the more seasoned senior students could only maintain a facade of calm. Leah's, the team leader, was aware of this shift in atmosphere but chose to remain silent. Walking steadily at the forefront, she understood that stepping into this vast forest, so close to the capital, signified crossing from the peaceful kingdom into the chaotic battlefield. This was the very front line of the human-monster conflict. And despite the waning threat of monsters over the years, skirmishes continued to erupt sporadically, permeating the area with an atmosphere of tension that could only be described as a battlefield for the Academy students, who would inevitably face the battlefield. Early acclimatization was paramount. As the two suns sank below the horizon, the monster beast forest plunged into profound darkness. This night, the moon remained shrouded behind clouds, never revealing itself. The mechas piloted by the students slowed their pace, their only source of light emanating from the magical glow of the mechas ahead. Silence enveloped the group as they observed their companions progressing slowly, the atmosphere thick with oppression. This feeling is strange. Something about this forest seems off, Mia mused, initially bored as he piloted his proton at the rear of the student formation, with Kisu leading the teacher's escort behind him. The cockpit of his mecha had initially seemed dull, but gradually he established a deeper connection with it. Sensing an unusual anomaly from the core components, IT felt as though the proton was subtly fearing something. Of course, mechas lack emotions and thoughts, so this was merely his peculiar impression. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to heighten his vigilance. He instinctively felt that the core component of his mecha resonated with something present in the forest. He recalled hearing Cairo mention that the core components of magic mechas were crafted from the magical crystals found within the hearts of high-tier magical beasts. Could this resonance be linked to a monster? Mia could not ascertain, yet an instinctive sense of unease crept upon him, as if something significant were about to transpire in this forest. However, this remained a personal feeling, perhaps even an illusion, and without concrete evidence. He felt powerless to voice it. Even if he did, others might not believe him, so he maintained his heightened alertness in silence. "What's wrong, Mia? Did something happen?" Kisu, noticing Mia's changed demeanor and subtle movements as he remained vigilant, quickly tapped into the independent communication magic of Mia's proton to inquire. "No, Kisa-sensei, I just feel that something seems off about this forest," Mia replied without hesitation, sharing his sentiments with Kisu, whom he regarded closely. "Is it truly unusual?" Kisu initially found Mia's comment perplexing. What did it mean to sense something amiss in the forest through a mecha? Did magic mechas even possess such capabilities? However, his expression soon turned serious. Mia's words reminded him of his own earlier unease. Casting a glance around at the darkened forest, he noted that it appeared unchanged from what he had previously encountered. "Is there something you've discovered, teacher?" "No, Mia, I will discuss this with Assistant Lias. For now, keep this to yourself, lest the other fledglings frighten themselves unnecessarily. They are not as resilient as you." "Understood, teacher." After advising Mia, Kisa piloted his Elcombe past Mia's position, making his way to the front of the formation. Following Kisu's departure, Mia felt a slight relaxation, yet his vigilance remained unyielding. Shortly after, Kisu returned from the front lines, and Mia sensed that the entire group's pace had quickened considerably. The flat road was soon traversed, leading them into the densely wooded areas of the forest. As the clouds parted and the silvery light of the moon illuminated the ground, Mia and his companions arrived at their destination, the abandoned fortress, Ethel, which would serve as the base for their field training exercises. Originally, Ethel had been a garrison for the standing army, but as time passed and the strength of the magical beasts within the forest waned, many unnecessary garrisons were abandoned, Ethel being one such medium-sized stronghold. Very well. Now the 6th-year candidate knights and teachers will spread out to maintain vigilance. The 5th-year students will lead the middle-grade students in clearing the interior and surroundings of the fortress and erecting a campsite with adequate defenses. Execute this immediately. As the remaining group arrived before the moonlit fortress, Lias began issuing commands, although the 6th-year students found it peculiar that they were also required to maintain vigilance. None dared to voice their concerns before Lias and could only silently comply with her orders. Once the guards dispersed, Mia joined the 5th-year students in clearing the fortress's interior and surrounding areas, primarily tasked with ensuring no monsters lurked within and organizing the adjacent woodlands. This meant that Mia and his peers would clear the surrounding forest to establish a campsite capable of accommodating the entire group. The workload was considerable, yet with the strength of their mechas, this area, densely populated with trees towering over 20 meters, proved less daunting to clear than Mia had anticipated. Nevertheless, they found themselves occupied until the midnight hour. finally completing their task and constructing a relatively rudimentary campsite. After Leah's outlined the plans for the following day and organized the night watch, the weary students, particularly the middle grade ones, fell into a deep slumber the moment they dismounted from their mechas. Their hearts a mix of tension and anticipation. Chapter 59. Division and the Onslaught of Monsters. The following day, Mia and his peers' field training course commenced as usual. Leah's, the team leader, delivered a cautionary address before declaring the commencement of this 2-month-long intensive program. From this moment onward, unless extraordinary circumstances arose, the accompanying teachers would refrain from intervening to assist the students, though verbal guidance would still be offered. Under Leah's direction, the students were organized into small teams of 20, subsequently venturing deeper into the forest to seek out monsters for combat. Each team consisted of 1 teacher, 6 senior students, and 13 middle grade students. In the initial phase, the middle grade students merely followed the senior students, learning how to engage monsters with their mechas under the teacher's guidance. This stage would not last long, perhaps just a few days, after which they would be required to take the stage themselves. As for the team to which Mia was assigned, it was rather noteworthy. Led by Lysias' aide, Kiss. Among the upperclassmen, there were 3 6th-year students and 3 5th-year students. It was said that these 3 6th-year students were the top 3 in their cohort, renowned within the academy and celebrated figures, although Mia did not know any of them. The middle-year students, particularly the few 3rd-year students, seemed to be a bit of a coincidence, as Kuluo, Dyer, and Yute were all grouped together. "Hello, Kuluo. It's been a while," Mia greeted the trio before turning her gaze toward Kiss, who was aware of the little antics of the latter during their journey. Therefore, he couldn't help but speak with a hint of teasing. "Teacher Kiss, what's this? You're willing to let us be together? Aren't you afraid we'll cause trouble? Shut your mouth. Mia, just follow orders and stop thinking about nonsensical things." Kiss's expression darkened immediately upon hearing Mia's words. Although he did not wish to group Mia and Kuluo together, he had no choice but to comply with Lysias' arrangements. "Yes, it has indeed been a long time, Mia." Just as Mia was about to tease Kiss further, Kuluo, who had been engaged in lively conversation with the 3 6th-year students, turned his head. With this interruption, Mia glanced at the now sullen Kiss, shrugged, and decided against provoking him further to avoid any repercussions. "By the way, let me introduce you. These 3 6th-year seniors are Vibeta Gurul, Wyvilia, and Disbeck von Amen." At that moment, the 6th-year seniors cast curious glances at Mia, the classic legendary figure among students who had just teased a teacher, prompting Kuluo to introduce Mia. "Oh, hello to the 3 seniors." Mia responded politely, which surprised the others in the team, as Mia's reputation was quite infamous. Gurul." After the greeting, Mia hesitated, his gaze shifting between the golden-haired, blue-eyed handsome young man among the 3 seniors and the seemingly distracted Dyer and Yute behind Kuluo, revealing a pensive expression. "I sincerely apologize. My younger siblings previously caused you trouble." The golden-haired young man, the Beta Gurul, spoke gently, offering a slight bow to Mia. His tone was soft, and his demeanor sincere, devoid of the imposing presence one might expect from the son of a marquis and future marquis. Indeed, he was the son of the kingdom's marquis, Williel Gurul, the current Grand Chancellor, and the father of Dyer and Yute. However, unlike the Beta, who was the legitimate heir, Dyer and Yute were born of lesser status, resulting in a significant disparity in their standing within the family. As soon as Vibeta spoke, the initially contemplative Dyer and Yute grew tense, their surprise evident upon noticing Mia's presence, as if they had just realized he was there. This made Mia furrow his brow, feeling somewhat displeased, and he merely shook his head in response to Vibeta's words, indicating that he bore no ill will. Having his mood dampened, Mia did not engage in much further conversation with the others. Under Kiss's stern command, they boarded their mecha armor and set off on their journey. "Sorry, Mia, I was too nervous earlier." "Yes, Dante, take it to heart, we were just a bit stiff in front of Senior Vibeta." Shortly after entering the mecha, Mia received communications from Dyer and Yute. Their voices, now relaxed, indicated that they had indeed eased up, which lifted Mia's spirits somewhat as they proceeded to search for combat targets, namely magical beasts. Kiss began to drone on about the precautions necessary for field combat training, which Mia found somewhat tedious but could not ignore. After all, it was all for the sake of battling magical beasts, and it was wise to be cautious. However, after Kiss finished outlining all the precautions, their small team had yet to encounter a single magical beast. Having ventured deep into the forest for quite some time, It was unusual that they had not yet encountered a horde of smaller magical beasts by this point, as such encounters typically occurred midway through Kiss's explanations. Everyone, halt and be vigilant. Realizing something was amiss, Kiss felt disheartened and immediately called for the team to stop, urgently contacting the other teachers leading different teams. This is bad. Let us retreat to the campsite for now. Upon hearing from other teachers that they had also not encountered any magical beasts, Kiss decisively ordered all teams to retreat. However, just as they had not seen any magical beasts on their way, various magical creatures suddenly emerged from behind them as they began their retreat. The sight of dozens, if not hundreds, of magical beasts appearing at once caused everyone's expression to shift dramatically. The senior students responsible for covering their retreat quickly turned their weapons around, dispatching the smaller magical creatures with ease, hardly needing to employ any spells. After all, the 6th-generation standard mecha Elkenby, towering at 20 meters, found it quite simple to eliminate these small magical beasts, which barely reached 4 to 5 meters in height. Yet, before the middle-year students could rejoice at their swift victory, a massive wolf, standing 7 to 8 meters tall, suddenly leapt from behind Mia's mecha. The surging magical energy emanating from it revealed that it was a mid-tier magical beast. Oh dear, that startled me. Taken aback, Mia instinctively sidestepped and swung his sword, simultaneously casting an enhancement spell on the standard great sword he wielded, cleaving the massive wolf in two, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground. Immediately following the wolf's emergence, it seemed to act as a signal. As waves of mid-tier and small magical beasts surged forth from the forest, surrounding Mia and his companions, leaving them to wonder where these creatures had been hiding all this time, the expressions of everyone in the team shifted instantly. And without hesitation, they readied their weapons, preparing to carve a path through the chaos. In the ensuing chaos, with the beta leading the trio of 6th-year seniors, Kiss at the forefront, and the 3 5th-year students providing support. The middle-year students formed the center of their formation, and they began their breakout. Originally, Mia and her 3 fellow 3rd-year students, the least experienced among them, were supposed to remain in the safest part of the formation. Akin to the 4th-year students, unfortunately, none of them were particularly ordinary individuals. Both Mia and Kulua were exceptionally gifted, while even Daer and Yete exhibited piloting skills comparable to those of upperclassmen, albeit lacking in practical experience. Thus, in this critical moment, they did not hesitate to join the fray alongside the others. Yet, at that moment, Mia suddenly felt a sense of duty as a 3rd-year student. He recalled Kiss's earlier admonitions and sought to maneuver toward the center of the formation. Come back here. What I just told you doesn't apply to you. Don't be cowardly. Hurry up and push forward. Oh. Is that so? Quickly, stop dawdling. Open fire. Kiss's booming voice called Mia back, leaving him feeling somewhat frustrated. If that were the case, he thought, why hadn't Kiss simply said so earlier? It had forced him to endure the lengthy lecture. However, despite his annoyance, Mia, amid the astonished expressions of those around him, brandished his enormous sword, charging single-handedly into the throng of magical beasts, accompanied by a swirling tornado of flames soaring dozens of meters high. He pierced through the swarm of beasts. Even piloting the 5th-generation prototype, Mia was not a foe that these mid-tier magical beasts could withstand. At this moment, the students began to grasp the meaning behind Kiss's earlier words. Indeed, Mia was not one to be constrained by the limitations applicable to novices. As they continued on their path, various types of magical beasts persistently obstructed their return, particularly after some time. Large magical beasts, comparable in height and strength to the 6th-generation mecha, appeared. These beasts were quite formidable. The magical energy radiating from them had begun to form a barrier, requiring specialized dispelling magic to breach. Moreover, they wielded various primal magics, their power comparable to that of lower-tier archmages among human magic users. Although Mia, piloting the 5th-generation prototype, could certainly contend with them, such a confrontation risked damaging his mecha. In this critical moment, Kiss could not afford to squander Mia's combat prowess, so he took it upon himself to engage. As Kiss adeptly maneuvered the 6th-generation mecha, Elkenby, he swiftly dispatched the large tiger-like magical beast. The other teams, having heeded Kiss's earlier retreat orders, gradually approached, drawn by the sounds of battle. They too had encountered magical beasts after deciding to retreat, but fortunately, they had yet to face any large magical beasts. Meaning that, while they had sustained some damage, there were no casualties thus far. However, the current situation was dire, as the orchestrated movements of the magical beast hinted at a sinister intent, casting a shadow of dread over their hearts. Once the teams regrouped, their pace quickened significantly. Even though a few more large magical beasts appeared, they were swiftly dispatched with the cooperation of the teachers. Before long, they returned to the campsite. However, the current state of the campsite is quite dire, as it is besieged by an even greater number of magical beasts. Under the command of Rias, the remaining students and teachers have abandoned the makeshift campsite, taking refuge in the abandoned fortress Ethel, to fend off the onslaught of magical creatures attacking from all directions. Mia unleashed the most powerful deep crimson flame spear to pierce through them. Seeing the dense throng of medium and small magical beasts surrounding the fortress, a somewhat fatigued Kiss immediately shouted at Mia, who was currently wreaking havoc upon the feeble small magical beasts. With the presence of more senior students and teachers, it was no longer Mia's turn to carve a path. He could only indulge in battling the smaller magical creatures. All right. Upon hearing Kiss's command, he instantly felt invigorated. It is worth noting that the deep crimson flame spear is a level above the fire tornado he had previously used, although he had once unleashed it in human form. This would be his first time releasing the officially mounted version from his armored suit. Unfortunately, during their routine training at the academy, Mia and his fellow third-year students had not yet been granted permission to use high-level mounted magic. With the ethereal elements swiftly absorbed and transformed into magical power by the magic power conversion furnace, a spear of flame extending several dozen meters coalesced in the hands of the 18-meter-tall armored suit amidst the instinctual tremors of the magical beasts and the astonishment and disbelief of the humans. Mia then exerted all his strength to hurl the flame spear, which shot straight through the several thousand meters of the campsite, flying into the distant forest, leaving nothing but scorched earth in its wake. The explosion upon impact resonated throughout the entire forest, igniting a great fire. Such a level of magical power would be nearly impossible to unleash in human form. Perhaps only high-level archmages, wielding tactical-level magic, could exhibit such might. However, with the presence of a battle-ready armored suit, even ordinary high-level magic can unleash power of this magnitude once transformed into mounted magic. Nevertheless, despite possessing such a formidable weapon, humanity remains at a disadvantage in the war against magical beasts, forced to rely on the defensive line in the Kanst mountain range. Reflecting on this, Mia found himself momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at the aftermath of the magic he had unleashed. How powerful must the colossal, fortress-level, and even legendary catastrophic magical beasts be to impose a suppression of combat power against humans equipped with such armored suits? Mia struggled to comprehend this and felt a sense of vague trepidation. TSK. Can the 5th-generation armored suit truly exert power surpassing that of an ordinary 6th-generation armored suit? In this regard, this fellow is indeed a monster. Now, how long do you intend to remain dazed? The path is opened. We must advance. The first half of his statement was a lamentation, while the latter half was a commanding shout that instantly roused the stunned teachers and students. Kiss then led the charge in his armored suit, racing towards the fortress through the temporary passage. After regaining his senses, Mia quickly followed suit, and Cairo, who had been mingling among the crowd, silently smiled and joined the group. As Cairo moved, his two companions, Dale and At, who had been trailing closely behind him, also followed suit. Like a chain reaction, third-year students instinctively followed the three they recognized, followed by students from other grades joining the procession. By the time the teachers, who were most familiar with the capabilities of the armored suits and thus the most astonished, came to their senses, they found themselves lagging behind, observing Mia at the forefront, who had unleashed magic far exceeding the limits of the armored suit and continued to fight fiercely. They were left speechless. Yet, they also began to understand why the former headmaster had resolutely granted Mia a special admission slot, a rarity at the National Armored Knight Academy, for the first time in decades. Chapter 61, Steadfast Defense, is that the extraordinary talent my father spoke of. Truly astonishing. After only a few months of formal training, his movements in the armored suit are already akin to those of the most elite knights on the front lines. Moreover, with a mere ordinary 5th-generation armored suit, he can wield power comparable to the finest 6th-generation suits. It appears that the armored suit has not even shown signs of overload. Unbelievable. Yet, what manner of armored suit has Cairo constructed? Witnessing all of this from atop the fortress walls, Rias couldn't help but murmur to herself that as she spoke. Her gaze shifted towards Cairo's armored suit, her eyes betraying a mix of uncertainty and concern. However, this fleeting expression quickly vanished as she resumed directing the personnel on the fortress walls to assist the returning teams. The convergence of both sides went smoothly, thanks in part to Mia's earlier flame spear, which had intimidated the numerous small magical beasts, causing them to hesitate in their advance. What is the current situation? Have we been able to contact the stationed regular army at the fortress? Do we know the reason behind the magical beast uprising? Upon climbing to the fortress wall, Kiss immediately approached Rias, who was piloting the special 6th-generation armored suit, Ekanal, and urgently inquired. Although the magical beast attack came quite suddenly, we have remained vigilant, allowing for a prompt response. The personnel on duty have not suffered significant casualties thus far. However, we have yet to establish contact with the stationed regular army due to the chaotic flow of magical energy that we have, however, sent out emergency distress signals to all nearby garrisons that AS for the cause of the magical beast uprising. That remains unclear. Inside her armored suit, Rias maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no signs of anxiety as she conveyed the current state of affairs to Kiss. She then inquired, "What is the situation on your end? How are the students and teachers who went out? Are there many casualties?" "Well, we detected the anomaly early and promptly notified the other teams to retreat, so most of them have successfully merged. Aside from a few stubborn individuals who insisted on leading their teams deeper into the forest and have since gone silent, the casualties within the merging retreating teams are minimal." "How could this happen? Did I not emphasize before departure that they must absolutely heed your commands?" Upon hearing Kiss's response, Rias furrowed her brows, expressing her discontent with a slight reprimand in her tone. It was evident that she was dissatisfied with Kiss for failing to perform his duties as the on-site commander, leading to unnecessary casualties. "There's nothing I could do. Those individuals have never gotten along with me and refused to listen to my words. That is your issue. You should have been more assertive at that moment, or directly commanded them to retreat in my name." "I apologize. Forget it. Let's put that matter aside for now. What we need to do is hold the fortress and await military assistance, although the students have just returned. There is no time for rest. They must be immediately arranged to fortify various positions within the fortress. While our combat strength is sufficient for defense, our priority is to minimize student casualties and prolong our defense. Thus, the teachers' roles are crucial. Please ensure you execute your command of the frontline teams without further mistakes." "Understood. I will attend to it at once." With that, Kiss prepared to leave to gather the teachers and students. "Wait," Rias called out, stopping him. When he paused, somewhat puzzled, she continued, "Deploy 2 6th-generation Elkinbees for Mia and Cairo, and assign them to the senior team. This is an emergency. Their combat strength must not be wasted." "Understood. I will arrange it immediately." At Rias's words, Kiss hesitated momentarily. Both of them were his students, albeit troublesome ones, yet as a teacher, he had to consider their safety. Nonetheless, given the current situation, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Kiss then departed from the fortress wall, while Rias, through the visual connection of her armored suit, gazed deeply into the darkened forest. In that shadowy expanse, she suddenly sensed an unsettling foreboding. Something unknown must have transpired within the forest. "I can only hope that the regular army responds swiftly. It would be ideal if the frontline forces were stationed nearby, but alas." Her murmurs carried a hint of dissatisfaction, while deep within her eyes lay profound worry. Turning back, Rias resumed her command of the fortress's defensive operations. Meanwhile, in the early hours before dawn, a short while earlier, the large fortress, Bellodart, situated closest to the royal capital and positioned between the capital and the magical beast forest, also experienced unusual circumstances. This fortress serves as the largest garrison of the kingdom's regular army, tasked with guarding the capital. Naturally, due to an extended period without significant threats posed by magical beasts emerging from the forest, vigilance had waned. The situation was underscored by a single, battered armored suit that had only been detected when it was within 500 meters of the fortress. The commander stationed there, Brandeo Okasia, an old acquaintance of Mia's father, Fuluin, had been reassigned to this location 2 years prior. After receiving reports from his subordinates, he expressed profound dissatisfaction with the lethargic soldiers on guard and swiftly imposed severe punishments on those responsible for patrolling the fortress. Subsequently, he personally arrived at the location where the injured were being tended, frowning as he stood vigil beside the Knight of the Kingdom, who had been rescued from the dilapidated and battered mech armor. The knight's instincts warned him that a grave situation might be unfolding. Thus, he immediately ordered the fortress to enter a state of wartime readiness, instructing all knights to be on standby, while the army secretary was tasked with verifying the identity of the unconscious knight. Following the secretary's investigation, Brandier and his subordinate commanders learned that the knight was named Hans, who had only been in the standing army for 2 years and was currently stationed at the fortress Eat, deep within the beast forest. Upon acquiring this information, Brandier deduced that trouble must be brewing in the forest and hastily instructed the station medics to awaken Hans. Once Hans was revived by the medics using a special form of magic, he immediately clutched the armor of Brandier, urgently conveying alarming information that caused the countenance of everyone present to shift dramatically. A fortress-level beast had appeared in the beast forest and was engaging in predatory behavior. Is this truly the case? Brandier's expression changed drastically upon hearing this news. As he turned to grasp Hans's shoulders tightly, his grip so intense that it caused the still weak Hans to break into a cold sweat. Yes, it is true. All personnel stationed at the fortress, aside from myself, who was dispatched by Lord Elon to convey this message, have perished. The beast is fixated on me and is confirmed to be engaging in predatory behavior targeting the core components of mech armor. It is possible that other fortresses in the forest have also been attacked. Our fortress did not receive any prior warnings about this beast's approach, and it may be heading towards the royal capital. Despite the cold sweat streaming down his face, Hans spoke with a quavering voice, yet he articulated his assessment. A shadow of grief crossed his eyes at the mention of Elon's name. Indeed, my brother Elon, he is truly deserving of the title of knight, a valiant warrior worthy of admiration. However, there is no time for sorrow. The pressing matter is the beast that it must be a rare, evolving type. Since it is engaging in predation, it likely evolved to fortress level not long ago, and its actual power may not yet reach the standard of a normal fortress level beast. Report. Just as Brandio was suppressing his sorrow and preparing to rally the spirits of his subdued subordinates in response to the sudden emergence of the beast, a soldier responsible for communications hurriedly burst into the room. Observing the urgency in the soldier's demeanor, Brandier felt a sinking sensation in his heart, a premonition of impending calamity, and quickly inquired, "What has transpired?" "General, we have just received an urgent distress signal from the National Mech Knight Academy. They are being besieged by a rampaging horde of beasts at our abandoned fortress, Essel," and, as the soldier spoke, he suddenly hesitated, prompting Brandio to lose his composure and shout, "What else is there?" Additionally, we have just discovered that several fortresses deep within the forest have failed to establish regular communication with our base for several days. The soldier, glancing at Brandier's darkening expression, recoiled slightly in fear, sensing that their communications team was truly doomed this time. "You incompetent fools, stand by. Immediately verify the status of each stationed fortress and dispatch an urgent message to our military headquarters in the royal capital, informing them of the fortress-level beast's appearance. Go now." Understood. After the communications soldier hurriedly departed, Brandier turned his gaze back to Hans and the high-ranking officers present, taking a deep breath to suppress his inner fury. He solemnly stated, "There is no time for hesitation. We must eliminate the fortress-level beast before it completes its accumulation of power and fully evolves. Otherwise, it will be too late by the time the frontline troops return." If Hans's estimate holds true, its current target is likely the National Mech Knight Academy, followed by us, and then the royal capital. We cannot afford to wait idly. Hans, can you still fight? I can. Excellent. The beast should remember the aura of the core from the mech you piloted, so I must trouble you to continue operating that battered mech. According to previous records, if the beast has not yet encountered other mechs, your appearance alone will draw its attention. At that moment, we can gather our forces to encircle and annihilate it. Understood, General. Very well. Notify all mech knights to prepare for immediate deployment. It is time for us to fulfill our role as the standing army. Everything is for the glory of the knights. For the glory of the knights. The high-ranking officers, their expressions resolute, echoed this rallying cry as they proceeded to assemble all available mech armors within the fortress under Brandios' leadership. Without delay, they launched an urgent sortie from the Bellodart fortress, marching directly towards the beast forest. In this assault, Brandio commanded a force of 1,200 enhanced 5th-generation mechs, along with 800 6th-generation mechs, representing the maximum strength he could muster. Nevertheless, his expression remained grave. "General, can we truly defeat a fortress-level beast with only these 2,000 mechs, which are somewhat lacking in combat formation?" During the hurried march, Brandios' aide, Philemir, couldn't help but voice his concerns. Unlike other commanders who remained optimistic, believing that a force of 2,000 would suffice against a fortress-level beast, Philemir's cautious nature left him uneasy. "I'm uncertain. If it were any other type of fortress-level beast, I might be more confident. However, given that our opponent is a break fortress crab, I must confess my doubts. Its defensive capabilities are exceedingly high, and even tactical-level magic may not be sufficient to breach its defenses," Brandier admitted candidly to his trusted subordinate. "Then why the haste to engage? Wouldn't it be wiser to gather nearby standing troops for a coordinated strike or report to the frontline forces to send a night order for a counterattack? Philemir expressed his confusion. By then, it may truly be too late. If we wait for the frontline knights to respond, it could take several days, and I estimate that the beast will complete its predation within half a day. Even with the support of Bellowdart Fortress, we won't be able to hold out. What then for the safety of the royal capital? Thus, I have no choice but to strike now. Is it because of the National Mech Knight Academy situation? Yes. Who would have anticipated that they would be conducting field training at this very moment? Conservatively estimating based on previous years, there are likely over 200 sixth-generation mechs currently stationed there. If they are all devoured, the beast will achieve complete evolution. At that point, our weaker forces would stand no chance of stopping it. Conversely, if we take the initiative to attack now and notify the Academy to send reinforcements, we can bolster our combat power. This is the best course of action available, and moreover, they are my mentors and juniors, vital talents for the kingdom's future. As a soldier and knight, how could I stand idly by and watch them perish? With that, Brandier revealed a resolute smile, dispelling his aide's lingering doubts, even as Philemir remained apprehensive about the mission ahead. As darkness fell, Mia and Kalo finally found a moment to rest. The rampaging beast horde had begun in the late morning and had persisted throughout the day. Beasts emerged from the forest in an unending stream, relentlessly assaulting the defensive lines of the human fortress. Mia and Kalo were assigned to the senior students team, positioned at the forefront of the fortress's defense, engaged in fierce combat against the beasts. Meanwhile, the intermediate students were relegated to the rear, utilizing the mounted magic in their mech armors to provide fire support for those on the front lines. A relentless barrage of various spells rained down upon the beast horde, effortlessly claiming their lives and thoroughly disrupting the flow of ethereal elements in the area. This severed Mia and her companions' magical communication with the outside world, leaving them isolated. Fortunately, the beast forest was not what it had been a millennium ago. The number of beasts had diminished significantly. After a day of continuous emergence, the beast numbers were visibly dwindling. However, the human side had also paid a price. The fortress walls had been largely destroyed, compromising their defenses, and the senior students and instructors on the front lines suffered casualties, with more mech armors becoming wrecked over time. Eventually, even Laius, who had been commanding from the rear, was compelled to pilot a mech and join the frontline battle. As darkness enveloped the land, and the numbers of the monstrous horde dwindled to a manageable extent, the weary Leas convened a meeting with representatives of both teachers and students to discuss evacuation measures. Covered in blood and exhausted from excessive exertion, Kith took the role of frontline commander, while the second-in-command of the expedition naturally fell within this group. Meanwhile, Mia and Cairo, having been rotated out, seized the opportunity to rest. Throughout the day, Mia's contributions were nothing short of remarkable. Single-handedly operating his mech, he had slain countless beasts and, during several moments of imminent collapse in the front lines, had heroically turned the tide. Even after a full day of battle, he remained vigorous and spirited, had it not been for Kith's intervention, insisting that he take a break. Mia might have continued to fight on relentlessly. It was only at this juncture that the students, somewhat bemused, realized the rigorous hellish training they had undergone, largely instigated by Mia, was now yielding results. Particularly among the middle-grade students, who had endured the most cross-disciplinary training, they owed their newfound resilience to Mia, having cultivated formidable willpower and physical endurance, thus avoiding the internal collapse Leas had feared. On the contrary, they not only survived on this battlefield, akin to a meat grinder, but also performed commendably, leaving them somewhat astonished and awakened to their capabilities. No wonder the Academy had previously dismissed their protests, repeatedly designating Mia as a diligent and exemplary student. However, despite this, they were not as indefatigable as Mia. After a day of combat, both their minds and bodies inevitably succumbed to a state of despondency. At this moment, they could only hope their teachers would devise a sound plan for their retreat. In the students' resting area, Cairo, equally fatigued from the day's battles, plopped down beside Mia and, rubbing his shoulders, expressed his discontent. "Oh dear, are you all right? Mia, today has utterly drained me, even more than my earlier research endeavors." "Not at all. I'm in perfect shape. Here, have some water," Mia replied, seated on the ground, his complexion rosy and devoid of fatigue, as he handed a water bottle to Cairo. "Thanks," Cairo said, gulping down the water before wiping his mouth and adding, "Finally, we can see the end of this. I told you. The forest of beasts can't possibly have so many monsters left. Today, we must have encountered nearly tens of thousands. The standing army must have grown lax over the years. Otherwise, how could there still be so many stragglers?" We've even seen a dozen or more large-class monsters. If only we had more time, we could have reclaimed those cores. Listening to Cairo's disgruntled ramblings and observing the agreement among their resting peers, Mia couldn't help but smirk. The standing army's reputation within the academy seemed rather poor. He then reminisced about his father, Fuluan, and chuckled inwardly. Growing up in such an environment, it was no wonder his father held the standing army in such disdain. Cairo, what do you think is the cause of this monster uprising? I can't shake the feeling that the core components of the mech are trying to convey something to me, which leaves me somewhat unsettled. After reflecting, Mia glanced around before quietly inquiring of Cairo. Is that so? The core is trying to communicate something to you. If anyone else had said this, Mia would likely have been dismissed as rambling or deemed mentally unstable. After all, mechs were mere constructs, devoid of any sentient capabilities. Yet Cairo reacted differently. Upon hearing Mia's assertion, his eyes flickered as he pondered the deeper implications of Mia's words, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. I believe that perhaps it is not the mech conveying any message to you. Even if the core components indeed originate from beasts, current mechs lack the capacity for emotional or cognitive responses. Such phenomena may emerge in the future, but not at present. Then what could it be? Hold on. Let me finish that I suspect it is merely your intuition at play, heightened by your connection with the mech, allowing you to perceive a potential threat to yourself. One that you cannot overcome even while piloting Ploton and Elkinby. Something is coming. It's approaching. Just as Cairo was articulating his hypothesis, an inexplicable sense of impending doom washed over Mia. Instantly, he sprang to his feet, gazing gravely in the direction of the fortress. Upon closer inspection, one could see his hands trembling slightly. Don't be so sensitive. It's just my conjecture, Cairo stammered, startled by Mia's sudden movement, attempting to soothe his friend's frayed nerves. However, upon seeing Mia's body quivering, cold sweat beading on his brow, and a flicker of fear in his eyes, Cairo found himself at a loss for words. Since their acquaintance, he had never witnessed Mia display such emotions or expressions. He had always perceived Mia as resolute and unwavering, relentlessly pushing himself for some unknown purpose, seemingly devoid of fear or hesitation. Yet in this moment, Cairo suddenly grasped that Mia, too, was capable of feeling fear. Chapter 64. It was unclear when the cacophony of monstrous roars, which had been incessantly ringing in their ears, faded into silence, leaving even the sounds of mechs and battle absent. Look, the monsters are fleeing. A voice from the front line startled Cairo, causing his heart to race. This was alarming. Monsters did not flee easily. They were genocidal species created by the Mother Goddess, intent on exterminating all living beings, unyielding until their own demise. The only circumstance that could compel them to flee was the emergence of their adjudicators. In the kingdom of Sturt, there existed a legend. The adjudicators of monsters would appear when ordinary beasts found themselves at a disadvantage in battle, annihilating those who obstructed their mission and devouring the ineffective monsters. These adjudicators were, in essence, a type of monster themselves, deemed fortress level due to their overwhelming strength. Could it be? The thought alone sent chills down Cairo's spine. Yet, the sudden sound of trees crashing and a gradually intensifying tremor confirmed that a colossal presence was indeed drawing near. Quickly, everyone. No time to dawdle. Mount your mechs and evacuate. Fortress-level monsters are incoming. Before Cairo and Mia could fully comprehend the situation, Kit's booming voice echoed from afar, striding towards the students' resting area and continuing to shout orders. The standing army has arrived nearby. So remain calm. Middle grade and 5th-year students should evacuate the forest while the monsters are in retreat. 6th-year students. If you feel capable, board your mechs and await further commands. But do not act recklessly. Move. Move. Kit's subsequent commands steadied the students, who had been on the brink of panic. While the standing army's reputation was not stellar, it served as a potent morale booster in this moment of crisis, preventing widespread alarm. Kith then approached the dazed Mia, momentarily taken aback by his appearance before breaking into a soft smile that he leaned down, patting Mia on the shoulder, and remarked, "So, you do have a day of fear. No worries, it's not your turn yet. Just leave for now. And Cairo, you too." Okay, I understand. I'm leaving now. Cairo, upon hearing this, made a decisive choice. This was not the time for bravado. He recognized his limitations, while he was confident in his piloting skills. Believing he was only second to Mia, facing a fortress-level monster required exceptional teamwork. It was not a challenge that could be tackled by a lone pilot and mech, not with their current models. In fact, Cairo and Mia shared a similarity. Both piloted their mechs with a rogue style, lacking any sense of teamwork. This was unavoidable, as few in their grade could match their capabilities, and neither was inclined to compromise their independence to accommodate others. Just then, a piercing shriek shattered the air, followed by a violent gust of wind and a cacophony of explosions that reverberated throughout the dilapidated fortress. It appeared the standing army had engaged the fortress-level monster. And from the looks of it, they were going all out. "Hey, Mia, don't just stand there. Let us go." Amidst the rising chaos, Cairo dashed a few steps before realizing Mia was not following, prompting him to rush back, grabbing Mia to flee. "Pray tell, Cairo, must we truly flee like those feeble beasts, scuttling away in fear?" At that moment, Mia gently extricated herself from Cairo's grasp. As he gazed at her in bewilderment, she gradually unveiled a smile, one that bore a fierce, beast-like ferocity. Her petite form radiated an uncanny, formidable presence, a manifestation of the overwhelming resolve that had consumed her fear in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Cairo felt as though he caught a glimpse of a vision, much akin to the roar emitted by the prototype he had piloted previously. Something within Mia had been awakened. "You are prepared, are you not? That thing," she said, extending her hand toward Cairo, her smile softening. "The new mech armor, this battlefield is its stage, is it not, Cairo Belmedis Elkinby?" Boom! Just as Cairo was engulfed in profound astonishment, a mech armor belonging to the standing army was sent hurtling into the fortress, crashing through its tower and reducing it to a heap of scrap metal. The night inside appeared to be beyond salvation. "Ah, truly, I concede defeat. This time, it was your choice. Should any issues arise again, do not hold me accountable," Cairo remarked with a resigned smile amidst the swirling dust and wind, uttering words that only served to enhance Mia's captivating grin. With a snap of his fingers, a massive silver magic circle materialized in the space surrounding them, from which a peculiar object began to emerge slowly. "Hey, you too. Why haven't you?" From a distance, Kiss, overseeing the departing students, felt an unusual magical surge from behind and turned to look. His astonishment. He found Mia and Cairo had yet to leave, prompting him to shout. However, his words faltered as he beheld the entity manifesting from the magic circle, rendering him speechless. It was not only Kiss who sensed the strange magical fluctuations. Many students and teachers who had not yet departed, including the leader Lias, also felt it, prompting them to collectively gaze in that direction. At this critical juncture, any anomaly could ignite their vigilance. Yet, as they discerned the duo amidst the haze and the emerging presence from the magic circle, they were left in a state of shock. "Father, is this truly your reason for being moved? Cairo Belmedis Elkinby, does he intend to single-handedly instigate the evolution of mech armor? What an arrogant and terrifying genius." Within the ranks, the top student of the 6th year, Vibataguroel, reflected on months prior when Cairo had stormed into his home to defend his half-siblings, displaying an attitude of violent retribution when his father refused to listen. Ultimately, following a clandestine discussion with his father, they bizarrely reached a consensus, allowing his siblings to continue their studies at the Night Academy. Since then, he had noticed peculiar shifts in the family's financial flow. In retrospect, had Cairo indeed swayed his father, the Grand Minister, with the promise of future possibilities, Vibataguroel, harboring resentment yet compelled to wear a smile due to his father's admonitions, found his gaze toward Cairo growing complex. Yet he inadvertently overlooked the other figure on the scene. "Do not act recklessly. Cairo, are you not aware that your mech armor has flaws? Do you wish for Mia Sogus to encounter another mishap?" Lias, the Academy's leader, arrived piloting her mech armor, delivering her cautionary words through a voice amplification spell. Her remarks startled those around, redirecting their attention to the petite figure in the arena. "As my aunt has warned, this armor is unsafe. It could very well explode. Are you truly certain you wish to engage in battle with it?" "My friend, indeed, it is the only option. I can sense it. Only this machine, alongside my own strength, can confront that distant foe. I yearn to conquer it, to vanquish that which instills fear within me. If I am to overcome this trepidation and achieve growth, I must proceed." Gazing at the newly emerged mech armor from the silver magic circle, Mia's eyes shimmered, ultimately settling into a state of unwavering determination. "Very well, then. Go forth and engage in battle, and let the world remember the mech armor crafted by me. Cairo, this shall mark the dawn of a new era." Cairo shrugged with a hint of resignation, approaching Mia to imprint a silver magical sigil upon her wrist. "Channel your magical energy, and it shall activate. This is the key for entry. It is now entrusted to you." He then watched as Mia infused her magic, dyeing the sigil a crimson hue before vanishing from sight. "Do not perish. for I could not bear to lose such a valuable component. After murmuring these words, Cairo turned away, a trace of a smile lingering on his face, mingled with a slight concern. As Mia entered. The colossal mech armor that had been kneeling sprang to life, its red and black body absorbing the ether elements from the air, transforming them into activating magical energy. The armor's exterior grew increasingly vibrant. Its octagonal eyes fashioned from emerald crystals gleaming with brilliance. The towering 30-meter behemoth gradually rose to its feet, leaving onlookers awestruck by its terrifying stature, far surpassing the standard 6th-generation mech armor. Gazing at its awakening in reverent silence, the fear dissipates. Could it be that humans are inherently too frail? Have I erred in my choices? Yet, it remains as challenging to control as ever. Is this trembling of my body a result of excitement? Excitement for the newfound strength? Within the mech's cockpit, suffused with some liquid crystalline substance, Mia, adorned with her crimson magical sigil on her forehead, shut her eyes and embraced the sensations bestowed upon her by the new armor. Come forth. Weapon of war. All restraints are hereby released. Ugh, roar. With a sudden widening of her eyes, the magical energy coursed through her, manifesting on her surface like never before, intensifying to the point of painful heat. Subsequently, from the exterior, the eyes of the red and black armor blazed with a brilliant light, the original emerald hue engulfed by crimson, trembling and rigid. It exuded a torrent of overwhelming red magical energy that painted the vision of all present, followed by a fierce, metallic-toothed maw that unleashed a bone-chilling roar that echoed across the land. Mia, do not. You must not release the core's restraints. Cairo, sensing the overwhelming force behind him, spun around, extending his hand and shouting in an attempt to halt her. Yet, before he could finish his plea, he witnessed the armor expel a spear-like metallic object, leaving him speechless. Once ejected, the mech armor, dubbed Prototype Number 2 by Cairo, trembled violently as artificial magical circuits manifested across its form. Emanating an aura of utmost danger, IT then pivoted its colossal metallic body, exerted its legs, crushed the ground beneath, and leaped gracefully over the ruined fortress toward the battlefield not far from there, where true monsters awaited. As the dust settled, Cairo gazed at the restraining component that had fallen before him, lifting his eyes toward the distant sounds of chaos. After a moment, he chuckled softly. What exactly is the core component of Cairo's mech armor? Well, just as you suspected, it was crafted from the core of a half-destroyed fortress-class magical beast. Impossible. You should not know how to create core components. That knowledge is a state secret. Surely you. Do not fret. Aunt, that component was already a half-finished product before I took charge. True, I lack the knowledge to create core components. Hence, this incomplete creation lacks any comparability to my envisioned ideals. Therefore, please do not die. How could that be? That mech armor's power should far exceed that of the 6th generation, and even the theoretical 7th generation, which is yet to be fully developed, pales in comparison. How can it be incomplete? Cairo, what exactly do you aim to create? What else could I say? Naturally, it is the ultimate mech armor that transcends all generations. IT must be completed, no matter the cost. Without directly answering, Cairo chuckled lightly as he stepped away from the mech and turned to leave. But in that fleeting moment, a fervent, obsessive, and cold glimmer flickered in his eyes. Cairo, watching her nephew's retreating figure, Lias bore a gaze filled with complexity. It has always been this way, ever since childhood. The thoughts lurking within my heart remain utterly inscrutable to others. Although I generally maintain a serene demeanor, there are moments that evoke an inexplicable dread in those around me. What, indeed, occupies your mind? What ideas do you harbor? I stood there, lost in contemplation, until Keith arrived in his armored mech to report on the current status of our team. Only then did Lias return to the present, setting aside her other thoughts to focus on the task at hand. After acquiring a thorough understanding of the situation, she resolved to retain a portion of the faculty as support. Along with approximately 20% of the outstanding 6th-year students, totaling 80 individuals, and entrusted the command to Keith, Lias, along with the others, began the withdrawal from the monster forest. Their destination was not the academy, but rather the royal capital. Should Brando's standing army fall in battle, they would join the garrison forces arriving from other regions of the country to defend the capital until the knights of the front line could mount a counterattack. The students expressed no dissent. On the contrary, they felt a surge of excitement, for to partake in the defense of the capital alongside the royal family was a tremendous honor. Chapter 66. The battle begins. Time slightly advances. Approximately 4,500 meters behind the abandoned fortress, Ethel, where the personnel from the Mia National Magic Armor Knight Academy were stationed. The standing army, after a hurried march, finally intercepted the fortress-class beast Break Shell Crab as night fell. To Brando's astonishment, upon entering the forest, the beast ignored the relentless pursuit of Knight Hans and instead headed straight towards the Academy's stronghold. Given the irrational nature of monsters, one would expect them to pursue their prey relentlessly. However, this creature behaved differently, and upon further reflection, its actions seemed decidedly peculiar. Particularly concerning were the groups of monsters. Various signals from the communication personnel indicated that they appeared to be deliberately driven out from different parts of the forest. These signs somewhat upended Brando's understanding of monsters. Even those with potential for evolution had never exhibited such seemingly intelligent behavior. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation in the forest, Brando immediately redirected towards the Academy's stronghold, Ethel, and ultimately intercepted the beast, averting a surprise attack on the Academy's team. All troops, heed my command. Divide into squads for combat. The vanguard shall shield while the rear casts spells and disrupts the monster's movements. Each unit, be mindful of coordination. Do not underestimate the enemy, and above all, maintain the rhythm of the entire army as we face the foe. Understood. After establishing contact with the Academy, Brando gazed intently at the towering beast, which stood over 150 meters tall as it continued its relentless advance, exuding an air of unbridled arrogance. He then issued the combat orders to the entire army. The 2,000 armored mech split into squads of 100, dispersing around the massive monster. Subsequently, 40 mech from each squad advanced in unison, raising their enormous shields, large enough to obscure the entire mech, swiftly forming a defensive formation. The glow of magic flickered across the shield wall, uniting the power of all the mechs within it. While the vanguard mechs moved, the rear units, under the knight's command, grasped their equally tall staffs, preparing for high-powered spellcasting. Almost instantaneously, the air became saturated with etheric elements as the 2,000 mechs drained them nearly to depletion. As if finally perceiving the tiny insects posing a threat before it, the colossal crab-like monster halted its advance. Vanguard, prepare to defend. Each squad's rear shall deploy 10 individuals, 200 in total, to shatter the enemy's magical barriers. The remaining rear units must disregard the limits of magic conversion, expending all their accumulated magical energy to unleash high-level fire and lightning spells with armor-piercing attributes. Without allowing the enemy a moment to react, Brando decisively issued the opening combat orders. As Brando's voice faded, 200 surges of turbulent magical energy erupted from the enormous staffs, striking the massive beast before it could react. The thin layer of light blue magical barrier encasing its shell was shattered. Following this, a torrential downpour of armor-piercing fire and lightning spells rained down upon it, igniting a series of tremendous explosions, illuminating the surroundings with fire and lightning. All personnel, remain vigilant. First, accumulate magical energy, ready for the unexpected. After the explosions subsided and silence enveloped the center of the blasts, Brando felt an unsettling premonition. He did not possess the confidence to believe that this alone could defeat a fortress-class monster. As anticipated, just as Brando's orders were delivered, the center of the explosion, still flickering with flames and lightning, suddenly stilled, followed by a piercing shriek that vanished without a trace. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, 2 enormous crab claws descended from the sky, radiating a deep blue glow, shattering the earth and forest, obliterating the mechs forming the shield wall. The 1-meter-thick steel shields, even bolstered by magic, crumpled like parchment, and in an instant, 2 squads of vanguard mechs were annihilated before the remaining soldiers could react. The enormous beast, emanating a tsunami of magical energy, slowly materialized before them, exuding an aura of abyssal dread. The knights felt despair wash over them as it became evident that their previous assault had not genuinely breached the creature's shell. It had merely left a few white marks on its already uneven surface. Impossible. Impossible. We cannot defeat such a monster. We must flee. Yes, flee. Monster, perish. This scene, coupled with the overwhelming terror emanating from the beast, plunged the inexperienced standing army into chaos. Some turned to flee, others fell into a stupor of despair, while a few, driven mad with fear, recklessly charged forward, only to be mercilessly pierced by the monster's claws or flung aside by its pincers. The remaining few who managed to maintain their composure within their mechs wore pale expressions, devoid of any fighting spirit. Calm down. Everyone, calm down. Do not panic. We still have a chance. We have tactical level magic. At this moment, the monster refrained from launching an attack, its four cold eyes fixating on the disordered standing army, as if silently mocking them, particularly Brando's feeble cries for help. What should we do, General? We can't allow fear to overwhelm us. We must regain our composure to find a glimmer of hope. Filial, do you have any suggestions? No, I'm afraid I have disappointed you, replied Filial, Brando's anxious aide, as he gathered with the remaining commermesh around Brando's unit. However, faced with the crumbling morale of the others, both Brando and Filial felt utterly powerless. Truth be told, most of these knights, having emerged from various small academies, possessed alarmingly little combat experience, and their basic skills were far inferior to those of the frontline troops. It was only natural that some unscrupulous individuals among them would be ridiculed by the frontline soldiers. Damn it! Although Brando was already aware of the standing army's shortcomings, he had overestimated their combat capabilities. Witnessing the situation devolve into chaos left him feeling a mixture of resentment and despair. Ugh! Just as Brando racked his brain, striving to devise a strategy to regroup, the monster before them seemed to tire of the farcical display and began to intervene. With just a few swipes of its claws, numerous mechs were sent flying or severely damaged, and it became evident that it would not take long for it to annihilate the army that had stumbled into its territory. Brando recognized that they could not continue on this path. Otherwise, they would be utterly destroyed. Yet, gazing at the panicked soldiers fleeing from the monster's straightforward attacks, even with a resolve to sacrifice himself, he still felt a profound sense of helplessness. Perhaps retreat was the best option. Indeed, after witnessing the continuous sacrifices of his subordinates, the thought flickered momentarily in his mind. Ugh! Roar. Then, from afar, a heart-stirring roar echoed across the battlefield. Chapter 67. The tension mounts. Upon hearing this roar, all present, including the colossal monster, came to a halt. The knights, previously paralyzed by fear and ready to flee, were jolted back to reality, standing in stunned silence. All personnel, regroup. Brando was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he recognized this as the opportunity to rally his forces, and thus he shouted decisively. Hearing Brando's command, most of the knights snapped back to attention, hesitated briefly, yet ultimately gritted their teeth and chose to obey his orders. Just moments ago, their actions had undeniably brought shame upon their knightly names. Now, having regained some composure, it was inconceivable for them to flee like lost dogs. Although not everyone shared this sentiment, some, upon being roused, fled with even greater haste. Brando found solace in the fact that at least over 80% of the knights chose to remain. A meager assembly of 1,200 armored machines and an equal number of knights had gathered. Esteemed comrades, I hold you in the highest regard. Your conduct at this moment is worthy of the knightly title. However, I must remind you that we are not without hope, though sacrifices may be required. Victory shall ultimately be ours now. Let us retain 50 armored machines to prepare for a coordinated release of tactical-grade magical sacred flame guns. 500 shall provide cover, while the remaining 500 will engage the beasts in distraction. Furthermore, the rest should prepare themselves to deliver a final blow after the tactical-grade magic is unleashed. For now, conceal yourselves and gather your magical energy. As he surveyed his gathered subordinates, Brando couldn't help but smile with a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, at least the standing army had not yet succumbed to decay. What he needed to do now was to set an example of unwavering courage for them. Understood, responded the knights who remained. Their hearts steadied by Brando's calm and resolute words. They understood that they were not entirely without chance. As long as the shadow of victory was not utterly obscured, they would possess sufficient courage to fight, even at the cost of their lives. Thus, while the magical beasts remained momentarily dazed, the knights, emboldened by a spirit of defiance, left behind 50 armored machines equipped with the same tactical-grade magic, dispersing their ranks to launch another assault on the beasts. Stay your ground. But just as Brando led the charge, intending to distract the beasts and draw their attention, he noticed a change in the creatures that had once been sluggish. Instinctively sensing danger, Brando cautiously called a halt, his gaze fixated on the now alert beasts. At that moment, the beasts sensed something akin to their own energy, a feeling that, albeit not entirely familiar, prompted a grave sense of foreboding. They emitted a low, guttural roar, and the vast blue magical energy enveloping them began to seethe. Layers of magical barriers manifesting and enveloping their uneven surfaces. Gradually, they turned, their four eyes fixed intently on the source of the earlier roar. their massive claws radiating blue arcs of magical light. Waves of blue lightning, several meters thick, began to surge outward, centered around the claws. In response to this instinctual threat, the beasts unhesitatingly unleashed their innate magic, its might rivaling that of tactical-grade magic. Fall back. As the blue lightning intensified, Brando ordered his troops to retreat, knowing that even a glancing blow could result in casualties. The moment the beast became serious, fear surged within not only him but also among the other knights. Yet, unlike before, they were not wholly consumed by terror. They managed to maintain a semblance of courage. However, facing the formidable fortress-level beasts, mere courage was of little consequence. The chasm of power between them only deepened their despair. And this flicker of bravery would inevitably be devoured. That moment, Brando felt the tremors of the earth. Something colossal was approaching with alarming speed, a heavy sensation weighing down on the hearts of those within the armored machines. Who, or what, could it be? Human or beast? Anxiety rippled through the ranks. If it were human, it might be an ally, but if it were a beast, none dared to dwell on that thought. Some even began to pray to their long unresponsive deities. After a torturous wait, a massive crimson figure, radiating a fiery aura of magical energy, swiftly came into view. Before anyone could react, the lurking beast, upon sighting its natural enemy, immediately unleashed the accumulated force of its magic. This was a raw lightning magic, deep-sea thunder, whose destructive power was comparable to tactical-grade magic. The knights of the standing army were momentarily blinded by the dazzling bolts of lightning, struggling to comprehend what was happening as the shockwaves and uncontrolled magical forces sent Brando and his 500 armored machines staggering backward. The protective magic that coated their machines quickly reached its limit against the onslaught. Amidst their dire predicament, they failed to notice that the swiftly approaching crimson figure had halted upon seeing the beasts and unleashed the magic it had long prepared. Though merely a tactical-grade advanced magic, the overwhelming magical energy transformed the deep red flame spear into a 100-meter-long, several-meter-thick weapon, which the crimson figure brandished as it charged directly toward the raw magical assault of the fortress-level beast. In an instant, the red flame spear clashed with the blue lightning, and for a fleeting moment, the two forces met, beginning an almost imperceptible struggle, while the spear's power was far inferior to that of the beast's lightning magic. It possessed a penetrating quality that allowed it to exceed the strength of the lightning, forcefully splitting the colossal bolt in two. This culminated in a tremendous explosion, leveling the surrounding area for several thousand meters. As Brando and his comrades regained their bearings, they found the forest had been utterly annihilated, leaving only a scorched earth crackling with blue electricity. In the aftermath, two colossal figures stood silently in opposition. One red and one blue, their contrasting hues stark against the desolation. Despite the insurmountable difference in size, their presence exuded equal might, and the intertwining dual magical energies filled the air with a palpable tension. As if the very fabric of space was on the brink of shattering, the battle was on the verge of erupting. General, is that a magical armored machine? In the fleeting moments before the impending clash, Brando's aide, Filier, who had been thrown into disarray by the earlier explosion, managed to voice his incredulity. I am uncertain that I have never heard of such a model being produced by the kingdom. This machine's power likely far exceeds the anticipated limits of the 7th-generation armor crafted by the National Magical Armored Machine Research Institute. If it truly is an armored machine, then the individual responsible for its creation is indeed remarkable. Brando, more astounded than his subordinate, was acutely aware of the implications, having piloted even the prototype models of the 7th generation himself. He understood all too well that the crimson armored machine before him was in existence far beyond the 7th generation. Is that so? Then, General, is there a possibility it could restrain the beast? If so, then Filier, your keen insight never fails to impress. Indeed, if it can hold the beast at bay, our chances of victory will greatly increase, allowing us to allocate more forces to prepare our tactical-grade magic. Instantly grasping his aide's intent, Brando discreetly instructed his disheveled troops to retreat, organizing them into groups of 20 to ready their tactical-grade magic. As the commander and highest-ranking officer on the battlefield, Brando had no intention of retreating from the fray. Nor could he place all his hopes on the enigmatic crimson armored machine. Thus, he remained vigilant alongside a portion of his knights, attentively observing the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, within the crimson armored machine, how refreshing it is that the hindrances have voluntarily withdrawn. Let us engage in a proper battle, Mia remarked, her gaze fixed fervently upon the equally wary beast. The blade of the machine's arm extended, and vibrant red energy coursed through its frame, ultimately enveloping the silver blade. This was a body enhancement magic, or more accurately, an armor enhancement magic. Due to the immense difficulty in integrating such magic into armored machines, only a select few special models possessed this capability. And even Brando's vehicle lacked such enhancements. The Crimson Mech armor, originally manufactured by Cairo, was devoid of this particular magic. However, Mia, in a bold experiment, attempted to integrate a magic she was already familiar with into the mech armor's core component, which possessed magical computation capabilities through a reverse conduction method facilitated by their connection. This act enabled the mech to learn this entirely new magic. Consequently, the initial shortcomings of the prototype number 2, which had been inferior in various capabilities compared to a fortress-level beast, were forcibly transformed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As if understanding this shift and becoming increasingly aware of the imminent danger posed by the entity before it, the beast could no longer restrain itself. With a low growl, it initiated its offensive. In that fleeting moment, its colossal form revealed an astonishing speed and agility. Brando, who was merely an observer, could scarcely comprehend what had transpired before his eyes, as the beast's massive pincers crashed down upon the spot where the prototype No. 2 had previously stood, instantly enveloping the area in deep blue ice and frost. Yet, at that moment, the prototype number 2 had already attained physical capabilities on par with a fortress-level beast, due to its humanoid form and compact design. It exhibited even greater agility. In the brief instant following the beast's assault, Mia deftly maneuvered the mech armor, crossing its arm blades before its body, crouching low, and with a sudden burst of speed, darted beneath the gigantic creature. He simultaneously launched his own attack, narrowly evading the beast's strike. The mech armor surged forward with remarkable swiftness, swinging its arm blades, infused with chaotic magical energy, towards the joints of the beast's 8 legs. Clang, clang, clang. The magical barriers emanating from the beast were swiftly shattered. However, even at its vulnerable joints, the beast's defenses were formidable. After a shower of sparks, only shallow gashes remained. Ah, how incredibly tough! In the fleeting moment between extreme motion and utter stillness, Mia, situated within the mech armor, gazed in awe at the results of his assault, his fervor undiminished, instead intensifying. In the next heartbeat, Mia resolutely commanded the mech armor to leap, just as the crimson armor took to the air. A massive block of ice-laden earth crashed down into the spot he had just vacated. This was merely the beginning. As the mech soared, Mia looked up to see a sky filled with shadows, the rain of ice and earth unleashed by the colossal beast. Each hardened chunk of earth, encased in ice, was substantial enough to bury the crimson mech beneath it. What a petty trick! Mia scoffed at the sight of the enormous ice blocks. In the next instant, magical energy surged from beneath the feet of prototype number 2, granting the mech the power to move amidst the airborne debris. With remarkable agility, it navigated through the dense onslaught of ice and earth. As Mia deftly evaded the falling debris, the beast turned around, its colossal pincers radiating an intense blue light, while it exhaled a plethora of enormous bubbles into the air. These bubbles silently floated away from the descending ice and earth, drifting toward the airborne Mia. Be careful not to touch those bubbles. They are the magic primal force. Each one possesses the power to obliterate a standard city wall. Brando, fearful that Mia might underestimate the bubbles, exclaimed loudly. Is that so? How intriguing, Mia responded, momentarily pausing, his expression growing serious as he regarded the glowing pincers. He then murmured, but this must be your trump card. Ha! Witness my technique. Blazing Flame Blade. At that moment, as the crimson mech armor reached its apex and began its descent, a rich red glow erupted from its arm blades, unleashing an overwhelming wave of heat that silently dissolved the bubbles hovering beneath it. Simultaneously, as if unable to withstand the extreme temperature, the 2 blades, crafted from a special magical alloy, began to show signs of melting, despite being reinforced with 2 powerful enchantments. Tisk. Mia grimaced, realizing he could no longer accumulate heat. He positioned the arm blades horizontally before him and, propelled by the magical energy surging from his back, plummeted toward the massive beast. Sizzle. The beast's 4 eyes flashed with a brilliant blue light as it raised its pincers, the 8 massive legs propelling its immense form into the air, charging directly toward the crimson mech armor. Prototype number 2. Chapter 69. The Forbidden Strike. Theoretically, the temperature can accumulate infinitely, making it a tactical-grade magic clash between Blazing Flame Blade and the tactical-grade Primal Magic Absolute Frostlight. We must take action immediately. All units on standby. Now fire the most powerful dispelling magic at the exposed abdomen of the beast. Just as the crimson mech, piloted by Mia, was about to collide with the soaring beast. Brando, who had been somewhat neglected by the beast and appeared somewhat disheveled, keenly spotted an opportunity. He promptly commanded his subordinates to launch a collective assault. In the next moment, just as Mia's arm blades were about to intersect with the beast's pincers. Over 100 dispelling spells surged forward, infused with violent magical energy, striking the exposed abdomen of the beast. Although this barrage only managed to breach a small portion of the beast's magical barrier and caused its body to veer slightly. This critical moment was sufficient to turn the tide of battle. I truly appreciate it. Now, take this head on, beast. As Mia's arm blades were on the verge of colliding with the beast's pincers, he recognized the opportunity presented by the creature's misalignment. Seizing the moment, he unleashed magical energy while adjusting his body with remarkable speed, narrowly skimming past the beast's pincers. Hiss! The beast's four eyes instinctively contracted, sensing the impending threat. However, before it could fully retract its eyes into its armored shell, the Crimson Mech's arm blade had already struck. In a mere flash, 3 of the beast's eyes were severed from their sockets. The arm blade did not linger, nor did it afford the beast a chance to react. It plunged directly into the hollow where the eyes had once been, propelled by the immense inertia of its forward motion, accompanied by the searing heat emanating from it. This strike left a gaping wound over 20 meters long on the beast's back. Crack, clang. The icy, frigid blood spurting from the wound reacted violently upon contact with the heated arm blade, which had already been pushed to its limits, causing it to shatter. Yet, Mia did not halt his onslaught. In a flash, another arm blade replaced the broken one, thrusting into the wound on the beast's back, further widening the damage. However, as the beast began to retaliate, its immense blue magical energy swiftly encased the wound in frost, rendering Mia's remaining arm blade useless as well. Nevertheless, Mia's strike had inflicted a monumental gash measuring 40 meters in length upon the beast. This is unbelievable. Oh, unnamed mech, tear that wretched beast to pieces. We can achieve victory, filial. This is our chance. We must continue to assist. What is he planning? All knights, immediately vacate all areas in front of the Crimson Mech at maximum speed. Quickly, the observing knights of the standing army, upon witnessing this, erupted into cheers, their spirits lifted from their previous despondency. Yet at that moment, Brando discerned a new movement from the Crimson Mech, having landed behind the beast. In an instant, he seemed to grasp something vital and hastily issued commands, leading the charge. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Mia, having touched down, was determined not to squander the opportunity presented by the beast's momentary vulnerability. He aimed to deliver a devastating blow before the creature could recalibrate its magical energy, deepen the connection, integrate the magic, infuse with ether, elevate the converter's efficiency to overload levels, and output all stored magical energy from the core component. Commence the calculation for the tactical grade magic chaos roar. Prepare. The Crimson Mech, prototype number 2, slightly bent its body, its hands outstretched and pressed to its chest, visibly terrifying red magical energy converging between its hands and rapidly expanding. The extreme heat distorted the space around the mech, causing even its own armor to falter under the strain, exhibiting signs of melting. Sizzle. The beast, having lost 3 of its eyes and sustaining injuries, sensed the imminent peril approaching from behind, and without a moment's hesitation, it ceased to waste magical energy on sealing its wounds, concentrating all of its available energy towards its rear. A fierce roar erupted from the Crimson Mech, which had no time to grant the beast further respite. Its mouth gaped wide, emitting a piercing and thunderous cry, before unleashing a spell that had expanded to a size beyond the embrace of 2 hands. This was the ultimate strike, a forbidden-level super magic, absolute annihilation roar, inspired by the life-sacrificing attacks of the Dragon Kin. Known across the continent for its tactical prowess, the devastating magic-frenzied collapse roar was unleashed in all its might. At that moment, Mia piloted the mech to its utmost limits, channeling power that rivaled the original spell itself. In an instant, the ground and all surrounding entities were vaporized in an explosion of searing heat, including the forearms of the mech. Then, in a fit of uncontrollable fury, the crimson cacophony surged forth, striking the beast in a heartbeat and piercing through it, reaching deep into the distant forest. Its area of effect extended to envelop the creature entirely. With no signs of abating, the terrifying turbulence of the collapse sent the nearby reserve soldiers sprawling, as the 20-meter-tall mech was swept away like a mere scrap of paper. A quarter of an hour later, as the roar subsided, a vast, seemingly endless swath of charred land emerged in the colossal beast forest, resembling a massive chasm. Even the mountains deep within the forest, which separated the southern continent from other regions, were affected, appearing as though they had been cleaved in two. That inevitably, the beast, having taken the full brunt of this cataclysmic strike and in a less than optimal state, stood no chance of survival. Despite its fortress-level stature, it was utterly powerless against such a calamity-like forbidden blow. Perhaps only the legendary master of the beasts, the child of the mother goddess, an entity that had never been seen by mortal eyes, could withstand such an assault. Chapter 70. Mia, gravely wounded again when the collapse dissipated, the significantly shriveled and charred form of the beast came into Mia's view, and he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Did we win? Having unleashed a forbidden strike that exceeded the mech's limits. Mia was far from unscathed. The entire mech had expended all its magical energy, including the reserve power stored within its core components in that converted and stored by the magic furnace. In his effort to amplify the spell's potency and duration, Mia had channeled all his own magic into the attack, severing the energy supply to other spells and components within the mech, leaving it completely exposed and defenseless before the collapse. Thus, the mech now teetered on the brink of collapse. Externally, the prototype number 2 mech, stripped of its arms, appeared nearly melted, revealing a myriad of gray-black alchemical components beneath. Alongside fractured and molten artificial magic conduits. As for Mia, he had already succumbed to unconsciousness the moment he spoke. During the battle, he had been operating under a state of extreme overload, with the rapid flow and depletion of magic having already caused damage to his magic conduits, let alone the fact that he had exerted himself to sustain a tactical-level spell for a quarter of an hour. The exhaustion of magic and the onslaught of the overwhelming heat had left him in dire straits. Fortunately, the mech had served as his final bastion, and the unknown liquid within the cockpit had performed its duty, actively decomposing and cooling as the heat surged inward, preventing Mia from being vaporized by the intense temperatures. Yet, despite this, his skin and hair had been irrevocably damaged, plunging him into a state of severe burns and dehydration, teetering on the brink of magical shock. If he could not swiftly extricate himself from the still high-temperature mech and receive urgent medical attention, he would likely be roasted alive. Thankfully, he was not alone in this battle. Quickly, all mechs that aren't severely damaged, follow me. Split half your forces to extract the core of the beast to ensure its complete demise. The rest, come with me. Though somewhat disheveled, the 200 reserve knights, previously blown away, hurriedly returned to the battlefield, now reduced to a desolate wasteland. After a brief assessment, Brandier promptly issued commands. He then led half of his men to the now irreparably damaged Crimson Prototype number 2. After a brief pause, he instructed his subordinates to use ice and water magic to cool the mech down, before manipulating it with his mech's arms to pry open the chest, revealing Mia's current state. What a tragedy. Such a petite figure. Is she a girl? Was it her who fought just now? If so, Indeed, it is shameful we achieved victory at the cost of her bright future, while we stood by, utterly useless. What a disgrace. Amidst the surrounding steam, the knights were taken aback upon witnessing Mia's body, nearly entirely burned. They were overwhelmed with self-reproach and shame, unable to meet her gaze, their hearts heavy with guilt. Yet, deep down, there lingered a faint sense of relief. For she was not a foe to be wary of, she was one of their own. However, this realization only deepened their shame, as they grappled with their prior distrust. Stop dawdling. Quickly. Sir Seraphine, take your team to provide emergency treatment for this. Lady. The rest, follow me to check on the beast. Understood, General. After issuing the command, Brandier turned and departed with a group of conscientious knights, heading towards those who were still dismantling the beast to ensure its death. After all, their presence was no longer required here, and they could offer no further assistance. Approximately 20 female knights disembarked from their mechs and approached Mia, preparing to cast healing spells for urgent care. However, upon seeing her condition, they exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. After a moment's hesitation, they chose not to speak, silently extracting Mia from the wrecked mech, administering healing magic to alleviate her injuries, and wrapping her in special bandages designed to prevent the worsening of burns. As Brandier and his team retrieved the miraculous core of the beast that had somehow survived, Mia received urgent care. It was then that the support team from the academy, led by Kiss, arrived belatedly. They had set out only after the evacuation team had completely departed, so when they approached the battlefield, it coincided perfectly with the moment Mia unleashed her fearsome collapse. Cautious, Kiss immediately ordered the team to halt. Refraining from advancing until the tumult had subsided, opting instead to establish contact with the reserve forces. His hesitation stemmed from a fear that the recent collapse had originated from the beast, if that were the case. Based on his knowledge of the reserve forces, they would undoubtedly face total annihilation. After all, that terrifying strike was something he had seldom encountered even in his frontline experiences. It could only have been unleashed by a formidable fortress-level beast. Even the knightly orders of the front line would struggle against such a creature, let alone the reserve forces, whose combat capabilities paled in comparison. As a representative of the Academy, Kiss had the responsibility to ensure that the Academy's contingent would not suffer excessive losses. Upon receiving feedback from the reserve forces, Kiss continued to lead his team forward. When the Academy contingent stepped onto the battlefield, now completely transformed into a wasteland, they were struck by the horrifying sight before them. In the aftermath of their shock, they were genuinely horrified by the severity of the previous battle, utterly unaware that what they beheld was merely the aftermath of a single spell. Mia, where is Mia Sogas? The one piloting that exceptionally large crimson mech? He is a student of our Academy. Where is he now, and what is his condition? After the initial shock, the Academy members spotted the utterly wrecked prototype, number 2 mech. Realizing that it was the very mech Mia had piloted, Kiss felt a sudden surge of panic and hurriedly inquired of Brandier's approaching group. Is that him? Brandier, hearing Kiss's loud voice, paused momentarily, his expression shifting to one of complexity. Yet he knew he must first address Kiss's concerns. The pilot is in dire condition. We have already initiated emergency treatment, but we will need to return to the royal capital for comprehensive care. Upon hearing this, Kiss released a sigh of relief, the weight on his heart lifting, and he proceeded to converse with Brandier. Chapter 71. Onward to the royal capital. As Keith and Brando engaged in conversation, the rest of the Academy's contingent gazed at the dilapidated prototype No. 2. Their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Frankly speaking, Mia's reputation within the Academy was far from stellar, among both teachers and students alike. The students, without exception, had suffered at Mia's hands, while a significant portion of the faculty harbored considerable grievances towards Mia's conduct. Given that she displayed little interest in subjects beyond those that promoted physical training, frequently skipping classes and resorting to subterfuge, were it not for the higher-ups at the Academy turning a blind eye to her misdeeds, Mia might well have been expelled long ago for her recurrent violations. However, as they observed the remnants left in the wake of Mia's battle, a peculiar sensation washed over the teachers, particularly upon learning from the dialogue between Keith and Brando that the formidable beast had been almost single-handedly vanquished by Mia. Their complex feelings swiftly transformed into shock and incredulity. General, do you know that lady? As the Academy's group remained in a state of astonishment, Brando's aide, Fillier, curiously inquired through a military-specific communication spell. How should I put it? One might say she is the offspring of an enemy, Brando replied. What? How is that possible? Isn't she a woman? You must be aware of Viscount Fulensigus, correct? If I am not mistaken, that pilot should be Fulen's son. Oh, is that so? Realizing the historical enmity between their general and the Viscount, Fillier fell into a contemplative silence, which was perhaps also influenced by the revelation of Mia's male identity. Do not dwell on it too much. After all, he has saved our lives this time. Otherwise, you and I would likely be sacrificing ourselves for our country. Of course, the animosity between us will not be easily resolved, yet a debt of gratitude has been incurred, and I shall need to find an opportunity to personally apologize and express thanks, Brando remarked, his tone laced with complexity following a brief silence. Sensing the intricacies in his general's voice, Fillier refrained from further comments, and they lapsed into silence. Just then, Keith, snapping back to reality from his shock, turned to Brando with another inquiry, thus alleviating the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Oh dear, it seems completely totaled. I wonder if any of the core components are salvageable. We will have to start anew, but at least Mia has not lost her life, and this time we have acquired vital data, mused Cairo, who had previously mingled with the Academy's team and, upon learning of Mia's condition, had rushed to the wreckage of prototype number 2. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, turning to observe a magical core held by a nearby mechanized suit from the standing army. A glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes as he pondered deeply. Cairo, what are you doing here? Wasn't Assistant Rias supposed to have ordered you to evacuate with her? Cairo, lost in thought, was approached by Keith, who had just finished speaking with Brando, and was now preparing to follow a knight of the standing army to check on Mia in a moment. Keith, seated within his mechanized suit, felt a twinge of discomfort in his stomach and helplessly questioned Cairo. Of course, I snuck out, Cairo replied with a carefree grin. Seemingly unfazed, before Keith could voice further inquiries, Cairo interjected. Are you also heading to see Mia, Teacher Keith? Then wait for me. I shall accompany you. Without waiting for Keith's response, Cairo spun around and placed his hand on the still warm remnants of prototype number 2, invoking a space-concealing spell that left Keith wide-eyed in astonishment. As the white magical light illuminated the area, the wreckage gradually vanished. Hey, you over there. Who are you? Are you attempting to steal that mechanized suit? Cairo's reckless actions naturally drew the attention of the knight accompanying Keith, who immediately called out, causing Keith to feel a sense of foreboding. Explaining this would be too troublesome. I'll leave it to you, Teacher Keith, to clarify the situation. I'm off to check on Mia. See you later. Wait, you little rascal. Cairo dashed away, leaving Keith's stomach pain escalating from a twinge to a sharp ache. Yet, seeing the surrounding knights of the standing army draw near, he resigned himself to explaining the situation. Meanwhile, as Keith tirelessly recounted the events leading up to this moment, Cairo successfully followed the intelligence he had gathered earlier and arrived at the emergency treatment site located outside the battlefield. Here, numerous injured knights from the standing army were receiving urgent medical attention. Bustling about in the midst of the chaos, the significant number of these injured knights had sustained wounds from the shockwave unleashed by Mia's attack. Fortunately, thanks to Brando's timely warning and the positioning of the knights at that moment, none had been caught directly in the maelstrom. Upon arriving, Cairo inquired about Mia's whereabouts and made his way to the center of the area, where a relatively large gray tent stood, frequented by valiant female knights. According to the information Cairo had gathered, Mia had been temporarily placed there. He felt no doubt about this, rather a sense of it being only natural, albeit somewhat unkind towards Mia. Upon reaching the tent, Cairo explained himself to the guarding knight, who, after some hesitation, led him to see Miat. That moment, Mia lay upon a spacious bed, her body swathed in specially designed bandages. Sustained by life-preserving magic, yet she remained in a profound state of unconsciousness. Upon entering, Cairo's earlier buoyant demeanor vanished, leaving him to stand silently by the bedside. Shortly thereafter, Keith and Brando arrived, having converged due to the commotion caused by Cairo. Brando's presence alongside Keith was also to locate Cairo and retrieve prototype number 2. Upon seeing the two arrive, Cairo slowly spoke. Teacher, let us depart at once, taking Mia to the capital to procure the water of life from the elves. Oh, you little rascal, how confident you are. You must know that the water of life is not something easily acquired, Brando remarked, taken aback by Cairo's somewhat audacious statement. Keith turned to Cairo, who remained calm. Teasingly retorted, Hee, they will not refuse. In response to Keith's jest, Cairo flashed a confident smile, exuding an air of certainty. After thoroughly explaining the situation to Brando, Cairo and Keith took Mia and set off towards the capital. Chapter 72, The Royal Council, Part 1. In the autumn of the year 3121 of the Continental Radiance era, as news of the appearance of a fortress-class beast in the monster forest reached the royal capital of the Kingdom of Stir, the entire city erupted in fervor. The citizens of the capital had not felt the direct threat of monsters for many years, but after a brief shock, they heeded the king's directives and began preparations for war. Simultaneously, the stationed forces of the standing army across the land hastened to assemble in the capital under the urgent orders issued by the current marshal. With Brando leading the charge, the previously defensive Bellodart fortress was rendered nearly obsolete. Rather than fortifying a defensive position that paled in comparison to the capital's defenses, it was deemed more strategic to designate the capital as the battleground for the ultimate confrontation with the monsters. This approach was characteristic of the royal family's long-standing style. While the standing army mobilized, the frontline forces remained relatively inactive, adhering to the king's command to maintain the front lines, allowing only the equally resolute frontline marshal, the king's brother, to dispatch a medium-sized knight brigade to counterattack. The morning following the capital's mobilization, the evacuation team from the National Magic Cavalry Academy arrived at the capital of Canlobe. After recounting the details of their evacuation, Rias was summoned by the king. However, as Rias detailed the conditions at the front, Brando's communication spell also reached the headquarters of the standing army in the capital, announcing the successful vanquishing of the fortress-class beast. Upon receiving this news, the capital, which had entered a state of war readiness, immediately relaxed. The king personally reassured the citizens and the various standing army contingents that had traveled from afar, before awaiting Brando's triumphant return in silence. A day later, Brando, leading the remnants of the standing army along with the support team from the academy, arrived at the capital of Canlobe, as the massive carcass of the beast was drawn through the city gates. The populace erupted in jubilant cheers. Brando then hastened to the royal palace to meet with the king and report the details of the incident. Canlobe, the royal capital, stood proudly away from the monster forest. Originally the largest fortress of the Kingdom of Stir, featuring towering barriers over 100 meters high. After its transformation into the capital, its defensive capabilities were not only retained but enhanced, giving the city a majestic, albeit unembellished, appearance. In the heart of the royal capital lies the palace, which, while not ostentatious, embodies a solemn simplicity that resonates with the exterior of the city. Only the audience hall, facing the southern expanse of the beast forest, exudes a blend of opulence and dignity. This expansive hall boasts a lofty ceiling high enough to accommodate mechanized armor with ease. Sturdy white columns, adorned with intricate carvings depicting battles between magical armors and beasts, stand proudly. The floor is covered with a vibrant crimson carpet, leading to the king's throne atop a three-tiered platform. Behind the throne is an enormous chair, upon which rests a mechanized armor bearing the royal crest, known as the Knight of the King. This special model far surpasses all current armors in height and splendor, with combat capabilities rated as not quite 7th generation, but the closest among the strongest 6th generation armors. However, it serves primarily as a symbol of the king's authority. Typically, when the king summons his ministers for council, the hall is filled with the ranks of armored knights, lending it a bustling atmosphere. Yet, at this moment, the vast hall feels rather empty, occupied by only a handful of individuals. The kingdom's high officials stand in formation on either side of the throne, while Brando, clad in military armor, kneels in the center of the crimson carpet, solemnly reporting the details of the recent incident to the king seated upon the throne. The current king of the Stir Kingdom, though aged, remains robust and full of vitality. Ambrosius Halster listens intently to the report. As the 92nd king of Stir, Ambrosius is known for his transparent governance and broad-mindedness, earning the love of his people. However, as Brando recounts the events, even this typically composed ruler furrows his brow. This is the account of the battle against the fortress-level beast. The Breakseal Crab.it is my duty to apologize to your majesty for the serious lapses in our standing army's response, ultimately failing to repel the invading beasts, thus betraying the trust placed in us by you and your predecessors. This is how Brando concludes his report, prompting Ambrosius to furrow his brow even deeper. Brando, are you certain that what you recount is the truth? It is no wonder that Ambrosius harbors doubts. Brando's account is astonishingly unexpected. Not only he, but even the attending ministers display expressions of utter disbelief, eyes wide as they gaze at the serious-faced Brando. Yes, my words hold no falsehood. The knights who faced the beasts on the battlefield can attest to this, Brando replies in a deep voice, plunging the kingdom's elite into a profound silence, their hearts shaken by the revelation. I see, Ambrosius, as the kingdom's decision-maker, does not appear overly shocked. Rather, he ponders the implications this incident may have on the kingdom. After a prolonged silence in the now eerily quiet hall, Ambrosius turns his gaze to his right and speaks. Lord Mycade, what manner of person is your son, Keelabel Mordessel Kamba? I would like to hear your evaluation as his father. Indeed. After much contemplation, Ambrosius places greater importance on Keel, the creator of the new model armor, than on Mia, the pilot who had achieved great merit in the battle. Upon hearing the king's inquiry, the other ministers and Brando also turned their attention to the silver-haired, handsome middle-aged man standing in the second position on the right side of the throne. He is Keel's father, Mycade Belmordicel Kamba, the Minister of Military Affairs in the Stir Kingdom, third in command in military matters, holding the title of Marquis and governing the region of Lycia. I find it difficult to comment, Mycade responds, a hint of a wry smile gracing his lips as he steps forward under the gazes of his colleagues. His statement elicits surprise from the king and the ministers, who pause to contemplate his next words. My son, Keel, has been exceptionally intelligent since childhood. Even in his early years, he exhibited an insatiable thirst for knowledge, eventually focusing solely on matters related to mechanized armor. To be honest, his displayed aptitude once instilled a sense of fear in me as a father, yet fortunately, he has grown up with a sound moral compass, albeit with occasional lapses. I believe the new model armor mentioned by General Brando was indeed developed by my son, though I am unaware of how the core components were fabricated. Mycade's words carry a tinge of bitterness, as he realizes that the typically benevolent gaze of King Ambrosius now bears a hint of scrutiny, which he understands is due to the matter of the core components that in the Stir Kingdom. Knowledge pertaining to the crucial core components of mechanized armors, particularly regarding their fabrication, is classified information. Without the king's permission, no one may breach this knowledge, or they face severe penalties. In the development of a mechanized armor, the core component is paramount. The entire design revolves around it. Thus, if Keel has managed to engineer a new model armor, it implies that he must have illicitly acquired knowledge regarding the core components. This is the true concern of the king, who cannot permit such sensitive information to be compromised. Chapter 73, The Royal Council, Part 2. If the inquiry pertains to the source of the core components for that new model armor, Your Majesty need not worry, for it was I who provided that impudent lad with it. As the other ministers grasp the gravity of the situation, the atmosphere in the hall turns somber. However, it is the minister standing at the forefront of the left side of the throne who speaks up, redirecting everyone's attention, including King Ambrosius. The speaker is Wylier Gilowel, the royal minister of the Stir Kingdom, and the father of Dale and Ad. His visage seems to blend the features of his two children, exuding vigor and determination, alongside a wisdom that they lacked. He appears unruffled, unwavering under the scrutiny of others. And after a slight bow to Ambrosius, he continues, I beg your pardon for my unilateral actions. That impudent boy's brilliance has swayed me, changing my initial intent to reprimand him into a decision to support his research with funding and materials. Even transferring to him the abandoned core from years past, I had assumed he would only use it as a reference, yet he has managed to awaken it. Upon hearing Wylier's words, Mycade's brow furrows, and his gaze shifts sharply towards him, for it is not every day one openly discusses reprimanding his son in his presence. Ambrosius, however, appears relieved, nodding in agreement. Indeed, only core components of a similar caliber could rival the magical prowess of fortress-level beasts. There is no fault in your actions. After all, it was a gift bestowed upon you long ago. However, this raises concerns, Mycade. Your son seems to be quite alarming. Indeed, I am often astonished. That rascal has nearly blown my house to smithereens on several occasions. Had I not been vigilant from the outset, I might have suffered dire consequences by now. Mycade's expression conveys a mixture of nostalgia and exasperation as he recounts his son's antics, leaving the king and ministers momentarily speechless. Nevertheless, the matter of Keel appears to reach a temporary conclusion, as Ambrosius, after a moment of contemplation, turns his gaze to Brando, who remains kneeling with his head nearly touching the crimson carpet, and lets out a gentle sigh. Without needing to ponder deeply, Ambrosius comprehends Brando's underlying thoughts and addresses him. Lift your head, Brando, that in this matter, your timely response and courageous actions have not brought disgrace to the name of the kingdom's knights or standing army. On the contrary, you have achieved considerable merit. I do not deserve such praise. My role in this matter was minimal. If your majesty truly wishes to assess merit, I implore you not to overlook the contributions of Miasogus. Upon hearing Ambrosius's commendation, Brando, who had awaited acknowledgement of Mia's efforts, suddenly finds himself anxious, recognizing the unspoken implications in the king's words. This is characteristic of his nature. Observing Brando's unyielding demeanor, Ambrosius feels a hint of exasperation towards this occasionally obstinate minister. After a brief pause, he turns his attention to a slightly older minister to his left and states, Lord Bulru, your son truly puts me in a difficult position. I do not wish to entirely dismiss the contributions of Sogus's child. With that, Ambrosius casts a meaningful glance at Bulru, who, after a moment of surprise, hastily steps forward to join Brando. Father, he began. Silence. Now is not the time to dwell on the affairs of that scoundrel from the Fulren family. The paramount concern is to quell the domestic populace's harsh criticisms and discontent towards the standing army, as well as to restore their trust in it. That is our foremost priority. Therefore, the individual who deserves the most credit for this incident must undoubtedly be you. After speaking in a low voice, he noticed Brando hesitating, as if he wished to say more. Burleton's eyes widened in a silent signal. Clearly, Brando did not grasp the subtle hint from his father. Yet, as he observed the faint sorrow reflected in his father's eyes, he opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from further words, which relieved Burleton. Indeed, Lord Brando, yesterday Lord Asuril has already apologized to me for all the shortcomings and oversights of the standing army during this incident and has resigned from his position as Marshal of the standing army. I have granted this request. Subsequently, before your triumphant return, I have conferred with the other lords, and you shall replace Lord Asuril as the new Marshal of the Standing Army." Upon realizing that Brando finally understood the gravity of the situation and was no longer obstinate, Ambrose nodded and officially announced the matter. "My duty is unambiguous. However, I implore your majesty to request a drop of the water of life from the elves for Myasogus to treat the injuries he sustained in this battle." Initially taken aback by these words, Brando soon regained his composure after his father patted him on the shoulder that he knelt on one knee in gratitude, but immediately resumed his pleading with Ambrose. "Myasogus, yes, I will comply. I shall seek the water of life from the elves." At this, Ambrose could not help but wrap the armrest of his throne with his hand, then turned to Brando with renewed interest and inquired, "But speaking of which, isn't that rascal Fulren on poor terms with you? Why are you so adamant about seeking merit for his son this time? This matter does not concern Viscount Fulren. Moreover, had it not been for Myasogus, not only would we have struggled to vanquish the magical beasts, but my subordinates might have already met their demise in their bellies." As he spoke, Brando paused momentarily, hesitating slightly, but then resolutely continued, "Furthermore, I believe Myasogus is an individual worthy of your majesty's and the Lord's attention. I contend that, if properly nurtured, he alone could potentially instigate a transformative change in the front line." "Oh, that is quite unexpected," Ambrose remarked, arching an eyebrow in contemplation, for he knew Brando was not one to speak lightly. After a brief moment, as if having made a decision within himself, he addressed the gathered ministers. "You may take your leave for now, Lord Brando. Afterwards, you shall meet with Lord Asuril to complete the transition of the Marshal of the Standing Army. As for the matters concerning Kilo and Mias, we shall set them aside until I have met with them." "Understood. We shall take our leave," Brando replied, feeling somewhat disappointed, yet still following the other ministers as they exited. Chapter 74. The great elf Aelrose. Approximately half a day before the council meeting in the royal palace commenced, Kilo and Kith arrived ahead of time at the royal capital of Canrobe with the gravely injured and unconscious Mias. After securing a temporary lodging, Kilo hurriedly made his way to the National Magic Armor Research Institute beside the royal palace, eager to ensure Mias received prompt treatment and to prevent any lingering ailments. At the Research Institute, besides the members whom Kilo regarded as inept, there was also his intended target, Aelrose, a special envoy from the Great Elf clan. This great elf held immense significance for a nation that scarcely revered the deities, having borne witness to the birth and development of this human kingdom. Furthermore, prior to the establishment of the Kingdom of Stir, she served as the emissary of the Great Elves, responsible for dealings with humanity and imparting knowledge concerning magic armors. Indeed, all initial knowledge regarding magic armor was bestowed upon humanity by the Great Elf clan that could rightly be considered its creators. However, later on, as certain humans allied with them in their struggle against the magical beasts, the Great Elves shared their knowledge of armors to compensate for manpower shortages and low productivity, helping to establish a collective resistance against the beasts, which became the Kingdom of Stir. Thus, it would not be incorrect to say that the Great Elves were among the founders of Stir. Nonetheless, the Great Elves never intended to interfere with the internal affairs of Stir, as long as humanity adhered to the agreements made at the kingdom's inception, that in contrast to their distant relatives, the Luminous Elves, who were also of the original elf lineage. The Great Elves withdrew entirely from the front lines of battle after the successful establishment of the defensive line in the Canster Mountains, retreating to serve as knowledge bearers. Typically, they resided in the easternmost realm of the Forest of Magical Beasts, remaining aloof from worldly matters, save for Aelrose, who took a keen interest in engaging with humans and acted as a bridge between the two. As for how Kilo was aware of Aelrose's whereabouts and felt confident in his endeavor, it was quite simple. It stemmed from his family background that in his youth, Kilo had met Aelrose a few times during her visits to their home. Although those encounters were brief and he was still quite young, he gleaned a general understanding of her character and interests through those interactions and the records maintained by his family. In summary, unlike his more reserved kin, Aelrose had a particular fondness for experiencing novel phenomena, especially those she could neither create nor comprehend, yet others could. This curiosity drove her to remain within human society. And in recent decades, it seemed she chose to linger longer at the Research Institute to witness the birth of the 7th generation of magic armors. Thus, Kilo was quite confident that he would be able to procure the water of life from her. Upon reaching the National Magic Armor Research Institute, Kilo presented the pass issued by Marquis Willier amidst the vigilant gaze of the guards, boldly entering the premises, although it was his first visit to the Research Institute. Kilo displayed no signs of curiosity or hesitation, making a beeline for the innermost section. This area was dedicated to the development of the new generation of magic armors, and Kilo surmised that Aelrose would likely be present there. As he anticipated, Kilo soon spotted Aelrose atop a platform, having magically shrunk to the size of an ordinary human female. With her cascading waves of pink hair and stunning features, she was a sight to behold. At that moment, she donned a pair of petite glasses, intently observing an experimental armor that was undergoing its final assembly. This particular armor piqued Kilo's interest, for it appeared that the National Magic Armor Research Institute had officially developed a prototype of the 7th generation, slightly catching up to his own progress. However, while Kilo had previously been concerned about the advancements in this new generation of armor technology, he now found himself less invested in such matters. In his heart, he had conceived a groundbreaking idea that transcended the 7th generation. Yet, to validate his concept, Mia's was an essential component. Without Mia's, even if he could theorize his idea, he would never be able to translate that theory into reality. Thus, whether driven by friendship or ambition, he was determined to acquire the so-called water of life, reputed to heal all wounds. "Excuse me, are you Miss Aelrose?" Kilo inquired, having momentarily shifted his focus, ascending the platform. He disregarded the chattering bald old man next to Aelrose and spoke directly. "Who are you?" The old man's expression darkened upon hearing Kilo's voice from behind, and Aelrose's long ears perked up playfully as she turned, her face displaying a hint of displeasure. Upon seeing Kilo, a stranger to her, she softly inquired, her voice gentle and vibrant, fitting her appearance yet belied her age. "I am Kilo. I have come to request a drop of the water of life from Miss Aelrose. My friend has sustained severe burns and requires the water of life for treatment." "Impertinent wretch, who are you to intrude upon my domain? Guards, what are you doing?" "Ah, that fellow wilier." Kilo's forthrightness in expressing his intentions incited the ire of the elderly man beside Aelrose, whose frail body erupted with a volume that nearly made Kilo cover his ears. However, Kilo merely waved the still visible pass in his hand and flashed a smile that could only be interpreted as mocking, which made the old man grit his teeth in frustration. "Oh, since you seek something from me and appear quite confident, I presume you have prepared something? Present it to me, something that will not provoke my ire and will earn you the water of life," Aelrose interjected, her youthful beauty belied by the vast age that far surpassed that of everyone in the research institute combined. After a brief moment of discontent, she realized Kilo's composure, as if he were certain that he would bestow the water of life upon her. "Well, that's only natural," Kilo nodded. However, after glancing around at the members of the research institute who had cast their curious gazes upon him due to the old man's voice, he shrugged and remarked, "But we should find another location, although there hasn't been an official prohibition yet. It's better to be cautious. I certainly do not wish to be imprisoned by His Majesty the King." "You. It's all right, little Golota. Let's see what tricks this young one wishes to play." Kilo's words seemed to provoke considerable dissent from the old man Golota. Yet they piqued Ailua's curiosity. She reached out to gently pat Golota's head, silencing his protests. Kilo watched the scene before him, an expression of peculiar strangeness washing over him at the sight of such overflowing maternal love, especially as the old man Golota appeared bashful, akin to a child of 8 or 9 decades. Indeed, for a colossal spirit like Ailua, an elderly human of such an age might merely be considered something else. This contemplation rendered Kilo somewhat uncomfortable in Ailua's presence. Subsequently, Kilo, Ailua, and Golota departed the research institute under the curious gazes of the other researchers. They were unaware of the developments that would follow, knowing only that Golota returned alone, a visage marked by sorrow. Chapter 75. Awakening. Mia's consciousness was hazy, as if he had been adrift in the void for an eternity. After an indeterminate passage of time, he discerned a melodic voice, imbued with a profound sense of affection for him. This adoration enveloped him from all directions, ensnaring him in its embrace, yet simultaneously instilling a sense of fear and unease within him. Though his eyes remained shut, he could sense an enigmatic presence, one that brought forth this affection, quietly observing him. In this state, time seemed to elongate. Just as he began to accept this love, his consciousness jolted, and he awakened, returning to reality. In that fleeting moment, he felt something within his body unshackle itself that he refrained from immediately opening his eyes. Despite regaining awareness, an overwhelming sense of reluctance clung to him, making it difficult to let go. Unbeknownst to him, a solitary tear coursed down his cheek, And then he heard voices surrounding him. How strange, how intriguing. I long to know. Ahem, I meant to say this shouldn't be happening. The physical injuries have completely healed under the water of life. And life force has been replenished, even enhanced. Yet, why is he still unable to awaken? This came from a soft, unfamiliar female voice, filled with confusion. There are no issues with his spirit or soul, yet his consciousness seems ensnared, preventing a smooth awakening. Another feminine voice, cold and tranquil, echoed with a hint of familiarity, eliciting a slight instinctive fear, though Mia's still-dazed mind was flooded with impressions, akin to recognizing someone yet not being intimately acquainted. What shall we do? Little Mia has been unconscious for a month. Why can't he awaken? The familiar voice, laden with affection, belonged to Mother. He couldn't help but murmur, yet the previous reluctance became starkly clear. Her words intensified the lingering sorrow, piercing through the haze of his consciousness. Who are you? Thus, amidst the astonished yet delighted gazes of the onlookers, Mia, who had been lying on the sickbed, suddenly extended his right hand toward the figures before him, his eyes flashing a subtle crimson, as if attempting to discern their identities. Host, remain calm. The system's voice resounded within his mind, akin to a thunderclap, jolting Mia into full awareness. What is that? Answering and advising. That is an existence currently beyond the host's grasp. Please await the moment when it becomes accessible. Is it a matter of waiting? The exchange with the system transpired in an instant, by the time others regained their senses. Mia was entirely awake, burying a particular thought deep within, as the system had suggested, waiting. How wonderful. Everything is well. Oh. He was suddenly enveloped in someone's embrace. After a brief moment of astonishment, Mia recognized the person holding him, his mother. Verena. Only when her joyful tears fell upon his shoulder did he realize how reckless he had been. Causing her to worry once more, he felt a twinge of regret, but acknowledged that if given the chance, he would undoubtedly act the same way again. That a sense of guilt welled up within him. But Mia was acutely aware of his own nature, which often left those around him feeling anxious. This was true in both his past and present lives. Unsure of how to articulate his feelings, he opted for silence. After a while, Verena, having calmed her emotions, released Mia, allowing him to see many familiar faces, his family, the guards from his home, teachers and friends from the academy, and a rather unfamiliar female elf. Hello, adorable little one. I am the giant spirit Ellie, and no need to mind me. Please enjoy this moment of warmth. Upon witnessing Mia's astonished gaze, Ailoa, standing beside the elated Kilo and observing Mia with great interest, smiled and spoke. However, despite her words, Mia keenly sensed a fleeting glance from her, one imbued with a chilling curiosity, as if she wished to dissect him, causing his expression to stiffen. What a charming little fellow. In that case, I shall take my leave for now. I will return to find you again. Observing Mia's rigid demeanor, Ailoa chuckled teasingly, but chose not to linger. After all, first impressions held great significance. Only after Ailoa's figure vanished from the room did Mia let out a breath of relief. His intuition warned him that this female elf was not someone to be trifled with. Ailoa's departure did not dampen the spirits of Mia's friends and family. They gathered around him, showering him with concern and warmth, their faces alight with joy. Oh dear, Mia, suddenly surrounded by so many people, felt somewhat overwhelmed, reminiscent of the time he had been grievously injured. Yet, he soon noticed that his limbs seemed to have grown longer. Oh my goodness, I've grown. Overwhelmed with astonishment, Mia leaped off the bed. Disregarding the astonished expressions of those around him, and barefoot, he hopped across the floor until he reached a full-length mirror in the room. The reflection revealed a youth standing just over 1.60 meters, with a cascade of smooth black hair, striking features, and lively gray eyes, clad in a single-piece green garment. This. Mia found himself momentarily speechless, then incredulously pinched his cheeks, mirroring the action of his reflection. It wasn't until the pain brought him back to reality that his eyes brimmed with tears. This marked a significant transformation, a clear departure from the confines of adorable, petite girlhood, signifying a profound change in his appearance. The suddenness of this joy left Mia in a daze for the time to come, eliciting a mix of regret and relief from his friends and family. They were delighted that Mia had finally achieved his dream. Those close to him were well aware of his relentless pursuits of intense training. Strengthening himself in a manner he could accept and comprehend was a considerable part of his ambition, yet altering his overly feminine appearance was equally significant. Of course, this realization also stirred a sense of sorrow within them. For witnessing someone grow into an unrecognizable form could be profoundly painful. After exchanging light-hearted banter for a while, they decided to allow Mia to rest and prepared to leave together. Chapter 76. It, he, and him. As the group was on the verge of departure, Mia, having returned from his state of reverie, curiously inquired of his father, who was trailing behind, "Hey, where is Uncle Ed?" "Oh, that fellow. He got drunk at the tavern in town without a penny to his name and, while attempting to flee, accidentally fell into the town's refuge well. If he hadn't been discovered promptly, he'd likely have perished without anyone knowing that as it stands. He broke both his legs and is currently bedridden." "Ah, that's unfortunate," Foreign replied with evident disdain, and Mia mirrored the same expression upon hearing the news. "By the way, I almost forgot." At that moment, Foreign, who had already stepped out of the door, suddenly changed his expression. Becoming exceedingly excited, he turned to Mia and exclaimed, "His Majesty has decided to bestow upon you the title of Knight ahead of schedule, and to show his appreciation, he intends to personally confer the honor upon you. The ceremony will likely take place once you have fully recovered. This is truly a momentous occasion. I nearly overlooked mentioning it just now." "Ah, really? Is that so?" However, contrary to expectations, Mia's reaction was not one of overwhelming joy. Upon hearing Furwin's words, she paused, her emotions becoming somewhat complex. "Then you should rest first. Father will take his leave." Unaware of Mia's subtle change in expression, Furwin promptly followed the not yet distant figure of Burina. Left alone in the room, Mia remained silent for a considerable time. It was not until the light outside faded and darkness enveloped the room that Mia, her face a canvas of conflicting emotions, slowly spoke in a voice only she could hear. "Hey, system, did you hear that? The king is going to bestow upon me the title of knight, and he will be the one to confer it." The feelings embedded in her voice were intricate, her gaze flickering uncertainly. At this moment, Mia's heart was a tumult of emotions, yet when she spoke, her demeanor appeared oddly calm. After some contemplation, she began to harbor doubts about this sudden emergence of a system that she had never questioned before. As time passed and she matured, the influences of her past life began to fade, gradually altering her thought process. For instance, in the past year or two, her training, initially aimed solely at altering her appearance, began to shift towards the pursuit of greater strength. Unbeknownst to her, the sole remnant of her past life was the obsession with the bald, scarred, muscle-bound man. Consequently, her suspicion towards the system within her began to quietly emerge, leading Mia to refrain from engaging with it actively. Coupled with the system's almost complete silence, Mia became so engrossed in her training that she nearly forgot of its existence. However, there were moments when the system would assert a striking presence, jolting Mia awake, such as when she regained consciousness moments ago. It was strange, yet somewhat understandable. Although the system consistently claimed it had no ability to interfere with reality, the rewards associated with the additional tasks suggested otherwise. That is not a mere deception. This system indeed possesses no means to interfere with the host and reality. As for those rewards, it is time to clarify that the additional tasks were merely a tool to ignite the host's enthusiasm, employing what already exists. The source of the rewards comes from a certain grand existence referred to as a deity in this world, which bestows benefits or insights upon the host at specific moments. For the host, this should be regarded as stemming from the other's expectations. The system's sudden interjection left Mia somewhat astonished. She had expected it to stubbornly deflect with flimsy excuses. Yet here it was, revealing that what had always been perceived as the system's rewards were not its doing. However, Mia quickly regained her composure, narrowing her eyes and inquiring, "Then what is your connection to this existence?" "System. The origins of this system are indeed linked to that existence. But at this moment, as long as the host adheres to its symbols, this system bears little relation to that entity. As for the essence of this system, the host must explore that on their own." Mia elongated her voice, thoughtfully stroking her smooth chin, savoring the flood of information delivered by the system. "Then how do you determine the deadlines for additional tasks?" "I might believe you once, but do not tell me that two occurrences are merely coincidental. I am the least inclined to accept the notion of chance, as it belongs to the realm of the fortunate. This time, given that there is even a personal conferment of knighthood by the kingdom, are you not going to explain anything?" Mia inquired, her expression now more relaxed than before, yet still tinged with curiosity. Clearly, she had chosen to trust the system's previous assertions, driven by an impulse that compelled her to abandon her hesitations. However, this impulse did not stem from the influence of the system, but from something entirely different, an emotion that was worlds apart from the system's existence. A feeling that could ensnare one's very essence if it were to be encapsulated in a single term. Mia might call it love. May I inquire, how do you define fate? Why the sudden question? The system's timely interruption left Mia somewhat bewildered, yet she felt no strong emotions, merely a simple curiosity. However, the system did not respond, seemingly awaiting her answer. After a brief silence, Mia tentatively replied, "It should be the sum of events that are destined to occur." Correct. Yet not entirely. Let us further inquire. Why are these events destined to unfold? How would I know? Mia thought for a moment, deciding to accept the system's explanation that it was due to the inevitable outcomes of overlapping choices. For beings of intelligence, such as humans, the amalgamation of individual character, environmental factors, emotional entanglements, and timely opportunities culminates in the myriad choices made by the individual. The culmination of these elements becomes what is referred to as fate. Oh, is this your understanding, system? Yes and no. The system itself lacks the capacity for profound contemplation. This is information left by that existence, which the system merely interprets and utilizes. I see. Wait, are you suggesting that those rewards were intended by that being to alter my original fate in order to change my personal thoughts and environmental conditions during decision-making? Suddenly, Mia snapped back to reality, realizing why the system had posed the seemingly random question about fate. Perhaps that was indeed the original intent of that being. Moreover, the additional tasks provided to the host are a synthesis of the host's environment and personal factors, resulting in the establishment of reasonable time constraints that in other words, if the host does not harbor doubts about their existing abilities, then accomplishing these tasks should come naturally. Is that so? If it is so natural, does that mean you foresee that we will encounter a fortress-level magical beast? She mumbled, her thoughts growing increasingly uncertain. The system does not possess the ability to foresee the future. Ridiculous. Wasn't that uniquely designated task issued because you had foreseen the future? It is not the system that perceives the future, but the divine.it is a revelation from the gods, thus indicating a disaster that is bound to occur now that the gods have distanced themselves from the mortal realm and cannot easily intervene. Furthermore, the system initially believed that, given the host's innate talent, simply finding a way to interact with the magical armored suit and fully showcasing their abilities would be sufficient to garner the attention of the human kingdom. However, it appeared that the host had not prioritized the magical armored suit, which could not be blamed on the system, as it was merely a choice made by the host. Well, upon further reflection, if I truly wish to advance, perhaps that old fellow would agree. After all, have I made a mistake by insisting on my own strength and choosing not to rely on the suit? Rarely. Mia found herself engulfed in despondency and confusion, extending her hand before her and clenching her fist. The palpable sense of power she felt at that moment did little to calm her, as it was fundamentally different from the strength she wielded while piloting the suit. Rejecting the host's choice is not an error. Choosing a more arduous path is commendable in itself. To be frank, that path merely appears deceptively easy, which is why the system never opposed the host's actions over the past few years. Is that supposed to be comforting? Well, thank you, but I still wish to inquire about other matters. However, never mind for now. Mia chuckled softly, turning her gaze towards the window, which had ignited with the glow of magic, her expression once again resolute. The system fell into silence following Mia's lack of questions. Indeed. Had I chosen a different path, I might not have been present when the fortress-level magical beast arrived. Who then would confront it, and how many lives would be sacrificed as a result? Mia pondered, her expression hardening. This simply would not do. I must not be so naive as to harbor any notions of luck. Let it be shattered by those like you at that moment. Just a wall away, beneath the moonlight and the glow of magic, a certain figure outside made a clandestine decision. Chapter 77. A Summons from the King. In the winter of the year 3121 of the Continental Radiance era. Following the official designation of the event as the 853rd incident in the Forest of Magical Beasts by the kingdom's chroniclers, the populace had been seething with anger over the various derelictions of duty displayed by the standing army during this incident. This discontent had nearly escalated into a nationwide protest, incited by certain malicious individuals. However, shortly thereafter, King Ambrose officially issued a proclamation, revoking the title of marshal from the former standing army commander, Asriel, and elevating Brando who had valiantly quelled the crisis and fought against the monstrous beasts, to the forefront as a hero. He was bestowed with the position of Marshal of the Standing Army and instructed to immediately initiate a thorough reformation within its ranks. Once this announcement was made, benefiting from Ambrose's esteemed reputation, the effects were immediate. The public's indignation began to wane as they watched with a mix of skepticism and anticipation to see what actions the new Marshal and hero Brando would undertake. Hoping he could restore the Standing Army to its original formidable state that could rival the frontline troops. Under this silent scrutiny, Brando felt immense pressure, compelled to exert every effort to implement various military reforms and restructuring, leading to an extremely busy schedule that even caused him to leave halfway through the prayer ceremony for his deceased brother. Yet, Brando's endeavors were not in vain. The once doubtful populace gradually began to place their trust in this young marshal, and the kingdom once again found stability. During this period, just before the nightly accolade ceremony for Mia, approximately a week after Mia's awakening, he received a summons from the king, under the guidance of a stoic female knight, who was tasked with conveying the king's will. Mia made his way slowly towards the royal palace situated in the heart of the capital. The journey felt somewhat prolonged, although it was now the middle of winter. Nearing the end of the year, the southernmost human nation on the continent did not experience the biting cold of the north, nor could one expect to see snow. As Mia ambled along, he couldn't help but observe the vibrant capital, which was currently in a state of revelry. Even in the early morning, people were singing and dancing in the streets, while bards freely recited their verses, and taverns were already bustling with individuals indulging in merriment. The cause of this gaiety was the impending arrival of the new year, marking the last phase of a year that finally allowed for relaxation and joy. It was only natural for those who had been liberated from the burdens of a year's toil to celebrate in such a carefree manner. Not to mention, the Standing Army had recently achieved a significant victory, having slain a fortress-level beast, a momentous event worthy of a grand feast. Listening to the bards passionately sing of the Standing Army's gallant exploits, Mia found it somewhat amusing, yet he did not outwardly display much emotion. Instead, he casually purchased several large meat pastries from a roadside stall and began to munch on them, leaving his face smeared with grease. Mia's unpretentious demeanor surprised the knight escorting him, who felt a twinge of regret, thinking that Mia was squandering his fine appearance. However, she maintained her expressionless facade. Keeping her distance, Mia's nature was such that he preferred gentle approaches over harsh ones. Hence he refrained from any overtly friendly gestures. Thus, the two of them continued on in silence, traversing through the bustling marketplace and the tranquil, refined district of the nobility until they arrived at the palace walls. Here, Mia encountered Kilo and his grandfather, Imeld. After exchanging greetings with Kilo, Mia turned to Imeld and, somewhat impolitely, remarked, "Ah, old fellow, it has indeed been a long time." Upon hearing this, Imeld's previously cheerful expression froze, leaving him almost at a loss for words. He believed he had done nothing to offend Mia, having merely guided him towards enrolling in the National Magic Armor Knight Academy at the outset. Why, then, did this child harbor such grievances against him? Just as Imeld pondered this in confusion, Kilo, whose eyes darted about, suddenly approached Mia, who was still devouring the greasy meat pastry, and whispered, "Mia, this is a splendid opportunity." "What good opportunity are you scheming about now?" Mia, having become well acquainted with Kilo's penchant for mischief, immediately sensed that Kilo was up to no good. "Oh, I wouldn't dare act out in front of His Majesty. However, I think we could take advantage of this audience to pitch my new generation armor design proposal to the king. If I can secure His Majesty's support and endorsement, our endeavors will no longer face limitations, unlike the current situation." Puffed, as if His Majesty would ever agree to that. Go away, and let me enjoy my meal. I've been eating vegetarian for a month now, and I'm thoroughly fed up. Sensing that Kilo's so-called pitch would likely lead to trouble, Mia decided not to involve himself. All right, let me share my goal then. Initially, I intended to apply for the rights to process the core of that fortress-level beast you defeated. But damn it, the National Magic Armor Research Institute, which is only going to waste the kingdom's resources, is trying to monopolize it. Those useless fools will only squander that precious fortress-level beast core. Noticing Mia's reluctance to assist, Kilo's eyes flickered as he lowered his voice and cursed vehemently, clearly agitated by the situation. In response, Mia merely scoffed inwardly, realizing that Kilo's true intent was likely not the beast core, but rather a performance for someone else. Casting a casual glance at the stoic knight, who seemed to bear the weight of the world upon her shoulders, Mia found himself intrigued by Kilo's antics. Meanwhile, Imelda, observing the two unconcerned youths, wore a bitter smile. Fully aware that they were about to meet the pinnacle of their nation and wishing they would show a modicum of respect, the palace guards, equally astonished, watched the two young men, especially Mia, who seemed oblivious as he continued to chew on his meat pastry, leaving them speechless. Of course, despite their divergent pursuits, both were, in a sense, madmen and remained indifferent to the perceptions of those around them. Just as Kilo was about to persuade Mia further to cooperate with his scheme, the grand doors of the palace swung open. There was no time for further exchanges between Mia and Kilo, as a male knight stepped forth from within the palace. After a brief exchange between the male and female knights, the stoic female knight who had been escorting Mia turned and departed, leaving the handsome new knight to courteously guide Mia and the others into the palace. Chapter 78. Disdain. As they approached the palace where King Ambrose had summoned Mia and the others, Mia gazed about curiously within the royal abode. To describe it, the palace of the Stet Kingdom struck Mia as remarkably austere, perhaps excessively so. Lacking opulence and grandeur, it resembled a colossal fortress of war, devoid of any of the splendor he had envisioned. Nevertheless, despite its simplicity, it emanated an imposing atmosphere, particularly accentuated by the scattered, massive stone sculptures along the way, which imparted a sense of historical gravitas that was daunting. Upon closer inspection, Mia discerned that these vividly carved sculptures depicted the various armors produced by the kingdom since its founding, from the first generation to the sixth, spanning from an initial height of 5 meters to the current 22 meters. The kingdom had a total of 48 distinct armor models. While Mia had not seen them all firsthand, the sight was enough to leave him in a w.as time passed in Mia's contemplation. They soon arrived at a palace. Before entering, the knight escorting them paused, and amidst the trio's curious gazes, the knight's brow twitched as he pointed at the half-eaten meat pastry in Mia's hand. Haha, my apologies. I shall finish it now, Mia replied, offering an apologetic smile as he quickly devoured the remaining pastry and wiped his greasy fingers. Very well, but remember to maintain decorum when we meet His Majesty, the knight advised. His tone measured. Observing Kilo's nonchalant demeanor and Imelda's wry smile, the knight chose not to emphasize his point further, leading the three into the palace. The location of King Ambrose's summons was not in the reception hall, but rather in a less conspicuous chamber within the expansive palace. Upon their entrance, the stout figure of King Ambrose, seated at the throne deep within the hall, looked up and nodded at the escorting knight. After the knight bowed and retreated, Ambrose joyfully addressed Imelda, who had approached within earshot. Good morning, my old friend, Imelda. Good morning to you, your majesty, and to my friend Ambrose as well, Imelda replied, equally cheerful. I sincerely apologize, my old friend, for having summoned you here. Not at all. It is I who am truly grateful for your kindness, taking time out of your busy schedule to meet with us. You remain the same as ever, just as you were in your youth. I have told you not to be so distant. So, are these two the key figures in this incident? Ambrose had been conversing amiably with Imelda, but suddenly shifted the topic, causing Imelda, who had just begun to relax, to grow tense once more. However, Ambrose seemed oblivious to his old friend's anxiety. Directing his gaze towards Mia and Kilo, observing this, Mia and Kilo performed a knightly salute, placing their right hands upon their left chests and bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. After the formalities, the two stood resolutely before the gaze of the king, the highest authority in the land, displaying no signs of fear or nervousness. Witnessing their composure, Ambrose imperceptibly nodded. Kilo Belmode Zerkenby, grandson of my old friend Imelda. Your talent astounds me. Would you be so kind as to share how you created such an unprecedented mecha armor? From Marshal Brando's report, it seems its performance far exceeds that of all existing mecha armors. Ambrose's gaze flitted between Mia and Kilo, internally weighing his thoughts before finally resting on his old friend's grandson. Temporarily disregarding Mia, and in a tone laced with curiosity, he inquired of Kilo. Naturally that I can assure you that the mecha armor I designed and manufactured surpasses all existing models. As for how I achieved this, well, it involves gathering essential knowledge, improving upon existing foundations, and finally combining it with innovative designs and unique components. Kilo's expression brightened at Ambrose's inquiry, and with a swell of confidence. He spoke, his tone even bordering on arrogance, prompting a newcomer to this private chamber to suppress their emotions. What an arrogant young man, daring to speak so boldly before His Majesty without even having matured fully. Oh, what do we have here? It is Mr. Director, is it? Really, You do underestimate the youth far too much. And what gives you the audacity to criticize me when you and your colleagues have spent decades, even centuries, without truly unraveling the secrets of the 7th-generation mecha armor? Upon hearing the derisive remarks from the newcomer, Kilo turned to look, and upon recognizing the cold-faced knight behind them, his expression shifted dramatically, leading him to respond without hesitation. For Kilo, this was a battle of academic prowess, an arena where he could not afford to concede, especially against someone who had labored for decades with no results. He could not tolerate their disdain, even in the presence of the king. Kilo, mind your manners before the throne, Imelda interjected sternly, swiftly halting Kilo's impending verbal clash, then addressing the newcomer. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Galota. My grandson has been rather disrespectful. Although he was apologizing, Imelda's tone was stiff, clearly indicating that his reprimand was merely to prevent his grandson from losing composure in front of the king, rather than a genuine apology to Galota, the director of the National Mecha Armor Research Institute. Humph, Kilo scoffed at Galota. Choosing not to engage further, Galota, too, refrained from continuing his mockery, as Imelda's words served as a reminder that they were in the presence of royalty. Meanwhile, Mia, who had been maintaining an air of invisibility, was somewhat surprised. He was astonished at Kilo's unexpected display, which starkly contrasted with Kilo's usual demeanor. Well, this is getting interesting, Mia thought, wearing a faint smile as he continued to observe the unfolding drama. Having no room to speak himself. Chapter 79. The Agreement of Combat, Part 1. Ah, Mr. Galota has arrived, Ambrose remarked, noting that the conflict was diffused thanks to Imelda, initially pleased by the prospect of gauging Kilo's character. Ambrose nodded before turning to Kilo. So, Kilo Belmodes Erkenby, what reward do you seek? A reward for myself. Indeed, due to various circumstances, your contributions have been somewhat overshadowed by this incident. However, this does not imply that your efforts have gone unnoticed. In fact, your contributions are substantial. I have granted Mia Soga's permission to receive his knighthood in advance, and I will personally bestow the honor upon him, thus adding a commendation to his record. But you, Kilo, as the primary developer of the mecha armor, your contributions are paramount, yet I find myself troubled as to how best to reward you. Therefore, I summoned you here to resolve this matter. Please, tell me what you desire. Although his words were sincere, Ambrose exuded an air of inscrutability, hinting at a sense of probing, which prompted Kilo to frown and ponder cautiously. The others, including Galota, who held a significant disdain for Kilo, remained silent during his contemplation. As for Mia, he continued to play the role of an invisible observer, but watching Kilo deep in thought caused him to inwardly scoff, based on Kilo's previous performance in front of the palace and Mia's understanding of him. Mia suspected Kilo had anticipated this moment and had long prepared his response. What puzzled Mia was why Kilo sought his cooperation in this meeting when he was clearly of little importance to the king. Mia was convinced Kilo must have foreseen this moment. As his curiosity lingered, Mia's gaze fell slightly as he began to contemplate. Unfortunately, Mia was not as intellectually inclined as Kilo, being more of a brute force type. And after much thought, he couldn't arrive at any conclusions. Yet, he was indifferent about cooperating with Kilo, willing to assist as long as he wasn't led astray again, under the watchful eyes of the assembly. Kilo's expression suddenly shifted, as if he had made a decision after much pretense of contemplation, prompting everyone to perk up with renewed interest. Ambrose directly inquired, "Have you come to a conclusion?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Kilo nodded with confidence and continued, "The reward I seek is knowledge, the knowledge required to create the core components of mecha armor. This is the sole thing I desire." As he spoke, Kilo's eyes betrayed his fervent obsession with knowledge. However, the moment his words echoed through the hall, the atmosphere grew tense, and Ambrose narrowed his eyes, fixing a serious gaze upon Kilo. After a long pause, as Imelda began to perspire under the pressure, and Galota prepared to chastise what he perceived as Kilo's audacity, Ambrose finally spoke calmly. "Kilo Belmodes Erkenby, I believe you understand the implications of your statement." "Yes, I am fully aware," Kilo replied fearlessly, seemingly oblivious to the heavy atmosphere. "Well, setting aside right and wrong, I wish to know what exactly you intend to achieve." Ambrose scrutinized Kilo for a moment before softening his expression and asking with a blend of curiosity and caution, "I wish to create an entirely new, unprecedented, and ultimately incomparable generation of mecha armor. Indeed, it must be completed. This is our agreement." Kilo boldly articulated his ambitions without hesitation. Is that so? That is indeed a grand aspiration. Ambrose acknowledged Kilo's vision after a brief moment of contemplation, but then added, however, your demands seem rather excessive, do you not think? Do you believe that a mere fraction of your contributions warrants access to knowledge pertaining to our nation's most classified core components? Perhaps I could reward you with knowledge about other mecha components, such as, that is impossible. What I seek and require is solely knowledge regarding the core components that I have thoroughly mastered every other component of the outdated mecha armor. Only the core components remain. It is the knowledge pertaining to the core components that has yet to be revealed to me. Impossible. You are utterly deluded. I have tolerated you for long enough. At this point, Galota could no longer contain himself and derisively interjected. Are you implying that you have reverse-engineered the magical conversion components and the control linkage components without sufficient theoretical knowledge? That is quite laughable, ridiculously so. Humph. Just because you are incapable does not mean others do not flaunt your ignorance as if it were a treasure. In my view, your research institute is merely squandering valuable resources. Unable to even manage a mere fortress-level magical beast core, Kilo retorted vehemently against Galota's scorn, his words dripping with disdain and openly expressing his true sentiments towards the individuals at the National Research Institute. You ignorant child. That was merely a minor mishap during the experiments, and yet you dare to insult us so brazenly. Who do you think you are to undermine our legacy that has endured for millennia? A research institute that has gathered the finest talents of the kingdom. The laughter was truly appalling. Our nation has been established for over 2,000 years, 18 centuries ago, with the assistance of the great elves. We created the first generation magical armor, 15 centuries ago. We developed the second generation, 11 centuries ago, the third, 7 centuries ago, the fourth, 4 centuries ago, the fifth, and just over a century and a half ago. We produced the current 6th generation. Do you not find the considerable gaps between these generations rather excessive, esteemed director of the National Research Institute of Magical Armor? As he concluded, Cairo slightly raised his chin, his expression one of utter disdain as he looked down upon the elderly Garota. Listening to Cairo lay out the facts, Garota was momentarily speechless, for this was indeed the truth. However, he also discerned the underlying implication in Cairo's words, a veiled accusation before the king, suggesting their research institute was merely squandering resources while achieving little in the way of tangible results. Realizing this, the cunning and treacherous Garota felt a cold sweat break out, and he quickly turned to Ambrose, who had been wearing an amused expression since their quarrel began. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, this is absolutely not a waste of manpower and resources on our part. It is merely that the advancement of technology requires time. Moreover, the magical armor is a groundbreaking creation, unlike the flawed experimental products of a certain arrogant young fool, which are simply irreplicable despite the ostentatious technologies employed. I firmly believe they lack any strategic significance. As Garota grew increasingly agitated, Cairo remained silent, and Ambrose felt it was time to put an end to this farce. Thus, he spoke. I understand that the institute under your leadership has exerted itself to the utmost, so there is no need for you to panic. By the way, the 7th generation of magical armor is nearing completion, is it not? Yes, it is expected to be ready in about half a month, as soon as we finish the final tests. It can be officially produced and deployed. Garota, who had intended to continue speaking, suddenly fell silent. Upon seeing Cairo, who had become quiet the moment he turned, he realized he had once again lost his composure before the king. A feeling of having been trapped washing over him, leading to immense frustration. Chapter 80. The Pact of the Martial Display, Part 2. Very well, Ambrose remarked after hearing Garota's words, turning his gaze back to Cairo. And speaking solemnly, Cairo Bearmodes Elkinby, I cannot grant your request at this moment, for knowledge regarding the core components is of utmost importance. However, since you so disparage the efforts of the Institute and Garota is equally indignant, let us settle this matter through your respective achievements. Construct a new type of armor, and then we shall hold a long-awaited martial display before the throne, should you emerge victorious in this contest. I may agree to your request, provided your merits reach a certain threshold, and I will reward you with the knowledge concerning the core components. How do you both find this proposition? Ambrose concluded, formally seeking confirmation from Cairo and Garota. Of course, Your Majesty, I shall undoubtedly prove that we are far from undeserving of our reputation. Indeed, Your Majesty, but should there not be a prize for the victor in this martial display? Haha. How amusing, Imelda. Your grandson is quite clever, attempting to bargain with me. Very well, I consent. Let us designate the core of a fortress-grade magical beast as the prize. However, since you seem so keen on that core, be prepared for the challenges to escalate accordingly. That if you can accept this, the date for the martial display shall be the first day of the second month of spring next year, at the onset of the agricultural season. Upon hearing this, particularly Cairo's pointed remarks, Ambrose couldn't help but laugh heartily, his eyes sparkling with delight. He then added a new condition aimed at the somewhat arrogant Cairo, imposing a time constraint upon him. This is certainly no issue at all, but how will you arrange the selection of the pilots, Your Majesty? May we choose for ourselves? Cairo, ever confident, pressed on to clarify a critical point. Choosing for yourselves. Is it? You must consider carefully. If you choose, Garuda will undoubtedly have the advantage, as he knows many excellent knights. Indeed, do not claim later that you lost due to the pilot's shortcomings. I intend to ensure your defeat is one you accept wholeheartedly. Both Ambrose and Garuda exchanged uncertain glances at Cairo's assertion. Oh, it is nothing, right, Mia? Ah, yes. Suddenly called upon, Mia, who had been largely overlooked, turned around in confusion to face Cairo. What is your impression of piloting the armor I crafted compared to those standard models? Faced with Mia's bewilderment, Cairo's eyes glinted mischievously as he posed a rather dubious question. Well, the sensation? Weapons versus toys. Though she sensed Cairo's ulterior motives, Mia pondered briefly before candidly expressing her genuine feelings under the scrutiny of those present. What do you mean toys? I advise you to reconsider. Do not presume that because you are somewhat attractive and a girl, I shall forgive you. Mia's words immediately provoked Garuda's fury. However, before he could finish his wrathful retort, he faltered at the sight of Mia's suddenly menacing gaze. Do you believe that once we leave the palace, I shall not make you regret your words until tomorrow? Yikes. Confronted by Mia's low yet unabashed threat, and observing her unexpectedly benign smile, Garuda was thoroughly frightened, taking refuge behind Aimedas, who stood nearby, pointing at Cairo as he exclaimed, Do not employ any crude tricks, even if you wish to threaten my safety. I shall never concede. Hey, be mindful of your surroundings. Do not overreact. Cairo, ignoring Garuda's fright, leaned in to whisper a warning to Mia. His suggestion instantly elicited a look from Mia that seemed to say, You dare speak like that? She suppressed her frustration, feeling quite vexed. Forget it. Although it appears you have once again slightly schemed against me, it matters not. I will defeat that old man's armor, so do not worry. Oh, truly, I am immensely grateful. With such words, I can rest easy. With Mia's assurance, Cairo assumed a victorious demeanor, piquing Ambrose's curiosity, who cast a few glances at the previously overlooked Mia, but ultimately did not press further. Ahem, since that is settled, you both may prepare accordingly, and let me, along with the ministers, knights, and the citizens of the kingdom, witness who shall be the true pioneer of the new generation of magical armor. The one who constructs the finest 7th generation shall be acknowledged by me as the true 7th generation magical armor. Given Cairo's insistence on this matter and his seemingly unshakable confidence, Ambrose acquiesced, solemnly announcing, You are dismissed. Understood. X2 Cairo and Garuda both stood at attention, saluting. Yet, Mia noticed that Cairo appeared somewhat disappointed upon hearing Ambrose's words. Well, you may all leave now. Aimedas, my old friend, let us catch up. With that, Ambrose concluded the audience, and Cairo, Mia, and Garuda exited, leaving Aimedas to reminisce. Throughout, Ambrose had never directly engaged Mia in conversation, perhaps viewing her merely as the fortunate individual piloting the armor, hence not paying her much heed. Although she feigned indifference on the surface, Mia's feelings were rather complex. If previously, influenced by her past life's perspectives, she felt a subtle detachment from this kingdom and its king. Now that sentiment had likely morphed into an utter lack of reverence or loyalty toward the royal family. Approximately half a month after receiving the king's summons, amidst the witnesses of the citizens of the capital, Mia calmly accepted the ceremony of being bestowed the title of Magical Knight. Upon receiving the medal symbolizing her knighthood, the system notified her of the completion of an additional task, and the rewards were granted to her. Thus, Mia officially became a kingdom-recognized magical knight. However, before Mia could fully savor her joy, the system promptly indicated that the additional task had been officially canceled and would no longer be issued. The system explained that since Mia had chosen her own path in life, all rewards associated with this task had been dispensed. Furthermore, the system began to hint that the first phase of a uniquely designated task would arrive in the coming years. Urging Mia to prepare herself mentally. A somewhat burdened Mia subsequently returned to the academy alongside Kilo and others. After becoming a knight, he chose not to graduate immediately but to continue his studies. The reason behind this decision stemmed from a period of contemplation, during which he placed a portion of his hopes for combating the impending resurgence of the Demon King upon Kilo, believing that Kilo could develop a more powerful armored suit. After all, until now, it was only through the utilization of magical armored suits that Mia could possess considerable combat strength to confront the chaos that would soon engulf the continent. Chapter 81. A new year. The dawn of a new year has arrived, marking the progression of history on the Aimedas Continent to the year 3122 of the Radiant Era, the very beginning of this new year. The National Academy of Magical Armored Knights enjoyed a brief holiday. Typically, during this time, Mia would be welcomed home by his family for a reunion. However, this year, he opted to remain in the city of Lytesia. The reason, of course, was due to the matter of the royal demonstration. Though justified by the aim of creating new armored suits, the Academy, under the hint of Emild, rejected Kilo's request to establish a new research base within the Academy. Consequently, Kilo, lacking support from the Academy, hastily gathered his previous associates who had followed him and set up a rudimentary base outside Lytesia, diving into the production of a new type of armored suit. In this scenario of severe manpower shortages, Kilo extended an invitation to Mia to assist him. As Mia was also an active participant and had already earned the title of knight, he was perceived as having reached adulthood and independence, thus receiving his family's understanding to stay and help. However, despite being invited to assist, Mia's contributions were somewhat limited. The development of armored suit technology required Kilo's direct involvement. Mia could only lend his strength by transporting various components and assembling the chassis. Yet, one critical role was undeniably his, that of the test pilot. The prototype armored suit crafted by Kilo posed an immense challenge for any test pilot due to his unauthorized modifications to the design of its components, rendering it unwieldy and perilous, often leading to catastrophic failures. This daunting prospect deterred ordinary individuals, yet only Mia could barely control such a volatile armored suit, thereby meeting the conditions for experimentation. At this juncture, Kilo's team began to realize Mia's significance. With Mia, the prodigious pilot, they no longer had to risk their lives, and all test flights could proceed, allowing for the recording of various data changes, thus ensuring a smooth manufacturing process. However, the initial overly smooth progress led to Kilo's sudden arrogance that he abandoned his original intention of merely replicating the prototype number 2 and, without consulting anyone, altered the design plans to initiate the creation of what he dubbed Prototype No. 3. Perhaps Kilo himself understood that, lacking core components of fortress-level magical beasts, it would be nearly impossible to replicate Prototype number 2. Even if he stubbornly attempted to substitute existing giant beast cores, the outcome would only yield a flawed product. Of course, it would have been preferable had Kilo communicated with his team beforehand. They would have been understanding. However, Kilo's silence proved to be a significant oversight by the time others realized the situation. Only 10 days remained until the royal demonstration. At that moment, Kilo had just completed the entire design of the new armored suit, prototype number 3. Upon discovering the truth, everyone felt utterly despondent. After binding Kilo in a place visible to all, they commenced round-the-clock work. Under these circumstances, the newly christened prototype number 3 was ultimately manufactured through the tireless efforts of the group. On the eve of the royal demonstration, Mia and his companions, under Kilo's leadership, utilized the magical portal located in the very heart of Lytesia to arrive at the royal capital of Kinrobe. The other end of the portal was situated near the permanent military headquarters, not far from the royal palace, which had not experienced an emergency for many years, rendering it seldom used. Thus, when Mia and his group dramatically emerged at the headquarters through the long-dormant magical portal, they were nearly mistaken for enemy spies by the general stationed there. The urgency of the situation meant that Kilo had not reported the use of the portal, resulting in a lack of authorization. Ultimately, had it not been for the timely arrival of the newly appointed Marshal Brando, who happened to be at the headquarters, feeling a sense of guilt towards Mia, the group would likely have faced dire consequences. Thus, as Mia and his companions, bearing heavy dark circles under their eyes, trudged through the lively capital in search of temporary lodging, Kilo became the target of their collective eye, this time. The capital of Kenrobe was bustling with people from all corners of the kingdom, drawn by the upcoming royal demonstration, creating a vibrant and prosperous atmosphere even in the night. However, amidst the gaiety, Mia and his companions felt immensely frustrated after a grueling half-day of searching due to their late arrival. They could not find a single place capable of accommodating their large group. Eventually, Kilo, despite the skeptical glares from everyone, led them to the residence of Dale and At, specifically the estate of Willier Golai. Seeking refuge at it seemed that the siblings, who had always been Kilo's shadows, had not been seen recently, likely returning home at the start of the new year, overwhelmed with exhaustion from their relentless efforts. Only then did the group remember this detail, which further soured their expressions directed at Kilo. The host, Willier, greeted Kilo and his party, accompanied by his eldest son, Vibtar. After inquiring about Kilo's intentions, Willier expressed some dissatisfaction regarding Kilo's actions. Yet ultimately, considering the royal demonstration the following day, he agreed to let them stay for the night. After enjoying a sumptuous noble-style dinner and a refreshing bath that washed away the fatigue of the past days, the group collapsed into slumber upon touching their pillows. Prior to their bathing, Willier had summoned Kilo, revealing his concern about the upcoming demonstration, particularly after witnessing the state of Kilo's group, prompting a desire for a serious discussion. This coincided with the arrival of Dale and At, who had rushed over, filled with regret at potentially missing Kilo. However, upon catching sight of Mia's astonished gaze, they hesitated and scuttled toward the direction Kilo had departed, seemingly intent on eavesdropping. Despite feeling weary, Mia paid little heed to Dale and At's romantic entanglements, instead seeking out the guest room specially arranged for him by the estate's butler, preparing to rest and replenish his energy for the royal demonstration the following day. After all, he would be the one taking the stage. Chapter 82. Before the official start, Part 1. The Frontline Army's Yearning. After more than 3 months, crossing into the new year. The royal demonstration showcasing the debut of the new generation of armored suits, ignited by the mutual disdain and contempt between Kilo and Galota, was finally set to commence. This day marked the first of the second month of the new year. As dawn broke, the citizens from various regions of the kingdom gathered in the royal capital of Kenrobe, eager to arrive at the martial arena located in the southern district of the city. This arena resembled the grand coliseums of the northern empire of Yiyun, yet was hundreds of times larger, sprawling over tens of thousands of square meters. Designed specifically for magical armored suits, the architects of that era could not have anticipated the eventual size of future armored suits, leading to the construction of this magnificent arena on an expansive scale that in contrast to the Colosseums, which served as bloody entertainment for the upper-class nobles and a stage for gladiators to showcase their might. The arena of the Kingdom of Stir was dedicated to the magical knights piloting their armored suits in combat demonstrations. Such events were typically held only to test the performance of new armored suit models, rather than a battleground for knights to engage in conflict for victory. Initially, this location was merely a designated open space, but as new armored suits continuously emerged and the National Academy of Magical Armored Knights utilized it as a testing ground, the public gradually began to view it as a grand spectacle, flocking to witness the events. In the distant past, a monarch issued a decree to construct a circular viewing platform beyond this vast expanse, which has since transformed into the present martial arena. The viewing platform is remarkably spacious, capable of accommodating over 100,000 spectators with ease. Thus, although a considerable number of citizens from the kingdom have gathered this time, it still falls far short of the platform's maximum capacity to ensure that ordinary folk, devoid of any powers, can clearly witness the events unfolding. A magical light screen has been erected above the front of the platform for real-time broadcasting. As the sun gradually ascends, the king of the realm, the marshals of both armies, representatives from the front lines, leaders of the standing army, along with various ministers, nobles, and a few sanctioned knights, arrive at the martial arena. Escorted by the royal guard, they proceed to a specially designated area at the southernmost part of the viewing platform. Upon the king's arrival, the crowd momentarily falls into a hushed silence before erupting in fervent cheers. Rising to behold the king's grandeur and extending their utmost respect, Ambrose first gestures to the enthusiastic crowd with a wave before taking his seat upon the throne. Only after the king is seated do the others dare to sit, with ministers and nobles positioned below his left side, while the standing army and frontline forces maintain a distinct separation on his right. amidst the somewhat prolonged wait before the proceedings commence. The representatives from the frontline Knight Orders, who had specifically taken leave to return from the front lines, engage in animated discussions, much like the lively crowd. Among these knights, one figure stands at the center of attention. Surrounded by many admirers, Mia's father, Forin. Although he currently holds the title of a mere nobleman, he inexplicably finds himself mingling among the frontline knights and has become a focal point of conversation. Once the vice-captain of the Royal Knight Order and a pivotal figure in the frontline army, despite his humble beginnings as a commoner and now being retired, no high-ranking official dares to underestimate him. Nor would anyone dare to accuse him of sitting in the wrong place, especially in the presence of the king. However, it is worth noting that Forin had previously been harshly reprimanded by the current marshal of the standing army. Brando in the aftermath. For the sake of national stability, Forin and the high-ranking officials of the frontline forces had no choice but to swallow their pride and refrain from pursuing the standing army's transgressions. Naturally, had it merely been this, the frontline leaders would have undoubtedly clashed verbally with their counterparts from the standing army, perhaps even resorting to private duels. Yet, due to an incident that transpired last year, the situation has shifted. Unlike the oblivious populace, those aware of the events had initially planned to confront the standing army during this exhibition. Unexpectedly, during this interval, Brando took the initiative to visit Forin. Offering apologies for his past actions and expressing gratitude for Mia's courageous stand during the incident. It is essential to remember that Brando had already ascended to the position of Marshal of the Standing Army by that time. His actions transcended personal motives and represented an apology from the entire Standing Army, signifying their concession to as a result. The previously aggressive frontline leaders, who intended to deliver a decisive blow to the Standing Army, found themselves in a most uncomfortable position, akin to expending all their energy only to strike against a soft cushion, leaving them utterly frustrated. Of course, despite their discomfort, the decorum of knights prevented them from seeking trouble, yet they could not relinquish their pride. Thus, when they did encounter members of the standing army, the atmosphere became particularly tense and awkward. With minimal communication between the two factions, setting aside past grievances, Forin now faces an onslaught of enthusiastic teasing and inquiries from former colleagues and subordinates, with the conversation primarily centering around the new type of armored machinery in Mia. As key members of the frontline Knight Order, they possess a keen awareness of the broader situation and are among the most invested in the progress of the new armored machinery's research. As this directly impacts the entire frontline army, the sudden appearance of numerous representatives from various frontline Knight Orders is attributed to this very matter. After learning the details of the previous incident, the leadership of the frontline forces has been practically salivating at the prospect of acquiring the new armored machinery capable of defeating fortress-level beasts, eager to deploy it to the front lines immediately. This new armored machinery, which can stand against fortress-level monsters, is akin to a blessing for them. It is crucial to note that every year, thousands of elite knights are lost on the front lines due to fortress-level beasts, with casualties from this category accounting for over 80% of the total frontline losses. Thus, prior to the king's arrival, the Knight Order leaders, unable to attend, thoroughly instructed their representatives to procure all possible information regarding this armored machinery, ideally securing a few units for urgent needs. Even the second-in-command of the frontline army, the captain of the Royal Knight Order, the kingdom's crown prince, took the time to pen a letter to his old comrade Forin, inquiring about his well-being while emphasizing the importance of this matter. Initially, they believed this would be a straightforward task, as the pilot of the new armored machinery is Mia and her father is Forin, a member of their frontline army. They thought it would be a simple matter to connect with Mia through Forin and then reach out to the developer, Kilo. However, they soon realized their error, discovering that Mia had not been with Forin during this time. Instead, she had gone to support Kilo's research endeavors, leaving Forin entirely unaware of the detailed circumstances. This predicament left the frontline knights, who had hurried back to the royal capital, feeling quite vexed. Chapter 83. Before the opening ceremony, Part 2, Farce and Anticipation. Just as Forin was engrossed in conversation with those around him, someone could no longer contain themselves. A fellow seated not far from Forin, appearing somewhat pretentious in his knightly armor, disdainfully remarked, "Shouldn't this be the place for our Knight Order? Why does an insignificant noble from the interior occupy this position?" His sharply sarcastic comment instantly silenced the previously boisterous section of the frontline forces. This sudden stillness piqued the curiosity of the standing army leaders nearby, who had been quietly maintaining their composure since their entrance, having been cautioned by Brando not to stir trouble. They too had heard the offensive remark and exchanged glances. Intrigued, the standing army members' keen interest in the unfolding drama deepened the frontline knights' sense of betrayal, as if one of their own had shamed them before their long-standing rivals. Honor was of utmost importance to these knights. How could they possibly endure such humiliation? Thus, they immediately cast their disapproving gazes upon the long-faced, blonde-haired knight. "Oh, who is this fellow? I've never seen him before," Furin mused, momentarily taken aback before turning to scrutinize the interloper, narrowing his eyes and stroking his unkempt chin in contemplation. Before he could continue, a nearby individual chimed in. "Ah, Vice Captain, I recognize him. He is Leberhadden, the newly appointed Vice Captain of the Golden Lion Knight Order. His abilities are average, and I hear he only rose to his position thanks to his brother Ladle's influence." This revelation came from a knight clad in silver armor, with striking golden hair and vibrant blue eyes, his youthful yet handsome face adorned with a royal insignia on his cloak, indicating he was also a member of the Royal Knight Order. His words silenced many who had intended to chastise Leberhadden. Among those present, only the two marshals closest to the king held a higher status than this young man. Leberhadden, initially poised to retort, found himself momentarily at a loss for words upon recognizing the speaker. After a brief pause, he cautiously inquired, "Javier, why are you, as the vice captain of the Royal Knight Order, defending this outsider?" In response, Javier's demeanor shifted, his expression turning serious as an air of authority enveloped him, causing Furin, who had been prepared to speak, to falter momentarily. "Leberhadden," Javier called out in a deep voice, snapping Furin back to reality. He continued, "Do you not recognize your own error? Look around you. Deputy Commander Furin is a respected elder, a comrade, and a hero among us. Even your brother would not dare to speak as you have here. Remember, you are a member of the Frontline Knight Order. Do not engage in actions that would invite mockery upon our honor." I, Leba stammered, momentarily speechless, after surveying the unfriendly gazes of his once amiable colleagues. He felt a sense of dejection and shame wash over him, bowing his head. "I was wrong, Deputy Commander Javier. You are right. My actions have disrespected our honor. After the demonstration, I will personally seek forgiveness from His Excellency the Marshal." Upon witnessing Libia's acknowledgement of his mistake, the demeanor of the frontline soldiers visibly softened. "Well done, Javier. That was quite impressive," one remarked. "Not at all, Deputy Commander. Your prowess surpasses mine, that I still have much to learn from you. I have told you not to call me Deputy Commander anymore. You are the Deputy Commander now." Seeing that Javier had resolved the matter, Furin clapped him on the shoulder and laughed heartily as they engaged in conversation, while the others returned to their previous discussions. "What do you think, Ander? To value collective honor, uphold personal valor, maintain a rational yet passionate sense of justice, without losing sight of the broader picture or leadership, quite commendable. He is a promising talent. Then grant him more opportunities for training. The recent situation on the continent has been somewhat precarious." "Oh, the age-old hatred is indeed a major dilemma." This was the dialogue exchanged between King Ambrose and his brother, the Marshal of the Kingdom's frontline army, Andril, as they observed the farcical scene below come to an end. After speaking, both sighed with a hint of melancholy, leaving Brando, who had just assumed the Marshal's position, feeling puzzled and lost. "Brando, you must expedite the restructuring of the standing army. It is likely that your battlefield will soon arrive. And when that time comes, you will need to fight," Ambrose advised, observing Brando's demeanor. "Yes, Your Majesty, I understand that I shall not betray the vows of the past," Brando replied promptly. "You are still young, and there is much you do not comprehend. When you have the time, seek me out, or perhaps consult Asriel, who is languishing at home, as there are matters you ought to know now." "I understand, Your Excellency Ander." Despite sharing an equal status with Andril, who bore a striking resemblance to the king, Brando did not dare to be presumptuous and answered sincerely, "Well, the future belongs to you young ones. Enough of this. A new era is about to begin." Andril nodded, intending to say more, but his attention was diverted as the doors to the arena dramatically swung open. "Oh, is it about to start? How exhilarating. I never imagined I would witness the advent of the new generation of armored machines at the very end. What extraordinary fortune." Upon hearing Andril's words, King Ambrose, who had been focused on the scene, lifted his gaze, a childlike smile illuminating his face, clearly filled with enthusiasm. That expression bore an uncanny resemblance to the joy Andril recalled from his brother's first encounter with the magical armored machines, drawing him into nostalgic reflection. Indeed, it is fortunate I remember the regret that lingered when our father departed. I had thought I would leave with such regret myself, but it seems, Andril murmured softly, then revealed a look of relief. As the king and his brother contemplated the passage of life, the crowd became aware of the two open doors, and the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into a hushed anticipation. Chapter 84. Before the official commencement, Part 2. The entrance of both sides. As the crowd quieted, the deep passageway from which the figures would emerge began to resonate with familiar sounds, akin to the footsteps of armored machines. The anticipation among the onlookers grew. From the right passage directly opposite the king, a brand new armored machine slowly emerged, towering at an impressive 25 meters. Its primary color gleamed with a striking gold, and its massive form exuded an overwhelming sense of power, evoking a sense of awe. The short cape billowing behind it enhanced its majestic presence, while it gripped a colossal metal spear that towered above the machine itself, seemingly eager to showcase its prowess that surpassed the previous generation. This was the 7th generation of armored machines crafted by the National Magical Armored Machine Research Institute. After the machine stood poised, the institute's director, a balding man with a Mediterranean hairstyle named Garoda, followed suit. "Oh, it looks rather decent, but it seems the National Institute of Magical Armored Machines has only managed to maintain its taste," Garoda remarked, only to be met with a distant taunt from the opposing side. Kailuo, ever the provocateur, amplified his voice with magic, allowing his words to echo throughout the arena, inciting a stir among the audience. Upon hearing Kailuo's voice, the Academy's group in the spectator area instinctively covered their faces, a wave of helplessness washing over them. "Who dares to be so brazen as to mock the esteemed Lord Garoda?" they pondered, casting their gazes toward the other passage, where Kailuo wore a defiant expression, unfazed by the attention he garnered. Beside him stood Mia, clad in standard knight attire, devoid of armor, her face obscured by her hands in exasperation. It seemed that while everyone's attention was captivated by the armored machine, Mia and Kailuo had stealthily made their entrance without attracting notice. "Goodness, what an ostentatious little brat," remarked Willir Giroel, a court minister seated to the lower left of King Ambrose, who turned to the military minister, Mycade, with a smirk. Mycade wore an expression of exasperation, clutching his head as if he might shout in frustration, but he refrained, knowing the king was watching. Naturally, he could only pretend not to hear the jibes from his colleagues. Other ministers and knight commanders of the kingdom, however, watched with curiosity as the events unfolded. Garoda was no pushover. His temper was notoriously foul, and they had all learned that the hard way. "Humph. Little brat. Can't even produce armored machines, and comes out here to embarrass himself," Garoda retorted, his voice amplified in response to Kailuo's earlier mockery. "Wow, Mia, let this useless old man see the difference between us," Kailuo exclaimed, his frustration palpable as he pushed Mia forward, eager for her to take the stage. Amidst Kailuo's antics, Mia was reluctantly propelled into the spotlight. "Hey, hurry up, don't disgrace your old man's reputation." At that moment, a booming voice erupted from the armored machine across from Mia, reverberating in a way that made ears tremble. That voice is, "Oh, it's Lord Lethal Hayton of the Golden Lion Knights." Upon hearing this announcement, the arena fell silent momentarily. Fulin was so startled that he stood up, and the other frontline soldiers were equally taken aback, rendered speechless by the familiar voice. Gradually, the crowd erupted into cheers, chanting the name that filled the air with fervor. "Hayton! Hayton! Fearless Golden Lion, crush your foes." "Indeed, let us see that arrogant little brat swiftly defeated." As the crowd's fervent cheers surged, Fulin's expression darkened, while Javier appeared contemplative. Seeing this, Fulin hurriedly inquired, "Do you know what is going on?" "Hal, isn't it unusual for the leaders of the Knight Orders to leave the front lines?" Javier nodded and replied, Generally speaking, that is indeed the case. However, during last year's incident with the fortress-level magical beasts, a Knight team did counterattack, didn't they? That was the Golden Lion Knight Orders team, and perhaps Lord Lytel was leading them. It is possible that this is why Lord Lytel was invited by Lord Girola. Fulin then understood, feeling somewhat disheartened. So that's the case. Indeed, the new type of battle armor is a significant temptation for Lytel, who is a brutish yet meticulous warrior. It is only natural for him to remain for this reason. How infuriating! However, Javier stroked his chin and articulated his further thoughts. I believe there is more to it. Lord Lytel must have received some internal information, which prompted him to choose to lead the team himself. After all, a mere unfinished fortress-level magical beast would hardly warrant his personal involvement. Fuluin sighed, casting a worried glance at Mia, who was startled by the sudden cheers from the crowd. He had hoped that Mia would gain sufficient prestige during this imperial demonstration. Especially after her achievements in the previous campaign against the fortress-level magical beasts were overshadowed. At merely 15 years of age, Mia's ascent to the status of a magical knight was indeed a topic of contention. Yet he had not anticipated the sudden emergence of Lytel Haddon. One must understand that the leaders of the frontline knight orders are not easily attained positions, excluding a few exceptions. The rest have all emerged from the carcasses of magical beasts, each a formidable character, let alone the renowned Golden Lion Knight Order. Although Fuluin held great confidence in his son, he would not be so arrogant as to believe that Mia could currently contend with a Knight Order leader. Observing Fuluin's troubled expression, Javier refrained from further comment, silently watching the situation unfold, feeling a twinge of regret. Isn't Lord Mycade concerned that your son might face a setback this time? Who knows who might falter? Just watch closely. Oh, you certainly have immense faith in your son. That lad is not one I need to worry about. He has never missed a beat since he became aware. Is that so? How remarkable. This dialogue occurred between Williel and Mycade, and judging by their nonchalant expressions, they appeared unconcerned about Kalo and Mia. After all, one was Kalo's father, well acquainted with him, while the other had learned some insider information the previous night, which contributed to his calm demeanor. At this moment, beside the king, Marshal Andrel could not help but frown. He was aware that this had undoubtedly been sanctioned by his elder brother, so after some contemplation, he hesitantly spoke up. Previously, covering up Mia's achievements had already been a disservice to that young lad, but one could argue it was for the greater good. However, now to deny that young boy even the opportunity to gain public recognition seemed a bit excessive. Andrel thought to himself, is it truly excessive? Is this how you all perceive it? Ambrose did not respond immediately to his brother, but instead scanned the surroundings, noticing that those near him shared similar expressions. Perona, what are your thoughts? Brando could hardly contain his impulse to advise, and upon noticing this, Ambrose quickly addressed the cold-faced female knight guarding him, who stood silently behind. She was the only one without doubts. Instead, displaying an approving gaze, Ambrose was relieved, believing she understood his considerations. I believe the prince has not erred. That child does not currently possess the qualifications to be a magical knight. Nor do I believe he was the one who defeated the magical beast previously. Brando, you need not fret. I do not share that sentiment. It appears Perona has misunderstood my intentions. Upon hearing Perona's words, Ambrose first paused, and as he came to his senses, he immediately noticed the change in expressions of those around him. Seeing Brando about to voice a rebuttal in public, he hurriedly sought to calm him. The reason being that those beside Ambrose were collectively casting him such glances. This should be considered a minor expectation of mine. I hope to witness more. Isn't that lad Kalo quite confident? In response, Ambrose wore an inscrutable smile and pointed towards the training ground, saying, furthermore, have you not noticed that Mia appears entirely unfazed at present? Hearing Ambrose's remark, Andrel and the others were taken aback and quickly turned their gaze to the arena. There, Mia was walking forward with composure, devoid of any sign of tension or anxiety. On the contrary, his gaze seemed overly calm, combined with his slender figure, handsome features, and gallant knightly attire, emanating an aura of tranquility. Of course, upon witnessing Mia's demeanor, Andrel and the others fell silent. In their view, this was merely a reflection of Mia's youth, a testament to the fearlessness of the inexperienced, still unaware of the world's perils. Thus, their concerns remained unalleviated. However, since Ambrose had spoken thus, they, as subjects, felt it inappropriate to contradict him. Even Brando, who was most invested in this matter, temporarily suppressed his anxiousness and chose to place his faith in the king he served. Meanwhile, Perona, standing behind Ambrose, displayed a hint of disdain, paying little heed to Mia in the arena. This young and fiery knight. Mia, who lacked decorum and was oblivious to others, was merely a fortunate little brat, possessing only his looks as a redeeming quality. Oh dear, it seems people are looking down on us, Kalo remarked, surveying the entire audience with a smirk, revealing a somewhat mischievous demeanor. This time, He did not employ amplification magic, so his voice was not audible to everyone. Ah, it certainly appears so. Mia paused, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth at this moment, due to Kalo's team delaying the reveal of their new type of battle armor. The audience began to grow restless, loudly mocking Mia and his companions. Haha. Upon hearing Mia's response, Kalo burst into laughter, leaving those witnessing this scene on the magical screen momentarily stunned. Following this, Kalo proclaimed, "Then go ahead and swiftly defeat that so-called Night Order leader. Let those who underestimate you, and those who underestimate me, be utterly astonished. This is the new era led by you, and me, free from the foolish critiques of others, my partner." As Kalo uttered these brazen words, he still refrained from using amplification magic. Yet, all those secretly monitoring his every word felt a chill run down their spines. The confidence and arrogance in his words sent a jolt to their hearts, leaving them momentarily aghast. Of course, Kalo's words were not intended for them, but rather for Mia. Perhaps even Mia himself was unaware that his behavioral patterns had subtly shifted due to the system's prompts. He had begun to feel somewhat anxious and worried, even neglecting his regular training over the past few months to assist Kalo. Mia was in a state of indecision, grappling with the approaching future, uncertain whether to persist with his own strength or to place his hopes on the more powerful magical battle armor. Although he had previously fortified his resolve after conversing with the system, reaffirming his pursuit of self-strength, the looming crisis, and the overwhelming power that the crimson battle armor had bestowed upon him that night lingered in his memory. Perhaps it was a strength he would never attain in his lifetime. Since the beginning of this year, Mia had pondered such thoughts intermittently, causing his conviction to waver, thus deepening his uncertainty. Kalo, having perceived Mia's dilemma, though unaware of the specifics, understood what he needed to do. Consequently, he overturned his initial plans and boldly designed the prototype 3P. This very moment, Kalo was assisting Mia in his own way. He could see that Mia was still wavering, yet he believed he could support his friend. This was the confidence belonging to Kalo Bearmode's Selkenby. Upon hearing Kalo's exceedingly arrogant remarks behind him, Mia, slightly taken aback, revealed a faint smile of relief. Indeed. What am I truly wavering about? This is not the character of Mia Sogus. Gently shaking his head, Mia's gaze returned to its previous state, carefree yet resolute. Soon after, his expression shifted to one of restlessness. He despised this feeling of being looked down upon. Chapter 86. The emergence of Prototype 3. I apologize for the delay this evening due to personal reasons, and I would like to express my sincerest apologies to everyone here. Now, let us proceed with the main text. Little brat, are you finally ready? If it weren't for your father's influence, I certainly wouldn't be wasting my time waiting here so idly. Hurry up and stop pretending. Everyone can talk big. Oh really? Then widen your dog eyes and take a good look. Listening to the bold voice emanating from the opposing mech, imbued with a hint of derision, Mia revealed a somewhat sinister smile under the watchful gaze of the crowd. She raised her right arm. Channeling her magical energy, she activated the space magic inscribed upon her arm, summoning a silver magic circle with a diameter exceeding 100 meters, centered around Mia, amidst the gentle radiance of silver light. A colossal silver mech, kneeling on one knee and gripping a formidable knight's sword, gradually revealed itself before Mia. This mech, adorned with heavy armor, resembled an oversized knight in shining armor, its eyes, hidden beneath the helm, glimmering with a mysterious blue light that rendered it both enigmatic and elusive. All eyes were transfixed on the appearance of this mech, rendered speechless by its magnificence. Beneath the golden sun, the fully revealed silver mech appeared as an exquisite masterpiece, radiating an enchanting allure. How beautiful! Witnessing the mech in its pristine, unmarked state, everyone on stage could not help but utter the same sentiment, including those from the Academy who had collaborated in its creation, equally entranced by its splendor. Yet, before anyone could fully appreciate this marvel, as the mech named Prototype Number 3 by the ingenious Cairo emerged in its entirety, Mia lifted her gaze to meet the mech's eyes. With a spark of recognition, she activated the authentication magic akin to a key, and a beam of light enveloped her, emanating from the mech's chest. Within this light, Mia's form vanished, only to reappear inside the mech. Situated within the spherical cockpit filled with a mysterious green liquid the liquid replaced the air in her lungs. Mia, accustomed to this sensation from previous experiences, remained calm and composed, uttering, "Connection initiated." A red magical seal appeared on her forehead, and a fleeting glimmer of magical light danced in her eyes. In the next moment, she gained access to the mech's visual interface, and with her magical energy coursing through her, a red circuit of magical flow manifested upon her skin. Connection complete. As the magic circuit materialized, Mia murmured to herself, feeling the extraordinary sensation of merging with the mech. Meanwhile, the onlookers, still awestruck, began to notice the mech's transformation. First, the blue glow in its eyes intensified, then shifted to red. The surrounding ether elements were violently drawn in, their extraction rate so remarkable that even the magical barrier permeating the arena was slightly affected, producing faint crackling noises. Amidst the swirling winds created by the frantic extraction of ether, red hues began to envelop the mech's originally silver surface, ultimately forming fiery red patterns. Once half of the armor was adorned with these crimson designs, the mech, now a striking blend of red and silver, slowly regained its upright stance, even though its towering 33-meter figure was somewhat obscured by the tempest. It still emanated an aura of dread and awe. Then, as the tempest was forcefully dispersed by an even greater surge of magical power, the mech, now fully revealed and entwined in flames of red magical energy, commanded an overwhelming presence that left the still-dazed spectators in utter shock. Amidst this chaotic display, 7 luminous points sequentially illuminated within the chest armor of the mech, a detail unnoticed by most. However, Garoda, who had been staring wide-eyed at the emergence of prototype number 3 from the passage opposite Mia, caught sight of this phenomenon that he paused momentarily. Then, as realization dawned upon him, his expression morphed into one of disbelief and utter shock. This is impossible. How can it possess a fortress-level magical index and multiple core components? It's inconceivable. In utter distress, he clutched his head with both hands, frantically tugging at the scant strands of hair remaining, embodying a visage of utter terror. Huh, are you scared, astounded by my genius, aren't you? But what else more despairing lies ahead? In response, Cairo, who had been discreetly observing his rival, witnessed Garoda's unhinged reaction with delight, a sharp, malicious glint in his eyes. Ignoring the reactions from the spectators, the leader of the Golden Lion Knight Order, stationed within the 7th-generation mech crafted at the National Mech Research Institute, was the first to regain his composure. Although he was equally captivated by Cairo's prototype number 3, he did not forget his role as the enemy. Once he regained his bearings, this renowned magic knight of the Stir Kingdom, having survived countless battles, immediately sensed the oppressive aura emanating from the opposing mech. It felt as if he were piloting a mech against a formidable fortress-level magical beast alone. A visceral awareness of the peril that could result in his obliteration at any moment sent chills down his spine, compelling him to maneuver his mech into a defensive posture. This sensation is something I haven't felt in ages, akin to my first encounter with a behemoth when I joined the Knights. However, back then, I had the guidance of my seniors. This time, I am utterly alone. This whisper remained unheard beyond the mech's confines, for he had wisely severed all non-combat magical energy supplies the moment he assumed a defensive stance. After all, he was fighting solely as a knight, not as the commanding leader of the battlefield's Knight Order. Thus, he was prepared to exert his utmost effort. Yet, even as he appeared resolute, a seed of doubt regarding his potential defeat had likely taken root in his heart. This was not due to an internal admission of defeat, but rather a natural acknowledgement of the evident disparity in strength, especially given that neither side harbored a mortal enmity necessitating a fight to the death. At this moment, however, neither of the two within the mech took further action. They merely stood in a silent standoff. This was because the crucial figure who would formally commence the event, King Ambrose, had yet to deliver his declaration. Chapter 87. Overwhelming Victory. Having regained their composure from the prior shock and recognizing this reality, all eyes in the arena turned towards King Ambrose. To be candid, upon witnessing the formidable prototype number 3, everyone had already come to a tacit understanding of the outcome of this exhibition. Even Garoda found himself reluctantly admitting this truth. Yet, the spectators still yearned to witness the full extent of the mech's undisclosed power. For this reason, even Garoda harbored a flicker of hope. Perhaps this seemingly imposing mech was merely a fade, lacking substance. Thus, at this moment, all awaited the king's pronouncement with bated breath. The few who had previously expressed concern for Mia's side had set aside their worries, equally eager for the moment to arrive. In the midst of the crowd's anticipation, Ambrose reluctantly withdrew his lingering gaze from prototype number 3, which he had been observing with an almost enamored intensity. His previous look resembled that of a lover, tender to an unsettling degree, causing Mia within the mech to feel an involuntary shiver of dread, prompting her to scan her surroundings, yet she found no discernible cause for her unease. Nevertheless, it must be noted that while Ambrose had harbored high expectations for Cairo, upon witnessing the tangible creation crafted by Cairo, he was left profoundly astonished. In this moment, he genuinely felt an urge to share knowledge regarding core components with Cairo. Yet, simultaneously, he grew increasingly wary, uncertain whether Cairo was truly harmless or, conversely, a potential threat to the kingdom. However, such considerations could be pondered later. At this very moment, under the collective gaze of the audience, he solemnly declared, "Now, let the exhibition commence." His voice, amplified by magic, resonated throughout the arena, and after a brief silence, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause, their fervent eyes fixated on the arena. Young lad, it seems that this time, I, the esteemed lord, truly must become your stepping stone. But alas, it is a fate you indeed deserve. Just do not underestimate us knights who have long fought on the front lines. As he muttered words meant only for himself, later Houghton, the commander of the Golden Lion Knight Order, took the initiative to charge at Mia. The moment Ambrose spoke, the golden mech armor abruptly raised its long spear, and azure magical sigils quietly emerged at its legs. The triad of swift, acceleration, and explosive enhancements was instantaneously unleashed, endowing the mech with formidable burst power. The distance of over 1,000 meters was nearly traversed in an instant, with the raised spear now aimed directly at the head of the prototype Model No. 3, its tip radiating with a brilliant golden magical glow. The tactical-grade enhancements, which required time to accumulate magical energy, were not an option at this moment. Thus, later opted to unleash the advanced enhancement magic Strike of the Void, known for its powerful armor-piercing attributes. Clang! The fierce thrust was met with a countering strike from below. A mighty swing of a colossal knight's sword that seemed as if it had anticipated such an attack. The sword, reinforced with localized armor, perfectly intercepted the long spear, the disparity in their powers allowing Mia to effortlessly deflect the fierce blow. Only at that moment did the ground of the training arena react, suddenly fracturing in linear patterns as a consequence of Later's earlier advance. Oh no! As the onlookers marveled at such overwhelming power, Later could not help but inwardly lament, and he attempted to retreat, discarding his spear. However, Mia evidently had no intention of granting Later that opportunity. He aimed to decisively eliminate Later, just as the golden mech armor seemed to retreat. The red glow in the eyes of prototype model number 3 flared brightly. It stepped forward forcefully. The armor on the sword-wielding arm also reinforced, gripping the sword tightly as it aimed a vicious diagonal slash at its opponent. Damn! The disparity in performance is too great. Later could only utter a lament before witnessing his mech's left arm severed in retreat. Next, the lower part of his right leg was shattered by a powerful kick from Mia's mech. Subsequently, the left hand of prototype model number 3 grasped the right shoulder of the golden mech armor, lifting it and placing the sword at Later's neck. Undoubtedly, Later had been defeated, and it was a decisive defeat. Devoid of any chance for resistance. This loss was not merely due to the gap between magic-armored knights, but stemmed from the overwhelming disparity in the performance of their respective mechs. As the dust settled and the situation in the arena became apparent, the once boisterous training ground fell into a profound silence. After a brief pause, the arena erupted with even more fervent cheers than before. They had witnessed the underdog triumph over the renowned National Magic Armor Research Institute and the commander of the Frontline Knight Order, an outcome that completely surpassed their expectations. I never imagined I could be utterly powerless. How enviable. When will such high-caliber mechs be available for us? I must ensure Lord Andril allocates a few to our Golden Lion. As he spoke, Later found himself lost in delightful fantasies within his mech. He did not consider that there were several knight orders in the front line that ranked ahead of their Golden Lion. It was unlikely such fortune would ever befall them. Of course, Later bore no ill feelings regarding his defeat. Initially, he had been in the wrong. After all, he had been the larger opponent picking on the smaller, as Mia was, after all, a junior expected to join the front line. Although it had turned out that he was the one who had been deceived. Furthermore, he could not deny that the prototype model number 3 crafted by Cairo was utterly captivating, even in defeat. He found no displeasure. only an intensified longing for the day he too could pilot such a mech. Chapter 88. The fear of Garuda. Meanwhile, on the other side of the training ground, Garuda's personal sentiments were rather dismal. His complexion appeared pallid as he sat dejectedly on the ground not far from the passage, listening to the audience's unrestrained praises for the victor, feeling quite unsettled and struggling to accept the outcome. After regaining composure, he was struck with terror upon realizing a harsh truth. Despite the collective wisdom of himself and his predecessors, having invested nearly 200 years of time and effort, the seventh-generation mechs they had painstakingly developed paled in comparison to the mech crafted by a mere 16-year-old boy, and it was a crushing defeat. He had to admit it. He had lost. They had lost. The entire research institute had lost. Moreover, all the efforts and dedication of the institute over the years felt like a cruel joke, utterly absurd. This revelation severely impacted Garuda's spirit, leaving him disheartened despite his lifelong commitment to advancing mech technology. Simultaneously, he found himself harboring an uncontrollable fear of Cairo. He simply could not comprehend it. As the original developer of mechs who led the National Magic Armor Research Institute, he understood more than anyone how incredibly difficult it was to create next-generation mechs. He believed that it was second only to the divine in terms of difficulty. Yet, all of this appeared so effortlessly simple in Cairo's hands, almost incredulously so. Thus, he felt fear, observing Cairo across the way. Seemingly indifferent and self-assured, only heightened Garuda's sense of dread as he pondered what terrifying otherness lay beneath that human facade. Everything is all right, little Garuda. Do not be afraid. Sister Ai Loasi is here. Just as Garuda was sinking deeper into his fears, which were spiraling toward madness, a pair of hands reached from behind him, enveloping him in a warm embrace, a familiar softness radiating from the sensitive back of his head. Garuda was momentarily stunned. Then, realizing what was happening, his sun-kissed visage, weathered from years in the lab, flushed a deep crimson. Let go of me, Ai Luasi. Upon regaining his senses, Garuda immediately struggled to escape this exceedingly embarrassing situation. He had not forgotten that he was under the scrutiny of countless eyes. If anyone witnessed this humiliation, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Oh dear, how it saddens me, Ai Luasi. You used to be so enamored with my embrace when you were younger, she chuckled, covering her mouth, causing Garuda to wish for a hole to swallow him. The shame was unbearable. Now, do you feel a bit better? After her laughter subsided, Ai Luasi gently stroked Garuda's head, speaking tenderly. Garuda paused, momentarily lost in nostalgia, her gesture evoking memories of his childhood, causing his expression to soften. He remembered that his initial desire to develop new mechs was to bring her joy. How could he have forgotten? When had the pursuit of new mechs become the singular obsession of his life? With that, Garuda recalled his original intentions, feeling a tinge of melancholy after being struck down. He found himself momentarily relaxed, lost in memories of the past. He did not notice that Ai Loasi had already retracted her hand. After all, Garuda was no longer a child. Among humans, he was considered an elder. Ai Loasi, being perceptive, was very mindful of his feelings, particularly because he was someone of great importance to her. Moments later, Garuda emerged from his reverie, exchanging a silent glance with Ai Loasi, without further words. They both instinctively turned to observe their adversary. Across the way, Cairo was joyfully fist-bumping with Mia, who had just exited the mech. What a terrifying yet intriguing human. I am certain he possesses no divine gifts, making it all the more astonishing, utterly subverting my understanding. The more I learn about him, the more I hesitate to approach him. Ai Loasi spoke after a brief silence, her expression tinged with complexity. Her words sent a shiver down Gu Luoda's spine, for he was acutely aware of Ai Luasi's true nature. Her obsession with the unknown was no less fervent than his pursuit of the new mech armor, both capable of easily overshadowing their other emotions. This only heightened his feelings of unease and fear. Had Alice begun to dread Kai Luo, who stood opposite her, perhaps his suspicions were not unfounded. There must be something horrific concealed within that humanoid shell. The more he contemplated, the more terror he felt as he gazed at Kai Luo. This time, I may need to return to the elven secret realm, that I feel compelled to inform the little queen about this matter, he pondered. As Gu Luoda's thoughts spiraled, Aluasi abruptly voiced something that left him astounded. What? Surely he had not misheard. This Aluasi, who had wandered the world for thousands, even tens of thousands of years, actually wished to return home. Was the world on the brink of destruction? Little Gu Luoda, are you contemplating something sinister? Not at all. Faced with Ailua's narrowed eyes and scrutinizing gaze, Guluoda exhibited no hesitation. Is that so? Very well, I shall take my leave now. The sooner I depart, the sooner I shall return. You need not worry. I will be back before your demise, at the very least. Casting a skeptical glance at the somewhat pallid Guluoda, Ailuasi exhaled deeply, then spoke with a hint of disinterest. Ultimately, she refrained from uttering her final words, while Guluoda, his expression darkening, watched Asi depart with a sense of melancholy. After this moment of introspection, Guluoda reflected on Asi's complex gaze from earlier and found it increasingly peculiar. That look resembled a longing to return to her homeland, to settle her necessary affairs, before she could indulge in her escapades. The more he pondered, the more he felt he had unearthed the truth. Chapter 89. Conversations among the kingdom's elite during the time Guluoda conversed with the suddenly appearing Ailuasi and ultimately witnessed her departure. The similarly astonished high-ranking officials of the kingdom gradually regained their composure. That was indeed a striking disparity, Ambrose remarked, seated at the highest point of the audience platform. Having observed everything unfold, he gazed at the prototype mech, which still bore an expression of fascination. However, at that moment, he suddenly wondered whether it was time to upgrade the king's knight, the royal steed. Despite having learned through his intelligence channels that this mech was merely a prototype riddled with numerous flaws, such as its extreme difficulty in piloting, the instability of its core components, and the ever-present risk of self-destruction, Ambrose remained utterly captivated. Particularly, the initial pure silver state, devoid of any other markings, ensnared him in an irresistible allure. Yes, it's settled, he resolved inwardly. Determined to acquire a mech in its original state to enrich his personal collection, ideally rectifying those flaws in the future so that such a mech could serve as his royal mount. Brother, what have you decided? Just as Ambrose was lost in delightful contemplation, his brother Androl's incredulous voice reached his ears. Ambrose paused, his gaze sweeping over the curious onlookers who had regained their senses, and cleared his throat. Ahem, nothing of consequence. By the way, do you believe that counts as a victory for that lad Kailuo? Well, it should, as the outcome is quite clear. The mech crafted by Lord Kailuo has significantly surpassed the opponent in performance metrics, Androl instinctively responded, despite his lingering curiosity about Ambrose's decision. However, he found it odd that, given the previous circumstances, anyone with normal vision could discern the clear victor. Why would his brother utter such ambiguous statements? Was there another issue he had overlooked? Androl was not alone in this thought. His companions, Brandier and the two knights stationed behind Ambrose, as well as the nearby Wylier and Mike, who could also hear their conversation, shared the same confusion. Yet, deeply familiar with their sovereign's character, the two knights sensed an impending unease. Androl, too, felt a twinge of resignation as he recalled past instances where he had to clean up after his brother's impulsive antics during their youth. Although Ambrose had moderated his demeanor considerably since ascending the throne, Androl found himself suddenly nostalgic for those days, feeling somewhat powerless in the face of his older brother's whims. Fear not, Androl. I, too, have aged and will not indulge in such caprice again. Ambrose, having discerned the familiar yet foreign expression on his brother's face, sought to reassure him, yet soon after uttered words that stirred unease within him. However, do you not think that Kailuo's victory came too easily? I believe it necessary to teach him a lesson, lest the youth become too arrogant. Though Ambrose spoke with righteous conviction, Androl could not help but recall past memories as he observed his brother's eyes gleaming with a certain mischievousness. With a mix of nostalgia and resignation, Androl felt compelled to speak. Well, brother, perhaps it would be best to let it go. They are still just children, and do you harbor some bias against that child from the Fulan family? As he spoke, Androl hesitated, while Brandier beside him tensed, ears perked, awaiting Ambrose's response. Why do you say that? Ambrose appeared momentarily taken aback by his brother's inquiry. Observing his reaction, Androl's expression turned somewhat animated, and after a moment's pause, he continued, do you not feel that your recent actions have seemed somewhat targeted against Sir Mia, suppressing his achievements in slaying beasts, ignoring him during audiences, entangling him with Kailuo, and appearing indifferent during the knighthood ceremony, especially knowing he was a participant, seems designed to undermine his opportunity for recognition? With each of Androl's assessments, the gazes of the surrounding kingdom's elite shifted toward Ambrose with newfound scrutiny. Your Majesty, Brandier interjected, his voice revealing his support for Sir Mia, eager for him to ascend to his rightful stage. No, I am not. I did not. Do not speak such nonsense. Ambrose retorted, panic evident in his demeanor, his youthful missteps resurfacing in his mind, devoid of any regal bearing. Could it be that you did not intend to target Sirmia, but merely wished to inconvenience Kai Luo? That Sirmia's plight was merely an unfortunate consequence? Androl, momentarily stunned, hesitated before speaking, acutely aware that if his brother affirmed this, it would shatter the accumulated gravitas he had built over the years. This sentiment resonated with several others nearby, particularly Brandier, who felt a sense of disarray, uncertain how to react. Being the youngest present, he found himself at a loss, especially as the others had likely witnessed or heard tales of Ambrose's youthful exploits. Ambrose began to nod vigorously, leaving those around him in stunned silence. The heavy silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by Brandier's restless fidgeting, that he finally recognized the disparity between himself and the other seasoned courtiers, who, despite their astonishment, maintained an enigmatic calm. Well, brother, it seems your nature has not changed. Androl finally broke the silence with a light laugh. It appears that although age has caught up with me, my heart remains largely unchanged. Let us allow young Kai Luo to pass this time. Ambrose responded, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a chuckle and then reflecting wistfully, although it seemed a clumsy attempt to shift the topic. No one dared to expose this, as they too were eager to move past the discussion. Chapter 90. Kai Luo's request. Androl no longer lingered on the previous topic, seamlessly continuing in the vein of Ambrose's discourse, stating, "So, how shall we proceed next? Shall we permit Cairo to establish a new research institute, or perhaps send him directly to the National Armored Machinery Research Institute? Subsequently, the kingdom's treasury could exclusively allocate funds and materials for his development. The goal is to expedite the refinement of this new type of armored machinery design to meet the standards for mass production." No, I believe that lad would likely reject such an arrangement. He is, after all, a rather restless character. If such a plan were to unfold, I suspect he would go to great lengths to create some distractions, compelling me to abandon this notion. Ambrose countered with a shake of his head and a knowing smile. He continued, with a hint of significance in his tone, "Moreover, we must not disregard the efforts of the National Armored Machinery Research Institute. We have witnessed their diligence, which cannot be dismissed. Thus, we ought to include them in our considerations. I suspect that lad would appreciate having someone take on the mundane tasks associated with post-production degradation to achieve mass production. Are you suggesting that Cairo should produce design schematics and submit them to the National Institute for further refinement? Would he truly consent to that? After all, those designs are his life's work and possess immense value." Androl appeared somewhat uncertain regarding Ambrose's proposition, as his apprehensions were indeed reflections of a rational mind. "Do you not see? That lad's ultimate goal is not this. This initial prototype is merely a byproduct of his practice. He would not cling to it tenaciously. However, it is unlikely he would expect to acquire it without any cost. He is quite cunning." The distinction between genius and the ordinary, Ambrose lamented. Yet, by the end of his remarks, he found himself inexplicably perturbed. His words were shocking, for the performance capabilities of this prototype far surpassed those of existing armored machinery, leading one to ponder what kind of monstrosity Cairo truly aimed to create. The assembly was taken aback, yet none doubted Ambrose's discernment in matters of judgment. He had always been infallible. His extraordinary vision and strategic insight were the fundamental reasons he was designated as the heir to the throne by the former king. After the initial shock, Ambrose fell silent, while Androl and Brandier, as marshals, quietly contemplated the potential impact this remarkable individual would have on the military. Below the king's dais, seated beneath the two marshals, were the kingdom's minister of military affairs, Maikaid, and the royal advisor, Wailier, who exchanged glances, each reading the sentiment of "so it is true" in the other's eyes. Unbeknownst to them, a bond of mutual admiration began to form between them. Lord Wailier, Dell is your daughter, is she not? I often hear that little rascal from my household mention her," Maikaid remarked. Indeed, she is my youngest. I wonder if Lord Maikaid has any advice. Has she caused you or your family any trouble? Not at all. She is a delightful girl, always considerate of others. How could she? Is that so? Then I shall rest easy. At this juncture, both men shared a knowing smile, choosing not to delve further into that topic. Maikaid then proactively shifted the conversation, saying, Speaking of which, the absence of Leluo this time is quite regrettable. Walier nodded in agreement, and thus the two, who had previously been mere acquaintances, engaged in a hushed conversation. Appearing quite amicable, the Leluo they spoke of was the Minister of Finance, Leluo Fugue, who had not attended the demonstration and was one of the three principal ministers serving directly beneath the two marshals. The reason for his absence was rather obvious. With all the upper echelons of the kingdom absent, who would manage the plethora of political affairs, it is worth noting that the front line had not ceased operations against the magical beasts, and the station troops were continuously submitting judicial and regulatory reports. Coupled with the financial reports and annual plans submitted by various lords, the beginning of this new year presented a mountain of tasks to handle. Having drawn the short straw, Leluo could only envy his colleagues as they enjoyed their leisure, while he faced a workload exponentially greater than usual. In that moment of realization, even Leluo, possessing a remarkably composed demeanor, could not help but feel a wave of despair wash over him. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, as Leluo hurriedly and laboriously tackled the kingdom's affairs, a sudden urgent footfall shattered the brief tranquility of the gathering of high-ranking officials. A knight of the royal guard rushed in, bearing an expression of peculiar urgency that caught the attention of many as he made his way to the king. "What is it?" Ambrose inquired. Observing the knight kneeling with an odd expression, his instincts hinted at an impending, interesting revelation. "Yes, it is as such. Lord Cairo Belmode's Elkinby from the audience requests to engage in another demonstration." "Oh, how intriguing. Surely he does not intend to crush Lord Gora once more? Is there any additional context to this request?" "Indeed, Your Majesty is astute. According to him, he seeks to engage in a fair duel utilizing the armored machinery developed by the Research Institute." "Oh, how very." Ambrose stroked his chin, feeling a hint of surprise, before revealing a smile brimming with interest as he turned to the others. "What do you all think? This was not my suggestion. It is entirely of that lad's own volition." Is this truly necessary? Why would Cairo make such a request?" In response to Ambrose's inquiry, Brandier and the two ministers exchanged glances, ultimately directing their gaze toward Andril. After a moment of contemplation, Andril furrowed his brow and ventured, Perhaps it stems from a sense of camaraderie. After all, piloting machinery that far exceeds one's opponent's capabilities, even in victory, the populace may not acknowledge the effort, viewing it solely as the machinery's triumph rather than the knight's. Thus, only a fair and just victory would earn the true recognition of the people. This lad is indeed changing my perception of him," he mused, observing the assembly of Cairo, Mia, and Gora, who had gathered together, their atmosphere unusually congenial. "Very well, let us adopt this perspective. What are your plans, then?" With this statement, Andril shifted his focus to the gathering, nodding in agreement with Ambrose's assessment, before articulating words that incited a palpable tension among the others. "Since it is his good intention, we must not squander it. Dispatch a message stating my consent." "It shall be done at once," replied the knight, who promptly left upon receiving his orders, a smirk lingering on Ambrose's lips. "Perona, do observe closely. Pride is both your strength and your weakness. Perhaps I have indulged you too much. Nevertheless, do not hastily dismiss the accomplishments and talents of others. Only those with a similar mindset can truly stand as equals alongside genuine geniuses. And such individuals are always remarkable," Ambrose remarked to Perona, who stood behind his seat. "I understand," she replied. Since the emergence of the prototype number 3, the young knight had remained silent, her expression darkening slightly at Mia's victory. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, her expression shifted several times before she answered with a hint of gritted teeth. Andril, noticing this, frowned but ultimately chose not to comment further. Chapter 91. The Changing Circumstances in the Arena, Part 1. This recounts events that transpired a little earlier on the side of Mia and Cairo. Following her victory, a moment of stupor overcame Mia as she released her golden armored machine from the brink of being reduced to mere shards, taking several steps back. Upon reaching the visibly elated Cairo, the prototype number 3 stood tall, ceasing all motion before emitting a beam of light from its chest. As the light illuminated the ground, Mia appeared alongside it. This was a form of spatial magic with teleportation capabilities, boldly applied by Cairo to his armored machinery, liberating more space within the armor, greatly facilitating his various experiments. Naturally, spatial magic is generally quite challenging to master, let alone to convert into a deployable form. To achieve this, Cairo had dedicated an entire month of his suspended studies last year to its research. Mia, this is a monumental victory. We've thoroughly embarrassed that old man. It feels utterly gratifying. Let him dare to belittle me, my theories, and my technology again. The proof is in the pudding. My developed armored machinery is the finest of its kind. Ah, yes, indeed. Unlike Kilo, who was particularly elated after achieving a resounding victory in academic research and development, Mia remained somewhat dazed, to be honest. Having grown up listening to tales of the legendary leaders of various knightly orders, he felt a considerable amount of pressure when facing Lighter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so eager for a swift resolution. Fearing that prolonging the encounter might prove disadvantageous. However, to his astonishment, he had won far too easily. The anticipated barrage of attacks had barely commenced when he realized his opponent had already lost the will to fight. He had been momentarily stunned, taking some time to regain his composure. While the formidable performance of the mech armor played a significant role, that brief skirmish with Lighter had indeed instilled in him a sentiment of the leaders of the frontline knightly orders are not so formidable after all. If I can do it, so can I. This somewhat erratic feeling left him in a state of bewilderment. Kilo quickly noticed Mia's peculiar state and, suspecting it might be an issue with the prototype Model 3, nervously inquired, "Is something wrong? Has the mech armor encountered a new problem? It hasn't even released the restraining components yet." "No, it's just that winning felt a bit too effortless, leaving me somewhat disoriented," Mia replied, interrupting Kilo's incessant ramblings to express his feelings honestly. "Is that so? You startled me. I thought my mech armor had developed some strange issue again," Kilo said, visibly relieved as he extended his hand towards Mia. "In any case, we did win, didn't we?" "Ah, yes, as long as we won. That's what matters." Mia paused momentarily, choosing not to dwell on his earlier odd sensations, and similarly extended his hand, shaking Kilo's with a smile that that moment. A rather lewd chuckle suddenly erupted from behind Mia, catching both of them off guard. They turned to see a certain knight commander, who had stealthily approached at some point, grinning like a depraved fiend, drooling as he groped the feet of prototype Model 3. "Ugh, that's disgusting. Hurry, Mia, put away Model 3. As the creator of the mech armor, Kilo could not tolerate such behavior in his presence, were it not for the fact that the perverted individual was a knight commander. And he was genuinely unable to overpower him. Kilo would have happily punched him. Oh, Mia snapped back to reality, feeling once again that the image of knight commanders had shattered his expectations. He hastily activated the spatial magic inscribed on his right arm. With a shimmering silver glow and the emergence and disappearance of a magical circle, prototype Model 3 vanished into a small independent space conjured by the magic, while Lighter, unacquainted with the corresponding magical seals, was forcibly ejected. However, mere moments later, Lighter feigned nonchalance as he dusted himself off and tidied his appearance. Once he had shed his earlier disgraceful demeanor, an aura of pressure and authority emanated from him. This was closely tied to his imposing stature, nearly 2 meters tall, his chiseled features, and his golden hair that resembled a lion's mane. Yet, having just witnessed his embarrassing behavior, Mia and Kilo were not easily deceived by his outward appearance. Gazing at him with contemptuous, lifeless eyes, wondering what he intended to do here. Ahem, noticing their vacant, disdainful stares, Lighter realized he had lost his composure and awkwardly cleared his throat. Nevertheless, in pursuit of his objective, he mustered the courage to speak. "Well, Kilo, does that little brat still have that mech armor? Oh, do you want it?" Kilo's eyes flickered with a mischievous glint at Lighter's inquiry. Yes. Lighter nodded furiously upon hearing the retort. Genuinely desiring such a formidable weapon. Seeing Lighter's reaction, Kilo suddenly chuckled and remarked, "Heh, even if there were a few extra units, do you really think the Golden Lion Knight Order would receive any?" Lighter took a step back, visibly wounded by Kilo's pointed words. The Golden Lion Knight Order was positioned on the front lines primarily as a guerrilla and flanking unit. Although renowned for their bravery, strategic mechs like the one in question would undoubtedly be allocated first to the elite knightly orders facing the greatest pressure and suffering the most losses on the front lines. Yet, having taken a step back due to Kilo's sharp tongue, Lighter quickly regained his composure. Wasn't his initial thought that it was normal for such circumstances not to favor him? How could he give up so easily? Thus, he took a few determined steps toward Kilo, who remained impassively retreating. Frustrated, Lighter finally voiced, "Even if our order may not receive them, isn't it a bit too certain to say I couldn't pilot one?" Lighter hadn't intended to say it like that, But he suddenly recalled how Jirota sometimes exhibited a similar stubbornness and sharp tongue as Kilo. Having a bit of experience himself, he knew how to deal with a research personnel in such a state. And a plan he deemed clever arose in his mind. Well, don't think I'm denying your piloting abilities, that it's just that for my next research plan, I initially designed the mech armor with Mia as the pilot in mind, which makes it impossible for others to pilot. Moreover, even aside from that, the mech armor I've developed has a different driving difficulty due to changes in the piloting mode and the application of technology in critical components like the magic conversion furnace, which should pose a significant challenge for elite knights like you who are accustomed to piloting the previous 6 generations. Unfortunately, the in-depth technologies are tightly controlled, forcing me to explore alternative foundational techniques, Kilo explained. Instinctively rambling on about academic matters, Leiter couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Having long since deciphered the unique, boasting patterns of these rigid researchers, he recognized that he merely needed to provoke Kilo a bit more. Seizing upon a brief pause in Kilo's speech, he insinuated, "So, you're saying that if I were the pilot, it would still be possible for me to operate it?" "Indeed, that is the case. However, considering the time it would waste, I won't entertain that idea, and your talents pale in comparison to Mia's. He's simply the best option," Kilo replied without a second thought. Yet, his words caused Mia, who often went unnoticed, to raise an eyebrow. Although he had frequently heard Kilo praise him as the best option, he always found it somewhat odd. "Oh, could it be that you simply can't make it happen?" Just as Mia began to zone out, Leiter's sarcastic remark reached his ears. Mia was momentarily taken aback, then looked up in surprise. Indeed, Leiter wore a truly mocking expression. Seeing him, seemingly unafraid of anything, daring to ridicule Kilo made Mia speechless for a moment. Silently praying for Leiter, he hoped he wouldn't end up too badly off at Kilo's hands. "Oh, are you treating me like a fool?" Kilo remained silent for a moment after hearing Leiter's words. But as Leiter struggled to maintain his mocking demeanor, Kilo finally spoke up, wearing an incredulous expression. Upon hearing Kilo's response, Leiter began to panic, his expression faltering. Why was this little brat not following the script? Leiter's face openly displayed his confusion, prompting Kilo to cover his face in disbelief and exclaim, "I mean, did you think I could be easily fooled like that bald old man? My intellect is on an entirely different level than his, let alone yours. What gave you the impression that you could deceive me?" Leiter's expression changed dramatically, and he took several hasty steps back, left speechless by Kilo's sharp tongue. "Well, whatever done in any case, it seems we will have to engage in another bout," Kilo remarked suddenly. Glancing at Mia, who was enjoying the spectacle, upon hearing the shift in Kilo's tone, Leiter immediately bounded forward a few steps, arriving before Kilo with an eager inquiry. "What did you just say?" "I said, if the two of you have another match and you manage to win, I will find the time to construct a Type 3 machine for you. Of course, you will need to provide the necessary materials. But rest assured, I will secure the required permissions from His Majesty." Observing the lively Leiter, Kilo took a few steps back before sighing and starting to explain, feeling utterly despondent regarding Leidel's intellect. Well, but I still can't win even if we go again. I don't have the Type 3 machine like Mia's." Upon hearing the possibility of acquiring a Type 3 machine, Leiter began nodding frantically, only to suddenly realize that he likely wouldn't win again. "Rest assured, this time Mia will be using a 7th-generation armor produced by the Research Institute," Kilo replied, somewhat exasperated, as he felt that further interaction with Leiter would lead him to despair. He then turned to Mia and said, "So, Mia, didn't you find the last match too easy? Surely this time will be fairer. It's a much more balanced contest." "Yes, I'm fine with that," Mia responded with a direct nod. Having grasped the underlying meaning in Kilo's words, however, upon witnessing Mia's straightforward agreement, Leiter grew somewhat hesitant. After all, Mia's father was his old comrade, and he was certain that Mia had not yet encountered the new armors developed by the Institute. This realization made him feel as though he was taking undue advantage of Mia. Despite appearing somewhat inadequate before Kilo, as an elite knight, he still possessed the requisite qualities, which now left him in a state of indecision. "All right, enough of the dilly-dallying. Hurry and summon that old man Galota. I know you must have a specialized communication spell. Just tell him there's a tremendous opportunity awaiting him, and he should hurry over." Witnessing Leidel's expression, Kilo felt a surge of impatience, waving him off to quickly fetch Galota, as they would certainly require the latter's armor for the impending battle. "Oh, fine." Leiter, feeling somewhat helpless, glanced at Kilo, and then at the indifferent Mia. Ultimately deciding not to dwell on it, and instead summoned the other key figure, Golota. He did not hesitate, directly casting a somewhat unique communication spell. "What is it, Lytel?" After a short while, Golota's somewhat deep voice emerged from the magic. Upon hearing this voice and glancing at the suddenly beaming Kilo, Lytel inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt. He should have been standing alongside Golota, yet here he was aligning with Kilo. This must be considered a form of betrayal in a certain sense. Surely if word of this got out, his reputation would be tarnished. However, the brief feelings of hesitation and guilt were quickly cast aside. That he was indeed a knight, but he was also a knight commander. And he believed that seeking effective methods to minimize the sacrifice of his comrades and to better defend his homeland transcended personal honor. For these two reasons, he was willing to forsake the most vital qualities of a knight in such decisive moments. Chapter 93. The Changing Situation in the Training Grounds, Part 2. Lytel, what's going on? Why aren't you responding? Golota's curiosity grew as Lytel momentarily lost himself, prompting him to urge a reply. After all, his mood was far from pleasant, and he had no time to waste on idle chatter with Lytel. He would rather contemplate ways to improve the armors. Following Golota's prompting, Lytel snapped back to reality and, without overthinking, straightforwardly stated, "Well, Golota, young Kilo has something for you. He says there are benefits to be had." Golota. At Lytel's words, Kilo could not help but cover his face in exasperation, feeling utterly defeated by Lytel's lack of social awareness. How could one be so devoid of emotional intelligence as to directly address someone who had just suffered defeat in such a manner? This would only evoke feelings of humiliation. It was bewildering how Lytel could hold the position of commander of the frontline knights with such a mindset. Meanwhile, Mia, who was also lacking in emotional acuity as she stood by as a mere spectator, could only feel a sense of disbelief, already envisioning Golota's furious response. Sure enough, as Mia mused on this, Golota's enraged voice thundered through the magic. "Traitor Lytel! You traitor! Don't even think about receiving any specialized support from our research institute in the future. Just wait patiently for your marshal to allocate resources to you. And tell that young brat not to harbor any delusions of humiliating me. If you come over now, you might just have the chance to obtain the design schematics for the Type 3 machine." "What?" Upon hearing Mia's devilish temptation, Golota immediately fell silent. Caught in a moment of stunned disbelief, thought he was not foolish. As soon as Kilo spoke, he understood precisely what the Type 3 machine referred to, leading him to silence. Meanwhile, Lytel stood there, bewildered, glancing left and right, unsure of what expression to wear. Eventually, he realized the significance of the Research Institute to their Knight Order, and panic set in as he urgently exclaimed, "Golota, please don't. I was wrong. Shut your mouth." "Oh, okay." Lytel, caught in a state of extreme confusion, promptly faced Golota's ire but dared not speak further. The towering man adopted a pitiful demeanor that was almost unbearable to witness. It was somewhat nauseating. However, Mia and Kilo paid no mind to Lytel's antics. They were both eagerly awaiting Golota's response, especially Kilo, whose delight was so evident that it even prompted Mia to unconsciously take a few steps back. Feeling a deep sense of apprehension at that moment, Golota found himself in a true battle of wits. Initially, he had intended to express his anger and then immediately sever the connection, but now he found himself unable to execute even this simple task, panting like an old ox that had just finished plowing a field. Indeed, he was thoroughly conflicted. Kilo's words had struck a chord deep within him. For pure researchers like them, the allure of a mysterious blueprint, the value of which remained unknown yet tantalizingly close, was all too evident. Particularly, Golota was intensely curious. What kind of design could possibly endow the Type 3 machine, as described by that young brat? With capabilities surpassing the efforts of their research institute over the past century, that young brat, what level of understanding did he possess concerning the core components? This thought vexed Golota greatly while simultaneously serving as the final straw that tipped the scales against all other considerations in his mind. He yearned to comprehend, to understand, and to prove that the efforts of the Research Institute were not in vain. Although Kilo's armor had surpassed the Institute's endeavors, after receiving comfort from Iloa, Golota had calmed down and discerned a crucial detail. The prototype Type 3 shared significant design principles with their Research Institute's methodologies. This indicated that, in theory, their institute's armors could also potentially employ those technologies. Galota could confidently assert that as long as the core components remained within the original armor system, all conceivable ideas within that framework had been explored by their institute. No, saying all would be overly arrogant, especially after recently being proven wrong. It was more accurate to say that most had been considered. After all, the institute had a history spanning nearly 2 millennia, during which it had gathered nearly all the talents from the former kingdom of Stir regarding research and armor development. However, many of these ideas had been temporarily shelved due to being overly fanciful or because the technological conditions were unattainable. For example, the concept of multiple core components in the prototype Type 3 had been proposed over 500 years ago. But no one had managed to turn that concept into reality during that time. Many of these unrealized ideas, perhaps even a majority, ultimately faltered due to issues surrounding the core components, as those components were derived from the designs of the ancient giants. Given the countless thousands of years of history possessed by the giant civilization, it was entirely understandable that the relatively brief history of the Kingdom of Stir could not be compared, thus making it challenging to fully grasp the technology behind the core components. They had never lost heart, steadfastly advancing through the centuries, continually learning, repeatedly researching, and diligently analyzing, firmly believing that they would eventually transform the magic armors originating from the ancient giants into something wholly human. You just wait. I'll be there shortly. After much internal deliberation, Galota could only leave behind this begrudging remark. Then he abruptly severed the communication spell and dashed across to the opposite side, layering an indeterminate number of acceleration spells in between. A clear indication of his urgent mood at that moment. In this fervor, the fear he previously held towards Kai Luo seemed trivial. After all, his lifelong pursuit of a new type of mechanized armor was of paramount importance. Upon witnessing Gu Luo unilaterally cut off communication and the swift approach of a figure in the arena, Mia's expression of pleasure deepened, while a sinister glint flickered in her eyes. Causing Li Air to feel a sudden chill in that instant, he was struck by the thought that perhaps all of this had been meticulously orchestrated by Kai Luo, and he was merely the one who had unwittingly stepped into the role of an excellent stepping stone. The onlookers, including Mia, shared a similar sentiment, casting a gaze of pity upon the bewildered Li Air. Chapter 94. The developments in the arena. Final. Moments later, Gu Luo arrived breathlessly before the trio. And without waiting for Kai Luo to speak, he addressed him directly. Boy, state your conditions plainly. Do not assume I am as easily deceived as this fool. Indeed, conversing with someone astute is quite convenient, Kai Luo replied. His face lit with eager anticipation as he prepared to deal Gu Luo a decisive blow. He clapped his hands and continued, Of course, I won't leave you destitute. My terms are quite reasonable. For sustainable development is the true principle. Moreover, you are not devoid of value. After all, you possess something of worth. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo's expression softened somewhat, though this was predicated on the fact that Kai Luo had already overwhelmed them with undeniable evidence. Had he dared to speak thus before, Gu Luo would have deemed him contemptuous of their research institute. Thus, to maintain a position of dominance in discussions with the institute, Kai Luo had devised numerous plans. This exhibition was merely serendipitous. He had not intended to reveal his hand at this juncture, hoping instead for the institute to pause and reconsider. Yet, unexpectedly, Li Air, the stepping stone, had presented himself, and not to seize the opportunity would be unlike Kai Luo. After catching his breath, Gu Luo fixed his gaze upon Kai Luo and slowly spoke. You seek knowledge, correct? The information from the professors in the research division of Leyte Xia Academy is merely rudimentary. While the truly profound insights lie within the underground archives of our institute. Am I mistaken? Kai Luo Bayer Mo de Air Conbay. Indeed, but that is not all. I also desire access to those discarded proposals. Upon hearing this somewhat accusatory inquiry, Kai Luo nodded affirmatively, but then added, You see. Gu Luo appeared somewhat taken aback, but after a moment's silence, he nodded. That can be arranged, though under such circumstances, the design blueprints for your third model cannot be exchanged for so much. Not at all. Kai Luo suddenly shook his head, rejecting Gu Luo's assertion, which tightened the latter's chest with anxiety, fearing that Kai Luo might withdraw his offer. Yet, Kai Luo continued. My intention is not to barter design blueprints for your freely accessible knowledge, but rather to establish a qualification for collaboration with your esteemed research institute. Oh, collaboration? I must be hearing things, this arrogant boy, who holds us in such disdain, now propose such an idea? Guluo, a naturally irascible old man, couldn't help but retort, dismissing Kai Luo's grasp on what he most desired. Humph. My disdain is reserved solely for the stagnant state of your institute, particularly under the guidance of a certain oblivious old fool. Kai Luo's sharp retort caused Guluo's face to flush crimson with indignation. Enough of this banter. Let us speak plainly. The limited knowledge at my disposal has hindered my research progress, preventing me from transforming prototypes into original designs. Even the third model is riddled with numerous flaws and significant issues. Were it not for me, the functionality of the first completed model would still be in question. Do you understand now, old man Guluo? The accumulated wisdom and insights of your institute are absolutely essential to my pursuits and are thus non-negotiable. Therefore, I wish to obtain access to that knowledge in the capacity of an external consultant for your institute. Rest assured, you need not fear leaving empty-handed. Throughout our collaboration, you will be welcome to participate in all my developments. The design blueprints and concepts for models 1 through 3 will be made available to you, and I will not withhold anything. Furthermore, I would gladly engage in some of your significant research endeavors, though do not expect me to always be available. Having articulated his proposal, Kai Luo fell silent, maintaining a calm demeanor as he regarded the visibly conflicted Guluo, as though he were certain of the latter's eventual acquiescence. Of course, even if Guluo refused, Kai Luo had alternative means to acquire the knowledge he sought, such as through a certain king. However, that route would likely irrevocably damage his relationship with the Institute and entail a greater expenditure of time, rendering it decidedly unwise, a situation Kai Luo abhorred. After a brief pause, Guluo exhaled deeply, looking somewhat resigned as he regarded Kai Luo, who had evidently cornered him. Very well, our institute shall collaborate with you, treating you as a high-level external consultant, granting you ample access. Guluo's decision was tinged with reluctance. After all, their institute possessed a treasure trove of knowledge yet lacked the means to utilize it effectively. Ultimately, it stemmed from their habitual approach of expecting results only after protracted periods, resulting in a lethargic mindset, bereft of the urgency that characterized the audacious ambitions of the young Kai Luo. Particularly after the development of the 6th-generation mechanized armor, their successes in the war against magical beasts had led to complacency. Perhaps they had forgotten that true research and development thrive on both an urgent thirst for knowledge and diligent experimentation. Guluo valued Miya's bold ideas and designs, yet he also hoped that this failure, coupled with Kai Luo's forceful arrival, might awaken the institute from its stagnation and rekindle the fervor of innovation that had once flourished. An astute decision. Fear not. I assure you that I will not let you suffer losses. That I look forward to your guidance. Kai Luo replied, his spirits lifted upon receiving Guluo's agreement, savoring the satisfaction of having resolved matters in one fell swoop. Humph. We shall see, Guluo retorted, irritation evident, especially as he observed Kai Luo's jubilant demeanor at this juncture. He may not have even realized that his fear of Kai Luo had dissipated, perhaps due to his newfound understanding of the boy's background. Yes. At that moment, Leet Air's hesitant voice broke the air, drawing curious glances from both Kai Luo and Guluo. You haven't forgotten about my situation, have you? Were we not supposed to have another match? If I win, you promise to construct a third model for me. His words were laced with a sense of despair, as he grappled with the realization that he had made a difficult decision while betraying the principles of knighthood. Only to discover that it was all for naught. The feeling was profoundly disheartening, particularly as he sensed that he had been overlooked. Of course not. We haven't forgotten you, Kai Luo replied with a hint of exasperation, while Guluo appeared utterly bewildered. Observing this, Kai Luo continued. Previously, I made an arrangement with Captain Leet Air, allowing him to compete with me using the 7th-generation mechanized armor you developed. If he wins, I shall grant him a favor. Is that so? I have no objections, but are you certain? I suspect that anyone who associates with you, this peculiar boy, must be extraordinary. As for the mechanized armor, I can only provide it with the king's approval. You must handle that yourself. Guluo initially hesitated, but soon realized there was no reason for doubt, and spoke candidly. Naturally, Miya is my lucky star. Without him, my research would have faltered from the outset, Kai Luo replied, a self-satisfied grin adorning his face, as if it were the highest form of praise. Leaving Miya somewhat bashful. Chapter 95. Before the resumption of the exhibition after Luo's agreement, Kai Luo swiftly made his way to the edge of the arena, seeking out a knight responsible for maintaining order and ensuring that the general populace did not breach the spectator area, as well as for upholding the grand protective spell enveloping the audience. He requested the knight's assistance in conveying a message to His Majesty the King, due to the prior briefing provided by Ambrose to the entire royal guard. This knight did not refuse Kalo, and after a brief exchange with his companions, he turned and departed. Once the knight had left, Kalo returned to the side of the other three, awaiting the king's response. During this interval of anticipation, the four engaged in casual conversation, and the atmosphere unexpectedly became quite harmonious. Naturally, Mia, Kalo, and Glorita felt genuinely relaxed, with little tension. Indeed, Kalo had even begun discussing the development of mechanized armor with Glorita. Only Lethal appeared somewhat anxious, casting furtive glances toward the highest position in the audience, fearing that Ambrose would reject Kalo's rather audacious request. Fortunately, Ambrose did not let Lethal down, and soon the order of permission was conveyed. At this point, Lethal finally exhaled in relief and returned to his previous position alongside Glorita, who seemed somewhat reluctant to part from their recent enlightening conversation, as for the 7th-generation mechanized armor designated for Mia's piloting. Glorita had already arranged for the research facility to deliver it via communication magic. They were not extravagant enough to establish a magical space for housing the armor, as Kalo had done. That would have been a gross misallocation of resources. And Glorita, being rather meticulous, could not afford such extravagance. Moreover, even Kalo had only created a magical space because, during his hiatus from school last year, he lacked sufficient space to store the armor and wished to avoid detection by the Academy regarding his clandestine activities. The resources expended on this magical space had caused Kalo, who was equally thrifty, considerable distress. While both parties awaited the arrival of the mechanized armor from the research facility, the audience, their excitement slightly quelled, began to express confusion. Why had so much time elapsed since the conclusion of the demonstration without a declaration from His Majesty? Amidst this perplexity, an announcement was projected onto the magical screen above. Another demonstration was to take place. This time, however, the competition would not revolve around comparing the performance of various mechanized armors, but rather, an exceedingly rare contest utilizing the same model of armor to assess the knight's abilities against one another. The stated rationale was to test the stability of the mechanized armor's performance to ascertain its suitability for actual combat, rather than a knightly contest that would stake their honor. Nevertheless, the populace was instantly invigorated with fervent anticipation, perhaps naively believing that the armor designated for testing would be Kalo's prototype Model 3. Consequently, a few of Lethal's ardent supporters vociferously clamored for him to teach a lesson to that insufferably precocious youth who had taken advantage of the situation. In stark contrast to the audience's swift return to fervor, the representatives from the frontline military wore expressions of discomfort, particularly Fulren, Javier, and Leberhayden exhibited notable unease. Fulren and Javier were somewhat incensed, perceiving this as Lethal's inability to accept defeat. Shamelessly resorting to bullying the lesser opponent merely to reclaim a semblance of victory, Fulren's anger likely stemmed from a sense of betrayal by an old comrade, while Javier's concerns were more far-reaching. He believed that Lethal's actions tarnished the reputation of their frontline forces. As for Leberhayden, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame, his colleagues' derisive glances, implying, "I never imagined your brother would stoop so low," left him restless, wishing to rush onto the field and subdue his brother Lethal. Indeed, although it appeared to outsiders that Leberhayden had risen to prominence solely due to his brother, the truth was that, apart from a few high-ranking members of the Golden Lion Knight Order, no one recognized that Leberhayden was the most formidable figure within the entire order. Despite the incongruity of this reality with his outward persona, Fulren glanced at the fidgeting Leberhayden, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent, understanding that the real issue did not concern him, thus finding no harsh words to deliver. Javier was equally at a loss for words, leading to a profound silence enveloping the area designated for the frontline military representatives, with no one daring to break it. Meanwhile, observing the frontline representatives' discomfort akin to having ingested something foul, the senior commanders of the standing army struggled to suppress their laughter. The scornful and mocking expressions of the standing army members caused the frontline knights' countenances to darken. Yet they lacked the confidence to retort. After all, this was an undeniable embarrassment for their frontline forces, especially in front of a vast audience and their old rivals. They observed the stark division among the two factions below. Andril and Brando exchanged glances, rendered speechless, while even Ambrose found himself at a loss for words. It seemed the schism between the two military factions was deeply entrenched, and it was unclear which reckless predecessor had set this unfortunate precedent, making it exceedingly difficult to ease tensions between the two. The three exchanged knowing looks, reading a shared sense of unspoken indignation towards their forebears. In contrast, the ministers and nobles did not exhibit the same level of drama as the military personnel. They mostly appeared as spectators, some even finding the proceedings rather tedious, pondering whether it would be more enjoyable to return home and indulge in leisure. Of course, they would never dare voice such sentiments in the presence of the king, for that would surely earn them the disdain of both the monarch and the marshals, potentially resulting in the loss of their noble titles and lands. After all, this kingdom revered martial prowess and valor above all, constantly striving to vanquish the monstrous beasts. Those who sought indulgence had no place here, and even the most disinterested must feign a warrior's spirit. While such posturing was somewhat precarious, there were occasions when the king might assign them to the front lines for combat. The relatively brief wait soon came to an end, as the National Mechanized Armor Research Institute was conveniently located not far from the demonstration arena. This venue often served as one of their experimental grounds. Thus, the researchers swiftly delivered two brand new 7th-generation mechanized armors for the trials. The mechanized armors intended for testing made their grand entrance before the audience. Disappointment washed over the crowd, with some impulsively voicing their dissatisfaction, as they were not interested in such a mechanized armor competition. The researchers and Glorita, upon hearing this, wore expressions tinged with discomfort, yet they made no move to explain. Witnessing Glorita's demeanor, the populace felt helpless. They could hardly run down to confront the researchers directly, as such behavior would likely result in their apprehension by the royal guards. Ultimately, they could do nothing but begrudgingly accept the situation. Meanwhile, the frontline military representatives grew increasingly grim upon the unveiling of the testing mechanized armor, and a stifling atmosphere pervaded the area, regardless of whether Lethal emerged victorious or not. He had already become a paragon of dishonor among knights. Consequently, the frontline forces would find it impossible to hold their heads high in the presence of their old rivals. These knights could easily envision the ghastly faces of the standing army members reveling in mockery after the demonstration concluded. Perhaps for some time to come, this incident would serve as fodder for their jests. What a disgrace it was, for they had always been the ones to ridicule those incompetent fools. With this thought, their resentment towards Lethal deepened, and it seemed his future days would not be easied. Chapter 96. Commencement. Ignoring the various rumors circulating among the audience and dismissing the occasional malicious glances directed at him, Mia began preparing once the mechanized armor from the Research Institute arrived. First, with the assistance of the researchers, he executed a somewhat clever use of opening magic to allow himself entry into the pilot's compartment of the armor. Admittedly, despite the short span of less than half a year, perhaps due to becoming accustomed to more expedient methods, Mia found himself feeling slightly out of sorts when reverting to this relatively outdated means of access. However, he quickly dispelled any lingering unease from his mind, and relying on his exceptionally pronounced magical talent, he swiftly activated the opening magic. This left the assisting researcher momentarily stunned, although it was a cooperative spell with some shortcuts involved. The speed with which Mia accomplished it was unexpected. Nonetheless, the researcher's astonishment dissipated rapidly, as he had encountered many outstanding knights before and thus did not find it particularly remarkable. Soon after, this researcher, unable to endure the audience's somewhat piercing gazes, hastily exited the scene. After bidding farewell to the researcher, Mia entered the pilot's compartment through the passage located at the back of the armor's spine. Although this was the 7th generation of mechanized armor developed by the Research Institute, there had been minimal improvements in the piloting mode, still adhering to the 6th generation's operational framework. The efficiency of the core components appears to have doubled, and the output peak of the magical power conversion furnace has increased by roughly threefold. Quite commendable, Mia mused initially with mild surprise. However, as he powered up the armor and established a connection with it, he quickly discerned the differences between this armor and its 6th generation predecessor. In terms of sensation, Mia was quite satisfied with the 7th generation mechanized armor developed by the Research Institute. It was a continuation of the 6th generation, yet with performance improvements several times over. Most importantly, The core components and magical power conversion furnace operated without instilling in him the fear of imminent explosion. Heaven knows how tense he felt each time he piloted those perilous armors developed by Kalo. Fearful that a moment's negligence would lead to catastrophic failure. While such adrenaline-inducing experiences were undeniably thrilling, it was preferable to avoid them whenever possible. At this juncture, Mia still harbored a fervent hope that Kilo would swiftly rectify his flaws. As Mia became increasingly familiar with the mechanized armor, Galota watched from a distance the spectator area filled with the kingdom's elite. When his magically enhanced vision finally caught sight of what he sought, a smile emerged upon his lips. His readiness to agree to Kilo was not merely out of goodwill. He had his own subtle intentions, wishing to seize the opportunity to showcase the singular advantage of the mechanized armor developed by the Research Institute. Its mass producibility. This aspect was of paramount importance, for compared to Kilo's armor, which was riddled with defects yet boasted formidable performance, the standardized 7th-generation mechanized armor, which could be mass-produced and had its costs minimized, was undoubtedly the optimal choice for the military and the kingdom. At the very least, it could serve as a buffer to compensate for the shortcomings of Kilo's Model 3 until mass production was achieved. Despite a twinge of resignation and sighs within, Galota understood that the 7th-generation mechanized armor, to which he had dedicated a significant portion of his life, was destined to be swiftly rendered obsolete. As the advent of the 8th-generation magical mechanized armor loomed on the horizon. Indeed, after reaching an accord with Kilo, Galota was ambitiously preparing to tackle the 8th-generation armor, vowing that this time, their institute would outpace Kilo and develop a mechanized armor that would leave him in awe. Thus, with both Kilo and Galota harboring their own clandestine motives, Mia and Lighter silently confronted one another, their mechanized armors poised for engagement under the watchful gaze of the frontline knights in the audience. The armors appeared nearly identical to the one previously piloted by Lighter. They were both mass-produced models, albeit with Mia wielding a sword while Lighter brandished a lance. The intense glares from Lighter's fellow knights, filled with palpable resentment, made him feel uncomfortable, though he remained blissfully unaware of the reasons behind this tension. Ahem, don't say I haven't given you time to familiarize yourself with the armor. Mia, are you truly ready? To divert his attention, Lyda spoke through the armor's built-in communication magic before Ambrose could officially announce the commencement of the duel. Yes, I am prepared, Mia replied indifferently. During the brief interlude, Mia had fully mastered the unfamiliar mechanized armor, a feat that posed no challenge for him whatsoever. After receiving Mia's seemingly nonchalant response, Lighter felt a twinge of exasperation but chose to remain silent, awaiting the moment to begin. Ahem, then let the duel commence once more, Ambrose declared robustly, having confirmed both participants were ready through his magical observation. As soon as the words left his lips, Mia decisively activated the armor's enhanced physical capabilities, the armor enhancement magic, which transformed crimson magical energy into conspicuous veins that coursed across the surface of the majestic golden armor. Once the spell took full effect, Mia deftly withdrew, and in the next instant, the lance, imbued with surging power and the magical strike of the void, suddenly surged forth, narrowly missing Mia's armor and obliterating a section of the terrain. Amidst the thunderous sound, Mia remained composed, and as his feet made contact with the ground, a simple dispelling magic was unleashed from his feet, propelling him forward with the sword's tip aimed straight ahead, charging towards the rising cloud of dust. During his advance, the enhancement magic activated, augmenting the sword in his grasp, devoid of any hesitation or doubt. Just as Lighter, emerging from the cloud of dust and poised to demonstrate his might to Mia, was about to seize the moment, his battlefield instincts compelled him to sidestep, raising his lance to block. The sharp clang of their weapons colliding made Lighter's pupils constrict, yet the overwhelming force transmitted from the engagement forced him to involuntarily retreat a few steps. At this moment, he finally grasped that he must fully commit to the battle and could no longer underestimate Mia, the mere 16-year-old youth. Otherwise, he would face defeat. Chapter 97, The blade transformed into a staff. As the two combatants found themselves in a stalemate, the onlookers, momentarily stunned, quickly regained their senses. Unlike the previous instance where Lighter was overwhelmed by the disparity in armor performance, this time Mia had genuinely gained a slight advantage through his personal prowess. Taking advantage of Lighter's dismissive attitude, this was evident to all, leaving them in disbelief. Lighter was a renowned magical knight of the kingdom, a seasoned veteran with countless battles under his belt, ranking among the top 10 knights. The elite of the elite. Even though he had been bested by Mia before, no one believed it was Mia who triumphed over him. Rather, it was the armor's victory. Thus, while they exuberantly expressed their excitement, none dared to speak ill of Lighter, and Mia, at only 16 years of age, having just earned the title of knight last year, he was a young knight subject to skepticism due to his youth, making it difficult for him to compare with Lighter in terms of combat experience and reputation. So why did it appear that Lighter was at a disadvantage? Witnessing this unfolding scene, all spectators were astounded. Even King Ambrose widened his eyes in surprise. While his perception aligned with that of the common folk, he was also aware of Mia's potential as a magical knight. Years ago, his old friend Emil had written to him about Mia. Yet he had not taken it to heart. Somewhat dismissive of the notion, in the events of last year, he had presumed Mia succeeded in vanquishing a fortress-level magical beast solely due to Kilo's armor. Even though Brandier held Mia in high regard, repeatedly advising him not to overlook the young knight and to assign him to one of the armies promptly, Ambrose had believed this was merely Brandier's expression of guilt toward Mia. Now, however, he began to realize that perhaps Brandier had been right all along, that it seemed I had misjudged something. How peculiar. Nevertheless, I shall continue to observe. After a brief moment of distraction, Ambrose regained his composure, furrowing his brow as he began to ponder various matters that moment. However, the situation on the battlefield underwent a new change. Mia's pause in his assault was not a genuine desire to engage Lighter in a stalemate. Rather, he had silently unleashed a built-in magic from the armor. What? At that moment, Lighter, believing Mia was merely vigilant about his next move and intending to adopt a wait-and-see approach, suddenly sensed a searing heat emanating from beneath his feet. Without hesitation, Lighter maneuvered his armor to leap away urgently. In the next instant, a viscous dark red magma, blooming like a lotus, erupted violently before swiftly closing in, engulfing everything in between. Had Lighter not evaded, he might have been consumed and faced inevitable defeat. Yet, even though Lighter had escaped the advanced built-in magic known as Magma Devour, it did not signify his safety, for Mia was far from idle. The moment he discerned Lighter's movement, he resolutely initiated an assault. He charged forward. A fiery vortex spiraled around the blade of his sword, activating another advanced built-in magic. With a flourish of his sword, fiery blades shot forth, targeting the vital points of Lighter's mechanized armor. Boom, boom, boom. The fire blades struck the earth, colliding with the brown-hued magical shield and the sturdy lance, resulting in a series of explosive sounds. Just as the fire blades neared, Lighter swiftly unleashed an advanced earth-based protective magic while maneuvering his armor to evade, continuously swinging his lance to intercept the fiery blades. However, Lighter did not allow himself to grow complacent despite successfully dispelling the barrage of flames. For he knew the main attack had yet to manifest. Crack bang! Just as the lance in Lighter's armor clashed with the last of the fiery blades, the fire blade exploded, sending the lance flying back. In that moment, a colossal sword engulfed in flames surged forth from the explosion smoke, striking towards the brown magical shield. Upon contact, the great sword hesitated only briefly before cleaving through the magical shield. Just as I awaited, Lighter seemed to have anticipated this moment, as his armor's left hand suddenly extended, firmly grasping the colossal sword that had slightly weakened after breaching the shield. With a powerful tug, he destabilized Mia's mechanized armor, momentarily halting its advance. Although this maneuver caused some damage to the fingers of Lighter's left hand, he paid it no mind as he launched a counterattack with his lance, now aglow with golden magical light. Mia let out a low grunt, deftly manipulating her mech to release the sword from her grasp. She then crouched down abruptly, flames of intense heat erupting beneath her feet, melting the ground and further diminishing the relative height of her crouched mech. Consequently, Lethal's attack was rendered futile, striking nothing but empty air. As Mia observed her opponent's lance and arm align in a straight line, she rose sharply, forcefully pushing aside Lethal's extended hand. Simultaneously, she brought her left hand's fingers together, subtly enhancing her mech with a reinforcement spell, transforming it into a weapon as formidable as a sharp sword, leaving Lethal no opportunity to evade. With a fierce thrust, she drove it into the intersection of her opponent's right arm and shoulder, amplifying the magical output to unleash a tremendous explosion, severing his arm. Damn it, my vision is obscured too, she thought. But now it's your turn to experience this. The explosive dispelling magic not only obliterated Lethal's entire right arm, but also severely impacted the ocular region of his mech's head. Yet, at this juncture, having endured numerous brutal battlefields, Lethal summoned his true fire. Fueled by his unwavering resolve, he decided against retreating, closing the distance, releasing the sword blade he had tightly held in his left hand, and executing a maneuver akin to Mia's recent action. However, he replaced the enhancement spell with a cutting void spell, targeting the head of the mech instead. Observing the rapidly approaching metallic hand through the vision linked to his mech's eye, Mia remained unfazed. She executed a knee strike, empowered by magic, to halt the encroaching body. Then, with a swift motion, she seized Lethal's recently detached arm and hurled it with such force that it shattered the head of his mech. Although the destruction of the head could have sealed the battle's outcome, seeing Lethal's determination to resist further prompted Mia to ruthlessly dismantle the remaining arm and both legs of his mech, rendering him a mere wreck of metal. Thus, the battle concluded with Mia's victory. Chapter 98. The End. As the dust settled, the battlefield fell into a profound silence upon witnessing the victor, who still gripped two severed mech legs with a fierce demeanor. The recent bout of close-quarters combat had been a desperate struggle, devoid of mercy, instilling both fear and a surge of adrenaline in the onlookers. The fundamental reason behind the stunned silence of the citizens and the kingdom's elite was undeniably Mia's overwhelming performance throughout the fight. Even now, they grappled with the reality of Lethal's defeat. Among the most astonished were the knights of the frontline army, the very individuals most familiar with Lethal at this moment. They gaped with mouths agape, instinctively rising to their feet to gaze at the victor from a distance. Well, this was to be expected, wasn't it? That's why I said Mia was the most suitable, murmured Kilo from one of the entrance passages, then quietly departed. Meanwhile, among the representatives of the frontline army, Andril approached Fulrin and Javier, having unexpectedly vacated his previous position. "What are your thoughts, Javier?" he inquired. He was among the first to regain his composure, having suppressed his astonishment before addressing Javier. Lord Andril," Javier stammered. Jolted by Andril's voice, he instinctively attempted to bow, only to be halted by Andril's gesture. Once he understood the invitation to respond, Javier steadied himself and solemnly spoke. "The mech developed by the Research Institute undoubtedly merits the title of 7th-generation mech. Its performance surpasses that of the finest 6th-generation mechs currently in service, and it appears substantial efforts have been made regarding its potential for mass production. That we possess some foundational data, so without knowing the specifics of the mech developed by Lord Kilo, it is indisputably the most necessary mech for the front line at this moment." "Excellent. You have focused on the mech itself rather than merely on the knight. Javier, you are more than ready to be a knight commander," Andril affirmed, nodding in approval, a hint of a smile gracing his otherwise solemn countenance. "Whereas I still have many shortcomings, I am still too inexperienced to deserve such a title," Javier replied humbly. "Enough of that false modesty. If I say you are capable, then you are capable. Anyone who disagrees can come to me," Andril declared, dismissing Javier's humility with a wave of his hand. However, Javier quickly detected a nuance in Andril's words and questioned, "Lord Andril, what do you mean by that?" In a lowered voice, Andril leaned closer to Javier and whispered, "Prepare yourself. Javier Andes will not remain on the front line for long." "What?" Javier was taken aback, then swiftly realized the implication. He turned incredulously to Ambrose above, then back to Andril, his tone shifting slightly. "Lord Andril, do not worry. It is not yet that time. That it is merely a precaution for the impending situation," Andril reassured him. "Yes, I understand, my lord." After this exchange, silence enveloped them until Fulrin, having regained his composure, broke it. "Lord Andril, what brings you here?" Fulrin, your son is quite remarkable. One could say he is truly worthy of being your child, the previously unknown hero," Andril remarked, not directly answering Fulrin, but rather reflecting with a hint of mockery. "Not at all. That has nothing to do with me. It is all Mia's own efforts. To be honest, I was quite taken aback. Although I knew better than to judge him by conventional standards, I never expected he would best that scoundrel Lethal," Fulrin responded, scratching his head, feeling unusually bashful. Andril, intrigued by certain elements of Fulrin's comments, inquired, "Oh, why do you say he cannot be judged by conventional standards?" Fulrin paused, somewhat perplexed, and replied, Did not His Majesty mention anything about Mia before? I recall my teacher, Imelda, should have written to His Majesty about it several years ago. Upon hearing this, Andril exchanged a puzzled glance with Javier, sensing that Fulrin seemed to imply there was something they ought to know and take seriously, and that Ambrose was aware of it as well. Quickly, tell me what it is, Andril urged, pressing for details. Fulrin, without hesitation, recounted the incident that had landed him in the Standing Army's prison. How could that be? Unbelievable. What extraordinary talent he must possess, even the initial mech pilots. After listening to Fulrin's account, both Andril and Javier were left speechless, their expressions reflecting utter disbelief. Surrounding Fulrin and the others, the representatives of the frontline army had long regained their composure. However, with Andril present, they remained silent, quietly straining their ears to listen. Upon hearing about Mia's past exploits, they too displayed expressions of incredulity. Meanwhile, Brandier, who had stealthily mingled among the frontline soldiers, turned in astonishment to gaze at the slender figure of Mia, who was now emerging from her mech and standing atop its shoulder. Ah, so that's how it is. If it were Imelda, that could certainly be possible. After all, he is the type to be cautious. He would not make absolute statements in letters to the king without full certainty. But it has been several years. How could he still not have confirmed it? Quite strange. Well, a quick review of the student records from Lightsia Academy should clarify things. I'll take care of it. I'll have someone fetch Mia's night data. I shall go. Lord Andril, please wait here. I will return shortly. After a lengthy pause, Andril spoke contemplatively, his meaning clear to Javier. However, before Javier could issue any commands, one of the knight representatives eagerly volunteered and swiftly vanished from sight. Observing the departing knight, Andril found the situation somewhat peculiar, but he quickly dismissed the thought and resumed light-hearted banter with his subordinates. As for Brandier, who had just been among the crowd, he had now quietly approached the Standing Army's side, instructing a subordinate to use a magical portal to borrow Mia's student records from Lightsia Academy. Since Mia had yet to decide which military branch to join, Brandier was determined not to miss the opportunity to recruit such talent. Amidst these undercurrents, Mia remained blissfully unaware. Following Ambrose's loud declaration that the martial demonstration had concluded, Mia, realizing she had no further role to play, left the scene without hesitation, leaving behind a somewhat enigmatic silhouette in the eyes of the onlookers. Thus, the Royal Martial Exhibition that took place on the first day of February officially concluded. Chapter 99. Mid-June. After the Royal Martial Exhibition on the first day of February, although Mia suddenly received offers from both armies of the kingdom during the following period, she ultimately declined both, choosing instead to continue her studies at the academy. The primary reason for her decision to remain at the academy was, of course, due to the mechanized armor developed by Cairo. Following the martial exhibition, she became convinced that she could harness Cairo's power to gain the strength necessary to confront the future. Thus, despite the perception of outsiders that her actions were indeed a waste of time, and somewhat indicative of an avoidance of her knightly duties, Mia remained unconcerned with their opinions. She began diligently preparing for the impending crisis, actively participating in Cairo's mechanized armor research while also engaging in increasingly rigorous personal training at the academy. Persevering day and night. Although Keith felt somewhat puzzled by what had provoked Mia, he refrained from asking too many questions, silently supporting her alongside Morzert and others, providing the necessary assistance. During the period from February to June, Cairo managed to obtain permission to use the magical teleportation gates between the capital and Lightsia. For reasons unknown, he then shuttled back and forth between the National Research Institute of Mechanized Armor in the capital and his workshop outside Lightsia. By that time, Cairo had already submitted his 3 prototype design blueprints to the Institute and assisted in the improvements to the former prototype number 3, now the 8th generation of mechanized armor. This was a directive from King Ambrose, and it should have been one of the costs Cairo incurred for acquiring the teleportation gate privileges. Regardless, Mia often witnessed Cairo lamenting about being overwhelmed with trivial matters, which severely limited his research time. Additionally, Galota was immensely frustrated, as Ambrose had directly regarded the improved version of prototype number 3 as the 8th generation of mechanized armor, thwarting his ambitions once again. Of course, he would only occasionally express such sentiments. At present, he was fervently dedicated to the improvement work, his zeal even surpassing that of Cairo, which endeared him to Cairo, who was also a research enthusiast. Their relationship improved significantly, with increasingly frequent academic and personal exchanges. This left the giant elf Ilrose, who returned to the capital in mid-April, utterly astonished. unsure how to express her feelings. Nevertheless, despite their busy schedules, Cairo managed to create a preliminary design for a new type of mechanized armor and began preparing to refine this concept, just as Mia and Cairo were engrossed in their respective endeavors. In mid-June, Laetitia Academy, the National Academy of Mechanized Knights, welcomed a rather special group of guests. Few students were aware of their arrival, as the long absent, even from the Royal Martial Exhibition, Dean Emile personally led the Academy's senior officials to greet them. The degree of importance Emile placed on this visit clearly indicated that the guests were no ordinary visitors. Otherwise, he would not have taken such measures. Their true identity was the magical association of the Crimson Cloud Continent, a subordinate organization located in the Kingdom of Sturt, or rather, a magical academy. To Mia's mother, Barina, and her mother's mentor, Aberlin, were both affiliated with this organization and held significant positions. Of course, compared to other countries on the continent, the magical association was relatively obscure within the peculiar realm of the Kingdom of Sturt. However, this did not imply a low status. On the contrary, Emile had been preparing for this high-level academic exchange and to host a particularly significant guest since the beginning of the year. In the central castle of Laetitia City, a bright and spacious meeting hall was hosting a special conference. Present were representatives from Laetitia Academy and the Crimson Cloud Magical Organization, Emile, and the senior officials of Laetitia Academy. Unusually, attended dressed in formal mage attire to show respect for their distant guests. However, despite their careful presentation, the two groups remained distinctly different. The members of Laetitia Academy, focused on training mechanized knights, clearly exhibited a temperament markedly different from that of the traditional mages. The traditional mages were characterized by their aloofness, mystery, and a tendency to drift outside the crowd, devoted to the pursuit of the unknown and the development of new magic. Yet, being situated in the Kingdom of Sturt had influenced even the mages, manifesting a notable change in their demeanor, primarily exhibiting a warmth that led them to actively engage with the Mechanized Knight Academy, which was often regarded across the continent as nonconformist. Certainly, a significant reason for this could be attributed to the unique magic associated with the mechanized armor that the Academy possessed. The Magical Association had long been interested in this type of magic. However, regrettably, to this day, the official authorities of the Kingdom of Sturt had not permitted its dissemination, treating it as a state secret. Systematic knowledge regarding it was confined to the Royal Library in Canrobe and the underground archives of the National Research Institute of Mechanized Armor. One of the purposes of the Crimson Cloud delegation's visit was to discuss the magic associated with mechanized armor, as the National Academy of Mechanized Knights in Laetitia was the best bridge for this, given that they could convey their request to the ultimate decision-maker, King Ambrose. However, this was not their primary objective compared to academic exchanges. There was a pressing matter that prevented the subordinate organization of the Magical Association from making any hasty judgments. Simultaneously, they did not wish to confront the headquarters of the Magical Association directly, having their own considerations. Thus, they sought to have preliminary discussions with the Kingdom of Sturt without directly engaging with the rather cunning king. After all, this group of mages, wholly immersed in magical research, generally possessed lower emotional intelligence and harbored an unusual anxiety, fearing that once they arrived in the capital, they would not be able to leave unscathed. Ambrose, clearly bemused by the mages' cautiousness and paranoia, reluctantly acquiesced to their wishes, allowing the National Academy of Mechanized Knights to serve as a communication bridge between the two parties. The increasingly peculiar atmosphere enveloping the continent had caused Ambrose some concern, prompting him to seek insights into the situation from this group closely connected to the continent's center. Thus, through mutual understanding, this semi-public academic exchange was arranged. After a round of polite pleasantries, Emile finally delved into the main topic, his expression turning serious as he spoke softly. "So, esteemed Grand Mage Prando, may I inquire whether war is once again looming over the continent?" Chapter 100, The Meeting, Part 1. That king is as astute as ever," replied Grand Mage Prando, an outwardly ordinary middle-aged man who, in reality, had surpassed 2 centuries in age. He was momentarily taken aback by Emile's direct inquiry, then expressed his sentiments with a sense of profound reflection. Emile smiled but remained silent, tacitly acknowledging this as Ambrose's assessment. Observing Emile's demeanor, Prando thought to himself that since the king had already perceived the deteriorating situation on the continent, there was no need for him to maintain any pretense. After all, he was facing Emile, who still afforded him room for maneuvering. With this in mind, Prando composed himself and, gazing at Aimedas, contemplated before speaking. Indeed, the situation on the continent has begun to worsen. We have received reliable intelligence indicating that the Yun Empire is amassing troops along the borders and constructing fortresses. It seems that Emperor Adondov can no longer restrain himself and intends to instigate war once more in the twilight of his life. Is peace truly to last for no more than 50 years? Upon hearing this alarming intelligence, Aimedas could not help but sigh. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "And how does the Radiant Federation intend to respond? What course of action does the young Holy King, who has only recently ascended to leadership, plan to take?" Well, although that young man is compassionate and yearns for peace, he is not naive. He has already begun preparations for war domestically, as he understands that mere reasoning will not suffice, particularly given that this pertains to a holy war between the two nations' beliefs. For this reason, the Yun Empire's actions have been relatively restrained thus far, lacking the previous inclination to initiate war outright. Nonetheless, given the enduring hatred and the escalating conflict of beliefs, it is certain that a new round of warfare will erupt in the not-so-distant future. Prando responded to Aimedas, adopting a relatively humble demeanor as they sought assistance. However, when discussing the young Holy King, he could not help but display a look of admiration, indicating a profound respect for him. It was not only Prando. Most members of the Crimson Cloud delegation exhibited similar expressions. As if the Holy King were a deity of their faith, Aimedas found this rather astonishing, struggling to fathom how this group of traditionally reclusive and emotionally detached mages, who devoted themselves entirely to various magical studies, could collectively display such expressions. To comprehend such a sorcerer, one must recognize their staunch atheism. Even should they choose to believe, it would likely be in the deity of knowledge alone. Thus, it is indeed perplexing to witness them exhibit a demeanor akin to that of a devotee towards the Holy King of the Radiant Federation, rumored to be the earthly representative of the God of Light. This bewilderment eludes Aimedas, who vaguely grasps that some unknown event has transpired on the continent, leading to this curious spectacle. However, this is only to be expected, as the kingdom of Stur has been wholly absorbed in its struggle against the monstrous beasts, leaving it no capacity to engage in the affairs of the wider continent. Typically, this kingdom remains aloof from continental matters, diligently safeguarding its own borders, though not out of a deliberate intent to obstruct international trade and cultural exchange. Regrettably, the kingdom possesses no unique specialties, or rather, any so-called specialties, in the form of monstrous beasts ultimately serve as resources for the development of mechanized armor, never to be exported. Furthermore, the policies in place do not favor outsiders. The majority of the nation's resources and mineral wealth are allocated directly for military use, and the ruling class, predominantly composed of knights, eschews extravagance and upholds honor, resulting in a lack of interest from merchants in visiting. Over time, this has led to a perception among the nations of the continent that the kingdom of Stur is a savage land, with little understanding of its true nature and little desire to comprehend it. This misconception has regrettably stifled cultural exchange. Aimedas steadied his thoughts, unwilling to let his guests perceive him as dismissive. Once his mind was composed, he continued, "This certainly aligns with the Radiant Federation's long-standing principles. They would never willingly disrupt the peace. That I surmise that the hesitation of Emperor Adondov stems from the presence of that swordmaster, who I have heard is currently serving as an aide to the Holy King. Is that accurate? I believe you are somewhat mistaken, for that esteemed individual is not an aide to the Holy King, but rather his guardian. He has explicitly stated his unwillingness to involve himself in the affairs of the continent," Prando acknowledged, affirming Aimedas' perspective. After all, the Swordmaster holds a status comparable to that of the legendary Archmage, capable of guiding the course of civilization, a presence that none could afford to disregard. However, he soon pointed out the inaccuracies in Aimedas' statement. I see. Then, we have gleaned all that we wish to know. I am curious, however, what is the primary purpose of your visit? If there is any way we might assist you, my country shall do its utmost, as per the wishes of our king." Ambrose nodded. Having acquired the two pieces of information he sought, he was unperturbed by the possibility of deception, knowing they would have their own methods of verification, yet being forewarned would allow for a more proactive approach. "I am truly grateful," Prando began, expressing his thanks, though a momentary hesitation crossed his face, indicating a lingering uncertainty. Aimade refrained from interrupting or pressing him, granting the venerable elder, who had lived for over 2 centuries and had once toiled to halt wars, the utmost respect. I apologize for the delay. The matter involves Lord Roland. Hence our need for caution. I hope for your understanding. After a lengthy pause, as if he had stabilized his thoughts and reached a decision, Prando addressed Aimade. Not at all. You are the elder. And this brief wait is the least I can do. Aimade, hesitant to accept the apology from one who could be his grandfather, swiftly declined, though soon expressed his confusion. Is Roland the hero of this generation? Aimeda's uncertainty was understandable. While some key figures within the Kingdom of Stir were aware that this generation's hero had been born within their borders. The moment he was born, he was whisked away by the Crimson Cloud, which fiercely protected him, leaving no further information about the hero to escape. Chapter 101. The meeting continued. Ambrose had once contemplated leveraging the hero's power against the monstrous beasts. Unfortunately, the ideology of the Crimson Cloud, distinct from that of their affiliated mage association, adhered to principles of righteousness, believing that the hero's power should not be misused, and thus, they refused to acquiesce to Ambrose's desires. Regrettably, Ambrose felt a deep sense of loss, for this was indeed a hero. The previous 2 heroes had, in their battles against the Demon King, transformed the once mountainous northern continent into the expansive plains we see today, even creating several massive rifts thousands of meters long. It is no wonder Ambrose found himself enamored by such formidable power. However, the Crimson Cloud, under Prando's leadership, remained obstinate in their convictions, leaving Ambrose feeling quite helpless. Yet, despite his frustrations, he dared not act recklessly towards the Crimson Cloud. Prando, having lived for over 2 centuries, stood as one of the 4 most powerful archmages on the continent, wielding the strength to easily sway the outcome of wars between nations. And he was backed by the formidable mage association. In light of this, even the fervently determined Ambrose was forced to sigh, for the Kingdom of Stir found itself lacking the resources to engage. Unbeknownst to Ambrose, Prando, out of caution, had not even relayed the news of the hero's birth back to the headquarters of the Mage Association, keeping all related information securely within the Kingdom of Stir. Indeed, the hero of this generation is none other than Lord Roland. The illustrious title of Radiant One was bestowed upon him by myself. Quite a splendid name, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing Aimeda's inquiry and the subsequent discussion regarding the hero Roland, Prando, despite his advanced age, exhibited a rare spark of vivacity, momentarily dispelling his previous gloom and rejuvenating his spirit. It was evident that, for him, the hero Roland held a significance beyond the ordinary, akin to that of family. Is that so? How remarkable, Aimade remarked, observing the expression on Prando's face, which seemed to implore, praise me, or praise Roland. He felt a tinge of awkwardness and swiftly redirected the conversation. Has the hero encountered any difficulties? No, how shall I put this? Lord Roland's powers as a hero have now fully awakened. What? Upon hearing Prando's tone shift from vibrant to laden with concern, Aimade and the senior officials of the Lytesia Academy were struck with profound alarm. They understood all too well what it meant for the hero's powers to be fully awakened. It signified that the hero's archnemesis, the Demon King, who had once threatened the very existence of all sentient races on the continent, was on the brink of breaking free from his seal, poised to awaken and descend once more. Naturally, this revelation filled them with dread. Even the reclusive Kingdom of Stir, devoted solely to combating the monstrous beasts and rarely engaging in continental affairs, had once felt the weight of such threats. Over 1,000 years ago, the Demon King's monstrous army had dealt a grievous blow to the kingdom's standing forces, compelling frontline troops to withdraw from the battle against the beasts to defend the heart of the kingdom. Ultimately, Stir emerged victorious, a rare instance of a nation repelling the Demon King's forces solely through its own might. This success was largely due to the fact that the hero and the coalition army he had assembled successfully diverted the main forces of the Demon King. It can be said that during that time, all notable warriors of the Demon King's army were engaged in a desperate battle against the hero, had it not been for this. The Kingdom of Stir, with its 3rd-generation magical armor still under development and its magical frameworks not yet perfected, might have faced invasion. However, despite Stir's eventual triumph, the relative insignificance of this particular Demon King's force meant that the event barely registered in the broader consciousness of the continent. As for the earlier Demon King's insurrection, that occurred during the very founding of the Kingdom of Stir. Yet, at that time, the kingdom was still rife with monstrous beasts. The Demon King had no desire to squander his military resources and instead focused on annihilating any living beings in sight, thus sparing the kingdom from the brunt of his wrath. Consequently, the Kingdom of Stir established a separate standing army to combat threats beyond the line of monstrous beasts, known as the regular army. Setting aside these historical matters, once Aimedas regained his composure from the shock, he furrowed his brow deeply and spoke gravely. How could it be so coincidental that this would occur at such a critical juncture? Alas, while it is difficult to believe, the situation is rapidly devolving into the worst possible outcome. Should a full-scale war erupt across the continent at the same time that the Demon King reemerges, we would truly be in dire straits. However, we alone in the Crimson Cloud are ill-equipped to address this issue adequately, which is why we seek the assistance of your esteemed nation. Prando sighed heavily. In truth, had he not been unable to resolve this matter on his own, he would have never considered soliciting the aid of that perilous King of Stir. This sentiment was shared throughout the Crimson Cloud, as they fully understood Ambrose harbored intentions to exploit the hero's power as well. How peculiar, Lord Prando. Why do you not seek the assistance of your own mage association, and instead come to us? In terms of influence on the continent, the mage association is evidently far more powerful than our Kingdom of Stir, is it not? I wonder if you could enlighten me on this matter. Upon hearing this, Aimedas furrowed his brow in contemplation that he sensed something awry, and with the prompt from his daughter, Leah's, he finally discerned the discrepancy and boldly posed his question as soon as Aimedas' words left his lips. The expressions of the members of the Crimson Cloud grew somewhat peculiar. Prando, having anticipated this, cast a surprised glance at Leah's before hesitantly replying, well, it's rather embarrassing to admit, but the majority of the members and higher-ups at the Mage Association's headquarters currently lean towards the Yu-Yin Empire, with only a few, myself included, supporting the Radiant Federation. Upon hearing this, Aimedas pondered for a moment and suddenly understood. Prando was primarily concerned that the power of the hero might be exploited by those with ulterior motives. If the complete awakening of the hero's power were reported, even with the looming threat of the Demon King, the Emperor Adenoff of the Yu-Yin Empire would undoubtedly seize this power to counter the Sword Saint and secure victory in the war. At that point, the Mage Association, which had already tilted towards the Yu-Yin Empire, would surely act as the vanguard for Emperor Adenoff in their pursuit of the hero's strength. This would undoubtedly place the Crimson Cloud, an organization under the Mage Association, in a precarious position. Yet, this line of reasoning raised a new question. If the hero's power had indeed fully awakened, why should they fear at all? The very existence of the hero's power was, in itself, the greatest deterrent. Moreover, if Emperor Adenoff were aware of the hero's existence, the current state of the continent would not merely be one of hidden currents. Significant actions would have been expected long before, rather than waiting until the hero had grown to an unstoppable level. Chapter 102. The Meeting, Part 2. Aimedas was deeply perplexed and thus voiced his questions once more. Prando, feeling somewhat embarrassed after listening, began to explain. To ensure the smooth growth of Lord Roland, we have refrained from reporting any information regarding him to the headquarters, keeping his existence confidential within the Kingdom of Stir. Now, however, this has become somewhat difficult to manage in this moment of imminent war, and with the Demon King yet to officially emerge. If Lord Roland were to make a grand entrance without recognition, it could potentially escalate the situation. The aging yet still ambitious Emperor Adenoff would certainly not stand idly by while the hero leaned towards the Radiant Federation. It is highly likely he would choose to initiate war before the Demon King was unsealed. However, the matter regarding the hero could not remain concealed. As the Demon King represented the greatest peril, the entire continent must maintain the highest level of vigilance at this critical juncture, and it would be prudent to dispatch dedicated personnel to monitor the seal in the northern part of the continent. This is the conundrum that troubles us. As he concluded, Prando let out a long sigh, his face etched with worry. Aimedas, upon hearing this, was at a loss for words. He understood the intricacies of the situation but was uncertain how to proceed. Intent, just as Aimedas began to overthink, attempting to devise a solution that would satisfy both sides. Leah's beside him could no longer bear to watch, and whispered 2 words to him. Aimedas paused, then shook his head in realization. Addressing the now composed Prando, then, "My lord, you must have already devised a solution, which is why you seek the assistance of our kingdom of Styr." In response, Prando cast an appreciative glance at Lias, nodding as he replied, "Indeed, while that esteemed majesty may also harbor intentions to utilize Lord Roland's power, ultimately, it is for the purpose of combating the monstrous beasts and safeguarding the continent, a noble endeavor. Thus, we contemplated collaborating with your nation." "Oh, how shall we collaborate?" "Considering that at this time, Lord Roland's mere presence on the continent would provoke a vehement backlash from the Yuyan Empire, who would fear that he might align with the Radiant Federation. It suffices for Lord Roland to refrain from entering the Radiant Federation." Upon hearing this, Ymir began to grasp the implications, while Lias displayed a look of understanding, contemplating the pros and cons. Prando, once again admiring Lias, continued, "To achieve this objective, we require a third party to intervene. In this regard, our Crimson Cloud alone would not suffice. Others would not place their trust in us, especially the citizens of the Radiant Federation. After all, we are also affiliated with the Mage Association, which currently aligns itself with the Yuyan Empire. Thus the third-party force cannot be us. Additionally, we must consider that this third party must not be too weak. Having such a force is essential, as the mere presence of Lord Roland serves as a formidable deterrent. In a scenario where the national strengths of both countries are evenly matched, even minor losses could tip the scales in favor of the other side. It would be unwise to risk manpower in proving Lord Roland's strength or other more nefarious intentions, as this could provoke a backlash from the opposing side, leading to dire consequences. Simultaneously, this approach could also serve to delay the onset of war, as the involvement of a third party would necessitate utmost caution from both nations. Given that Lord Roland possesses the power to alter the tide of battle, they would have no choice but to take him into account. If we can merely stall until the emergence of the Demon King, it may even present a fortuitous opportunity to diffuse the conflict. Having articulated this, Prando finally paused, observing Ymir, who was absorbed in thought after receiving a wealth of information. In truth, he had more to convey. First, the kingdom of Styr was not prominent in the world, regarded by many as a land of savagery, yet this obscurity imbued it with an air of mystery and the unknown. In such a context, the two major powers might exhibit greater hesitance, thereby prolonging their decision-making regarding the initiation of war. Secondly, the kingdom of Styr's power was not to be underestimated, possessing remarkable entities such as the magical armored machines, equipping it with military capabilities that could rival or even surpass those of other nations on the continent. Even against two formidable powers, the kingdom of Styr was not incapable of standing its ground. However, there were drawbacks. If the kingdom of Styr acted as the herald of the hero, issuing warnings across the continent, such overt actions could embroil this previously secluded nation in the continent's conflicts. Whether this was advantageous or detrimental remained unclear to Prando. It would ultimately depend on how Ambrose assessed the situation. Sigh, Lord Prando, you have indeed presented us with a significant dilemma that I cannot provide you with an immediate answer. I must consult with our king. Please bear with us." After a lengthy pause, Ymir rubbed his temples, appearing quite troubled. He was not alone. All present from the Lycia Academy bore similar expressions, their minds racing with calculations of advantages and disadvantages. "Not at all. We shall await patiently. For this concerns the safety of the continent. Caution is never excessive. However, if possible, I kindly urge you to expedite the process, for I cannot ascertain when war may arrive." Hearing Ymir's response, Prando breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared a direct refusal. "Indeed. We shall act swiftly. By the way, is that esteemed hero not present today? I am quite curious to behold the visage of this generation's hero. I wonder if there might be an opportunity." After discussing pressing matters, the atmosphere within the conference hall remained somber. In an effort to alleviate the tension and to satisfy his own curiosity, Ymir, having responded to Prando, could not help but smile and inquire. Upon hearing this, the members of the academy also grew curious, momentarily setting aside their thoughts to look up. "Fear not, for Lord Roland is indeed present. He is not so aloof and is quite approachable. After all, he is the perfect hero. However, where is he?" Prando, initially eager to introduce Roland to the members of the Lycia Academy, suddenly found that the principal figure had inexplicably vanished, causing his smile to falter. Observing this predicament, one of Prando's students spoke up. "Teacher, Lord Roland left shortly after the meeting commenced, and he instructed me not to speak of it, so I—" The student spoke with a hint of embarrassment, anxiously awaiting any potential reprimand. "I see. Well, it is understandable. Lord Roland has grown, and we had perhaps restrained him too much in the past. It is only natural for him to be curious about the world outside. I apologize for the embarrassment caused to you all." Although Prando felt somewhat helpless upon hearing this, he bore no ill will toward his student, merely displaying a pained expression before turning to Emeerd to offer his apologies. "It is of no concern. In any case, you and your companions shall have the opportunity to await my king's response. Concerning this, what can Aimedas say? He can only lament his misfortune, while the higher-ups from the other academies also express a sense of regret. With that, the meeting has officially concluded. Both parties depart, and Laius leads the guests from the Crimson Cloud to tour the academy. As for Aimedas, he is to use the magical portal to the royal capital to report to Ambrose about the events that transpired during this meeting. Chapter 103, Roland's appearance. While the high-ranking officials of the academy were quietly holding an undisclosed meeting with the visiting Crimson Cloud. In a secluded small training ground within the academy, Mia was dragging a block of high-density magical alloy measuring approximately 2 meters in length, width, and height. This alloy serves as a material for the framework of magical armor, possessing an astonishing density, hardness, and toughness. Even this seemingly small piece weighs over 10 tons. This training method was a recent inspiration of Mia's, effectively enhancing physical strength, coupled with the triple gravity magic he had cast upon himself. The results were immediate and impressive. His already maximized physical attributes surged even higher. Even his previously sluggish magical capacity began to increase at a slightly accelerated pace, a delightful surprise indeed. Naturally, this gravity magic was a portable version that Mia had begged Morzit for a long time before he finally relinquished it. Mia had cast aside concerns regarding potential side effects, such as stunted growth, focusing solely on enhancing his strength as his top priority. During this period, in pursuit of better training, he even ceased attending classes, although he still held the status of a student as a rising star among magical knights. He enjoyed certain privileges, and the academy turned a blind eye to his absences. Initially, the other students were incredulous and elated upon learning of this situation, until the academy introduced a slightly more rigorous curriculum based on Mia's training intensity. Without delving into the mixed feelings of admiration and resentment harbored by the students, after Mia had been training for nearly half a day, an unexpected visitor arrived at the secluded training ground. "Excuse me, are you training?" Observing Mia, drenched in sweat, with muscles quivering and veins bulging as he dragged the alloy block for some time, the newcomer inquired with a mixture of curiosity and admiration. Upon hearing this voice, Mia, lost in concentration, looked up in surprise and froze upon recognizing the visitor's face. Of average height and not particularly robust, the young man's features, while not conventionally handsome, conveyed a sense of determination and strength. His sky-blue eyes, reminiscent of a clear sky, offered a comforting presence, while his short, sun-kissed golden hair shimmered brilliantly, almost blindingly. After a moment of stupor, Mia instinctively asked, "Who are you?" The system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke in his mind, revealing that the entity before him was the strongest human individual in this world, the hero. Mia's question was cut short as he was momentarily taken aback by the system's revelation. Meanwhile, the individual before him seemed oblivious to Mia's astonishment. After a brief flicker of his gaze, he earnestly stated, "I am Roland, without a surname. You may simply call me by my name, and it would be best not to add any honorifics." As he concluded his introduction, the boy, identifying himself as Roland, added somewhat awkwardly, causing Mia, who had regained his composure, to feel a bit strange. However, recalling the other's identity, he nodded slightly. "Oh, that's fine. I'll call you Roland." "Great," Roland replied, visibly pleased, and then inquired about Mia's earlier activity. "Are you engaged in personal training?" "Yes." Affected by Roland's cheerful demeanor, Mia couldn't help but smile and felt the urge to take a break. He set down the alloy block, reduced the gravity amplification, and approached the edge of the training ground to join Roland, grabbing a towel from the ground to wipe his sweat and taking a sip from his water bottle. "It truly brings back memories. From my earliest recollections, I trained day and night, constantly learning magic. Though it was arduous, the satisfaction of feeling my strength grow was immensely rewarding," Roland remarked, sitting beside Mia on the grass, his tone filled with nostalgia. Mia felt a surge of fondness for him, sensing a kindred spirit who also cherished training, and his initial nervousness began to dissipate. Then, sitting on the grass, Mia curiously asked, "Roland, why do you find satisfaction in gaining strength? Or rather, why do you wish to become stronger?" "Ah, Well, isn't it only natural for the weak to strive to become strong, dedicating themselves to protect other weaker individuals? In response to Mia's sudden inquiry, Roland scratched his cheek, appearing somewhat bashful, yet his voice brimmed with resolve. Mia was taken aback by the response, prompting him to ask, "Is this belief of yours something you developed on your own, or was it instilled in you by others?" "Well, why do you ask?" "My beliefs are naturally my own, cultivated and upheld by me. Though my teachers often instruct me to shoulder the responsibilities of a hero, aiming to defeat the Demon King, my original intention remains unchanged." Roland candidly shared his inner thoughts, revealing his identity without any hint of hesitation. Mia felt no surprise at Roland's forthrightness. It seemed only fitting for someone like him. "Then, isn't your persistence commendable?" Mia remarked instinctively. "Ah, thank you. You're the first person to affirm me. My teachers often criticize my thoughts, claiming that the world isn't so naive. Yet I firmly believe I am not mistaken. The blessings of a hero will surely come to me for this reason," Roland replied. His conviction seemingly intensified as he spoke. "Then what about you? What motivates your efforts to become stronger?" "Ah." Just as Mia was about to voice his curiosity regarding the information Roland had revealed, Roland naturally turned the question back to him, leaving Mia momentarily stunned. After a brief contemplation, Mia quickly formulated a response. "Initially, it was for personal reasons, but now, it's to better face the various calamities of the future. I wish to protect everything I hold dear, as well as the peaceful days we currently enjoy." As he spoke, a hint of hesitation flickered in Mia's eyes, for upon reflection, he realized he had never possessed any grand objectives. It had always been like this. And now it seemed to be the same. "Is that so? You have a noble goal as well. Let us persist together. When necessary, I shall contribute my strength, for I too cherish this peaceful nation, where people I hold dear reside." However, Roland appeared oblivious to Mia's uncertainty, effortlessly praising his objective and expressing his willingness to lend aid. Perhaps, to Roland, this was simply a matter of course. Mia couldn't help but think this, and he found himself feeling a genuine fondness for him. Chapter 104. A friendly spar. After their conversation, a brief silence enveloped them as Mia and Roland sat on the grass, silently basking in the warmth of the summer sun. Suddenly, inspired by the presence of Roland beside him, Mia proposed, "Hey, Roland, would you care for a friendly spar?" Roland tilted his head in curiosity and replied, "I don't mind. But I must warn you, I am quite strong now. My teachers are no longer my match." Though they had only spent a short amount of time together, Roland already considered Mia a friend and wished not to undermine his confidence in becoming stronger. He was acutely aware of the magnitude of his own power, realizing that a careless display could cause harm, whether physically or psychologically. "No, it's nothing I am well aware of the strength of a hero. I simply wish to ascertain the difference between us," Mia affirmed, resolute in his stance. "Is that so? Then very well." After considering Mia's response, Roland agreed without further reluctance. The two then rose and made their way to the training ground where Mia had previously practiced. Assuming their combat stances, before the commencement of the sparring session, Mia spoke up in a composed tone, "Roland, I hope you do not hold back. Unleash your true strength." Roland paused momentarily, retracting his battle-ready stance, and with a hint of resignation, replied, "Very well, I shall give it my all." "Then I shall proceed," Mia nodded, subsequently dispelling the gravity magic enveloping him. He activated his body enhancement magic once more, instantly augmenting all his physical attributes tenfold. At this point, he could effortlessly reach the pinnacle of his enhancement magic. Without a moment's hesitation, he employed localized enhancement magic successively, reinforcing each part of his body anew. This inspiration stemmed from his analysis of the reward he received from the second and final supplementary task of the previous system, limit enhancement magic. Although, to this day, Mia had yet to make any significant progress beyond limit enhancement magic. Observing the red veins that emerged on Mia's body as a result of the enhancement magic, Roland's gaze was subtly stirred, revealing a keen interest in this manner of magical application. Nevertheless, having promised Mia to give his utmost, he refrained from adopting a defensive posture, as Mia's displayed power was insufficient to warrant such caution from someone who sought to reveal his true capabilities. Rather than being a genuine display of sincerity, it could be perceived as a lack of social awareness that might, at times, be somewhat irksome. However, Mia was unfazed by such thoughts. After preparing himself, he found himself momentarily at a loss for his next action. his senses honed to their utmost limits, perceiving the terrifying presence before him, conveying the message that no matter what, he could not hope to triumph over his opponent, perhaps even failing to inflict a mere scratch. Should Roland harbor any hostility and exude his aura, Mia feared he might be overwhelmed and brought to the ground instantaneously. This realization left Mia somewhat disheartened, causing him to momentarily forget to continue his offensive. Roland, meanwhile, did not urge Mia to proceed, as he believed that speaking up at this juncture would only serve to insult him, a course of action he could not entertain. After a prolonged silence, under the bright sunlight and with a gentle breeze caressing the air, Mia exhaled deeply, casting aside his hesitation. With renewed vigor, he launched a straight punch aimed directly at Roland's forehead. The expression on Roland's face wavered momentarily as he prepared to respond. But ultimately, he extended his hand, gently deflecting Mia's fist, which possessed the strength capable of shattering a small magical beast, to the side, with an inexplicable technique. He dissipated the force behind Mia's blow as if it had never been delivered. Roland then extended his other hand and lightly pushed Mia, who was propelled backward several paces, caught entirely off guard, his expression one of utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend why he had retreated. "So do you wish to continue?" Roland inquired, observing Mia's perplexed demeanor with a hint of embarrassment. Well, never mind." Mia's expression shifted, ultimately shaking his head in defeat. At this point, continuing would only serve to humiliate himself further. Regardless, he had achieved his objective, understanding the vast disparity in strength between himself and Roland, as well as the hero. By drawing a horizontal comparison, Mia could now more clearly perceive the gulf in power between himself and the Demon King. However, he pondered how much this disparity might diminish if he were to pilot a magical armor. Mia was uncertain, but with an optimistic outlook, he speculated that with Cairo's black technology, even if he could not match the Demon King or the hero, the commanding generals under the Demon King's banner should prove to be formidable opponents. As he observed the dissipating enhancement magic and contemplated his thoughts without revealing any undesirable expressions, Roland couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had not disheartened Mia too severely, otherwise their friendship would have been irrevocably strained. At that moment, Roland felt a surge of gratitude, reflecting on his earlier regret at having unleashed his abilities. After all, Mia was his first peer friend he had made throughout his life. It would be unfortunate to lose him due to his own actions. After a brief pause, witnessing Mia's relaxed demeanor, Roland pondered, recalling the teachings of his former mentors, and felt that he should take the initiative to lighten the atmosphere. Thus, he spoke up. "I'm glad you don't hold any animosity towards me. In truth, if you find it difficult, you may rely on the strong without concern. That simply will not do. If one becomes overly reliant on others, they will find it impossible to progress on their own. Such a path leads only to the severance of one's future," Mia countered, shaking his head in disagreement. "Indeed, you are correct. One must not be excessively dependent on others. I apologize for harboring such an unwarranted thought. I shall amend my ways," Roland responded thoughtfully after hearing Mia's words. As Mia approached, he let out a gentle sigh, a look of contrition gracing his features as he spoke earnestly to Mia. However, Roland's earlier remarks were likely influenced by those around him. He had placed too many expectations and dependencies upon himself as the hero destined to become a champion, leading him to unconsciously accept the reliance of others as a natural occurrence. "No, it's really nothing," Mia replied, somewhat at a loss for how to respond to Roland's earnest demeanor. Although he did not find Roland's overly serious nature to be disagreeable, he struggled to navigate it. Despite their limited time together, Mia felt an inexplicable connection to Roland. His gentle and approachable demeanor, coupled with an aura that inspired genuine trust, an irresistible charm that compelled others to follow, and a will as clear as light itself. All these attributes seemed less a product of his status as a hero and more the qualities that had led him to become one. Mia found himself reflecting on this notion. A short while later, Roland suddenly turned his gaze towards the central castle of Lightsia City, estimating that his prolonged absence had likely been discovered. He thus bid farewell to Mia, saying, "I have been away for quite some time, so I must return now. Otherwise, the teachers will begin to worry." "Oh, see you next time," Mia replied nonchalantly, nodding in acknowledgement. "Yes, until next time," Roland responded, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a satisfied smile. This was the kind of ordinary friendship he desired. With a simple farewell, he turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly recalled something significant that he had previously overlooked and turned back to say, "By the way, I still do not know your name." "Ah, it seems you were right. I have yet to introduce myself," Mia replied, momentarily stunned before realizing, feeling a bit embarrassed as he added, "I am Mia Sogus, a magical armor knight." "Mia, the magical armor knight," Roland echoed, contemplating Mia's exceedingly brief introduction. Suddenly, a look of curiosity sparked in his eyes, and he inquired uncertainly, "So, Mia, do you possess your own magical armor?" "Yes, I suppose so, although it is currently being used as a teaching material for research and has long since been disassembled," Mia replied, scratching his nose, uncertain. "Is that so? What a pity," Roland lamented, his intention to turn back toward Mia momentarily halted before he resolutely made his way toward the central castle of Lightzia City. "Next time we meet, you must let me see your magical armor up close. That's a promise," he declared as he moved with astonishing speed, leaving Mia momentarily stunned, his figure vanishing from sight, though his words lingered in Mia's ears. "Well, that depends on Cairo. Until he develops the new armor, I want to have one," Mia muttered to himself, feeling a sense of resignation. Cairo's decision to utilize the prototype number 3 as a teaching resource left him equally exasperated. As he continued to speak, Mia reactivated the gravity magic around him, turned, and resumed his personal limit training. After encountering Roland and recognizing his formidable strength, Mia felt an even greater urgency to grow stronger. With the hero having made his appearance, how far could the Demon King, his destined adversary, be behind? Stimulated by this thought, Mia persisted in his training, striving to face the impending crisis with enhanced prowess. Roland's return to his group was remarkably seamless, so much so that no one else noticed, nor did he voice his presence. This was due to his uncertainty about whether his escapade had been discovered, prompting him to act with a certain degree of stealth. It was only when the members of the Crimson Cloud, guided by Laius, arrived at their temporary accommodations arranged by the Academy and bid farewell that they realized Roland had already returned. Upon witnessing the astonished expressions of the crowd upon discovering him, Roland immediately realized that his stealthy departure had been uncovered, prompting him to awkwardly offer his apologies. Initially, he anticipated a lengthy reprimand from Prando. Yet to his surprise, Prando merely brushed off the incident without further comment, leaving Roland somewhat astonished. After this moment of surprise, Roland followed Prando into their residence, but not before turning back for one last glance. A flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes, though ultimately he was unable to decipher anything further. In the ensuing 2 days, tranquility reigned. With no significant occurrences, Mia continued her training, wreaking havoc across the Academy's various training grounds. As her endeavors with the Dragon Gold were bound to cause considerable damage, Cairo remained in the capital, diligently collaborating with Galota on the enhancements of the 8th generation battle armor, absent from the Academy. Roland, in his spare moments, would meander through the online academy, observing the training of those in magical armors or seeking out Mia for conversation. When he visited Mia, he made it a point not to disrupt her training, instead basking in the sun nearby until she took a break, at which point they would engage in casual chat. Then, Amild returned from the capital, bringing with him Ambrose and the final resolution from 2 days of discussions with several marshals and ministers. Ambrose intended to acquiesce to Prando's proposal, yet he still sought the hero's assistance, hoping for the Crimson Cloud to travel to the capital for a detailed discussion to finalize the agreement. Prando, initially hesitant, ultimately consented due to Roland's insistence to accompany them. Thus, the Crimson Cloud departed through the magical portal of Lightzia, heading towards the capital of Kenrobe. Accompanying them was Amild, who believed that the decision would not be easily reached, necessitating a prolonged negotiation. Therefore, before his departure, Amild entrusted all Academy affairs to Laius for the time being. Although Laius was merely the assistant to the principal, Amild frequently left the Academy for various matters, and his management skills were far from remarkable, with a relatively laid-back demeanor. Over the past decade, Laius had already been effectively performing the duties of the principal, her formidable management skills earning the respect of the Academy's administrative body. Whenever professors encountered issues, Laius was the first name that came to mind, rather than Amild. Only in matters requiring the principal's decisive input did they approach Amild. Thus, entrusting Laius with the Academy's affairs elicited no objections from the senior staff. As this had been the established practice, any dissenters had long been silenced years prior, This arrangement should have posed no issues, as everyone had grown accustomed to it.I in the 2 days leading up to the departure of the principal and the Crimson Cloud. No significant problems arose, save for a complaint from a teacher regarding Mia's alleged abuse and damage to the academy's grounds, urging Laius to expedite Mia's graduation and send her to the front lines as a proper magical knight ought to. Laius indeed expelled Mia from the academy, as her training with the Dragon Gold was wreaking havoc on the fields, having already destroyed a portion of the training grounds in just a few days. Laius had long wished to expel Mia, the non-attending outlier, to prevent further damage to the academy's public facilities. However, she ultimately allowed Mia to retain her enrollment, respecting her wishes. Then, on the first day that Mia was expelled to the outer wall of Lytesia, and the 4th day since the departure of the Crimson Cloud and Roland, a significant event transpired. Keith Hawkins was murdered in the outer city of Lytesia, when Laius and several high-ranking officials from the academy hurried to the scene. The area was already under a state of emergency, with all unrelated personnel evacuated. However, the city guards tasked with maintaining order appeared restless, their eyes betraying signs of tension and fear that it was evident that they were shaken by the incident. Especially since the victim was the infamous devil teacher, Keith, whose reputation among students was notoriously poor. Nevertheless, the students had never doubted Keith's formidable power. Excluding considerations of magical armors, Keith's combat prowess was arguably second only to Emil. The March, Tier Archmage. The fact that such a formidable figure had been slain instilled fear and disbelief within the city guard, predominantly composed of students. Maintaining a semblance of calm and executing their duties was a testament to their psychological fortitude. However, upon observing Laius and the senior officials arriving on the scene, the guards released a collective sigh of relief that a captain promptly led Laius and her entourage to the site, which had undergone minimal preliminary processing. Here, Laius and the others encountered a rather bizarre sight. The deceased Keith lay sprawled on the sunlit stone, his chest punctured with a gaping wound, exposing his heart and a portion of his entrails. Shattered beyond recognition, the blood pooling from the wound had nearly coagulated, indicating that a considerable amount of time had elapsed since his demise. The peculiarity lay in the fact that a genuine smile adorned Keith's once animated face. A smile so authentic that it narrowed his eyes, yet it appeared utterly grotesque in this context. Moreover, there were no signs of struggle at the scene, not even residual traces of abnormal magical energy. It seemed as though Keith had been engaged in a pleasant conversation with an unidentified individual before being caught off guard and struck down in one swift blow. Yet, this explanation presented an enigma. Keith was a powerful archmage and a magic warrior. He should have sensed the impending danger unless the assailant possessed the caliber of a sword saint or a hero. A notion that seemed unlikely. Disregarding the possibility of a sword saint or hero deliberately targeting Keith, Laius knew that the hero was currently in the capital, while the sword saint was stationed thousands of miles away in the Radiant Federation, effectively ruling out their involvement. Furthermore, the unwavering smile that lingered on Keith's face as he met his end raised further suspicions Laius pondered. A vague thought flickered through her mind, causing her brow to furrow and her gaze to waver as she began to contemplate. Observing Laius lost in thought, Morzert and the others, though equally burdened by the gravity of the situation, refrained from interrupting her. Morzert, being a close friend of Keith, felt a tumult of grief and rage. Yet he suppressed his urgency, hoping to glean insights into the identity of the murderer from Laius. I sincerely hope my suspicions are unfounded. Let us transport Teacher Keith's remains back for now and deliberate on pursuing the culprit once we return to the academy. Laius finally sighed, her expression darkening as her eyes darted around, revealing her agitation. Morzert moved to inquire further. Laius preempted him. Morzert, feeling somewhat helpless, sensed an air of unease in Laius' demeanor and thought it best to heed her words. He summoned assistants to carry Keith's body on a stretcher. By the way, Professor Morzert, just as Morzert and the others prepared to head back to the central castle, Laius suddenly turned to him. Caught off guard, he listened as she continued. Please speak with Mia Sogus regarding this matter and observe his reaction that if possible, bring him back with you. Laius's words momentarily stunned those present, leaving them puzzled about her sudden directive. Even Morzert stood bewildered. Then, a chilling hypothesis collectively formed in the minds of those gathered, who could disarm Keith's defenses, coax a genuine smile from him, and possess the strength to deliver a fatal blow when he was relaxed. Furthermore, Mia had just been expelled from the academy. Keith had seemingly ventured out to seek her in light of Lias's statement. Nearly everyone connected the dots, their expressions shifting dramatically. Mozart, visibly anxious, interjected, "That boy Mia could never commit such an act. And you all know he lacks the capability to do so, hence he cannot be the culprit. Do not be overly agitated, Professor Mozart, nor should you jump to conclusions. That was not my intent. I merely lost my composure earlier. For now, it is prudent to exercise caution. I simply wish to verify a matter, just in case." As Mozart's words alleviated the tension in the room, Lias seized the moment to clarify her earlier statement. She recognized that her hasty remarks in the presence of so many had been reckless, prompting her attempt at damage control. However, at this moment, her emotions were indeed quite tumultuous, and she harbored significant worries about a particular matter, which rendered her words somewhat agitated and failed to completely convince the restless crowd around her. Ultimately, these individuals could not entirely relinquish their inner thoughts, perhaps sensing the anxiety that plagued Lias at this time. Mozart chose not to say more. Observing the expressions and gazes of those present, he understood that doubt regarding Mia still lingered in their hearts. Although he trusted Mia, he was at a loss as to how to alleviate their misunderstandings. "Very well. I shall first go fetch Mia. I believe he is innocent." Mozart finally left behind these words before hastily making his way outside the city. If only the headmaster were still at the academy. It would have been fortuitous. Strangely, as he set out to find Mia, he found himself unexpectedly missing Aimedas, who usually possessed little presence. Yet, abruptly halting his steps, he recalled a critical matter, the recent series of events, the visit of the Scarlet Cloud and the hero. The headmaster departing with them to the royal capital for discussions, followed by Mia's expulsion from the academy, and immediately after, the assassination of Kiss. These interconnected occurrences felt eerily unsettling. Additionally, Lias's sudden lack of discretion in attempting to sow misunderstandings about Mia made him ponder. Mozart suddenly recognized this doubt, and a somewhat ominous thought flickered through his mind. However, there was no time for him to ponder these matters. He needed to locate Mia swiftly, convey the news, and return him to the academy before he could contemplate any further. Chapter 107. Dispute. When Mozart discovered Mia in a small forest outside Lytesia, he was dragging an even larger block of alloy than before. Upon hearing Mozart's call, Mia turned back with a hint of curiosity. After Mozart informed Mia of Kiss's demise, he stood frozen in place, unconsciously releasing his grip, causing the iron chain tethering the alloy block behind him to clatter to the ground. Momentarily regaining his senses, Mia disregarded Mozart and silently hurried towards the city, unleashing all available magic to enhance his speed. Observing Mia's silent demeanor, Mozart let out a silent sigh, then caught up to him. Following in silence, soon, the two arrived at the academy, which had entered a heightened state of alert, reaching the location where Kiss's remains were laid. Here, Lias and several high-ranking academy officials were present, seemingly conducting a memorial service while quietly awaiting Mozart and Mia's arrival. Teacher Kiss, gazing upon the lifeless form of Kiss, now cold to the touch, Mia finally accepted the grim reality, and an uncontrollable expression of sorrow manifested on his face. Despite Kiss often scolding him, punishing him, and wearing a perpetual scowl, Mia held a deep respect for him, as Kiss had provided him with much assistance. But now, why so suddenly? Mia's voice faltered, tears welling in his eyes, before his tone shifted to a fierce and low growl, asking without turning back, "Teacher Mozart, who is responsible for this?" "Mia, you. It is irrelevant who is responsible. What you must do now is return to your dormitory and wait. You are not to involve yourself in the pursuit of the culprit. You lack the capacity to do so. This is a matter for the academy and the standing army." Mozart had only just contemplated offering comfort to Mia when Lias's unsympathetic words interrupted him, causing him to cast an angry glare in her direction. At her words, Mia's body stiffened, and he turned to face Lias, whose expression was cold and unyielding. "Then I shall graduate now. I do not permit it. I am already a knight. As long as you are a registered student of the academy, you must obtain the academy's consent to graduate and comply with its arrangements. This is a decision you made yourself." After a moment of silent confrontation, Mia began to argue with Lias, who relentlessly pressured him, forbidding him from participating in the forthcoming events. Just as Mia's expression grew increasingly distressed, contemplating further protest, Mozart suddenly covered Mia's mouth with his hand. "I will take him to the dormitory now. I will have Miss Coroni watch over him. Then, amidst Mia's struggles, Morzert stifled his protests, hoisting him silently and addressing Leah's. I apologize for the inconvenience. It is no trouble. I merely wish to inquire a few matters upon your return. Understood. Very well. After this brief exchange, the impassive Morzert swiftly departed, carrying Mia. Meanwhile, the other high-ranking officials wore grim expressions, silent as they regarded Mia with blatant distrust. This skepticism felt somewhat peculiar, but was, in fact, quite reasonable. To put it simply. Since Aimedas had granted Mia a special admission quota, a significant portion of the Academy's upper echelons had harbored latent dissatisfaction and hostility towards him. Over the years, Mia's various behaviors during his time at the Academy had only fueled the discontent among those who had not interacted with him directly but had consistently disapproved of his actions. Particularly after Mia chose not to serve in the military upon becoming a knight, opting instead to remain at the Academy, their discontent reached an almost unbearable level that in their eyes, Mia's choice was an act of cowardice. An affront to the honor of both the Academy and the knighthood, an unforgivable deed. Thus, Mia's sudden suspicion was not entirely unfathomable, as these individuals were already inclined to interpret his actions with malice. Leah's impatient remarks merely provided them an opportunity to openly vent their grievances. Naturally, they would not openly accuse Mia of being the perpetrator, for should any rumors of a student slaying a teacher arise, the reputation of the National Magic Armored Knight Academy would suffer greatly, something they were unwilling to witness or accept. Therefore, all they could resort to was a form of cold violence, indirect accusations while overtly expressing their doubts. Even if some among them were slightly more acquainted with Mia, having witnessed his strength during the previous year's events in the Monster Forest, they ultimately did not share the close relationship that Morzert had with him, and thus dared not oppose the collective will of the higher-ups, choosing instead to remain silent observers. As Morzert made his way to the dormitory, Mia attempted to break free, unwittingly employing various enhancement spells. Yet, in the end, he could not escape Morzert's grasp and was taken to the dormitory area. The students of the Academy had already received a notice of suspension for a period, and were currently confined to the dormitory, protected by the city guards. Upon seeing Mia being carried by Morzert, they cast curious glances his way. Mia had become quite the celebrity among the students, thus garnering their attention. Coroni, seemingly anticipating this occurrence, awaited Morzert's arrival with an expression that remained as cold as ever, instilling fear. I entrust this child to you. Please ensure he does not escape. Morzert spoke solemnly upon reaching Coroni. She nodded silently in reply. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Hearing this, Mia struggled even more fiercely, to the point where Morzert found it increasingly difficult to hold him. Observing this, Coroni reached out to stroke Mia's neck, and he promptly rolled his eyes before losing consciousness. Then, with the reverent gazes of the students upon her, Coroni carried Mia into one of the dormitory buildings. With this, there would be no further concerns. That I hope Mia understands that this is not something he can involve himself in. Now, only the perpetrator remains. Upon witnessing Coroni's figure vanish, Morzert's expression turned exceedingly stern, a chilling demeanor emerging upon his aged face as he turned to leave. He still had questions to pose to Leah's. Chapter 108. Clarifications in Analysis. When Morzert next encountered Leah's, it was in a standard conference room within the central Grand Castle, where she had summoned him to attend an urgent meeting. Present at this gathering were all current high-ranking officials of the Academy, along with several lower-tier teachers. Once Morzert, the last to arrive, took his seat, the emergency meeting officially commenced. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat peculiar. The higher-ups wore stern expressions, while the teachers displayed a more complex array of emotions, some anxious, deeply concerned about Kiss's assassination, while others puzzled as to why they were even included in this meeting. Leah's did not offer any explanations to these lower-tier teachers, who seldom participated in such high-level decisions. After announcing the meeting's commencement, she stood to speak. Before Liasi could utter a word, Morzert preemptively inquired, Assistant Liasi, have you been in contact with the dean and the nearby garrison recently? Morzert's abrupt question caused the assembled high-ranking officials to furrow their brows in confusion, wondering why he posed such a pointed inquiry with such fervor. Professor Morzert, esteemed colleagues present, I regret to inform you of a distressing piece of news. Currently, all magical means of external communication have ceased to function. Even the magical portal within the castle has become inoperative and cannot be activated. Liasi cast a glance at Morzert, who appeared visibly displeased, understanding the source of his discontent but choosing to remain silent. She softly articulated the shocking revelation that left everyone present aghast. "Is there any plan to dispatch personnel for assistance?" Morzert pressed on, seemingly unfazed, as if he had anticipated such circumstances. Recent events, in his view, were too coincidental. The perpetrator was undoubtedly scheming something, and the disruption of the Academy's external communications was not unexpected. Rather, it confirmed his belief that the assailant was targeting the Academy or perhaps a specific individual within it. The recent tragedy involving Keith was merely the beginning, and what lay ahead could be even worse, prompting him to further question Liasi. "No, though I too wish to establish contact with the outside world swiftly. The current situation remains unclear, and it is not prudent to send out a rescue party just yet that I fear that such actions would only lead to further casualties, as the Academy has evidently become a covert target, and I suspect the perpetrator may not act alone." Liasi shook her head, reiterating her response to Morzert's inquiry. Her words sent a tremor through the assembly, followed by a cacophony of murmurs as people exchanged hushed comments. Amidst the clamor, Morzert, noting Liasi's composure, felt a surge of unease arise from a thought lingering in the depths of his mind. He decided to abandon any pretense and directly asked, "Might I inquire, Assistant Liasi, do you suspect that Myasogus is the culprit?" This question encapsulated the root of Morzert's dissatisfaction, as Liasi's earlier suggestion to seek out Maya's had unsettled him, leading to feelings of suspicion. Morzert's blunt inquiry cast an immediate silence over the chamber, with the high-ranking officials exchanging furtive glances, while the other faculty members appeared incredulous, unlike their scheming superiors. Those who interacted with Maya's frequently held a favorable view of his character. Although they could not entirely endorse his cavalier approach towards his own classes, save for Keith's, they understood the bond between the two. Thus, upon hearing Morzert's words, disbelief clouded their minds, and they turned their gazes towards Liasi. Seeking her clarification, meeting their expectant stares, Liasi unhesitatingly shook her head and asserted, "No, from the very beginning, I have never suspected Myasogus, for he is incapable of such deeds." Upon hearing Liasi's declaration, Morzert initially breathed a sigh of relief, only to be gripped by anxiety once more. Why, then, had she made such a statement? A chilling sensation washed over him, as if he had grasped but a fragment of the truth. Shrouded still in obscurity, after she spoke, Liasi surveyed the gathered assembly, her gaze lingering on the flickering eyes of the Academy's leaders and the visibly relieved teachers. Her solemn demeanor caused a palpable tension to rise. As they began to wonder if Liasi believed the culprit was among them, they pondered this unsettling notion. Liasi, after a moment of silence, turned her attention back to Morzert. "Professor, do you find it somewhat peculiar that these recent events seem to intertwine in such an eerie manner? Do you harbor doubts regarding my previous statements, thinking I might be attempting to cast suspicion upon Myasogus while concealing my own ulterior motives?" Morzert was momentarily taken aback by Liasi's directness. Though he nodded in acknowledgement, for he had indeed entertained such thoughts, only to dismiss them upon hearing her initial remarks. The strange turn of events left the assembly momentarily speechless, mouths agape, in uncertainty. "It is only natural for you to consider this, given that the root of all trouble stems from the smile Keith bore when he met his demise." Liasi's astute observation elicited a nod from Morzert. As she anticipated his response, she recognized that, upon closer examination, her earlier comments could be construed as shifting suspicion towards Maya's. "However, my intention in asking you to confirm Myasogus' status and to observe his reactions was purely benevolent," Liasi continued, not allowing Morzert to interject amidst his rising agitation. Indeed, for someone to elicit such genuine trust and relaxation from Keith in his final moments, it must be someone with whom he shared an intimate bond. Yet, that individual need not necessarily be the person he believed them to be. "Are you suggesting?" Morzert began, astonished and struggling to maintain his composure. "Precisely, the assailant may have disguised themselves as someone extremely close to Keith. Besides you, who was with us, the only other individual in the Academy fitting that description is Myasogus. Thus, I requested that you inform Myasogus of the situation concerning Keith and to scrutinize his reactions closely. I am confident that you would ultimately take Myasogus to that trusted sorceress of yours, which is why I preemptively asked her to verify Myasogus' authenticity. Indeed, I will be candid. I previously speculated that perhaps Myasogus had been secretly harmed, and the perpetrator had taken on his guise. However, that sorceress recently contacted me, confirming that Myasogus is indeed himself. This is undoubtedly a stroke of fortune, yet it leads us to conclude that the assailant seized the opportunity of Myosogus' expulsion from the academy, masquerading as him while visiting Keith, and unexpectedly murdered Keith. As Liasi concluded her narrative, a profound silence enveloped the room. The magnitude of her revelations left the assembly in a state of shock, each member contemplating the implications of her words. After a prolonged pause, even Morzert fell into silence, pondering the situation when a teacher hesitantly inquired, "If that is the case, what could the assailant's objective possibly be?" Unclear. But it matters not, for it is evident that the perpetrator is deliberately targeting our academy, excluding the sorceress known only to outsiders, the most formidable individual in our academy, both in terms of personal strength and piloting prowess, is undoubtedly Keith. Therefore, it is entirely understandable that he would be the assailant's primary target. Upon hearing the teacher's inquiry, Liasi maintained her usual composure, responding with clarity to elucidate the concerns of the bewildered junior faculty members. Observing the gravity of her response weighing on her colleagues, she continued, "We should take solace in the fact that we still have that sorceress. I have entrusted her with the care of all students in the dormitory area, including the members of the city guard. With her presence, I believe the students will remain safe." In response to Liasi's reassurances, the atmosphere among the gathered individuals visibly lightened, as the realization dawned that if they could not ensure the safety of their students, their very existence as an academy and as educators would be rendered meaningless. Thus, our immediate course of action must be to devise a means of notifying the outside world and securing assistance swiftly. However, we must not remain passive. That will only exacerbate the situation. Clearly, the assailant is plotting something, and we cannot afford to sit idly by, just as Liasi was preparing to galvanize the assembly into action. A voice, tinged with a faintly sardonic tone, interrupted her fervent discourse. Liasi recognized it as belonging to a typically reticent teacher, with whom she had exchanged words on several occasions, yet she chose not to respond. Sensing an unusual undertone in their manner, swiftly, she turned to face the source of the voice, as did the others, an inexplicable sense of unease permeating the in that moment. A somewhat portly and unassuming middle-aged teacher rose calmly to his feet, a peculiar smile adorning his face. The mirth gleaming in his eyes sent a chill down the spines of those present, while the few educators seated beside him appeared dazed, their eyes devoid of life, as if ensnared by some enchantment. Witnessing this bizarre scene, everyone gasped in shock before swiftly springing from their seats, adopting defensive postures, as a multitude of spells began to unfold in the shadows. "Do not panic. I harbor no ill will," he declared, "but my question is, if that murderer could disguise himself as me, and even Kiss, who shares a deep bond with him, failed to notice anything amiss, is it possible do not let him continue?" Boom. Then, is it possible that others are also in disguise? Upon hearing the malevolent undertones in his voice, Leah sensed imminent danger. The moment he uttered the word possible, she grasped his intent to expose the very thing she had been deliberately avoiding. Consequently, Leah acted decisively, conjuring a fireball several meters in diameter that crashed into him, producing a resounding explosion. However, it proved futile. Amidst the cacophony, his words pierced the ears of those present like a demonic whisper, halting the instinctive urge to heed Leah's command and retaliate. In an instant, an unsettling agitation arose within the crowd, their gazes toward one another shifting to a state of nervous vigilance. The seeds of suspicion were swiftly sown. Humph. Even if you possess the ability to disguise yourselves, we have individuals capable of discerning your true selves. Observing the unfolding situation, Leah's dared not hesitate, countering the adversary's words before matters escalated further. "It seems you are indeed correct, Assistant Leas. Just moments ago, several of our companions in the dormitory were dragged out by that individual. Who would have thought that a remnant from that era, a witch, would be hiding here?" The tone shifted from confidence to astonishment as he emerged unscathed from the flames, yet his appearance had transformed from that of the middle-aged teacher into a figure cloaked in a dark robe, their visage obscured by a mask. The teachers he had controlled lay motionless on the ground, their bodies bearing burn marks, were it not for the rise and fall of their chests. One might have assumed they had succumbed to his malevolence. "What is the purpose of your allegiance to the Sin God? Do you seek to destroy this academy?" Upon recognizing the figure before him, Morzert's expression darkened considerably. Unlike the other high-ranking educators who had never ventured beyond the borders of the Stir Kingdom, and thus knew little of continental affairs. Mozart, who had once teamed up with Kiss in his youth to traverse foreign lands, quickly discerned the identity of the intruder. Yet, this revelation only plunged his heart deeper into despair. Why bother guessing? All I can offer as a hint is this. Everything follows the will of the divine. Ah ha 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 ha. The sin god's follower evidently had no intention of divulging further information. After uttering a few words, he transformed into a shadow of darkness, vanishing amidst his maniacal laughter. Moments later, as they gazed at the departing figure of the sin god's follower and then at each other, silently wary and filled with uncertainty, Mozart and Leas exchanged a wordless glance, both acutely aware that trouble had escalated to alarming proportions. With the atmosphere thickening with mutual suspicion, teetering on the brink of self-destruction, Leas understood that further silence was untenable. She quickly spoke up. For precautionary measures, let us take them with us to the dormitory that we need the witch's assistance to cleanse our surroundings. With that, she observed the still motionless crowd, and without hesitation, both she and Mozart moved forward in unison. Mozart hoisted 2 individuals, while Leas used magic to levitate several others, and together they led the way, with the hesitant group trailing behind. Witnessing this development, Mozart felt an unusual heaviness in his heart. At that moment, Leas hastened to catch up, whispering beside him, "What is the matter with the sin god's followers? The sin god's followers are extremist devotees of the sin god, and their presence inevitably stirs the various sources of sin within people's hearts, leading to internal collapse. They are often mischaracterized as trials of the divine, having previously incited turmoil and the downfall of several small nations, prompting a coalition of nations to hunt them down. Regrettably, no one has ever accurately located them, and the hunt has ultimately come to naught. They are exceptionally dangerous individuals." Despite the weight of his revelation, Mozart chose to trust Leas, imparting all he knew about the sin god's followers. After absorbing Mozart's words, Leas fell silent, her heart heavy with an overwhelming sense of unease. Chapter 110. Resolute, Clandestine Figures. Ultimately, after Coroni intervened and meticulously examined everyone, including Leas, ensuring no other sin god followers had infiltrated their midst, a collective sigh of relief resonated throughout the group. Subsequently, when Leas requested Coroni to teach them methods to discern truth from falsehood, Coroni directly inscribed a special magical mark upon each individual. This was not a form of magic familiar to the teachers and high-ranking officials, but rather seemed to belong to a different magical paradigm, one distinct from the current magical civilization of the continent. Or perhaps it could not even be classified as magic. However, observing Coroni's emotionless visage and inscrutable gaze, the group refrained from inquiring further as they departed the dormitory under Leas' lead. Leas remained resolute in her intention to take the initiative. She was undeterred by fear. After activating all defensive spells within the academy and the city of Lytesia, she issued a wartime state of emergency, instructing students to remain within the academy's dormitory, forbidding residents of the outer city from leaving their homes, and imposing a curfew. With that, she began preparations for the teachers' patrol and investigation. For in the midst of darkness, their only option was to act. Meanwhile, the other teachers and high-ranking officials, having dispelled their internal suspicions, felt a mix of indignation and humiliation, believing themselves to have been toyed with. Thus, they responded eagerly to Leas' proposal, ultimately forming patrol teams of 15 to scour the entirety of Lytesia for the sin god's followers. Naturally, they were not foolish. They patrolled using magic-powered armor, for only then could they fully unleash their true capabilities. Let us not forget that they were born of magic-powered knights, not traditional sorcerers. The armor was their foundation, but as the moon ascended that night. In the dormitory of the academy, within Coroni's chamber, Mia gradually regained consciousness, leaning against her formidable physique. The familiar darkness enveloped her, and as her awareness slowly returned, she momentarily paused before recalling that she was in Coroni's room. Mia was quite familiar with this space, having often found herself summoned here due to late returns, subjected to Coroni's punitive measures. That it was akin to being confined in a small dark room, the kind that was utterly silent and devoid of light, with the ever-watchful presence of Coroni adding to the sense of foreboding, leaving Mia too intimidated to even indulge in idle thoughts or converse with the system. As her consciousness fully awakened and she beheld Coroni seated silently on the edge of the bed, she felt a rush of clarity. Yet, Coroni remained as she always was, silently poised in her chair. In Mia's recollection, it seemed Coroni had never rested upon the bed, always maintaining her silent vigil in that chair. Awake, are we? As if sensing Mia's return to consciousness, Coroni opened her striking yet emotionless eyes. Tilting her head to regard Mia.at this moment, Mia had no desire to conceal her intentions and prepared to rise without hesitation. However, Coroni extended a hand to restrain her, inquiring, "Do you truly have to go?" Mia fell silent for a moment, understanding that without Coroni's permission, she would not be able to leave. With a low voice, she replied, "Yes, it is imperative that I go, and no matter who instigated this. I will ensure they pay the price." Her voice was low yet resolute. "And then what? Setting aside whether you can capture them, even if you can defeat them, what price will you exact? Can you truly take a life?" Yet Coroni remained unfazed by her words, her tone as devoid of emotion as ever. Mia fell silent once more, but after a brief pause, she turned to meet Coroni's gaze, her expression twisting into one of ferocity. "Kiss is my mentor, and thus I will kill him, for this is vengeance." Coroni and Mia locked eyes for what felt like an eternity before Coroni finally withdrew her hand, ceasing her verbal restraint over Mia's actions. Although Mia found it peculiar that Coroni was so accommodating, she had no time for contemplation, driven by the fire of vengeance that surged within her. With a swift motion, she sprang to her feet. "Thank you." As she reached the door, Mia paused momentarily, whispering her gratitude before decisively departing. Time passed. It truly seems as if, in the room, Coroni remained motionless, lost in her own musings. But how many times have we met now? After leaving Coroni's chamber, Mia skillfully evaded the attention of students who had yet to succumb to slumber, quietly making her way out of the dormitory area. Once outside, she found herself momentarily disoriented, uncertain of her next course of action. Given Leah's resolute demeanor earlier, it was clear that she could not expect assistance from the Academy's instructors. In fact, it was quite possible that merely being spotted by them would result in her being forcibly returned to the dormitory. Thus, she was left to rely solely on herself. Yet, there remained one crucial question. Where was the perpetrator? Without any key clues, Mia would be unable to locate the individual responsible. However, perhaps the teachers possessed information, regrettably. She could not seek them out. What was she to do? Just as Mia grappled with the predicament, a shadowy figure caught her eye beneath the moonlight. As if deliberately, the figure exaggeratedly fled upon noticing Mia's presence. "Wait!" Mia called out, driven by an instinctive impulse, and began to pursue the figure. Yet, the moment her voice rang out, the figure bolted even faster. What followed was rather peculiar. No matter how Mia quickened her pace or employed every spell at her disposal to enhance her speed, the distance between her and that elusive figure never diminished. It appeared as though the individual was intentionally toying with her. The more bizarre the situation became, the stronger Mia's conviction grew that this figure was somehow connected to the murderer. Thus, she paid no heed to the possibility of being led into a trap. Even if she might not be a match for this individual, she was resolute in the belief that she would at least take a piece of them down with her. With that unwavering determination, Mia chased the figure to the second city wall of Lycia, encountering no one along the way. There, she observed the figure deftly leap onto the wall. Perhaps it was a trick of her mind. But it seemed as though the figure glanced back at her midair and offered a fleeting smile. Without a moment's hesitation, Mia followed suit and leaped onto the wall. Strangely, the tactical level defensive magic that should have activated upon their arrival showed no signs of functioning, allowing both to ascend the wall with remarkable ease. Chapter 111. The Chase. No sooner had Mia set foot upon the wall than she was struck by a faint, metallic scent. Upon fully gaining her footing, she was confronted with a scene that could only be described as horrific. The ground was strewn with debris, including various twisted and shattered components of mechanized armor, along with the scattered remains of individuals. Equally battered, the remnants of clothing suggested that these victims were likely instructors or high-ranking officials of the Academy. "You fiend!" Mia gasped as the grim reality sank in. Anger surged within her, and she bellowed at the figure, which had begun to leap down from the opposite side of the wall. "Oh dear, no need to be so furious. The individuals I've dispatched were all wicked souls. I would never harm the virtuous, for that is the will of the divine." Upon hearing Mia's furious shout, the figure tilted its head slightly, a voice emanating from its obscured visage that felt oddly familiar. Yet, Mia did not dwell on this, consumed by rage. She merely yearned to land a punch on the figure's face. However, with a light step, the figure propelled itself backward, using the air as a springboard to descend rapidly by the time Mia reached the edge of the wall. The figure was already fading from view. Naturally, she would not let this opportunity slip away. Without hesitation, she jumped off the wall, channeling her magical energy to hasten her fall. Yet, even as she touched the ground, the figure had vanished completely. Damn it! Mia gritted her teeth but refused to relent, charging toward the spot where the figure had just disappeared. After advancing for a short while, a distant cacophony of explosions and anguished cries abruptly pierced the air from her right. Startled, Mia halted and spun around. After a moment's contemplation, she shot one last fierce glance in the direction she had intended to pursue, then redirected her course toward the source of the tumult. As she drew nearer, the sounds grew clearer, the mournful wails of metal and the harrowing screams of humanity, jolting Mia's already taut nerves. Upon rounding a building, she once again caught sight of the elusive figure from earlier. Before her, a towering mechanized suit, over 20 meters tall, swung a colossal fist toward the figure, whose stature seemed diminutive in comparison. The glimmering light upon the fist signaled the activation of magic. Yet, the figure, still shrouded in mystery, nonchalantly raised a hand to deflect the blow, effortlessly crushing the mechanized suit's arm as if it were mere tofu. Then, with a swift motion, the figure stomped down upon the suit's head, shattering it into fragments, before crouching low, extending its arms to seize the mechanized suit, and with a motion reminiscent of tearing paper, it rent the remaining structure and the unfortunate pilot within into two. The sheer magnitude of strength contained within that seemingly frail form was unfathomable. The mechanized suit was rendered as fragile as parchment in its presence. A demon, impossible to defeat. Run. The remaining survivors, witnessing this horror, finally broke down and fled. This shocking spectacle jolted Mia back to reality. She instinctively scanned her surroundings, her gaze settling on the source of the cries. The area was littered with twisted fragments of mechanized armor and scattered bloodstains, the method of devastation identical to what she had encountered atop the wall. Among the still living, one individual, piloting a standard 6th-generation mechanized suit, bore the name Belair, and alongside two equally terror-stricken companions, they turned to flee in panic. They were utterly terrified. The demon had appeared suddenly before their patrol team, and before they could discern its visage, it had already struck in mere moments. What had begun as a 15-member patrol team had been reduced to just these three, the rest torn asunder by this terrifying entity. Oh, please don't run. Aren't you supposed to be teachers? How can you flee before your students? The voice, familiar yet laced with malice, sent a chill down Mia's spine, and she instinctively unleashed her magical energy, charging at the figure. The three fleeing individuals, now bereft of spirit, were oblivious to the outside world, solely focused on their escape, even forgetting to cast spells to hasten their flight. You despicable fiends! Mia shouted, resolute and without hesitation. Prepared to unleash her most potent magical assault, the tactical-level spell Frenzied Collapse, in a bid to bring both herself and her adversary to ruin. But in the next heartbeat, the figure suddenly materialized before her. Catching Mia off guard in a reflexive motion, she swung her fist, expecting the figure to easily counter. Instead, the figure was sent flying. This unexpected outcome left Mia momentarily stunned, her eyes widening as the spell she had been channeling faltered. Then, as the figure fell beneath the moonlight, Mia beheld its true countenance, and an overwhelming sense of suffocation washed over her, for the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to herself. Haha, I knew you would follow. There is something I must convey to you in person. Our purpose here is none other than you. Mia, so, indulge in your hatred, whether it be toward us or yourself, for this calamity is born of you. No matter how you argue otherwise, we are all guilty by association. This shocking revelation rendered Mia speechless, halting her in her tracks. The doppelganger gracefully landed and, without a moment's pause, darted toward the fleeing trio, vanishing from Mia's sight in the blink of an eye. What do you mean it's my fault? If that were true, I would have condemned the teachers to an unforgivable fate. You vile, contemptible wretches speak of shared guilt. Yet only you are in the wrong. Do you not think you can escape? Trembling with rage and hatred, Mia's despair morphed into an unwavering resolve, propelling her forward in pursuit of the vanishing figure. Shortly after Mia's departure, a throng of mechanized suits arrived in a hurried rush. This was the delayed response of Leah and her group, who had swiftly come to the aid following a distress signal. As for Morzert, he had not accompanied them, but had instead taken another team to search for a missing patrol unit on the wall. The gruesome scene before them left the arriving reinforcements in shock and disarray, their hearts racing with trepidation, unsure of how to proceed. Within her specially designed sixth-generation mechanized suit, Elkenby, Leah ground her teeth, her usual indifference replaced by fury. If circumstances allow, we will unleash large-scale destructive magic. Upon hearing Leah's vehement declaration and witnessing her lead the way along the magical traces left by Mia, the remaining members hesitated for a moment before gritting their teeth and following suit. At this juncture, they have begun to grasp the true terror of the enemy they must confront, yet they have not yet encountered it firsthand. Consequently, they still possess a semblance of courage and dare to follow Laius. Chapter 112. Ominous foreboding. Sounds when Mia once again caught up with the imposter masquerading as her. It was on a broad street in the northern part of the outer city. At that moment, the mechas piloted by the three fleeing teachers had been torn to pieces and carelessly discarded upon the ground. However, only one of the teachers had met a gruesome fate, while the other two had escaped the clutches of death, cowering in a corner of the street, their faces etched with abject terror as they beheld the figure impersonating Mia. "Ah, here you are. As I mentioned before, I only slay the guilty that I spared these two, for they are decent souls." Upon seeing the hastily approaching Mia, the doppelganger, bearing her likeness, grinned, his hands stained with fresh blood. "You." The moment those words reached Mia's ears, her fury ignited, and she was about to retort. However, before she could utter a word, the heavy sound of rapid footsteps approached from behind. Mia recognized that sound all too well. It was the noise made by mechas moving at high speed. "Well, it seems I must take my leave. Just a little tip before I go. Although that which is quite formidable, we still have others among you." The impersonator, having heard the footsteps, lifted his head and spoke cheerfully to Mia. After finishing his words, he transformed into a shadow and vanished into the ground. Wait! Mia had sensed an ill omen at the moment the impostor began to speak. She lunged forward, but ultimately grasped nothing but air. The figure had already disappeared. Ugh! Fury boiled within Mia. If the impostor could depart so easily, then she had been played for a fool without realizing it. The thought made her grit her teeth. Her expression, however, terrified the two teachers huddled in the corner, who let out piercing screams. As if responding to their cries, the approaching footsteps quickened, and it was evident that something was about to emerge. Mia's countenance shifted dramatically, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. The words left behind by the impersonator had, unbeknownst to her, begun to take effect, sowing seeds of doubt within her. After a moment's contemplation, she clenched her jaw and slipped into a narrow alleyway, a passage too confined for a mecha to traverse, choosing to evade the impending presence. Barely a moment after Mia disappeared into the alley, Laius, piloting her Elkenby, arrived, catching a glimpse of Mia's fleeting figure. Instantly, Laius's expression darkened, a foreboding sense of dread swelling within her. However, there was no time for further contemplation. After a swift survey of the surroundings and confirming the absence of any clear enemy presence, she maneuvered her mecha to the two terrified teachers. Under the shroud of shadow, the two educators initially cowered in fear, clutching their heads. Before gradually realizing their surroundings, they lifted their gazes to the familiar mecha. After a moment of silence, as the rest of the group arrived, the two teachers wept profusely, scrambling to Laius's mecha and clinging tightly to its leg, crying out, "It was Mia Sogus. We saw her. It was her." At their cries, the arriving members of the academy were taken aback, their faces paling. Laius, furrowing her brows, recalled the fleeting figure she had just witnessed, her expression growing increasingly somber. "All right, let us take them aboard, gather the bodies of the fallen, and inform the others to abandon their patrols. Everyone is to return to the academy for now. As for Mia Sogus, let us head to the dormitory area to confirm her whereabouts." As Laius issued her orders, the others dared not hesitate or question her. Quickly departing with palpable tension, after the academy members left, Mia emerged heavily from the alleyway. When Laius had been giving orders, her voice had been amplified by external magic, meaning her words were audible beyond the confines of the mecha. Thus, an ominous thought gripped Mia. Should her departure from the dormitory be discovered, her standing would be compromised, likely deeming her a suspect. Perhaps this was exactly what the impostor had intended. Uncertain yet mentally prepared for such a scenario, Mia did not linger, quickly making her exit. Though she was unaware of the impostor's whereabouts, she felt compelled to search for them. After wandering the outer city of Lytesia throughout the night, it was only natural that Mia had gleaned no information. By morning, the outer city was eerily silent, with households barricaded indoors, devoid of the usual bustle. This silence stemmed from the Academy's wartime curfew. Experiencing such a scene for the first time, Mia's mood grew increasingly oppressive as she aimlessly roamed the city, her anger seeking an outlet. With Lias having withdrawn all patrol squads, the streets were left desolate, save for Mia's solitary figure. The furtive and fearful glances cast her way by the residents further exacerbated her agitation. Eventually, she decided to retreat into an empty alleyway, seeking a moment of respite. Unbeknownst to her, the tumult within her heart manifested as an ominous red hue in her eyes. Help! In this state, just as Mia intended to rest, she suddenly heard a faint voice, causing her body to pause mid-sit. Help! Straining to listen, Mia initially thought she had succumbed to hallucination. Yet, the voice echoed again, prompting her to spring to her feet, a nagging instinct telling her this was crucial. Driven by an urge to locate the source, she resumed listening intently to discern its origin. Help! At last, after a moment's patience, the voice reached her ears once more, now even more indistinct. This left Mia feeling puzzled. After pondering briefly, she returned to her seated position, awaiting the voice's resurgence. Help me! As anticipated, once she settled back down, the voice grew clearer, and this time, Mia finally pinpointed its source, beneath the ground. Gazing at the alley's surface, Mia felt a twinge of confusion. She had never heard of any underground facilities in Lytesia, not even a drainage system. How could there be something below? Chapter 113. The Voice of Distress. The underground dwellers, after a moment, spurred by an obscure intuition, Mia, unable to fathom the situation, gritted her teeth and activated her enhancement magic, embarking on a violent excavation. Under normal circumstances, such reckless behavior would have drawn the attention of the city guard. However, with Lias treating the entire guard as mere students and having confined them to the academy, and with the teacher patrols recalled, no one was present to halt Mia's actions. She struck the surface bricks with her fists, shattering them, and used her hands to scrape away the thick soil beneath. Soon, after digging approximately 2 meters, Mia's hands encountered something solid, akin to stone. Her heart stirred with excitement. Without hesitation, she punched downwards. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath her collapsed, and she plunged into the abyss in the darkness. A small flame ignited, dispersing the shadows and revealing Mia's hand, the source of the light that as she infused more magical energy into the flame. It grew larger, eventually illuminating her surroundings with a glow that could encompass half her body. Using the fire's light, Mia surveyed her environment, which appeared to be a long passageway leading to the unknown. Looking upwards, she noticed that the spot from which she had fallen was shrouded in darkness, obscured by a membrane-like barrier. After a moment of contemplation, she leaped and hurled her flame toward the membrane. She sought to ensure her escape route remained clear before venturing into the mysterious underground passage. The fire easily pierced the black barrier, revealing an opening above that led directly to the azure sky. The simplicity of breaching the membrane left Mia momentarily stunned, causing her to hesitate, unsure of the intentions of whoever had created it. Nevertheless, gazing into the seemingly bottomless passageway, she resolved to explore further. Compelled by an instinct that something she sought lay ahead. Unbeknownst to Mia, the crimson hue in her eyes deepened as she pondered her next move. Having made her decision, she cast a permanent mid-level spell named Burning Ring above the opening to prevent the membrane from sealing it once more. Simultaneously, this spell serves as a warning. Should it be disrupted or destroyed, Mia would instinctively sense it. After all, this magic was originally intended for the purpose of alerting and detecting the movements of magical beasts. Once adequately prepared, Mia reignited a flame in her hand and cautiously ventured forward, leaving behind a trail of the low-level spell known as the Flame of Guidance. Small, harmless flames that would not extinguish easily. Marking her path, the passage was not only long and deep, but also enveloped in darkness and silence. No matter how long she walked, the surroundings remained unchanged, as if Mia were the sole living being in this realm. Even the vague sounds she had heard earlier had vanished, leaving her in a profound stillness. As she traversed the shadows, Mia lost track of time, feeling as though she had walked for ages yet unable to ascertain the truth of her perception. The only thing propelling her forward was the intensifying sensation in her heart, compelling her not to abandon her quest. Finally, the voice of "Help me" echoed once more, this time strikingly clear, sending a jolt through Mia and urging her to quicken her pace. "Come save me," the increasingly coherent cry for help resonated, imbued with despair and helplessness, prompting Mia to hasten her steps. Who can come to save me? She pressed forward until the voice became unmistakably complete, and faint light appeared in the distance, indicating the exit of the passage. However, upon witnessing this light, Mia slowed her pace, becoming cautious. The journey had been alarmingly uneventful, devoid of any danger, making it hard to fathom that the entity responsible for this passage would remain so unguarded. Consequently, Mia felt a surge of anxiety, fearing she might fall into a trap at the last moment. Yet, her apprehensions proved unfounded as she reached the exit of the passage without encountering any threats. Although she found herself alone, Mia awkwardly touched her nose, gathering her composure before stepping out. Upon emerging from the passage, she entered a vast underground expanse, its height exceeding 50 meters, a clear indication that she was deep beneath the surface. Unlike the mere few meters she had passed through earlier, the cavern was adorned with luminescent blue flora, casting a glow throughout the space, while countless stalactites hung down and enormous stone pillars supported the magnificent expanse, creating a surreal subterranean landscape. However, the voice that had led her here had vanished, and its owner was nowhere to be found. Rather than feeling angered by this apparent trickery, Mia found herself captivated by the breathtaking underground scenery, which intensified her compelling sense of urgency. Guiding her towards a specific area within the cavern. As she maneuvered past imposing stone columns and waded through the waist-high blue flora, Mia eventually arrived before a comparatively slender pillar, where it seemed a person was bound by chains. "Excuse me, were you the one calling for help just now?" Upon witnessing this sight, the intense sensation within Mia abruptly dissipated, leaving her momentarily stunned. Even the previous red hue in her vision fading away, she hesitated, gripped by a sudden paranoia, and called out cautiously while adopting a defensive posture. It seemed her voice startled the bound individual. As she heard the faint sound of chains shifting, the person slowly raised her head, and her gaze fell upon Mia, lingering on her knightly attire for a considerable time, just as Mia felt an unsettling awkwardness. A familiar yet hoarse female voice broke the silence. "Are you a magical armor knight?" "Ah, indeed. I am a magical armor knight affiliated with the Kingdom of Stir, though I am yet to be formally appointed, as I have not yet graduated from the National Academy of Magical Armor Knights." Remarkably, upon hearing that voice, Mia instinctively straightened her posture and began recounting her background with an earnestness that surprised even herself. After she finished speaking, an overwhelming sense of déjà vu washed over her, as if she had once behaved similarly in front of someone else. "Is that so?" The individual seemed somewhat reflective upon hearing Mia's response, her complex emotions surpassing Mia's comprehension, prompting Mia to step forward and confirm. "Were you calling for help earlier?" "Yes, I was calling for help, though I cannot recall how many years have passed at that time. I indeed used my last vestiges of magical power to cast a spell that would continuously transmit my voice. However, that magic circle has long since collapsed due to the depletion of magical energy." Upon hearing this revelation, Mia felt a tremor of disbelief. Could it be that she had been hallucinating? Yet, she was certain of what she had heard. Thus, she found herself entrenched in confusion, sensing that this was not merely an illusion. Chapter 114. The True and False Lias. Although she had an inkling that something peculiar was occurring within her, Mia had no time to delve deeper into her thoughts. More pressing matters awaited her. She needed to find the perpetrator and avenge Teacher Kiss. With this thought in mind, Mia felt an urgency that left no room for delay, yet she could not ignore the seemingly dying figure before her. Furthermore, this person appeared suspiciously linked to the underground space and potentially connected to the murder of Teacher Kiss. After a brief contemplation, Mia set aside her prior concerns and began to approach the individual with swift determination. If fortune favored her, she might glean vital information from this person. As she drew nearer, the state of the individual became clearer, and Mia's steps faltered as she swallowed hard. Bathed in the soft blue light, a frail figure, emaciated and seemingly devoid of strength, slumped helplessly beneath the stone pillar. Dark red, eerie chains pierced through her neck, chest, abdomen, and limbs, entwining around her and connecting to the pillar behind her. Over time, the chains had embedded themselves into her flesh, a testament to her desperate struggles. With long-dried blood stains dotting the area around the penetrations, barely discernible to the untrained eye, the sight was so harrowing that it sent chills down Mia's spine, igniting a silent fury within her. "Can you still hold on?" Elias. Fueled by anger, Mia hastened to the person's side and crouched down, Initially, she intended to extend a hand to assist her, but upon finally seeing the face that had previously been hidden by her lowered head, she was struck with astonishment. Despite her pallid complexion and gaunt frame, Mia recognized her instantly, plunging her thoughts into confusion. In a wonder she had instinctively felt so reserved, it was Aunt Lias. Amidst this turmoil, a sudden realization dawned on Mia regarding her previous involuntary behavior, stemming from her parents' generation's emotional entanglements, which had always rendered her uneasy in Lias's presence. "Ah, you are." It seemed Lias had just processed this revelation. Her murky eyes lifted to meet Mia's gaze, and she opened her mouth to speak, but her voice failed her, and her head drooped once more. "Aunt Lias, what happened? Please don't scare me," Mia exclaimed, jolted from her reverie, but her plea received no response. Panic surged within her as she feared Lias had succumbed, and she quickly extended her fingers beneath Lias's nose. "Phew. Thankfully there is still a breath," Mia sighed in relief after detecting the faintest hint of life. However, this relief was short-lived as doubt crept in. With one Lias before her and another at the academy, who was the true Lias? Though incredulity washed over her, Mia instinctively felt that the Lias before her was the genuine article. This realization led to a troubling question. If this one was real, then the one at the academy must be a falsehood, coupled with the ominous words left behind by her earlier counterfeit. A chilling thought struck Mia. She and everyone around her had unwittingly become ensnared in an unknown web. Contemplating this, Mia's expression darkened significantly, but her immediate concern remained. She needed to get Lias back to the surface before addressing anything else. She appeared on the verge of collapse and required urgent assistance. With this thought in mind, Mia swiftly maneuvered behind Lias, intending to free her from her restraints. Mia gazed at the peculiar chains converging behind Lias, which were intertwined ominously. He felt an overwhelming sense of difficulty, unsure of how to proceed. "For now, I shall give it a try. If it fails, I can always seek assistance later," he resolved. With that decision made, a flame conjured by magic flickered into existence in Mia's hand, and he cautiously approached the point where the chains connected. To his astonishment, yet somewhat expectedly, the connection point melted away effortlessly under the flame's heat, releasing Lias from her bindings, causing her body to involuntarily tilt forward towards the ground. Startled by the sight, Mia acted quickly, extending his arms to catch her. "So light," he remarked instinctively upon embracing Lias's form. He felt a blend of surprise and sorrow, but without further hesitation, he severed the chains. Surely, the one who had imprisoned Lias was now aware of her release. Convinced they could not linger, Mia hoisted Lias's weightless body onto his back and hurriedly retraced his steps. Along the way, no enemies appeared, nor did he encounter any peril, allowing him to return smoothly to the initial entrance of the cave. As the entrance was somewhat narrow, accommodating only one at a time, Mia gently set Lias down before using his fists to widen the passage. After expanding it sufficiently, he lifted Lias again and jumped out of the tunnel, emerging onto the surface. This moment, the afternoon sun was waning, casting a blinding light from the two suns that hung low in the sky. Mia, who had unknowingly spent the better part of the day underground, squinted against the brightness, instinctively shutting his eyes until he could readjust. However, at this juncture, he found himself wavering. He was uncertain where to take Lias for treatment, or rather, which individuals could still be deemed trustworthy. After much contemplation, he recalled Coroni, convinced that no one could disguise the cold indifference etched into her very soul. Yet, he quickly dismissed this thought. He could not ascertain whether the Academy's defensive magic had been activated as it had the previous night. If it was active, returning through the city walls would be impossible. Furthermore, Lias's condition could not afford any delays, and the distance to Coroni was considerable. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, Mia resolved to take a chance and head to Morzert's residence in the outer district, where he knew emergency medical supplies and potions were available. Nevertheless, he felt apprehensive about encountering Morzert, uncertain if the man was truly who he appeared to be, given the current circumstances. Yet, time was of the essence, and he could only hope that Morzert was not home. Otherwise, Mia would find himself at a loss on how to face the Eldered. Chapter 115, The Weakness Within. A brief moment earlier, as Mia stepped into that underground space, a gathering of individuals had quietly assembled in a 3-story dwelling in the outer district of Lycia. Both men and women donned black robes, their faces obscured by masks, revealing only their devout and expectant eyes as they gazed at the figure standing at the forefront. Mia, with his eyes tightly shut, as if awaiting something, The instant Mia severed the chains binding Laius with fire. Mia abruptly opened his eyes, igniting fervor among the gathered crowd. After a prolonged silence, he surveyed those present and solemnly declared, "Let us begin, following the will of the divine." With that, he stepped forward, leading the way out of the dwelling. As he walked, his form shifted, first into that of the black-robed figures, then transforming into someone distinctly different. "It is the esteemed bishop, acting upon the divine will. In the name of sin," the black-clad individuals exclaimed in unison. Trailing behind the now transformed bishop, some began to change forms themselves, while others departed in various directions, leaving the remaining unaltered figures to disperse towards their predetermined destinations. Ultimately, fewer than a dozen remained in the bishop's wake. Arriving beneath the second city wall of Lycia, they did not pause, disregarding the tactical-level defensive magic enveloping the wall, and their figures melded into the structure. Moments later, they emerged beneath the opposite wall, silently infiltrating the academy. When Mia arrived at Morzert's home in the outer district, dusk had fallen. He muttered, retrieving Morzert's key from beneath a pot of grass with familiarity, just as he was about to insert the key into the lock. The door swung open on its own. Startled, Mia instinctively stepped back, glancing nervously at the slowly opening door. "There's no need to be so tense. Come in." Morzert's figure appeared as the door opened wider. Observing Mia's wary expression, the elder's aged face bore a hint of exasperation as he uttered this before retreating back inside. Mia remained silent for a moment, his gaze flickering. Had he truly encountered Morzert after all? He thought, feeling a sense of resignation, and gradually stepped into Morzert's home. Within a few strides, he reached the living room, where Morzert was sipping freshly brewed red tea and nibbling on homemade biscuits. Upon noticing Mia's cautious entrance, Morzert raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Did you not realize it was unwise to wander off? The Academy's faculty is currently suspicious of you. Why could you not simply heed my advice and remain in the dormitory? And Miss Coroni, how could she permit your release when she had just promised me otherwise?" As Morzert vented his frustrations, even blaming Coroni, he felt emboldened to voice his grievances only in Mia's presence, in front of Coroni. He would surely act like a docile grandchild. "Morzert-sensei," Mia said, feeling a sense of relief upon witnessing Morzert's familiar demeanor. He took a couple of steps forward, intending to speak, but hesitated, ultimately refraining from continuing. "What's the matter? Is that a student you carried out of the academy?" Morzert inquired, sensing the peculiarity in Mia's behavior, which starkly contrasted with his usual self. His gaze then fell upon the frail figure slung across Mia's back, prompting him to ask instinctively, "This, she, I?" "No need to hesitate. Since you chose to bring me along, just set me down that I have some things to discuss with the professor." Laius, who had been silent until now, finally spoke in a frail, wavering voice, as if she might vanish entirely at any moment. Had it not been for her words ringing in his ears, Mia would scarcely have understood her. "I understand," Mia replied after hearing Laius's request. In Morzert's bemused expression, he cautiously placed Laius onto a cushioned bench in the living room. "Wait, Assistant Laius, what happened to you?" At that moment, Morzert finally caught sight of Laius's face and was so startled that he jumped back. As Mia grew increasingly anxious, Morzert hurried to Laius's side. "Is this an ancient ritual magic? And these inscriptions, ancient sin, original evil, necessary good? These are the tenets of the followers of the sin god. Have you been attacked by them?" Unlike Mia, who had a limited understanding, Morzert appeared shocked at Laius's condition, instinctively interpreting the meaning of the dark red, bizarre patterns on the chains. He looked up at Laius, who had slightly opened her eyes, filled with horror, seeing Morzert's misunderstanding. Mia chose not to clarify. "Professor, what year and month is it now?" Laius asked, her tension evident, as she smiled faintly at Morzert before posing a question that struck him as rather odd. Having regained his composure after the initial shock, Morzert hesitated before responding. "It is the year 3122 of the Radiant Era, in the 6th month." "Is that so? 16 years have already passed. I never thought I would return to the surface alive," Laius exclaimed, her eyes widening slightly at Morzert's words, expressing her astonishment. Yet, it seemed as if this small movement drained her of the last of her strength, and she succumbed once more to slumber, her breath dwindling like a flickering candle. Perhaps on the verge of extinguishing entirely, Morris' heart raced, and he quickly cast a high-level healing spell to stabilize Laius's frail body before turning his grave gaze to Mia, asking, "What on earth is happening?" Mia hesitated, still unable to fully trust Morzert in that moment. Even though the two of them shared a profound bond, the hints left by that impostor, along with the matter concerning Laius, had sown seeds of suspicion within his heart. Morzit did not urge Mia to speak. He could sense the subtle wariness that had enveloped Mia ever since he opened the door, leading him to believe that Mia might be privy to some hidden truth. As an elder and Mia's mentor, Morzit felt it was imperative to empathize with Mia's feelings at this moment, refraining from excessive pressure and choosing instead to place his trust in him. The reception room fell into a profound silence. After a moment of hesitation, Mia caught sight of Morzit's trusting gaze, which sent a tremor through his heart. He finally recognized the weakness within himself that allowed the words of an enemy to disturb him to such an extent, leading him to doubt those closest to him. With this realization, Mia felt a deep sense of shame and dissatisfaction with himself. Once he managed to compose his emotions, he began to recount to Morzit his experiences beneath the city. Chapter 116. The Gift of the Gods. Is it truly so? I have lived in Latia City for decades and was completely unaware of such a space existing below the surface. Not to mention two Laiuses. Upon hearing Mia's narrative, Morzit furrowed his brow deeply, his expression gravely serious. Teacher Morzit, what should we do next? Should we immediately expose that counterfeit? Observing Morzit deep in thought, Mia couldn't help but tentatively inquire. Humph. So now that you find yourself at a loss for solutions, you come to me, and it seems you're worried that I might be the imposter. Tell me, why don't you pay better attention in class? Some relevant information is indeed covered in the texts, Morzit replied curtly, his brows easing slightly as he began to chastise Mia. Which book contains such content? Mia's focus evidently strayed, as he instinctively questioned Morzit upon hearing his words. Forget it. Just make sure to read more about the cultural chronicles of the continent in the future. The situation with Laius clearly transcends the realm of magic, that we may be facing the most formidable adversary on this continent, Morzit said, raising his hand in a gesture of resignation, his countenance once again turning solemn. This, Mia couldn't help but press further. Teacher, what exactly is going on? Very well, let me clarify for you, lest you remain confused about the nature of this matter. Morzit began to explain to Mia. Let's assume for the moment that your assessment is correct, that Laius's assistant is indeed the genuine article, while the one currently at the academy is a counterfeit. If that is the case, why has no one discovered this impostor over the past 16 years? Hearing this, Mia nodded and replied, Indeed, why is that? Don't interrupt. Let me finish, Morzit said. Clearly displeased with Mia's interruption, he tapped Mia lightly on the head before continuing. The family of Laius's assistant are not easily deceived, and the Academy's headmaster is a March-tier mage capable of engaging with forbidden-level magic. It would be impossible to disguise oneself with magic while living among these individuals, and no matter how sophisticated the illusionary magic, even forbidden spells could not achieve such a feat. Therefore, the possibility of magic being involved can essentially be ruled out. And let us not forget Miss Coroni. To conceal such a deception from her would require more than conventional means. Thus, only one possibility remains. At this point, Morzit paused, a deep worry reflecting in his eyes. What could it be? Mia asked, now fully engrossed in the conversation, urging Morzit to continue. Mia, have you ever heard of the gifts of the gods? Morzit inquired in response to Mia's prompting. The gifts of the gods. At the mention of this term, Mia felt a stir within him, vaguely recalling having encountered it before, yet unable to pinpoint where. The gifts of the gods, as the name implies, are divine bestowals, a category of miracles. In other words, each gift is a miracle, beyond the comprehension of all earthly beings, a manifestation that transcends all rules. The gods only grant these gifts to those living beings they favor on earth, each one unique. Therefore, your concerns are unwarranted, as the gifts of the gods can only affect the individual favored by the deity. Morzit spoke with a tone of reverence, and as he concluded, a hint of wistfulness crept into his voice, as if he longed for such gifts yet felt them to be unattainable. Is it because of the gift of the gods that the impostor has been able to masquerade for so long without being discovered? Mia asked. Lacking the same sense of wonder as Morzit, he observed Morzit gradually regain his composure. He sought confirmation that it was undeniable that the concept of the gift of the gods, which had unexpectedly emerged from Morzit's lips, caught Mia off guard. It seemed evident that this knowledge was indeed found in some textbook, of which he had a faint recollection, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yes, if your deduction is correct, and the Laius assistant before us is indeed the true one. then this is the only possibility I can conceive. However, if that is indeed the case, the situation is dire. Morzit nodded, affirming Mia's assertion, but his expression soon darkened as he seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Those who possess such gifts must be core figures among the followers of the Sin God. Their motives are certainly not simple. Their agenda will extend beyond just Latia City and our academy. They must have a more significant purpose, one that has received divine approval for their actions. Therefore, Mia, you must not act recklessly on your own from here on out. This matter is no longer something that can be managed by just a few individuals. Do you understand? Understood, Mia replied. Taken aback by Morzit's serious warning, he instinctively acknowledged the admonition, but then suddenly recalled the words of the impostor who had previously taken his place. Could it be that the target is me? Although he found the notion hard to believe, he could not suppress the sense of agreement that arose within him, leaving Mia momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend what could possibly warrant such drastic measures against him. Could it be the system? If so, why does it remain silent? As Mia pondered, he recalled the mysterious system that resided within him, yet it did not respond as it had in the past. It seemed that with the passage of time and his own growth, the frequency of the system's communication had dwindled. The only recent instance it had spoken was during his encounter with Roland. Stop dawdling there. We must first attend to Lias's assistant. Let us hope your judgment is accurate that we need to extract more information from her, and without her testimony, gaining the trust of the teachers will be an uphill battle. The situation will only worsen. Morzit called out to Mia, who remained lost in thought, his mind already preparing for the worst-case scenario. Chapter 117, A Web of Doubts. Now that I realize I am here to assist, what should I do? Mia, regaining his focus, nodded and offered to help Morzit. I commend your willingness to assist, but please temper that overinflated confidence of yours. It is precisely this trait that leads you to engage in reckless actions. And do not mistake my concern for underestimating you. Rather, reflect on how many healing spells you truly know and how much relevant knowledge you possess. Morzit advised, feeling a mix of exasperation and concern for Mia's unwarranted self-assurance. Mia felt a bit speechless in response, yet upon reflection, there was some truth to Morzit's words. Indeed, he lacked any substantial knowledge in the realm of healing. But I do have this. Suddenly, Mia remembered an item he possessed. He quickly retrieved a drop of crystalline, translucent liquid from the magical space he carried, which had originally been used for his armor, but was now empty and repurposed for various small items. An intense aura of life emanated from the drop of liquid, filling the reception room with a refreshing vitality. This was the life water of the great spirits, which Bran had sought from Ambrose to heal Mia during the aftermath of the beast incident last year. However, by the time Ambrose managed to acquire the life water to deliver to Mia, he had already been healed by AI Lossie's personal resources. Upon learning of this, Ambrose, out of respect for Mia's father, chose not to reclaim the life water and instead bestowed it upon Mia. I almost forgot that you possess this treasure, which is just the remedy we need to address our current predicament. Come quickly and administer this drop of life essence to Assistant Lias. Sensing the life energy emanating from behind him, Morzit promptly turned around to behold the droplet of life essence, gently swaying and floating in Mia's hands. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, and without hesitation, he beckoned Mia closer. Hearing this, Mia's lips curled into a slight smile. Under normal circumstances, he would have taken this opportunity to tease Morzit. However, at this moment, he clearly lacked the inclination to do so and approached Lias without a moment's hesitation. Observing this, Morzit fell silent. Choosing not to utter another word, he gently pried open Lias's mouth, signaling Mia to administer the life essence. Just as Mia brought the droplet to Lias's lips, Morzit suddenly interjected, "You must think carefully. This Assistant Lias may not be the genuine article diff. I understand," Mia interjected. Catching the implied meaning in Morzit's unfinished sentence, that he hesitated briefly, but soon resolved to follow his instincts and proceeded to feed the life essence to Lias. Noticing this, Morzit chose to remain quiet. Since Mia had decided to trust Lias, and there were no alternative solutions at hand, he had no choice but to place his faith in Mia's judgment for once. Nevertheless, he mentally prepared for another possibility. The life essence of the great elf race lived up to its legendary status. Shattering upon contact with Lias's mouth and spreading throughout her body, replenishing the vitality of her once flickering form and initiating a spontaneous healing of her numerous injuries, eliciting an instinctive sound from Laius. Almost visibly, Laius's formerly emaciated body began to regain its fullness, her severely withered hair falling to the ground, replaced by a lustrous, dark-maned eye in less than a moment. The Laius before them bore a striking resemblance to the Laius they remembered, albeit her complexion remained somewhat pale. This transformation left both Morzit and Mia in awe, and soon they witnessed Laius slowly opening her eyes. This feeling. Just awakened, Laius struggled to comprehend her situation, sensing her revitalized body and expressing confusion as she attempted to rise. "You are awake. Assistant Laius, please remain still," Morzit urged, placing a hand on her to restrain her, and hurriedly spoke before Mia could. "It was Mia who brought forth the life essence to save you. Fortunately, the chains used in this ritual did not hinder the process. Otherwise, we would not have been able to restore you so swiftly." In truth, Morzit had long sensed something peculiar. The chains that pierced Laius's body might have been sustaining her life, allowing her to endure for so many years without perishing. Yet, this raised unsettling questions. Why would the followers of the sinful gods choose to act in such a manner? Directly killing Laius and disposing of her remains would have prevented anyone from discovering the truth. Even if they stumbled upon that underground space, perhaps such thoughts were excessively cold-hearted, yet they represented the most prudent course of action he could conceive. Surely, the followers of the sinful gods would have considered it too. Moreover, Mia's discovery of the underground space, upon reflection, was somewhat intriguing. That it was also strange that he had encountered no enemies nor faced any danger down there. All these elements were laden with suspicion, giving rise to disquieting thoughts and prompting Morzit's doubts about Laius's true identity. Mia, however, firmly believed that this Laius was indeed the genuine one, despite lacking concrete evidence. His conviction stemmed solely from instinct. A closer examination of Mia's experiences revealed several inconsistencies surrounding him as well. These myriad doubts left Morzit in a state of considerable distress, devoid of any clear direction, ultimately leading him to trust Mia's intuition. In that moment, he sought to subtly test Laius. "Is it the professor and Mia?" Upon hearing Morzit's words, Laius ceased her struggle to rise, obediently reclining back, murmuring as her gaze shifted to Mia's face. It was evident that she momentarily froze, a bittersweet smile tugging at her lips as she reached out to pinch Mia's cheek. In the face of Mia's astonished expression, Laius spoke with a hint of nostalgia. 16 years have passed. And yet this face is so familiar, it borders on exasperating. Just like that shameless woman. However, you are a good child. It is a pity I could not witness your growth." Mia found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond, especially as it seemed she had just insulted his mother. Ultimately, he resigned himself to allowing her transition from pinching his cheek to affectionately ruffling his hair. Chapter 118. Doubts. Narration. Wrath. Mia felt profoundly awkward as Laius, suddenly filled with maternal instincts, affectionately patted his head, an inexplicable sense of embarrassment washing over him. Yet he hesitated to utter a word. Consequently, he cast a desperate glance towards Morzit, who was observing the scene and struggling to suppress a chuckle. "Ahem, Assistant Laius, we have some questions to ask you. Could you kindly exercise a bit of restraint?" Upon receiving Mia's plea, Morzit, though tempted to savor Mia's rare display of embarrassment, chose to interrupt Laius's affectionate gestures for the sake of their objectives. "I apologize. This child is simply delightful to touch, and I inadvertently became lost in the moment." Upon hearing Morzit's voice, Laius visibly stiffened, her face betraying a blend of embarrassment and awkwardness, yet she withdrew her hand, sitting upright in the process, though her gaze still reflected a hint of regret. The disparity was striking. Could this truly be the Laius they knew? Witnessing this scene, both Mia and Morzit simultaneously entertained the same thought. The Laius before them was vastly different from the one they had known. The Laius in the academy had always been aloof and serious, her demeanor starkly contrasting with the vibrant woman before them. Perhaps this was the version of Laius from years past. If that were the case, Father, you truly have much to answer for. A person's character can change dramatically due to emotional upheaval. And considering the events of 16 years ago, Mia couldn't help but ponder about Feifei, feeling a sense of helplessness. Morzit, however, was different. After the initial shock, he furrowed his brow deeply, recognizing a discord in his memories. He recalled that Laius had indeed been more vivacious and extroverted prior to Forin's formal selection of Mia's mother, Barina. Yet, following that pivotal moment 16 years ago, Laius's demeanor had inexplicably hardened, aligning more closely with the Laius he knew now. This abrupt transformation was profoundly jarring, yet he had never perceived anything amiss at the time, dismissing it as a natural consequence of emotional turmoil. Now, however, he found himself surrounded by a multitude of doubts. Moreover, it seemed that everyone connected to Laius shared this acceptance of her altered persona. Professor, observing Morzit's furrowed brow, Laius offered a faint smile, as if understanding something unspoken. Once Morzit shifted his focus to her. She sighed and continued, I can surmise your thoughts, the Laius you know, and I may be vastly different. This is only natural, as we are indeed two distinct individuals. That individual likely never intended to genuinely embody my role. After all, after a moment of silence, Laius silently acknowledged her insignificance as a mere supporting character, a thought that weighed heavily on her heart. Yet, her preceding words were sufficient to stir Morzit's emotions. After a brief change in expressions, he pressed on with his inquiry. Assistant Laius, are you suggesting that, indeed, that individual possesses a gift that enables them to assume the identity of another? However, it is not a complete replacement. Rather, it is akin to seizing the exterior while retaining the essence. Undoubtedly, this manipulation distorts people's perceptions, leading them to naturally accept the imposter as the true individual. Perhaps we should be grateful that it is not a full replacement. Otherwise, my very existence would have been devoured, leaving me with no claim to existence. As Laius spoke, her emotions were a tumultuous blend of fear, resentment, and a touch of relief. As Mia and Morzit listened, they were momentarily rendered speechless. Subsequently, Morzit quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and inquired, so, does this mean that the follower of the Sin God has always been acting in their true form? No, I don't believe so. They should still be masquerading as me. Considering Miss Corny is still at the academy, they would likely exercise caution, came the uncertain reply from Rias, after pondering for a moment. This poses a significant dilemma. Given that the opponent possesses such a gift, how can we expose them? After all, everyone else's perception is distorted, and relying solely on hearsay will hardly convince them. Furthermore, Assistant Rias, may I be so bold as to ask how you came by the specific details regarding their bestowed powers? Upon hearing this, Morzit fell into a troubled contemplation, meticulously analyzing the situation for the other two. Yet, as he spoke, he suddenly sensed something amiss and, after a brief pause, turned to Rias with an expression of uncertainty. Well, perhaps you may find it hard to believe, but this was relayed to me directly by the foe themselves after they captured me underground. Upon hearing Morzit's inquiry, Rias looked up at him, noticing the unmasked wariness in his eyes, and couldn't he help but offer a wry smile as she divulged a fact that perplexed even her. Is that so? Then, do you know what their objective is? Morzit, equally skeptical about Rias's bewildering revelation, pressed on with an even more pressing question. I'm afraid I don't know. It was 16 years ago. And I've forgotten the exact date, though it was likely a summer day that I was wandering in the outskirts when I was suddenly ambushed from behind and knocked unconscious. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in an underground space, bound by chains. Shortly thereafter, that group departed, leaving only their leader, the one impersonating me, to share a fragment of their bestowed ability before taking their leave. Since then, no one has returned to that place until today. Rias shook her head, responding to Morzit, perhaps sensing his lingering skepticism. She then recounted her experiences in broad strokes, falling into a contemplative silence thereafter. Mia, listening from the side, felt a deep discomfort. He vividly recalled Rias's previous state, and though her account was brief, it was saturated with a sense of despair that stirred a twinge of sadness within him. But soon, that feeling was eclipsed by rising anger. Chapter 119. The eve of conflict. Let us depart. Remaining here serves no purpose. Even if we must press on with determination, it is unavoidable. We should first seek out Miss Corny at the academy. Her assistance would prove advantageous. This was the conclusion Morzit reached after hearing Rias's account. Finding himself devoid of further useful information and unable to conceive a solution. To Mia, it seemed as though Morzit had resigned himself to despair. Yet he refrained from voicing any objections, as he too was bereft of a better plan and was eager to unleash the pent-up fury within him. Rias remained silent, aware of Morzit's lingering doubts about her, and recognized that the choice to seek out Corny might also be an attempt to have her validate Rias's authenticity. However, before they departed, she was urged to change her attire. Otherwise, encountering students or faculty in her current guise could lead to complications and inadvertently alert their adversaries. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Rias hesitated not a moment, selecting a voluminous robe from Morzert's assortment of men's clothing, wrapping herself securely within it, leaving only her eyes exposed. Once prepared, under the watchful gaze of 4 moons of varying sizes in the sky, Morzert took the lead, Rias walking in the middle, while Mia brought up the rear. The trio appearing somewhat furtive as they made their way toward a specific section of the second city wall of Lycia. This was Morzert's suggestion. Entering through the main gate would bring them face to face with the faculty on guard. And a poorly crafted explanation could arouse suspicion. In such a tense atmosphere, inciting doubt among others could lead to them being perceived as enemies, potentially triggering conflict. Moreover, Rias could very well be among those at the academy. Neither Mia nor Rias objected, but upon hearing Morzert's suggestion and observing his decisive actions, Mia couldn't help but recall an incident from when he first enrolled, casting Morzert a peculiar glance. "I must warn you, do not report me to Miss Coin, if sensing Mia's strange gaze." Morzert shot him a fierce, hushed warning. Mia merely rolled his eyes in response, disregarding him. Their exchange left Rias quite bewildered. Unsure of their discourse, before long, the trio arrived beneath the city wall, where they beheld the structure radiating a faint, multicolored glow. "It appears no one is here. We must hurry," Morzert remarked with urgency. First glancing up at the wall, and then surveying the surroundings, the necessity of relying solely on visual inspection was a last resort, as being so close to the wall prohibited the use of magic, which would trigger a tactical-level counterattack from the defenses above. Hearing Morzert's urging, Mia and Rias followed suit without hesitation, aligning their steps with Morzert as they approached the wall. Here, Morzert paused briefly, his hand emanating a similar multicolored glow as that which enveloped the wall, before confidently advancing toward it. As Mia and Rias looked on in astonishment, the air shimmered as though rippling like water, and Morzert's form began to gradually fade as he drew near. "You too. Hurry. This spell cannot be maintained for long," came Morzert's low voice from the vanishing waves, prompted by his words. Mia and Rias rushed toward the same spot, disappearing in a manner similar to Morzert. When they regained their bearings, they found themselves within the confines of the academy. For reasons unknown, the scenery before them felt oddly familiar to Mia, especially the sight of the expansive, beautiful lake in the distance, illuminated by the moonlight, which sent a chill through him. How could you forget this place? You were quite brave during that explosion," Morzert remarked, having turned around to confirm that the magic covering the wall was intact. Upon seeing Mia's bewildered expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. "What? Is this place? Fear not. Were you not brave then? Besides, it was thanks to you, and that fellow Cairo. Had it not been for that explosion, the protective magic on the wall would not have faltered, and the headmaster would not have summoned me to repair it. Thus I would have never had the opportunity to create this little backdoor." While silently inspecting the protective magic on the wall, Morzert still found time to jest at Mia, who instinctively took a step back. Mia remained silent, his gaze lingering apprehensively on the lake, recalling how that explosion had nearly sent him to the underworld. Morzert, receiving no reply from Mia, continued his rapid inspection of the protective magic on the wall. Soon, the 3 of them began to stealthily advance toward the dormitory area. After a while, they finally reached the dormitory precinct. Just as they caught sight of the building, they encountered Corny, who seemed to blend seamlessly into the night. The 3 exchanged glances, feeling somewhat uneasy under her emotionless stare. However, Corny ultimately said nothing, merely leading them into the dormitory area until they reached her room. Once there, Morzert, unable to decipher Corny's thoughts, wasted no time in recounting everything he knew. "Oh, so you've come to me because you've exhausted all avenues of thought and simply decided to abandon reason," was Corny's cold response after listening to Morzert's account. Hearing her words and meeting her frigid gaze, Morzert felt his face flush, his eyes involuntarily shifting elsewhere. He certainly couldn't confess that. Could he? Such an admission would be utterly humiliating. Observing Morzert's reaction, Corny said nothing further, stepping past him to scrutinize Rias, her gaze traveling over her neck, chest, abdomen, and limbs. Under Corny's frigid scrutiny, Rias felt a wave of tension wash over her. Yet, aware of Corny's intent, she dared not shift her posture. "This is not some ritual magic. You've misinterpreted it. It is a form of life-sustaining magic, often employed by ascetic practitioners of various sects during extended periods of meditation." After a prolonged silence, Corny finally averted her gaze, uttering words that caused Morzert's expression to shift noticeably. Moreover, This Leah seems more genuine. At least the essence of the person named Leah is indeed something I underestimated. Could it be due to the overly tranquil nature of my life? Before Morzit could utter a word, Coroni added, her choice of words hinting at self-deprecation, yet the others failed to discern any semblance of such emotional nuance. Chapter 120, Under the Moon. Miss Coroni, what should we do next? After a prolonged silence, Morzit hesitantly inquired about her thoughts, having absorbed Coroni's seemingly self-mocking statement. I have no viable solutions. Ultimately, the adversary has chosen this moment to strike, presumably because their objectives have either been achieved or are nearing completion, thus rendering the risk of being discovered inconsequential. In response, Coroni cast a sidelong glance at Morzit, who appeared somewhat awkwardly amused. Furthermore, I forgot to mention that someone from the academy sought me out this evening, stating that if I encountered you, I should inform you that all faculty and senior staff will convene in the grand hall of the castle tomorrow morning. You must not be absent. Without waiting for Morzit to respond, Coroni continued to regard him coldly, her tone devoid of warmth. Mia noticed that she seemed to emphasize the word must, though it felt like a figment of his imagination. What do you mean by must? It appears that she is fully aware of your movements and likely knows you are here with me now. Coroni's words cast a pall over the trio, their expressions growing grim. The sensation of having their actions laid bare by the opponent while they remained indifferent was unsettling. Rest assured, whether we fall into despair or not, we must meet her directly tomorrow, after all. We have no alternative, do we? Coroni's rhetorical question prompted the three to exchange glances, ultimately acquiescing to her perspective, though their spirits were undeniably weighed down. Well then, I shall prepare myself. Tomorrow may usher in a fierce battle, Morzit sighed, taking his leave from Coroni's chamber to gather his combat gear. I shall retrieve some items from my room and return shortly. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat somber following Morzit's departure. After a moment, Mia's gaze flickered, and he hesitantly addressed Coroni, uncertain of her response. I will accompany you. Leah shall remain here. To Mia's surprise, Coroni agreed to join him, and he found himself lacking both the reason and courage to decline. Very well. I understand. Leah gasped in shock upon hearing Coroni's words. She certainly did not wish to be left alone at such a time. Alas, confronted with Coroni's emotionless gaze, she accepted the reality. Subsequently, Mia and Coroni stepped out, one after the other, silently leaving behind Leah, who looked on with a somewhat aggrieved expression. The dormitory area under the moonlight remained brightly lit, faint sounds of laughter and chatter drifting into their ears, emanating from students who had yet to retire for the night. Sheltered by the academy's faculty within this tranquil realm, they seemed blissfully unaware of the gravity of the current situation. The two remained silent as they proceeded, eventually arriving at Mia's single dormitory. Upon opening the door, Mia refrained from activating the magical light, instead relying on the moonlight as he rummaged through a pile of training equipment in the corner. Coroni did not enter the room, opting to stand at the threshold and observe Mia quietly. After a considerable time, Mia finally unearthed what he sought, a sheathed knight's sword, silently drawing the blade from its scabbard. He gazed at the shimmering edge illuminated by the moonlight, his demeanor betraying an unsettling calm. After a prolonged silence, he turned his back to Coroni and spoke. This sword was gifted to me by Professor Kiss during my first lesson in swordsmanship. I have always cherished it, rarely using it in training, and have taken great care to maintain it. Mia's voice trembled slightly, his grip on the scabbard tightening until his knuckles turned pale, only to abruptly relax as he sheathed the sword and stood up. Have you identified your target? At that moment, Coroni unexpectedly posed the question. Mia's body tensed at her words, and he lifted his gaze towards the moon visible through the window. Tomorrow will bring clarity. My heart tells me so, including the identity of the true culprit. Is that so? Let us return. Indeed. Coroni did not contest Mia's assertion, her eyes narrowing slightly as she scrutinized him. From her perspective, it seemed as though Mia was undergoing some inexplicable transformation, yet she chose not to articulate her thoughts. On their way back, the two fell into silence once more, until halfway through their journey. Mia suddenly recalled something, his expression turning complex as he halted and addressed Coroni, who walked ahead of him. Miss Coroni, what if those individuals' objective is me? Does that not imply? Coroni took a few steps forward, halting at his words and turning to regard Mia, whose expression was a tumult of emotions. After a fleeting moment, she replied, do not overthink it. Kiss's demise is not your fault. Even if their aim is indeed you, so what? Since you lack the ability to alter the established facts, what remains to be done is no different from before. Is it not? Ah, indeed, at this juncture, all that remains is the pursuit of vengeance. Hearing Coroni's response, Mia felt a measure of relief and resumed walking to as he passed by Coroni. He softly murmured, "Thank you." Coroni paused momentarily, her head lowering slightly, a flicker of nostalgia crossing her eyes, though upon closer inspection, her expression remained as impassive as ever. The remainder of their journey unfolded without incident, the order of their procession shifting to Mia leading and Coroni following. Before long, they returned to Coroni's room. Upon opening the door, Mia beheld Leah, curled up in a corner of the brightly lit room, trembling incessantly. "Ah, Mia." Detecting the door's opening, Leah shivered and cautiously lifted her head. Upon recognizing Mia, she immediately cried out and dashed towards him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. As she clung to him, tears and snot flowed freely as she lamented, "Do not leave me alone. I will be frightened." At these words, Mia's initial instinct to respond faltered, and after a moment's contemplation, he turned to embrace the somewhat childlike Leah, reassuring her, "You will not be alone. You will not. Is that true? Will you stay by my side? You will not abandon me like your heartless father." Faced with Leah's poignant inquiry, Mia found himself at a loss for words, rendered momentarily speechless. Seeing his reaction, Leah's expression shifted, her eyes narrowing as she opened her mouth, seemingly poised to speak again. Yet, before she could, she abruptly succumbed to slumber, courtesy of Coroni's intervention. What a bother! It seems that leaving her alone has triggered her psychological trauma, evoking her inner fears. Moreover, it appears her mental development has stagnated due to her captivity, resembling her state from 16 years ago at the age of 19. With that, Coroni swiftly pried Leah from Mia's embrace and deftly deposited her onto the bed in her room. Gazing silently at Leah, who murmured Mia's name in her dreams, Mia felt a heavy weight settle in his chest, his spirits plummeting. Chapter 121. The Enemy Revealed. At midnight, Morzit returned to Coroni's chamber. Donned in a resplendent robe adorned with precious gemstones, carrying an array of items steeped in potent magical energy. These items comprised the high-level magical artifacts and enchanted equipment he had accumulated over the decades. Brought forth with a resolute determination to confront the impending crisis it could be said that he had laid bare his entire fortune, the still-awake Mia looked on, astonished. Without further comment, Morzit commenced the allocation of these items and gear, preparing to arm both Mia and Leah. Despite their seemingly inconsequential strength in the face of the looming threat, Morzit, a formidable sorcerer, felt a deep sense of uncertainty. He remained committed to enhancing their collective power. Believing that any increment in strength would be beneficial, this was all that Morzit could accomplish. Beyond this, he could only silently pray to deities he had never worshipped, hoping for their favor. Coroni perceived this, but chose not to voice her thoughts, merely observing in silence. After completing every preparatory measure he could conceive, Morzit appeared fatigued, opting to conserve his energy in silence, not wishing to disturb the elder. Mia familiarized himself with the gear he had donned before retiring for the night. April descends, and the twin suns rise. The days of summer always seem to arrive in haste, almost at the very moment the sun breaks the horizon. Coroni opens her eyes, glancing around at the other three still ensconced in slumber. After a moment's contemplation, she refrains from urging them to awaken. It is only when the sunlight streams through the window, illuminating Morzit's face, that he jolts awake, hurriedly assessing the time. "Goodness, Miss Coroni, you didn't even call us," he exclaims, visibly relieved upon realizing it is still early. Morzit's voice immediately rouses the fully armored Mia, who becomes alert at once. Upon surveying her surroundings, she finds herself bemusedly shaking Leah, who has unknowingly clung to her. Leah, upon being shaken awake, stares blankly at Mia for a moment, appearing somewhat dazed, before suddenly freezing, her face flushing crimson as panic flashes in her eyes. She hastily covers her face with her hands, evidently recalling her indiscretion from the previous night in front of Mia. "Please, just let me be quiet." Mia, noticing Leah's distress, intends to speak but is silenced by Leah's dismissive gesture. Morzit watches this unfold with a sense of resignation, though his previously heavy heart lightens slightly. In order to avoid wasting time, he strides directly to Leah, presenting her with an assortment of equipment he had decided to allocate to her the previous night. This act serves to alleviate her embarrassment to some degree, as she quickly dons the gear, wrapping herself so thoroughly that even her face is concealed beneath a magical mask. It appears she will have little face to show to Mia for some time. Having lost considerable dignity, once Leah is prepared, clad in the armor of a knight, Mia rises as well, prompting Morzit to speak slowly. Ahem. Now, time is of the essence. We must make haste to the Grand Castle. However, I need to relay my plan beforehand. I will enter the Grand Assembly Hall alone first to gauge what Leah wishes to communicate. Miss Coroni, you are to remain outside with the two of them, ready to assist me. Once you see my signal, you may enter. Is that agreeable? Morzit's inquiry is directed at Coroni, who offers no dissent and simply nods in agreement. With the arrangement set, the four swiftly exit Coroni's chamber, racing from the dormitory area of the Academy directly toward the central Grand Castle. Along the way, they encounter no one, arriving without incident at the outer third wall of the Grand Castle. At that moment, the main entrance of this final wall is eerily quiet. Not a single guard is in sight, and even the tactical-grade magic that should envelop the wall is absent, devoid of its expected spectrum of colors. This is troubling, Morzit remarks, his brow furrowing deeply as an ominous premonition surges within him. He instinctively turns to gaze into the distance, where the magic's glow ignites in his eyes, revealing the current state of the second wall of Lethia City. Impossible. Once activated, this great magic should only be deactivated by the headmaster. No one else possesses the authority to do so. Why is this happening? Could it be breached? Mia observes Morzit's eyes widening in shock, a flicker of terror crossing his expression as he utters these words. Calm yourself. The magic has not been dispelled. It has merely been retracted, Coroni interjects coolly, noticing Morzit's disarray, and gently pats him on the shoulder. I was indeed out of line. Let us proceed directly to the Grand Assembly Hall, disregarding the previous arrangements, and see what tricks our adversaries are playing. Awakened by Coroni's firm words, Morzit quickly regains his composure and leads the group onward. Yet, within him, a weighty sense of foreboding expands vehemently. Affected by his mood, both Mia and Leah become tense, while Coroni remains unfazed as always. Soon, they pass through the main entrance of the third wall and enter the central Grand Castle, arriving at the vast assembly hall capable of accommodating thousands. Throughout their journey, they encounter no other souls, rendering the entire castle hauntingly silent. The unease within Morzit intensifies, but after taking a deep breath, he reaches for the grand doors of the assembly hall. The doors swing open silently, revealing the scene within. And in that initial moment, the hearts of the three, aside from Coroni, sink heavily. Welcome, Professor Morzit, Miss Coroni, Assistant Leah, and Mia. We have been waiting for you for quite some time. A voice resonates from the stillness, belonging to one of the Academy's higher-ups, seated among a number of expressionless, vacant-eyed faculty members, who casually claps their hands. Chapter 122. Powerlessness. The speaker, though cloaked in Leah's guise, unabashedly emanates their own essence. An unsettling dissonance between exterior and interior that evokes a sense of nausea. Simultaneously, a shiver of fear courses through, an instinctual dread of the true nature concealed beneath that facade. Yet, both Mia and Morzit suppress their inner trepidation. Meeting her gaze unwaveringly, they engage in a silent standoff, refraining from immediate conflict. At this juncture, unlike Mia, who is wholly focused on the figure before them, Morzit discreetly scans the assembly hall with the corner of his eye. Strangely, despite her declaration of them, the only identifiable adversary present is her, while the others appear to be manipulated members of the Academy. This realization nearly causes Morzit's anxiety to erupt. Well then, now that everyone has arrived, we can commence this meeting. Awaken, everyone, Leah states with a cryptic smile, breaking the suffocating silence with a clap of her hands. What is this? How strange. What has happened to me? Where is this? When did I arrive in the Grand Assembly Hall? A cacophony of voices erupts as the Academy staff, regaining their senses, express confusion over the stark contrast between their last memories and the present reality. What are your intentions? Morzit inquires, grappling with an understanding of the situation that he cannot fathom the advantage of simply lifting the manipulation over the Academy personnel. A multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, and ultimately, only this question escapes his lips, for it is the most perplexing. Who knows? You may venture a guess. The enemy responds, almost nonchalantly, blinking innocently. Yet, whether intentional or not, her gaze briefly flits over to Mia, beside Morzit. Professor Morzit, what is the current situation with Assistant Leah? The interplay of questions and answers, coupled with the tense atmosphere and the armored presence of Morzit's group, finally prompts the recently awakened Academy staff to realize the gravity of their predicament. Someone speaks up, echoing the sentiments of the disoriented faculty members who instinctively gravitate toward Morzit. The oddity of Leah is palpable to all, and they are not foolish enough to remain seated in ignorance. Now it is the moment for me. The true mastermind behind the scenes, to take center stage, Leah quips, exhibiting no desire to conceal her true identity as she effortlessly responds to the inquiry. Her composure leaves the Academy members momentarily speechless, unsure of how to react. Meanwhile, Morzit senses something amiss. The adversary's calm demeanor and nonchalance in exposing themselves raises alarm bells within him. Without thinking, Morzit instinctively blurts out, "Why? After lying low in this city for so many years, have you suddenly chosen to reveal yourselves so brazenly and without concern?" His question causes a hush to fall over the assembly, as the astonished faculty members also perk up, intrigued by Morzit's inquiry. "Professor, it seems I overestimated you. I expected you to pose a more insightful question," Leah replies with a hint of boredom, sighing lightly. "There isn't much to it. It is merely a matter of timing. When the moment arrives, we will naturally act." Her response leaves the audience bewildered and grasping for understanding, while only Coroni's eyes glimmer with a flicker of contemplation. "Enough. Why, oh why, must you slay Teacher Keith? He has committed no wrong. Did you not once proclaim that you would never harm the righteous?" Just as Morzit contemplated uttering further words, his companion Mia could no longer contain her fury. Drawing her sword, with magic surging forth, she inquired, "Do you truly wish to know the answer? Answer me." Faced with the suddenly hesitant Rias, Mia couldn't help but step forward, her voice rising in anger. After a moment of silence, she averted her gaze. Her previous composure starkly contrasted by her current demeanor, leaving the others feeling perplexed. Eventually, she shed the guise of Rias, transforming into a figure of medium stature, clad in an enigmatic black robe and masked. "There is no particular reason. It merely happened that he crossed our threshold, becoming an obstacle in our path. Thus we had no choice but to eliminate him." The response was delivered with an air of nonchalance, easily comprehensible, yet upon hearing it, Mia was seized by a fit of rage, ready to charge forth. Fortunately, Morzit, quick of reflex, restrained her. "Ah, he is indeed a troublesome individual." He reached the April tier without a sound. "Thankfully, he was utterly unguarded against you, allowing us to seize the opportunity effortlessly. And he died without a struggle." Just as Morzit intended to counsel Mia against acting impulsively, the mysterious figure in the black robe suddenly spoke again. Utter nonsense. Her mind went blank, all thoughts consumed by fury. Magic surging uncontrollably through her, breaking free from Morzit's grasp. With sword in hand, Mia advanced, unleashing the fiery blade's grand spell, the rampant magic converging into a searing inferno, the temperature soaring to nearly 10,000 degrees. Coalescing upon the sword's edge, the distance between them rapidly closed, and in an instant, Mia stood before her adversary, wielding her sword without hesitation. A pale, slender hand unexpectedly appeared beneath the sword's blade, gently pushing it aside, shattering the weapon. Without pausing, the hand continued its advance toward Mia's chest, as Morzit's various enchanted equipment began to glow and then shatter, one after another. This hand ultimately made contact with Mia's chest without the slightest hint of restraint. "Do you believe this is all your fault? Did we not state our singular purpose as you? That man, he dared to attempt to whisk you away to the hero's side before us, leaving us with no alternative." The whispered words caused Mia's eyes to widen in realization, only to be met with an overwhelming force propelling her backward, her body unable to halt its retreat. "You." Her outstretched hand could not reach her foe, the blood surging forth stifling her voice. Yet her seething anger and hatred could not conceal her helplessness. Ultimately, Mia was hurled backward, crashing through the castle walls, her destination unknown. Chapter 123, The Emergence of the Ancient Dragon. Let hatred flow, for this very hatred drives us, who have already turned away from the divine. This hatred is essential for us. You must not harbor any illusions, for it is the expectation of the gods. Gazing at the gaping hole in the castle wall outside the Grand Assembly room, the figure in the black robe slowly retracted their hand. Contemplating. It was only at this moment that the stunned Morzit and the others suddenly awoke to the reality of their situation. Everything had transpired so abruptly that they had been caught unawares. It was not he who distorted time and our perceptions. Yet, a sudden voice echoed, causing everyone to pause in surprise. Morzert hurriedly turned to the source of the voice, Coroni, and saw that a layer of black mist had enveloped one of her hands, while the other grasped the writhing form of Rias. Just moments ago, she had managed to retrieve Rias from the path of the flying Mia, preventing her from being swept away, but had failed to seize Mia herself, as her actions had been interfered with at the last moment, halting her. Though her gaze remained devoid of emotion, Morzert could discern a hint of anger within her. Truly, she is worthy of her title as the sorceress. She has grasped the situation with remarkable speed. At that moment, a voice of mild admiration wafted from behind Morzert, startling him and filling him with apprehension as he turned. Fearing another attack from the enemy, the figure in the black robe remained motionless, quietly observing Morzert with a glint of mockery in their eyes, seemingly looking down upon his reaction. Next, the figure surveyed the assembled crowd, raising both hands slightly and speaking in a tone laced with reverence. So, my esteemed guests, do you not wish to uncover our intentions? The time has come for you to witness the ultimate demonic entity, sealed beneath this land for millennia, as its moment of emergence has arrived. No sooner had the black-robed figure finished speaking than a multitude of black spears erupted from the shadows at their feet, impaling them without affording any chance for reaction, reducing them to a horrific mass of flesh. Morzert, witnessing this, was taken aback and turned once more, finding Coroni silent, the black mist in her hand thickening. He has escaped. Observing Morzert's expression, Coroni lowered her hand, retracting her attack. Her words. Morzert swiftly turned back, witnessing the black spears retracting, while the disheveled remains of the figure in the black robe slowly transformed into ash, scattering into the air. Hee. The faint, ominous laughter echoed in Morzert's ears, rendering his countenance pale. Before he could regain his composure, a violent tremor shook the ground, causing the unprepared crowd to stagger and struggle to maintain their footing. Let us venture outside to investigate. Fortunately, the individuals present were not ordinary folk. They quickly steadied themselves and, at Morzert's command, hastened to exit the central castle. The group from the academy emerged from the grand castle amidst the increasingly intense tremors. The elevated terrain afforded them a breathtaking sight. The earth glimmered with a faint silver light, undulating like the sea, tumultuous waves surging forth, occasionally erupting with massive bubbles that formed towering spheres upon the surface. This phenomenon radiated outward in a circular pattern from the city of Laetitia, enveloping a vast area spanning hundreds of kilometers, even impacting the capital of the Kingdom of Stir. The three walls of Laetitia City, too, were affected, heaving and shifting, with entire segments beginning to crumble. This fortress, which had stood for over 1,000 years without succumbing to the onslaught of beasts, now teetered on the brink of destruction. O ancient dragon, we the sinners, adhering to the ancient pact, in this time devoid of gods, shall liberate you from your eternal subterranean confinement, awaken from the seal of the ancient dragon, and wreak havoc upon the world. As the people outside the city of Laetitia panicked, rushing to escape, the voice of the black-robed figure resounded in their ears. The Academy's group instantly recognized this and began to frantically search for the source of the voice. Roar! Yet before they could locate the culprit, a low, resounding growl echoed from afar. Immediately following, without respite, the earth shook violently, the once glimmering silver light fracturing under the strained eye in the blink of an eye. As the silver light shattered, a deluge of black darkness surged forth. The ground rupturing, magma gushing forth like a torrent, spreading unchecked. Then, a massive claw, adorned with an array of irregularly shaped scales, erupted from the depths of the magma. The claw was colossal, so immense that the walls of Laetitia City nearby appeared diminutive in comparison, easily obliterated with a mere swipe. Roar! With the emergence of the gigantic claw, the tremors began to subside, the affected area rapidly contracting, yet the intensity of the quakes within Laetitia City surged dramatically. Then, to the astonishment of all, accompanied by another earth-shattering roar, a segment of the second wall of Laetitia City was completely lifted by the monstrous entity lurking beneath that it was the creature's back. Following the emergence of the back, the monster's head appeared, adorned with dozens of jagged horns, a terrifying maw, and grotesque scales, resembling a dragon, yet distinctly unlike any dragon currently known to the continent, for its size dwarfed that of even the largest dragons by dozens of times. This was an ancient dragon, specifically, the ancient dragon that had been imprisoned for eons, the true embodiment of devastation. A calamity incarnate. Roar! As it emerged into the light, Heedless of the minuscule humans engulfed by the magma it had displaced, the ancient dragon unleashed another deafening roar. Alongside this, a typical dragon's cry erupted, which for the creature may have been an ordinary roar, yet its power rivaled that which the dragons of today could only achieve by sacrificing their lives, the ultimate magic, absolute abyssal roar. The black dragon's roar surged forth like a torrent, annihilating all it touched, ultimately culminating in a cataclysmic explosion in the northern hills of the kingdom of Stur. A thunderous roar echoed, reminiscent of apocalyptic thunder descending upon the world, after a blindingly brilliant flash of light. A violent explosion reverberated through the already ravaged city of Lytesia, accompanied by a tempestuous wave of force. When the surviving inhabitants struggled to open their eyes once more, they beheld a mushroom cloud connecting heaven and earth on the distant horizon, while the ancient dragon of immense length, spanning several thousand meters, soared freely across the sky, emanating a pressure potent enough to reduce a person to mere pulp. The raging arcane energy, igniting the very firmament, cast a shadow over the entire sky. Who, in their right mind, could possibly vanquish such a monstrous being? In the face of this spectacle, the disheveled Morzert found himself momentarily entranced, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed to the ground, his aged visage reflecting a profound weariness, utterly devoid of the will to fight. Chapter 124. The Dragon's Wings. The cacophony of explosions, rumbling roars, dying cries, and desperate prayers stirred Maya's consciousness, which had been teetering on the brink of oblivion. That a searing pain gripped his chest, rendering him immobile. Surely, his ribs were shattered. With great difficulty, he opened his eyes, only to discover he was ensconced amidst a pile of rubble by the edge of a flowing lava stream. Observing the rapid advance of the molten rock, he realized it would soon engulf him, leading to his demise. Just as it had for so many others, in his blurred vision, Maya witnessed a figure scream as they plunged into the lava. Silence enveloping them moments later, unmistakably dead as the searing heat bore down upon him. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, his voice strained. Enough is enough. A pack of liars claiming to only slay the guilty. How foolish I was to believe them. Amidst his laughter, which drew blood from his lips, Maya inadvertently raised his gaze and glimpsed the dragon soaring above, along with the figure perched upon it. It is him. Blood surged in his throat, choking his words as the encroaching lava began to consume his flesh. Yet, his thoughts were consumed by a singular sentiment. Hatred. Do you harbor hatred? Suddenly, a voice of thunderous majesty resonated within his heart. I ask you, do you hate? Do you despise those who defy order? Those who betray with impunity? Those who take lives? The voice surged with fervor, flooding Maya with raw emotion. Yes, this was indeed hatred. I hate. I hate. I hate. Though he knew not whose voice it was. It struck a profound chord within him, igniting a frenzy of rage. His throat choked with blood, his limbs numb, yet his heart roared in fury. This hatred of evil was a necessity. Then, grant me your form, and I shall give you my heart. We, both favored by the forces of order, shall annihilate all that we despise. Let us obliterate everything that defies order, leaving no trace behind. In response to this fervent desire, an extraordinarily brilliant silver light erupted from the depths of the lava. Wherever the light touched, the once molten rock cooled rapidly, transforming into black soil, and ultimately, the silver radiance enveloped Maya's battered form. The moment it made contact, an excruciating pain, akin to having his body shattered and reformed, surged through him, eliciting a cry of agony. Host, amidst the overwhelming hatred and extreme pain, Maya seemed to hear the system's voice, yet he paid it no heed, for he sought vengeance. That singular thought allowed him to cast aside all else. The silver light shone ever brighter before suddenly vanishing, and Maya's figure dissipated into the air. Then, within the remnants of Lytesia, where despair reigned supreme, the survivors beheld the earth erupting in a dazzling silver radiance. Almost immediately, the familiar yet terrifying tremors returned. Roar! At that moment, the dragon soaring in the heavens abruptly halted, eyeing the increasingly quaking ground below with wariness, emitting a series of low growls while gathering the destructive force of a dragon's roar capable of shattering the earth. Has the time finally come? The ancient dragon king, suppressing the dragon, awakened as the wheels of fate began to turn. Maya, reveal your true form and grow to your full potential. An enigmatic figure clad in black stood atop the dragon's head, gazing down at the blinding silver light below, murmuring softly as his whispers faded. He vanished, and the dragon's final restraints were severed. The dragon, sensing the departure, exhibited a distinctly human-like disdain before returning its gaze to the earth below, eyes filled with an indelible hatred. Boom, boom, boom. After the silver light shone for a time, it abruptly contracted to a point, and the ground heaved upward, ultimately revealing a colossal stone dragon head from beneath the earth. Majestic and proud, it exuded an extreme wildness devoid of nobility. Akikastia. Upon witnessing the emergence of this head, the human stood transfixed as the dragon unleashed a terrifying roar, reminiscent of the abyss. In this moment, it laid bare its hatred, unleashing a cataclysmic dragon's roar, empowered by its amassed arcane might, a sound capable of rending the very fabric of existence, its force far surpassing the most potent of human magical assaults. A blow sufficient to shatter continental shelves. Roar. Faced with the dragon's terrifying assault, despair etched itself upon every face, for they all understood that the aftermath of this strike would obliterate them from existence. Then they heard a resonant, soul-stirring dragon's cry. Simultaneously, all eyes beheld the stone dragon head as its maw illuminated with resplendent silver light, unleashing a silver dragon's roar that surged forth to meet the dragon's destructive howl. The collision produced no grand spectacle. The silver roar dismantled the dragon's roar upon contact, and without pause, it surged forth, striking the dragon with a force that erupted like the sun, banishing the darkness that had cloaked the sky in shadows. Go forth and destroy the evils that betray order. Their time of reckoning has arrived. Unbeknownst to all, within the ancient Dragon King's form, long since stripped of life and spirit through the passage of time, only the final vestige of will remained. The ancient Dragon King spoke to Maya within him. Annihilate you, obliterate you, let you vanish from this world. Without a trace of hesitation, Maya, whose heart overflowed with vengeance, echoed the ancient Dragon King's and his own will. Unleashing a furious roar from the depths of his being. Roar, roar, roar. To the outside world, it manifested only as a series of resounding dragon roars. The stone exterior of the dragon's head shattered as it unleashed its roar, revealing a magnificent, silver-glimmering visage of unparalleled majesty. Then, its claws tore through the earth, emerging with a might that shattered the stony encasement, and with a powerful thrust, it broke free from the ground, unfurling immense wings that blotted out the sky. The dragon's majestic form rose, its immense arcane power tearing apart its stony shackles. Standing tall, with its hind legs propelling it skyward, it ascended towards the dazzling silver light, its eyes ablaze with unrelenting hatred fixed upon the dragon above. This was a being that must be vanquished, utterly destroyed, and annihilated. Chapter 125. The Finale. Farewell. As the ancient Dragon King, slightly larger than the dragon, took to the sky, its lengthy, powerful tail surged forth from the earth. Clutching an object at its tip. As the colossal dragon ascended, the object was violently extracted from the depths of the ground, a sword measuring several thousand meters in length, inscribed with an intricate array of divine runes. Radiating a fierce curse that the earth itself rejected, the ancient Dragon King's ascent was momentarily hindered by the sword's weight. Yet as the sword's tip broke free from the heart of Lytesia, causing the grand castle to collapse, the speed of the ancient Dragon King surged to astonishing heights. It seemed to tear through the very fabric of space, appearing before the dragon in an instant. And with a single claw, it struck the dragon, which had just emerged from the silver roar, shattering its jaws and sending it careening backward, howling in agony. However, the king of the ancient dragons, engulfed in absolute madness. Or rather, the only thing Mia currently desires is to utterly annihilate his foe. He would show no mercy whatsoever, resorting to the most ferocious attacks to obliterate the demon dragon. The demon dragon was on the verge of being sent flying. It extended its claws to grasp the opponent's head, while its tail coiled around a colossal sword, delivering a mighty blow to the demon dragon's torso, eviscerating it in rapid succession, a dazzling silver radiance, far surpassing the earlier destructive roar of the demon dragon, erupted from the mouth of the king of the ancient dragons, bombarding the gaping wound in the demon dragon's chest and swiftly eradicating its vitality, vowing to completely erase it from existence. Impossible. Why have I grown weaker? The blessing has vanished. The demon dragon, struck by a relentless barrage and unable to retaliate, could not suppress its anguished wails, sputtering incoherent syllables. The king of the ancient dragons paid no heed to its cries, continuing the relentless assault. A torrent of silver magic surged like a hurricane across the heavens and the earth. The laws of the world ought to have been warped beyond recognition by such terrifying magic. Yet, as if shielded by some unseen force. The realm remained eerily intact amidst this tempest of power. Onlookers stood transfixed, gazing at the one-sided battle high above, their mouths agape, soon filled with a profound sense of exhilaration as they witnessed the brutal onslaught against the demon dragon. The king of the ancient dragons maintained this relentless offensive until a significant portion of the demon dragon's body, along with one of its forelimbs, was severed, culminating in its total disintegration into ashes. In that fleeting moment, the king of the ancient dragon's body suddenly faltered. It seemed the beleaguered demon dragon had anticipated this opportunity, surging forth with a violent force, its tail, imbued with potent magic, sweeping the king of the ancient dragons aside, before turning decisively to flee. Its speed was astonishing, and in mere moments, it had distanced itself by thousands of meters, leaving behind only a small dark speck for the spectators below. The king of the ancient dragons, at this moment, could only stare vacantly, extending its hand with a certain stiffness as fissures appeared across its form, signifying its impending demise. Ultimately, it was a life that had long since passed. Despite being supported by a newfound will, it could achieve little more than this. Yet, it was filled with an undeniable sense of regret. Holy sword, let your light shine forth. At that instant, just as the demon dragon was about to vanish from sight, a thunderous shout resounded. Following this, a torrent of golden light surged across the sky, imbued with immense radiance and heat, crashing into the demon dragon in an instant. The sound was akin to scalding oil splattering onto ice, as the entirety of the demon dragon's surface was instantaneously melted, threatening to dissolve its very being, body, soul, and will. The demon dragon, filled with terror and disregarding the potential consequences, decisively unleashed a rift in space-time and plunged into it. With the torrent of light following suit, the rift was soon shattered. And in the last moment before its destruction, the anguished wail of the demon dragon echoed. Aya. Witnessing this spectacle unfold, the king of the ancient dragons experienced a fleeting sense of relief as it emitted its final roar. Before its eyes lost their luster, its body rapidly petrified, then cracked apart, shattering into fragments that plummeted from the heights of 10,000 meters. Amidst the ruins of its form, a particularly conspicuous entity emerged, a spherical, transparent silver crystal. This crystal shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, capturing the attention of those who had just regained their composure. Then, before their very eyes, the fallen crystal shattered explosively, scattering into the air and revealing a figure within. It was Mia. Farewell, host. There is no need for sorrow. My essence was merely a misperception on your part, and you no longer require such a distorted understanding. The blessing of the God of Order has begun to awaken, believe. For it is a divine revelation that will guide you toward a brighter future. With eyes slightly ajar, the descending Mia retained some awareness, albeit appearing somewhat dazed. Whispers of the system seemed to echo in his ears, though indistinct, like visions through a fog. Yet, he vaguely sensed that something was transpiring, something awakening within him, and something dissipating, but a sense of reluctance washed over him, though he could not pinpoint its source. Weakly, he reached skyward, mouth agape as if to utter something, before his body descended to the ground. The impact was not severe. The fragments of the crystal that had scattered around him shielded him upon landing. Nevertheless, this minor jolt rendered him unconscious. The crystal shards hesitated momentarily before rushing into Mia's body, ultimately vanishing entirely. Meanwhile, the colossal sword, originally several thousand meters in length, diminished to a mere 1.5 meters, retracting its divine radiance and mingling among the massive stones formed from the remnants of the king of the ancient dragons, approaching the ground. Just as it was about to touch down, an unseen force intervened, preventing its descent. After a resonant hum, the sword ruptured the fabric of space, appearing beside Mia, at which point the mysterious force seemed to dissipate, allowing it to finally land. In the following instant, a figure, akin to a fleeting beam of light, materialized beside Mia, revealing its face. It was Roland. Gazing at the slumbering Mia, he felt a stirring of emotions, exclaiming in astonishment, "This is Mia." Indeed, at that moment, an outward glance would render Mia unrecognizable. Standing approximately 175 centimeters tall, with a physique that was robust yet not exaggerated, he bore a visage that, while resolute, lacked striking features, an amalgamation of his parents' traits, missing the standout qualities of either lineage. All of these aspects contrasted sharply with Roland's recollection of Mia. However, he was certain that this was indeed Mia, for his understanding dictated as much. Thus, It could only be concluded that their previous perceptions of Mia had been flawed, an error that even influenced his own identity as a hero, leaving Roland slightly bewildered. Following this realization, he felt a twinge of shame regarding his own arrogance, accompanied by a newfound sense of reverence for this wondrous and vast world. Chapter 126. The kingdom's reaction once he regained his composure. Roland hesitated no longer. He lifted Mia and set off toward the main force behind him. The sword, which had been resting beside Mia, silently transformed into a streak of light and entwined itself around Mia's hand, vanishing from sight. Observing this, Roland raised an eyebrow, but, after a moment's consideration, refrained from any unnecessary actions and departed swiftly with Mia in his arms, in the direction Roland was heading, several thousand meters away from the city of Lytigia. The Kingdom of Sturt had dispatched a support vanguard in response to the recent disappearance incident. The authorities of the Kingdom of Sturt had discerned the anomaly in Lytigia the previous evening. Just as Kilo was preparing to return via the magical portal, naturally, Kilo discovered that the magical portal had malfunctioned. Upon reporting this to the Marshal of the Standing Army, Brando, he initially suspected a malfunction with the portal itself. Coincidentally, the most skilled practitioners of magic in the entire Kingdom of Sturt, the members of the Scarlet Cloud, were present, so he summoned a few to investigate. This examination quickly revealed the troubling truth. The magical portal was not broken, but rather severed from its counterpart, indicating intentional obstruction. In an instant, Brando grasped the gravity of the situation. He promptly reported the matter to Ambrose, while urgently dispatching the nearest standing army to investigate. As the reconnaissance unit also lost contact, the nature of the incident shifted dramatically. Subsequently, Ambrose first dissuaded the anxious Emerge from returning alone, then instructed Brando to mobilize the troops. Considering that the assembly of the army would not be swift, Ambrose decided to send a portion of the Royal Guard as a vanguard to set out ahead. Upon learning of this, Kilo requested to join, feeling uneasy and concerned for his friends at the academy and his research workshop. Ambrose immediately denied his plea, and knowing that it would be challenging for Kilo to infiltrate the Royal Guard, he discreetly informed Roland of the situation. Given Roland's character, it was only natural for him to intervene upon hearing such news. Thus, despite some objections from the Scarlet Cloud members, they could not resist Roland's determination. Ultimately, even the entirety of the Scarlet Cloud joined the vanguard alongside Kilo, who seized the opportunity to blend in. Thus, a vanguard team primarily composed of half the Royal Guard, supplemented by some standing troops from the capital, alongside the hero, a group of magicians, and Kilo, who had infiltrated, set off before dawn the following day. Hastening toward the city of Lane, as the morning approached noon, the brigade, clad in mechanized armor, had traversed more than half of their journey, with the city of Lytigia visible in the distance atop the vast plain. At that moment, the earth shimmered with a silvery light, and a peculiar earthquake centered around Lytigia abruptly radiated outward. Under the influence of this intense and unusual tremor, the vanguard found themselves suddenly immobilized. Then, amidst the astonishment of the entire troop, the terrifying silhouette of the dragon emerged against the backdrop of a colossal mushroom cloud in the northern skies, while all stood in a daze. Roland abruptly dashed out from the ranks, leaving Brando unable to intervene, swiftly disappearing from sight. The leader of this vanguard was Filier Muir, a former aide to Brando, and now one of the senior commanders of the Standing Army. Appointed by Ambrose for his prudent disposition, upon witnessing Roland's reckless charge, Filier refrained from hastily leading the troop in pursuit, for he recognized that the true threat lay not in the dragon above, but in the hidden enemies lurking in the shadows. He held faith in Roland's prowess as a hero, convinced that the latter would inevitably triumph over the dragon. Furthermore, he believed that should they rashly interfere in the impending confrontation, they might only hinder Roland. Filio possessed a clear understanding of his unit's capabilities, knowing they were ill-equipped to contend with such a calamity. The distant mushroom cloud was no mere spectacle. Based on this reasoning, he persuaded the initially hesitant group led by Tsue Hongjiyun. And although Brando felt somewhat resigned, he ultimately acquiesced, choosing not to abandon the squad. They continued their march at a measured pace. Soon, they witnessed the earth glimmer once more, the ancient Dragon King's revival, and the brutal demise of the dragon at its hands. In quick succession, the dragon seized the opportunity to flee, only for Roland, positioned near Lytigia, to unleash a radiant strike, marking the dragon's defeat. Upon discerning the dragon's downfall, Filier ordered an acceleration of their advance to assist the victorious Roland, and to rescue the now shattered Laetitia. The atmosphere within the entire troop surged with elation at the news of the dragon's defeat. Save for Kailuo, who exhibited a somewhat furtive demeanor, revealing a contemplative expression. The scenes he had just witnessed evoked memories of certain arcane secrets documented in the underground archives of the National Mechanized Armor Research Institute. However, the distance and the residual magical energy from the twin dragons clouded his clarity, leaving him with lingering doubts. Roland returned swiftly. Fully aware of Laetitia's tragic state, he understood that while he might hold an absolute advantage in combat, he lacked the same in other realms, particularly in disaster relief. Thus, he concluded that rather than attempting to manage the crisis single-handedly, it would be more prudent to relay the situation back to the main forces, enabling them to navigate the circumstances more effectively. Roland's return brought crucial information, prompting Filier to act without hesitation, commanding the entire army to advance at full speed. Amidst this urgency, Kailuo found himself beside Roland. Having just seen Mia being brought back, appearing to be in distress, which set him on edge, Mia was not merely his friend, she represented a vital component of his aspirations, and he could not abide any harm befalling her. However, he felt a wave of relief upon discovering that Mia was merely unconscious and unharmed. Yet, when Roland recounted his experiences, particularly the manner of Mia's arrival, Kailuo was left speechless. Not only he, but even Prando and Filier were taken aback, as the emergence of a person from the dragon's body indeed challenged their understanding of reality. I never imagined that the rumors were true. The origins of mechanized armor stem from the ancient dragon lineage. Kailuo mused instinctively, prompting curiosity among the others, who awaited his elucidation. Unexpectedly, Kailuo chose not to elaborate further, instead fixating on Mia as if assessing something, his gaze fervently intense, resembling a desire to dissect her for examination. Thankfully, he recognized the impropriety of such actions, yet his eyes remained alight with fervor, as a flurry of ideas took shape in his mind, awaiting the validation of his hypotheses before manifesting them into reality. However, Kailuo's tendency to speak in half-truths was not particularly considerate of others, especially Prando, who was acutely aware of the myriad secrets surrounding the lineage of mechanized armor in the Kingdom of Stir, and felt a profound discomfort at Kailuo's behavior, his mind akin to a cat scratching at his insides. Chapter 127. Subsequent events. Filier's vanguard swiftly arrived at Laetitia. Upon their arrival, they encountered a self-rescue team halted by the academy. It turned out that following the dragon's defeat, Coroni had delivered a kick to the still-dazed Morzit, jolting him back to reality. Once he regained his senses, Morzit had little time for reflection and quickly organized a response team for rescue operations. Miraculously, the academy students had sustained no casualties during this incident, even remaining unaware of the chaos that had unfolded. The reason for this was the inexplicable and unexplainable magical barrier that had enveloped the dormitory area, effectively isolating it from the calamity. Concurrently, Morzit and his team discovered an eerie phenomenon. Numerous residents of Laetitia inexplicably appeared within the dormitory, all in a state of unconsciousness. The entire situation appeared utterly bizarre, leaving Morzit and his team initially suspicious, suspecting it might be another ploy by the enemy. However, due to the urgency of the situation, they had no time for speculation, ultimately deciding to awaken these individuals and segregate them with the students, relocating both groups to safer areas outside the city. Shortly thereafter, they collided with Filier and his contingent. Without hesitation, and after a brief exchange of information, Filio promptly issued rescue orders, joining forces with Morzit to address the disaster. As for the lurking threat of the followers of the Sin God, Roland naturally stepped forward, volunteering to confront them, allowing the others to focus on rescue efforts. Having witnessed Roland's strength, no one objected. Rather, they felt reassured, casting aside their concerns and immersing themselves wholeheartedly in the relief operations. Subsequently, at Filier's request, Prando led the mages of Tsue Hongjiyun to the central castle, which had now been reduced to ruins, to repair the magical teleportation portal. Once the portal was restored and connected to the royal capital, Filio immediately dispatched someone through the portal to relay news back. Meanwhile, Emeld rushed back eagerly after the portal's restoration. Previously, Ambrose had insisted on keeping his old friend in the royal capital, fearing for his safety. With a hero now in play, Emeld's contribution was deemed superfluous. This decision nearly led to a falling out between the two. But ultimately, Emeld yielded to Ambrose's wishes, remaining in the royal capital to await further developments. Upon returning to the academy, Emeld sought out Laius, who was by the side of the slumbering Mia. and their long-awaited reunion was marked by tears. Although initially perplexed by his daughter's sudden fragility, having once been so strong and resilient, Imelda quickly discerned the troubling signs. The chains embedded within her flesh were undeniable. Following Lias's heartfelt revelations regarding her plight over the past 16 years, Imelda's heart seethed with rage, yet he felt a profound helplessness. After all, the enemy had been concealed beneath his very nose, posing his family for 16 years without his knowledge. This was a disparity far beyond mere anger. The subsequent rescue efforts from the Kingdom of Stir soon reached Laetitia, bringing a wealth of manpower and resources that swiftly restored hope among the survivors and initiated the rebuilding of their homes. Despite the northern hills having also endured the dragon's devastating roar, they miraculously reported no civilian casualties due to the remote location of the disaster. Additionally, during the assessment of Laetitia's damage, it was astonishingly revealed that the actual number of casualties was merely in the thousands. Far fewer than anticipated. This could be regarded as a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Notably, following the arrival of reinforcements, the followers of the Sin God vanished without a trace, seemingly having fled entirely. Nevertheless, the populace refrained from lowering their guard, uncertain if the enemy had merely concealed themselves once more. With ample manpower now available, Roland was able to extricate himself from the situations. Although he continued to pursue the whereabouts of the Sin God's followers in secret, he could at least afford himself a moment's respite on the surface. During this brief interlude, he stumbled upon a most peculiar occurrence. It seemed that everyone he encountered, including the relatives of Mia, who hastily arrived upon learning of the situation, remained oblivious to the changes in her. Initially, when only Kilo exhibited such behavior, he dismissed it as merely his own delusion. However, as the number of people around Mia increased, Roland gradually came to recognize this unsettling reality. This situation left Roland somewhat astonished. After discreetly probing for the truth, he confirmed that it was indeed the case, as if in everyone's perception, Mia was meant to be in her current state. Although he had not confided in others regarding this matter, he secretly took it to heart, his intuition warning him that this might not bode well. As time passed, amidst the concerns of Mia's family and friends. 10 days after the incident in Lycia, Mia finally emerged from her slumber. The evident gloom and sorrow in her demeanor betrayed no hint of joy, even upon witnessing her own transformed appearance, which should have been a cause for celebration. Since awakening, she maintained this melancholy state, causing her family and friends to grow increasingly worried. Then, one day, for reasons unknown even to Mia herself, she finally unveiled a smile in the presence of others. Yet, this could only be seen as an act to comfort those around her, for in solitude, she would still succumb to profound despondency. The aftermath of this incident had profoundly impacted her, altering her in various ways, both actively and passively. While her relatives remained concerned for her well-being, they soon returned home. The kingdom's laws stipulated that local nobles could not long abandon their territories without cause, and Foreign, seemingly possessing his own thoughts, resolutely persuaded Barina, and old man Kamla to return. Perhaps he believed that as Mia had become a knight, she should no longer be excessively coddled. On a subsequent day, Kilo unexpectedly sought out Mia, who was living alone. Mia, tomorrow there will be a prayer ceremony in the newly established cemetery. Would you like to attend with me and teach her kiss? Upon seeing Mia's expression brighten at his arrival, Kilo's eyes flickered momentarily before he hesitated and conveyed the information to her. Mia's countenance stiffened, and she fell silent, a trace of sorrow surfacing in her gaze. Observing this, Kilo hastily reassured her, "Of course. If you'd rather not go, you needn't feel obliged. I will go, rest assured." Teacher Kiss wouldn't want to see me wallowing in despair, Mia interjected abruptly. "Is that so? That is good to hear. That I will accompany you tomorrow. I'll come find you. Until then, farewell. See you tomorrow." "Yes, see you tomorrow." Mia's response eased Kilo's tension. He had feared she might refuse to attend. Witnessing her gradual emergence from her plight filled him with joy, yet he chose not to linger, recognizing that some matters required time to heal. Chapter 128. A reunion in the cemetery. The next morning, under a cloudy sky, Kilo arrived early to seek out Mia, bringing along Roland, a friend he had made during this time. Mia, having risen early herself, remained silent upon their arrival, her demeanor somewhat withdrawn. Both Kilo and Roland understood that Mia was not in a cheerful mood. Thus, refraining from excessive conversation, as they made their way, the trio encountered the hurried figures of Dale and At. Dale was there to find Kilo, while At was being dragged along by his sister. observing Dale and laughing and joking with Kilo. A flicker of nostalgia crossed Mia's features, and her expression softened slightly. Subsequently, they encountered Mozart, Imelda, and Lias, along with various teachers and students from the academy, eventually merging into the throng of Lightsia's residents. All shared a common purpose today, carrying similar sentiments as they silently proceeded toward a designated area in the newly emerging Lightsia. The somber atmosphere weighed heavily upon them, rendering their spirits low, and their laughter faded to silence as they walked in unison. Upon arriving at the cemetery, they stood in silence, and the gravekeeper, regarded as the messenger of the underworld, commenced the prayer ceremony. First, there was silent prayer, followed by blessings, and then a collective ritual, culminating in the conclusion of the communal prayers. Each individual then proceeded to pay their respects at the graves, long before Mia lost consciousness. Kiss had been peacefully laid to rest, thus she remained unaware of the exact location of his grave. Kilo, cognizant of this, guided her there. The others, understanding the gravity of the moment, tactfully refrained from intruding upon Mia's solitude. Even Kilo departed swiftly after leading her to the site. The clouds had obscured the sun since the commencement of the ceremony, and now they thickened ominously, hinting at impending rain. Mia paid no heed to these external matters, standing silently before Kiss's grave, her gaze fixed on the tombstone without further movement. As time passed, those who had come to pay their respects gradually departed, until only Mia and the gravekeeper remained. The sky darkened, flashes of lightning flickering within the clouds, accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder. That moment, a cloaked figure in black, led by the gravekeeper, silently approached a vantage point from which Mia could be seen. The gravekeeper bowed in silence and withdrew. The figure in black made no move, merely standing still and observing Mia. A sudden clarity struck Mia like a bolt of lightning, and as the thunder rumbled above, she turned abruptly. In that fleeting glance, she beheld the unmasked presence of the cloaked figure, and in an instant, a searing hatred surged within her. You shall pay for your transgressions. The intensity of her rage ignited a latent power within her, without even considering her usual magical abilities. A silver light ignited in the center of her chest, resonating with a faint, echoing dragon's roar, imbuing her with immense explosive strength. In an instant, she found herself before the cloaked figure, her right hand clenched in a fist, and a seemingly unremarkable black knight's sword materialized in her grasp, slicing toward the figure's face. Oh! The cloaked figure extended a hand, effortlessly catching Mia's strike, reminiscent of how they had previously sent her flying with a mere push. Yet, the blade of the Black Knight's sword suddenly glimmered with intricate runes, and the edge cut into the figure's palm, eliciting a soft gasp of surprise. He had been wounded, although it was a mere scratch. It was undeniably a wound. Mia's eyes widened in astonishment as she followed the trail of blood that dripped from the blade. Truly, it deserves its reputation as the Starfall Divine Sword. Forged from the remnants of a dying sun, possessing the weight to shatter continents, rejected by the stars, yet blessed by the deity of order, the royal sword of the ancient dragon lineage. And yet I, bestowed with its grace, have managed to wound you. Remarkable, but, before Mia could make her next move, the cloaked figure abruptly struck, his left fist aimed squarely at her, imbued with lethal intent. Sensing the imminent threat, Mia's pupils constricted, and the silver light upon her chest flared to its zenith, transforming into a simple square pattern. In the depths of her gaze, a similar square shape began to emerge. Recognizing her inability to withstand such a blow head-on, Mia gritted her teeth, resolutely following her instincts, and launched a counterattack against herself. As she made this decision, the air behind her began to coalesce rapidly with ethereal elements, forming a massive draconic arm, complete with scales and claws, which struck her, sending her hurtling through the air and shattering numerous tombstones. Oh, what is this? The cloaked figure narrowed his eyes at the unfolding scene, displaying a hint of surprise. Yet, as he faced the draconic arm that came crashing toward him after sending Mia flying, he effortlessly dispersed it. The legacy of the ancient dragon, you say? Not only did they bestow upon you the Starfall Divine Sword, but they also entrusted you with the very essence of their existence. Turning his gaze toward the bloodied Mia, who struggled to rise, alongside the silver crystalline forms beginning to materialize around her, the cloaked figure's demeanor finally turned serious. However, Mia had no time to entertain his idle musings. As the spherical crystals enveloped her, she swiftly constructed a form capable of unleashing her draconic roar. Though she had only recently acquired this extraordinary power, she quickly grasped its essence and, guided by the insight blossoming within her, began to apply it to her combat. While the draconic form she could conjure was limited to a mere dozen meters in length. Far inferior to the ancient Dragon King, it was still not a true corporeal body. However, it was already sufficient. He could use this guise to unleash the silver radiance dragon roar of the Dragon King. Even though its might would be considerably diminished, it would still allow him to wield power far beyond his own magical rank, calmly observing Mia as she coalesced a somewhat indistinct dragon form. The figure in the black robe refrained from intervening. Only when the dragon's roar began to manifest did he speak in a faint tone. Is this truly wise? This is the burial ground. After all, is your teacher not also interred here? This strike could very well devastate this place. Upon hearing such words, Mia hesitated, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards the grave of Kes. After a moment of silence, she dissipated the illusory dragon form, her eyes betraying no change as she looked at the figure in black. Clenching her sword tightly, it seemed as if the weapon sensed Mia's resolve, causing the divine inscriptions upon its blade to shimmer spontaneously. Let your hatred flow freely. Delve into your own strength. Strive to become formidable, and then seek me that I shall await you somewhere on this continent, anticipating your quest for vengeance. Having perceived the resolve and animosity within Mia, he appeared satisfied that it seemed that he had come solely to confirm this. After issuing such a declaration, his figure silently vanished from sight. Standing in silence, Mia remained uncommunicative until the heavy rain began to pour from the heavens. That moment, she stepped forward to Kes's grave, undeterred by the rain's relentless assault, and stood there in quiet contemplation. After a long while, sunlight began to pierce through the dark clouds, illuminating the earth below. Rest assured, teacher, regardless of where he may be, I shall find him, and I swear to avenge you. With these words, Mia lifted her head, her eyes glimmering with unwavering determination, and then turned away without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 129. A year and a half's time swiftly passes. Heedless of anyone's desires, approximately 3 months after the Lightia incident, having finally dealt with the various aftermaths of the domestic Lightia affair, Ambrose, in accordance with the agreement made with the Crimson Cloud, dispatched envoys to the Radiant Federation, officially proclaiming in the name of the state that the power of the hero had fully awakened. This announcement, as anticipated, stirred tremendous waves across the entire Aimedas Continent. The two great powers, which had previously been on the brink of war, unexpectedly chose to cease hostilities. Subsequently, both nations eagerly dispatched envoy delegations to this kingdom, which they had previously overlooked, in hopes of meeting Roland in person to verify the truth of this matter. Naturally, they harbored ulterior motives, yet ultimately, they never laid eyes upon Roland, nor did they even set foot within the territory of the Stir Kingdom. This was due to Prando, who had succumbed to a sudden bout of paranoia. He did not wish for Roland to become embroiled in the disputes of nations, believing it would bring harm to him. Thus, he vehemently opposed Roland meeting them. In sheer frustration, Ambrose had no choice but to step forward to explain, simultaneously bringing Roland's token. In the end, the two delegations only witnessed the radiant holy sword of destiny, which had been bestowed by Roland, gleaming at the border of the Stir Kingdom. It is said that when the holy sword shines, it signifies the emergence of the Demon King. This is a tale passed down among the people of the continent, rather than a mere legend. It embodies the will left upon the sword by the first hero. Upon seeing the holy sword, although they were still reluctant, both delegations ultimately chose not to offend the hero, lest their adversaries gain an advantage. Thus, they returned to their respective nations in silence. The previously tense situation across the continent subsequently returned to a temporary tranquility, yet no one could predict how long this peace would endure. Soon, over a year had passed. The academy had been closed for half a year due to the need for reconstruction, and thus Mia had just ascended to the 5th grade. During this time, the Stir Kingdom had completed its preliminary military upgrades, with the frontline Knight Corps officially replacing their mechs with the 7th generation of combat mechs. This new 7th generation mech model was based on prototypes developed by the National Mech Research Institute, which had undergone enhancements and modifications in collaboration with Kilo before its final unveiling. Its various performance metrics had reached twice that of its predecessor, and its height had soared to 28 meters. This design continued the Stir people's long-standing philosophy that grandeur equates to beauty, and tonnage is the truth. Consequently, a significant number of 6th generation mechs were retired, alongside the previously utilized 5th-generation training mechs. Initially, the surplus of outdated mechs posed a considerable challenge for Aimedas. As Kilo's philosophy influenced the researchers at the Institute, they began preparations to transition to Kilo's liquid immersion driving system, rendering the old contact-based driving system of these mechs increasingly obsolete, even for educational purposes. The 6th-generation mechs fared somewhat better, as the new generation had only just begun its design phase and could still serve as training mechs for the time being. However, the 5th-generation mechs found themselves in a more precarious position. Not only could they be replaced by the superior 6th-generation mechs for training purposes, but the substantial resources required for their annual maintenance had become a burden on the kingdom. Aimedas even entertained the notion of gradually phasing out the 5th-generation mechs, but Kilo's suggestion ultimately altered his course of action. Kilo proposed transforming the 5th-generation mechs into transport mechs. The concept of transport mechs had existed since the inception of combat mechs, yet the imbalance between production and loss had always hindered their development. Even prior to the mass production of the 7th-generation mechs, losses typically exceeded production rates. In earlier times, losses were even more pronounced, placing immense strain on the Research Institute's ability to innovate new mech designs. The kingdom's leadership recognized the importance of transport mechs, but they felt helpless, as they had already exerted every effort to maintain the front against the magical beasts. Previously, a significant portion of the standing army's operational mechs were filled with 5th-generation models. However, with the 7th-generation mechs now in mass production and the loss rate on the front lines substantially lower than that of the 6th-generation models, the retired 6th-generation mechs had been reassigned to the standing army. Consequently, a notable number of 5th-generation mechs remained idle, and this surplus was expected to grow alongside the ongoing production of 7th-generation mechs. Eventually, even 6th-generation mechs might begin to face idleness. In light of this situation, Mia and Kuroda deliberated, believing the kingdom had the capacity to convert the 5th-generation mechs into transport models. This would bolster the overall combat effectiveness of the army and provide logistical support for potential long-range expeditions. After all, with the capital so close to the front line, merely a few days' journey in a combat mech would suffice to reach the front lines, negating the need for substantial transport capability. Moreover, in earlier times, the current capital of Camera was still part of the front line, where newly produced mechs could be deployed directly into battle without the need for transportation. Aware that Kilo required various achievements, the report from the Research Institute was ultimately submitted under Kilo's name, serving as a gesture of gratitude from the Institute. Although Kilo's aim was to acquire the knowledge held by the Institute, he significantly contributed to its progress during this period, both in research and in spirit, effectively transforming the entire atmosphere of the Institute. Then, in the winter of the year 3123 of the Radiant Calendar, a year and a half later, Kilo finally bid farewell to the Research Institute. While he had not yet fully mastered the knowledge of the Institute, he felt it was sufficient and that there was no longer a need to remain cooped up within its confines. Kuroda understood Kilo's sentiments, having anticipated this moment, though he did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. During this time, he and Kilo had become close friends, having long since forgotten their past discord. After all, in the realms of academia and research, only these two could truly comprehend one another. Indeed, Kilo had to admit that he had previously underestimated Kuroda. Although Kuroda had been somewhat hindered by tradition and had displayed a lack of ambition, this was a result of various external factors. After a slight shift in mindset, he proved to be an equal conversational partner. While Kuroda felt a twinge of regret and reluctance, he did not excessively plead for Kilo to stay. After all, Kilo was merely departing from the Research Institute and could still be found. After leaving the Institute, Kilo did not immediately return to New Lightsia. Instead, he ventured to the royal palace. Engaging in light-hearted banter with Aimedas, his objective was to secure permission to form a new Knight Order, specifically a special armed research mobile Knight Order that would not fall under the existing military structures. Chapter 130. The approval for the establishment of the new Knight Order was granted in February of the year 3124 of the Radiant Calendar. In order to obtain this permit, Cairo endured significant financial strain, being thoroughly exploited by Aimedas. Not only were all his previously accumulated merits rendered null, but he was also compelled to agree to collaborate with the Research Institute to develop the 8th-generation mech armor within a span of 5 years. Failure to do so would result in the disbandment of his Knight Order. Moreover, Although the Night Order established by Cairo did not belong to the front line or standing army, it was still under the jurisdiction of the king, and its nature was strictly defined as research-oriented, serving as a non-combat unit for the experimentation of new mech armors. Over the past year, the Research Institute, with Mia's involvement, achieved tangible results. Ambrose was not blind to this and had no intention of releasing Cairo. Initially, he had planned to forcibly assign Cairo to the Research Institute after he obtained his knight title, but to his surprise, Cairo approached him of his own accord. Thus, Kuroda and the members of the Institute could only look on with bemusement as Cairo came and went. Of course, Cairo harbored no ill feelings. On the contrary, he felt a sense of delight at having outmaneuvered Ambrose, despite the various restrictions placed upon the Night Order he was to establish. He had successfully secured certain privileges. The most significant of these was the acquisition of research and production rights for mech armors, along with financial support from the kingdom. This was crucial for Cairo's plans. While he could conduct research privately, such actions would be deemed illegal after his graduation from the academy. Conducting personal research and manufacturing of mech armors was a grave offense. Previously, he had been using the academy's name for his research and production. Otherwise, he would have long been incarcerated by the standing army. The remaining privileges allowed members of the Night Order to freely recruit, and while the kingdom might not grant them knight titles, the related restrictions were relaxed. Thus, after only a few days at the Research Institute, Cairo eagerly returned to New Letitia. Upon his arrival, he sought out Mia. Cairo understood that Mia was not inclined to join the existing military forces of the kingdom, nor did he wish to enter the royal guard, as that would impose significant constraints on him, which he found intolerable. Consequently, he had opted not to graduate early after the Letitia incident. Had he chosen to, he could have graduated long ago given his knight status. Cairo was aware of this and considered it in his plans to form a new Night Order. He was now there to inform Mia of this development. As for Mia's role within the Order, Cairo had already envisioned him as the vice captain and the Order's ace. The design of New Letitia bore a close resemblance to the previous Letitia city, with the city walls reduced from 3 to 2, yet significantly reinforced and raised from 60 meters to over 70 meters in height. Divided by the second wall, New Letitia was split into an inner and outer city. The inner city housing the National Magic Armor Knight Academy, while the outer city served as the residential area. Additionally, a lord's mansion and a station military force were established. The lordship was concurrently held by Aimedas, who was responsible for overseeing all city affairs, while the station troops were dispatched from the standing army, tasked with criminal and military duties. The original structure of the city guard remained intact, but was reclassified as a reserve force, no longer responsible for the city's overall protection, but rather serving as a backup unit for the Academy's daily safety. As for the location of the magical teleportation portal, it remained situated in the city's center. After returning to New Letitia through the portal, Cairo wasted no time and headed straight for the outskirts. He knew that Mia would not be at the Academy, nor in the bustling outer city area, as he required ample space for training. Mia's current training was no longer a mere trivial affair. It involved significant disruptive force, often characterized by the sound of dragon roars and the clash of swords. With various spells flying about, Roland, the hero, served as his sparring partner. Following Roland's exposure, the crimson cloud no longer concealed itself and settled nearby New Letitia. Consequently, Roland remained in the vicinity, summoned by Mia to act as a sparring partner or a target, had he not dispersed the dragon roars. The surrounding terrain would have been utterly transformed. Cairo raced onward and soon heard a series of thunderous sounds. Upon hearing the commotion, he decisively altered his course towards the source of the sound. As for the other individuals he encountered along the way, they had grown accustomed to it and pretended not to hear. Before Cairo could reach his destination, he suddenly witnessed a colossal figure soaring through the air, accompanied by a torrent of magical energy descending rapidly. It was a dragon diving, an alternative common attack method employed by the dragonkin aside from their roars. Upon seeing this, Cairo did not hesitate for a moment and promptly dropped to the ground. With a resounding crash, the sound echoed, followed by a rush of air and shock waves, enveloping the area in dust. Had Cairo not acted swiftly, he would likely have found his mouth full of sand. Ugh, why is there so much dust here now? Cairo stood up, brushing off the sand from his clothes and spitting out the grains he had inadvertently swallowed, grumbling slightly. After his complaints, he pressed on. Mia, from a distance. He spotted Roland, covered in dirt, and called out loudly, drawing their attention as Cairo approached. Mia, who was lying on the ground and appeared somewhat pale, clearly exhausted, managed to catch his breath and asked, "Cairo, what's the matter?" Mia's curiosity mirrored that of Roland, who watched Cairo's boisterous arrival with intrigue. "I did it. I have obtained the permit to establish the night order." Upon hearing Mia's inquiry, Cairo's face lit up with joy as he shared the good news. "Oh, the permit has come through. That is excellent." Mia responded with a steadiness that lacked his previous vivacity. "Congratulations." Roland couldn't help but voice his congratulations as well. "Hey, can't you two be a bit more excited? This is a momentous occasion for us." Cairo expressed his dissatisfaction with their rather tepid reactions, considering he had spent over 2 months negotiating with Ambrose to secure this. "Ah, I see. You want us to be more joyous. Right? I'll smile. All right. I admit my fault. Please, spare us that forced smile." Faced with Cairo's discontent, Mia nodded in agreement and awkwardly forced a broad grin, which left Cairo struggling to contain his laughter. Chapter 131, The Name of the Soaring Dragon. A fortuitous encounter? No. I truly ought to express more happiness about this. After all, it's a joyful occasion for a friend, but doesn't this seem unrelated to me? Meanwhile, Roland, slightly delayed in his response to Cairo's words, appeared somewhat hesitant and scratched his face, speaking curiously. "What do you mean it's unrelated to you?" Cairo tilted his head, looking at Roland with confusion, clearly perplexed by his statement. Even Mia, who had just dropped his forced smile, cast a curious glance in his direction. What? Did we not agree that you would be the second vice-captain?" "Oh." Roland's expression morphed into one of extreme bewilderment upon hearing Cairo's assumption. "I wasn't informed of this." "Mia, did you not discuss this matter with him?" "I'm sorry, it seems I forgot." Roland's expression seemed genuine, prompting Cairo to turn his attention towards Mia, who, upon noticing Cairo's gaze, instinctively averted his eyes, responding somewhat uneasily. "However, I wouldn't mind taking on the role. I just wonder if it's truly appropriate." "It's perfectly fine. The king is eager for me to incorporate you into our military framework. You need not worry about any objections from those old-timers. The night order I intend to establish is not for combat, but rather for research." "Is that so? Then I suppose there is nothing to worry about." Initially hesitant, Roland eventually nodded in acceptance of Cairo's explanation, feeling confident that he could persuade his instructors, thus agreeing to join his night order. "Excellent. Then let us host a banquet tonight to celebrate," Cairo declared joyfully. Making an immediate decision, Mia and Roland exchanged glances, feeling somewhat exasperated by Cairo's spontaneous declaration, yet they did not oppose it. "Well, if we're having a banquet, we'll need a large venue and should invite Dale and the others. Do you have any good ideas?" After musing aloud, Cairo appeared somewhat troubled, then turned to Mia and Roland for their thoughts. Mia pondered briefly before suggesting, "How about the workshop? It's spacious enough, and everyone is usually there. We just need to have them tidy it up a bit, though we'll need hands to go back to the city for supplies." "Sounds good. We'll host it at the workshop. I'll send a message to everyone to prepare. We three can move quickly and head to the city for the supplies." Cairo nodded in agreement, promptly making a decision before running off to orient himself and start using magic communication. In this fleeting moment, Mia cast a glance at Roland and couldn't help but inquire, "What do you think? Should we call Grandpa Prando and the others to join us?" Perhaps not. I'm afraid he might scold me again," Roland replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face as he scratched it, appearing somewhat hesitant. "You have been working hard too," Mia remarked. "Not really. It's just that Teacher Prando and everyone from the Emerald Cloud care too much about me," Roland responded, seeming unfazed by Mia's expression of concern, lightly countering her sentiment. Meanwhile, Callow had already established contact with the others in the workshop. "Let us go. Time is of the essence that we must hurry to avoid arriving too late, or the shop might close," Callow urged, waving his hand as he took the lead back into the city, prompting Mia and Roland to cease their conversation and follow suit. "By the way, what is the name of the night order?" Mia suddenly asked Callow curiously as they walked halfway. That is indeed an important matter. Let me think. What do you think of the name Soaring Dragon?" "A dragon soaring in the sky embodies a sense of freedom," Callow mused, falling into contemplation upon hearing Mia's suggestion. Just as they approached the gates of New Lytesia, he suddenly had a thought and turned to the two of them. "A flying dragon. Quite good. I think it is excellent, full of meaning." The other two, who also struggled with naming, nodded in agreement, affirming the name. Is that so? I too find it quite splendid. Let us settle on that," Callow said, Satisfied with their consensus, the three discussed this while striding towards the city gates. They unexpectedly encountered a rather peculiar group, distinct in a purely human kingdom like the Kingdom of Stir. The uniqueness of this group stemmed from their outward diversity. Not only did they differ in attire, but they also represented a multitude of races. There were ordinary humans, stout dwarves with flat noses, slender and beautiful elves, diminutive fairies, massive orcs with bovine heads, and even peculiar beings such as stone golems. Creating a dazzling spectacle, such a gathering could only be found in one nation on the continent, the Glorious Federation, which embraced a multiracial federal system. Upon seeing so many non-human intelligent beings walking together, Mia and her companions were momentarily taken aback. Gazing over in curiosity, it was worth noting that over a year ago, news about the hero, Roland, had brought attention to this previously obscure nation. Since then, numerous individuals and groups, masquerading as merchants and bards from other countries, had flocked to this land. Although Ambrose was aware that many of these individuals harbored ulterior motives and some might even be spies, he found himself at a loss for how to respond, ultimately choosing to turn a blind eye, as long as they did not cause any trouble. This was something he had anticipated and was mentally prepared for. As for measures like closing the borders, that was out of the question. Not only would it affect various domestic policies and be regarded by knights and citizens as a sign of cowardice, but it would also be largely ineffective. Those who could be dispatched as spies surely possessed their own means of covert entry. Thus, Ambrose merely contemplated briefly. He would not make such a foolish decision. Returning to Mia's side, it seemed there should be no intersection between their two groups, yet situations often unfold unexpectedly. Just as this peculiar group noticed the approaching trio, the only male human among them exchanged glances with several non-human companions. A flicker of unusual recognition passing through his eyes. "Hey, you two, wait a moment, something feels off." At that instant, as if sensing something, Mia abruptly halted, furrowing her brow. Not only that, but she also reached out to grasp Callow and Roland's arms. Whispering a warning in response to Mia's tug and caution, Callow and Roland turned to look at her. That moment, Mia's eyes seemed somewhat vacant, a faint silver glimmer shimmering within them. Feeling this, Callow and Roland's expressions tightened, instinctively becoming alert. Chapter 132. Ambushed, Swift Counterattack. Just as Callow and Roland began to feel a sense of vigilance, several figures suddenly surged out from the group that had approached them. Three rather inconspicuous rat folk and an exceptionally large, red-skinned minotaur charged forward, their hostility unmistakable. The rat folk brandished gleaming blue steel knives, evidently coated with poison, while the minotaur, bare-handed and donning tattered knuckle guards, had a crazed look in his crimson eyes. Steam billowing from his nostrils. "This is bad. We must stop them." The elven leader of the group, initially taken aback by the sudden attack, quickly realized their target was Mia and her companions. Panic surged in her eyes as she hurriedly commanded the others to intercept the assailants. However, the brief hesitation, coupled with the shock of the remaining members of her team, rendered her orders futile, especially given the close proximity of the threat. Nevertheless, even as the rat folk charged with knives raised, Callow and Roland displayed not a hint of anxiety. "Oh dear, is this considered murder?" Callow remarked nonchalantly, vanishing from the sight of the rat folk who had aimed to strike him, leaving them in shock. He was certain he had detected no magic being cast, indicating that his opponent must be a formidable mage, at least of the second tier. Yet, this was impossible. The individual appeared quite young. This was the last thought of the unfortunate rat folk before he crumpled to the ground, overwhelmed by an array of peculiar sensations, soon succumbing to unconsciousness. In that brief moment, Callow had tested numerous negative status spells he was currently developing on this poor creature. Indeed, his focus was solely on creating enhanced spells for his mechanized armor. As for the two rat folk charging towards Roland, they met a far simpler fate. Roland merely pushed them aside before they could react, causing their bones to shatter, rendering them limp like puddles of mud. Throughout his training sessions with Mia, he had acquired considerable skill, particularly in his ability to deftly avoid harm while minimizing collateral damage during Mia's increasingly ferocious attacks. Witnessing his companions fall rapidly without sustaining any injuries, the previously aggressive Minotaur was momentarily taken aback. There's one more. You should lie down as well." With that, Roland murmured, and before the bewildered Minotaur could react, He too was dispatched, his bones shattered like those of his companions, collapsing to the ground in defeat. Each of these three had been infused with Roland's magical energy, rendering them incapable of resistance, let alone triggering the self-destructive magic concealed within their hearts. The elven leader, who had issued the interception command and was now readying her bow to retaliate, found herself momentarily stunned by the unfolding events, only to be met with a sense of inevitability. This is quite pathetic. They are weaker than minor magical beasts. At that moment, Callow's slightly dissatisfied voice rang out, causing everyone present to turn their attention towards him. He was crouched beside a gruesome pile of remains, wearing an unmistakable expression of discontent. From his position, it was evident that the grisly sight belonged to the rat folk that had previously attempted to ambush him. Although it was not uncommon for ambushers to meet their demise, the horrifying scene elicited collective gasps from the glorious Federation group, leaving them in a state of fearful awe as they regarded the visibly displeased Callow. Both Mia and Roland exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a blend of resignation and familiarity. They had long been accustomed to this side of Callow. Whether to label him as inherently cold-hearted or simply indifferent was uncertain. However, it was undoubtedly Callow's personal will that fostered their strong camaraderie. The fleeting thoughts within her heart were but a mere whisper, and Mia, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Kailuo, do rein it in a bit. Should Dale catch wind of your antics, you will surely face her incessant admonishments." All right. I admit I may have been overly exuberant. After all, this is my first successful counterattack. Just promise me you won't mention this to Dale. Please, I beg you." Upon hearing Mia's words, Kailuo's expression shifted to one of trepidation as he recoiled slightly, launching into a self-justification. However, confronted by Mia's tranquil gaze, which seemed to convey a silent message of, "You may as well discuss this with Dale yourself," he ultimately opted for the most prudent course of action, conceding, "Very well, forget I said anything." In response, Mia exchanged a subtle glance with Roland beside her, both attuned to each other's thoughts, and then Mia let out a sigh of resignation. "Oh, Mia, I am truly grateful to you," Kailuo exclaimed, oblivious to the silent exchange, his voice bubbling with excitement as he incinerated the remnants of the mess on the ground, effectively eradicating the bloodstains on his hands as well. Witnessing this scene, the elven leader furrowed her brow. Although it was their side that had instigated the conflict, resulting in a casualty, there was little she could say. Yet, Kailuo's nonchalant disposal of the matter seemed to imply a lack of respect for them and the glimmering federation they represented. Unbeknownst to her, the inhabitants of the nation of Stir had never truly feared other countries on the continent, including the two great powers. This was especially true for the knights and quasi-knights, who were both obstinate and proud, utterly ignorant of the concept of fear. Even those piloting the outdated first and second generation armors would bravely charge into throngs of magical beasts and before fortress-level monsters. It was through the fearless sacrifices of these knights that the nation had flourished, ultimately driving all magical beasts from its borders, leaving only inconsequential creatures behind. With a lack of fear came a lack of restraint. Moreover, in the kingdom of Stir, one was bound to act according to local laws, and according to Stir's legal framework, Kailuo's actions were not in error. They were merely somewhat unorthodox, yet not problematic. Thus, while the elven leader harbored inner discontent, Mia and her companions, having been raised in Stir and influenced by its people, perceived the situation as entirely natural. Their pride was etched into their very souls. Chapter 133. The Elven Maiden and the Fairy Girl. Despite a twinge of dissatisfaction towards Kailuo's reckless behavior, the Elven Maiden evidently chose to suppress her grievances. With a hint of hesitation, she approached Mia and her companions, donning a somewhat strained smile as she spoke. "I sincerely apologize. It was one of our members who acted inappropriately." "Wait a moment. There's something truly absurd about this so-called revelation," Mia suddenly interjected, her gaze sweeping over each member of the group before her, mumbling her discontent. Both Kailuo and Roland exchanged glances, exasperated by Mia's obliviousness to her own fortune. After all, this was a revelation, a divine revelation. Did she not comprehend the rarity of such an occurrence? If those devout followers of the gods were to hear her complaints, they would surely rise up in indignation. They, in their unwavering piety, might not even receive such a blessing. And yet here was this non-believing human daring to voice such sentiments. Internally, Kailuo was in a frenzy, his expression a mixture of amusement and disbelief at Mia's audacity. Seeing Kailuo's demeanor, Roland chuckled softly and shook his head. Naturally, Neither of them chose to interrupt Mia at that moment. Meanwhile, the elven leader, positioned close enough to hear, sensed a shift in her perception of Mia. Her eyes now reflecting a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. Most of her uncertainty stemmed from Mia's lack of regard. After all, the other members of her party were not so fortunate. As Mia's gaze swept across them, they felt an involuntary vulnerability, akin to being stripped bare and scrutinized, prompting them to instinctively cover themselves, particularly the women. This was merely an illusion, or rather a reflex triggered by the magical core within them, not a genuine perception of being watched. Nevertheless, this sensation was sufficient to incite anxiety, especially within a certain individual harboring ulterior motives, who soon found himself under Mia's unwavering gaze. He was the only human member of the group. A striking young man clad in opulent silks, as Mia's attention lingered on him. His expression became increasingly conflicted. "Ah, it must be you then, a denizen of the northwestern country, and your purpose is," just as Mia instinctively prepared to divulge the information bestowed upon him by the revelation. A somewhat petulant voice interrupted her. "Hey, are you not being exceedingly rude to a lady?" A diminutive figure flitted into Mia's view, unceremoniously pointing a tiny finger at her nose. This interruption not only halted Mia's words, but also caught the attention of Kailuo, Roland, and the Elven Maiden. The Elven Maiden, having detected a glimmer of hope in Mia's words, had begun to piece together the implications. If her suspicions proved correct, the blame for the sudden ambush could not possibly rest upon their shoulders, nor upon the glimmering federation they represented. It seemed evident that this young human possessed his own judgments, uttering the sensitive term northwestern country, which evoked a myriad of associations. Geographically speaking, the adversary situated in the northwest was not their glimmering federation, but rather the detestable Yuyun Empire. With this realization, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief, eagerly awaiting Mia's crucial revelation, ready to capitalize on the opportunity. Lost in her thoughts, she had quietly begun to record the conversation using magic, eager to present it to the highest council upon their return, ensuring they would not be held accountable for the incident. However, she had not anticipated that someone from her own side would audaciously interrupt Mia. Frustration welled within her. Had it not been for the presence of outsiders, she would have swiftly dealt with the interloper to impress upon them the gravity of her authority. My sincerest apologies." Setting aside the tumultuous emotions roiling within the Elven Maiden, Mia found herself momentarily taken aback by the furious expression of the fairy girl before her. After apologizing, she began to scrutinize the tiny figure. The fairy girl was remarkably petite, barely the size of a human hand, with cherubic cheeks and elongated ears, complemented by a pair of delicate, translucent wings resembling those of an insect. HMPF, do you think an apology suffices? This lady shall not forgive so easily. Then what must I do to earn your forgiveness? Well, how infuriating. This detestable human. Observing the fairy girl cross her arms defiantly, her cheeks flushed yet her expression one of disdain, Mia instinctively retorted. It remained unclear what precisely triggered the fairy girl's ire, but her face reddened as she buzzed around Mia in a frenzy. "You cannot escape." Mia found it utterly perplexing to comprehend the fairy girl's mindset, just as she considered turning to her companions for assistance. Her attention abruptly shifted to the Elven Maiden, and she called out sharply. The young man who had felt exposed under Mia's scrutiny, realizing he had been discovered, grew increasingly flustered. As he noticed the attention of the assembled individuals diverting, he could no longer contain himself, cautiously shifting his position. Upon catching sight of Mia's turned head, he seized the opportunity to flee. However, his escape was short-lived. Before he could cover much distance, an enormous dragon claw materialized from thin air, ensnaring him. Had it not been for the presence of witnesses, Mia would have readily ended his life. For those who dared to threaten her companions must pay a steep price. That a glimmer of profound hatred flickered in her eyes as she instinctively tightened her grip on the claw, sending the young man into a state of panic. "You must not harm me, commoner. My grandfather is a member of the Federation's highest council. If you dare lay a finger on me, prepare for the Federation's wrath. This uncivilized little nation shall meet its demise." The rapid sequence of events left the members of the glimmering Federation momentarily stunned as the young man issued his hollow threats. Suddenly, the elven girl leading the group was taken aback, and without a moment's hesitation, she urgently exclaimed, "My lord, could there be some misunderstanding? Might you consider releasing this individual?" Previously, She had been so preoccupied with the words spoken by Mia that she failed to notice where Mia's gaze ultimately rested, which prompted her heartfelt plea. Otherwise, given her vague suspicions at this moment, she would likely have chosen to observe the situation a bit longer. Chapter 134. Roland's concerns. Is this person truly from the Radiant Federation? Upon hearing the elven girl's words, Mia tilted her head slightly, her expression one of uncertainty. Yes, if he isn't from the Radiant Federation, then who is? In response to Mia's inquiry, the non-humans from the Radiant Federation were initially taken aback, only to become increasingly incensed, believing Mia was attempting to deny the facts and evade responsibility. The elven girl, however, paused abruptly before cautiously speaking up. Captain, why are you speaking so humbly? Indeed, when has our Federation ever feared anyone? Why resort to such measures? Exactly. Silence. We agreed beforehand that I would take charge. Any dissent can be discussed later. As the non-humans behind her began to grumble about the elven girl's tone, she swiftly silenced them with a sharp retort. She was utterly speechless. Did these individuals possess no common sense? They seemed entirely oblivious to the severity of the situation. If she mishandled this and antagonized any potential heroes among the three before her, leading them to believe that this attack was orchestrated by their Federation, the consequences would be dire upon their return, placing their Federation in a precarious position. Thus, this situation could only be attributed to the nefarious schemes of others. Otherwise, they would struggle to account for it back home. Cirrus, you, observing the elven girl's demeanor, the young man seized by Mia suddenly grew tense, eager to voice his discontent. However, Mia preemptively tightened her grip, silencing him to prevent any unpleasant remarks. Come now. Do speak. How is it that this nefarious character is not a member of the Federation? Before the elven girl, Cirrus, could respond, a fairy girl, who had mysteriously settled on Mia's shoulder, eagerly urged her to continue. No. It is a revelation that has come to me. He is from the Northwestern Kingdom as far as I know. Isn't the Radiant Federation situated to the east? Could it be that our textbooks are filled with falsehoods? Witnessing the reaction of those around her, Mia, who had always been skeptical of her sporadic revelations, felt a twinge of uncertainty, fearing she might have misidentified a good person. Judging by the young man's recent behavior, he hardly seemed to qualify as a paragon of virtue. Oh, a revelation? Don't move. Let me see. To Mia's surprise, upon hearing the term revelation, the fairy girl eagerly leaned forward, startling Mia and causing him to instinctively lean back. This reaction displeased the fairy girl, who pouted and then flitted closer to scrutinize Mia's eyes. Mia remained still. He was indeed curious about this sudden divine insight, wishing to clarify it, but having no one knowledgeable to consult. Now that he had encountered a seemingly well-informed fairy, what harm could there be in letting her take a look? Seeing this unfold, and hearing Mia's previous remark, the non-humans from the Radiant Federation grew tense. The young man in Mia's grasp particularly alarmed. Unlike the faithless nation of Stir, which lacked any specific deity, the Radiant Federation was a quintessential theocracy where divine authority surpassed royal power, or rather, divine authority equated to royal power. Thus, for all citizens of the Federation, their worship of the god of radiance represented the highest existence. Consequently, upon hearing anything related to deities, even if not directly about the god of radiance, so long as it did not pertain to their adversary, the Empire of Darkness, they would exhibit profound reverence. Yes, silver hues, a square pattern faintly discernible, it is the revelation of the Orderer. After a considerable pause, the fairy girl seemed to affirm her judgment, then soared onto Mia's shoulder. Upon hearing her assessment, the non-humans from the Radiant Federation trembled in unison, their demeanor instantly shifting to one of deference, and the young man, ensnared by Mia, turned ashen. Realizing he had been thoroughly exposed, he feared for his grandfather, who had only recently gained a position in the Federation's highest council. Divine revelations were absolute. They were infallible, especially the highest, those of the Order. The might of the God of Darkness could shield its followers from being detected by the believers of the God of Radiance, but it could not impede the Orderer. Clap, clap, clap. Almost immediately, the non-humans from the Radiant Federation grasped this truth. Yet before they could voice their inquiries, Cairo, standing behind Mia, clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Upon noticing the gazes of the non-humans fixed upon him, Cairo smiled broadly and declared, "Since that fellow bears considerable suspicion, let us take him for interrogation." Surely you understand the consequences of attacking us within our territory. Yes. As Cairo's words echoed, the sound of heavy footsteps approached from the direction of New Lethisia. Suggesting more than one presence, it turned out that while Mia had captivated everyone's attention, Cairo had discreetly informed the stationed military forces in New Lethisia. The earlier commotion had been too subtle for them to perceive any anomalies, as they had already subdued the assailants. Upon hearing Cairo's words and the approaching footsteps reminiscent of some colossal creature, the Radiant Federation's team grew increasingly flustered. I say, Roland, as their target, how do you feel at this moment? Cairo found the leisure to tease the somewhat reticent Roland. Upon hearing Cairo's jibe, Roland offered a wry smile, replying, please, spare me your mockery. Very well, but it seems the continent is once again descending into unrest. TSK. It appears someone is attempting to frame another. Who knows what challenges lie ahead? However, I suspect those lurking in the shadows wish to compel you to choose a side, facilitating their resolve. Otherwise, they are left with nothing but cautious maneuvering and mutual probing. Cairo refrained from continuing his teasing of the visibly perturbed Roland and instead began to analyze the situation quietly, though his disdain was unmistakable. Is that so? Most likely. I believe the high-ranking officials of both nations are eager to engage in conflict. Yet your unexpected emergence has caused them to second-guess their intentions, as long as you remain ambiguous regarding your allegiance. They will hesitate to truly confront one another, for they fear that you might suddenly choose a side after hostilities commence, catching one of them off guard as long as such uncertainty lingers. They will not dare to commit to war. Oh, is that so? Though not lacking in intellect, Roland, who had little interest in politics, was momentarily taken aback by Cairo's insights but ultimately grasped the gist, causing his expression to relax slightly. After all, should the situation reach an irretrievable point, he still had a final resort, forceful intervention. He remained confident in this plan, as long as the Sword Saint refrained from intervening. He could confront the leaders of both nations and wield the holy sword at their throats, compelling them to willingly choose peace. Naturally, such radical ideas were best left unexecuted. Chapter 135. A Startling Revelation. Meanwhile, while Cairo and Roland exchanged hushed whispers, Mia had already dissipated the dragon claw he had conjured, effortlessly knocking out the young man who continued to struggle after being released, and unceremoniously tossed him alongside the several incapacitated ratmen and minotaurs. His self-directed actions met with no objections. Upon confirming his possession of a revelation, the non-humans from the Radiant Federation displayed utmost respect at that moment. The elven girl, Cirrus, subtly twitched her ears, seemingly having overheard something. With the fairy girl on Mia's shoulder casting a disdainful glance, she stealthily approached Roland as she drew near. A mix of anticipation and trepidation coursed through her, prompting her to timidly ask Roland, may I inquire if you are the esteemed hero? Having just concluded his musings, Roland turned to regard the elven girl before him, appearing somewhat hesitant, uncertain of her intentions, stealing a glance at Cairo, who maintained his cheerful demeanor without any odd reactions. He pondered briefly before responding, yes, indeed, I am Roland, the hero of this generation. Though she had suspected as much, hearing the confirmation sent the elven girl into a flurry of agitation. After all, their masquerade as a merchant convoy had been sanctioned by the highest council, specifically dispatched to seek out the hero. Upon entering the kingdom of Stir, they only managed to uncover a faint clue after considerable inquiry regarding the radiant flood of light that traversed the sky a year and a half prior. This phenomenon bore a striking resemblance to the Holy Sword liberation documented in the ancient tomes held within their federation. Consequently, they promptly set off towards the vicinity of New Lethisia, as it was rumored that the light had emanated from that area. Of course, the existence of Roland himself was scarcely known even within the kingdom of Stir, as he maintained a low profile and had little leisure time, often being summoned by Mia to serve as a practice partner. As a result, very few in New Lethisia recognized him. They only knew that the legendary hero resided nearby. This was in stark contrast to the previous generation's hero, who was renowned for his good deeds, and it nearly led to the failure of their quest. Unexpectedly, just as they were about to depart after a few days of fruitless searching, they fortuitously encountered the hero. Although this chance meeting caught the elven maiden off guard and inadvertently exposed some ill-intentioned individuals within their group. Ultimately, they had the opportunity to meet the hero, and their mission remained unchanged. Hero, please allow me to speak, she implored. Ah, Sir Kilo, Sir Roland, Knight Mia, Might those who dared to attack you be none other than those detestable followers of the sin god? Thus, despite the possibility of their actions being misconstrued, the elven maiden summoned her courage to articulate the purpose of their visit, only to be interrupted by a sudden loud voice. It seems our night has arrived. Let us discuss matters later. For now, we must address the immediate situation. Upon hearing the booming voice, Kilo nonchalantly interjected into the conversation between Roland and the elven maiden, his knowing gaze causing her some distress. Noticing that Roland did not contradict Kilo's statement, she ultimately swallowed her frustration and offered an awkward smile. Shortly thereafter, the Knights of the Standing Army, piloting the newly equipped 6th-generation mech armors, hastily arrived on the scene, towering at over 20 meters. These ancient giant-like magical armors astonished the members of the Radiant Federation. They had previously ventured into New Lethisia, lingering in the town and inquiring about Roland's whereabouts. They had traversed nearly the entirety of New Lethisia, save for the academy, which was restricted to outsiders. However, they had never encountered any mech armors. This was due to the fact that mech armors were typically stationed atop the city walls and would not be deployed on the streets unless in emergencies, as doing so would severely disrupt traffic and affect the residents' daily lives. That it was only when several massive shadows loomed over them that they finally comprehended the reality of the so-called magical mech armors. Upon realizing the disparity in strength, they relinquished any lingering hopes they had harbored. The most despairing among them were the 3 who had been incapacitated by Roland, lying on the ground yet conscious. Acutely aware of the malicious gazes scrutinizing them, they stared in horror. A mech armor slowly crouched before them, reminiscent of a curious human contemplating a small insect on the ground. This bizarre sensation nearly shattered their courage, leaving even the elven maiden momentarily speechless. However, the subsequent developments were rather unexpected for the Radiant Federation, as a figure emerged from within the crouching mech armor. Although they had heard rumors that their long-standing adversary, the Union Empire, had developed combat magical devices capable of housing and being operated by humans, they had never witnessed one in person, thus their astonishment upon seeing a human step out of the mech armor. The 2 incapacitated ram men and the Minotaur let out a sigh of relief upon realizing it was merely a person who emerged. Yet, the elven maiden was even more astonished, for she could clearly sense that this human, an adult male, was at most a high-level magician. In the current era, a so-called high-level magician was hardly more than a slightly advanced apprentice, while the true backbone of power lay with the high-ranking magicians of the 3rd tier or above. A magician who had not attained the rank of a grand magician would find it shameful to venture outside. Even the Magic Association had been attempting to reform the outdated tier system. And had it not been for the majority of their higher-ups defecting to the Union Empire and losing the support of the Radiant Federation, this change would have long since been implemented. Thus, it was only natural for the elven maiden, Tisley, to feel astonished, for when a mere high-level magician piloted that enigmatic magical construct, she felt an unsettling sense of trepidation. After all, she was a member of the royal family of the Forest Elves. Having attained the rank of a 3rd-tier grand magician at a mere 500 years of age, only beings of similar stature could evoke such feelings in her. Chapter 136. The situation develops. Kilo, however, was unconcerned with the elven maiden's alarm. Upon seeing the Knights of the Standing Army disembark from their mech armors, he approached them. "Sir Kilo, I have brought my subordinates, so are these the assailants?" Upon Kilo's approach, the Standing Army Knight dared not act arrogantly. Brando had warned them to treat Kilo with utmost respect and to accommodate reasonable requests. In the eyes of the 2 military commanders, Kilo was an invaluable asset whose safety could not be compromised. Therefore, upon receiving Kilo's notification, the garrison commander of New Lethisia did not hesitate and immediately dispatched several of his finest knights to pilot the mech armors to the scene. Had Kilo not mentioned that the perpetrators had already been dealt with, it was likely that over 100 mech-armored squads would have rushed to the location. Indeed, it is these few. They have no sense of their own limits, daring to target the strongest individual on this continent. Truly, are they foolish? Or does your esteemed emperor feel insecure knowing he pales in comparison to the Holy King? Kilo remarked, crouching down to poke the Minotaur's face with his finger, his tone dripping with derision. Ugh, still daring to struggle? Use binding magic, then take them away for a thorough interrogation. If they are connected to those sin god followers, I shall have them all executed. As Kilo's scornful words echoed, the Minotaur, lying on the ground, began to thrash about, his eyes nearly ablaze with rage, only to be met with a hefty boot from a standing army knight to his face. During this period, The residents of New Lethisia remained highly sensitive. Any criminal was immediately associated with the Sin God followers. This was especially true for the Knight of the Standing Army, a local resident of Lethisia who had previously served in a knightly order on the front lines, following the Lethisia incident a year and a half ago. He had voluntarily requested a transfer to the Standing Army, which he had previously held in contempt, solely to defend his homeland. After hearing the knight's words, the knights accompanying him immediately complied, unleashing several binding spells upon the three incapacitated non-humans. In an instant, the already precarious state of the three non-humans worsened, causing them to lose consciousness. Wait! Seeing her former companions being dragged away like lifeless dogs, the elven maiden Tisley grew anxious, regardless of whether they were spies for the Union Empire. Was it not too dismissive to take them away for interrogation without even consulting her party? Thus, Tisley could not help but exclaim, "Oh right, this group of foreign outsiders is also connected to the matter." To her surprise, upon hearing Tisley's words, Kilo nodded and pointed at her and the non-humans behind her, stating, "As associates, we shall take them all back together." Realizing the implications of Kilo's words, Tisley understood that trouble was brewing, and her companions silently braced themselves. The Standing Army Knight glanced back at Tisley's group, furrowing his brow, before issuing the command that Tisley most dreaded to hear. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense. The non-humans from the Radiant Federation quietly grasped their weapons, while the Standing Army Knights maneuvered their mech armors to surround them. At the moment when combat was on the verge of erupting, Roland stepped forward to address the non-humans, stating, "If you all can place your trust in me, allow me to accompany you. That I assure you that no unfair treatment will befall you." To the unacquainted ears of the glimmering non-humans, his words might have sounded somewhat abrupt. However, Surly was quite straightforward, promptly stowing away her bow and arrows, for she had faith in the brave one. "Very well, I am pivotal to this matter as well, so I shall accompany you," she declared, observing Roland's assertion. Mia pondered for a moment before stepping forward, voicing her agreement. Mia's contribution caused the non-humans to waver, and after some contemplation, they too sheathed their weapons, choosing to trust them. Their belief was not in Mia herself, but rather in the order that had enlightened her. As the threat of battle dissipated, Kalo, with a cheerful demeanor, chimed in, "Then I shall join as well." "No, you cannot go. Indeed, you need to procure items for tonight's banquet." His remark was met with a united protest from both Mia and Roland. "TCH. If I can't go, then I shall take my leave. Remember not to be late," Kalo retorted decisively, turning away and departing without a backward glance. Witnessing his departure, Mia and Roland exchanged glances of exasperation, hoping that even in the absence of supervision, he would not squander resources excessively. Subsequently, as the mechanized armor was cumbersome to manage, Mia and Roland each took hold of one, trailing behind the regular army's mechanized units back to New Lethisia. The glimmering non-humans followed closely behind, glancing at their comrade being dragged along the ground, experiencing an odd sense of empathy. Hey, what is the principle behind that moving iron contraption? How does it even move?" The little fairy girl, unperturbed by her surroundings, perched herself on Mia's shoulder, chattering incessantly with questions. "First, my name is Mia Sogus. Secondly, that is a weapon known as a magic-powered armor. As for the principle, it is classified information and cannot be disclosed," Mia replied, somewhat irked by the incessant inquiries. "Hey, how can you, a mere human, be so ungracious? You are conversing with a lady. Do you not realize this?" The tiny fairy protested, extending her hand in an attempt to tug at Mia's ear. However, Mia tilted her head, evading the grasp. "Ah, you insufferable human, I shan't speak with you any longer." The fairy girl huffed, puffing her cheeks and turning away in a mock display of disdain, yet she remained on Mia's shoulder. Mia, amused by the spectacle, continued on her way. Surly, trailing behind the two, felt a twinge of annoyance. She had hoped to eavesdrop on some valuable information. The emergence of the magic-powered armor had made her realize that this previously obscure nation was likely not as simple as it appeared. And her curiosity, coupled with a sense of impending crisis, compelled her to engage in this somewhat unbecoming act of eavesdropping. Who could have predicted that this exchange between Mia and the fairy would lead to such a quarrel? It was utterly exasperating for her. Chapter 137. After the conclusion, the sudden incident was swiftly brought to a close to everyone's surprise, during a brief interrogation in the regular army's prison. The four individuals and non-humans divulged the truth. Perhaps they realized that concealing the truth was futile in light of Mia's insights, and that remaining silent would only lead to greater suffering. Thus, they candidly confessed everything with remarkable ease. The young man, however, displayed a commendable sense of integrity, adamantly refusing to acknowledge that his grandfather was a spy for the Yuyan Empire, claiming instead that he himself had been coerced. Naturally, the situation was far from simple, but such matters were no longer of concern to Mia and her companions. Given Surly's exceedingly grim expression at that moment, it seemed likely that upon their return, a significant upheaval would occur within the Glimmering Federation, particularly since the matter had reached the highest echelons of power, involving a member of the Supreme Council. Subsequently, as the situation implicated two major powers and excluded the possibility of the Sin God cultists, the commanding general stationed in New Lytesia promptly reported the matter to Marshal Brando, who then relayed it to Ambrose. Shortly thereafter, Ambrose issued an urgent directive, instructing the Glimmering Federation to handle the traitors independently, with the Stet Kingdom no longer pursuing the matter. Meanwhile, before Mia and Roland could even learn of Ambrose's orders, they hastily departed after the non-humans were exonerated. They needed to keep a close watch on Kalo, otherwise he would undoubtedly squander the research funds allocated to him by the kingdom on frivolous purchases. Surly felt somewhat helpless. She had yet to share her intentions with Roland. However, given the gravity of the situation, which pertained to domestic political affairs, she promptly led her team back home. In her haste, she failed to notice a small figure inadvertently falling behind. On the other hand, while Surly awaited Ambrose's decision, Mia and Roland arrived at the market street, which was nearing its closing hour, and quickly spotted Kalo, who was bargaining with a vendor while laden with various packages. The sight of him instantly set their hearts racing, for the vendor dealt in rare stones, indicating that Kalo was once again about to make impulsive purchases. Without hesitation, the two swiftly intervened, pulling Kalo away from the negotiation. Only afterward did they feel a twinge of regret for their actions. Of course, there is no remedy for regret, so they mustered the courage to inquire about the extent of Kalo's purchases. Thankfully, it seemed fortunate that Kalo had limited funds at his disposal, preventing him from indulging in excessive frivolities. Breathing a sigh of relief, the trio hurriedly gathered the final items before racing against time to exit the city before the gates of New Lytesia closed for the night, heading towards Kalo's research workshop. Along the way, they received a magical communication from Dale, urging them onward, prompting the three to quicken their pace. This sudden increase in speed proved challenging for a certain small figure that had been stealthily trailing them from the start. She exerted every ounce of her strength, yet could not catch up to the trio, quickly losing sight of them. Damn those humans. Damn you, Mia. You shall not shake off this lady. After flitting about in frustration, the little fairy's amber eyes glimmered with a hazy golden light, as if she had regained her sense of direction, and she continued her pursuit. Meanwhile, Mia and the others had meandered through a small grove, where Kalo's research workshop was located, not far from New Lytesia, but still at a distance. On the surface and surrounding the underground workshop, Kalo had, in a fit of paranoia, set up at least 10 tactical-level major magical defenses, all of the semi-mounted variety, as a precaution against the lessons learned from the Lytesia incident. The result of such measures was that even their own personnel found it quite troublesome to gain entry. "Oh, she is following us again." Just as Kalo was engaged in a convoluted authentication process to unlock the workshop entrance, Roland suddenly sensed something and spoke to Mia beside him. "Is that so? Quite persistent. Isn't she? Unfortunately, this area is restricted to unauthorized personnel. We cannot allow her entry," Mia replied, pausing briefly before responding coolly. Upon hearing Mia's stance, Roland hesitated, but ultimately chose not to press the matter further. "Well then, let us proceed. We need not concern ourselves with that little fairy. Despite her diminutive size, she is likely quite capable of taking care of herself," Kalo remarked as he opened the entrance to the underground workshop, wiping the sweat from his brow while making an offhand comment that would likely provoke the fairy's ire. Mia and Roland exchanged looks of bemusement, but upon further reflection, they realized he had a point. They shared a resigned chuckle before following Kalo inside. Once the three entered, the series of protective magic spells that had been in an open state swiftly reverted to their original forms, inciting the fairy girl, who had just arrived, to flutter about in frustration, cursing Mia incessantly. The trio had evidently underestimated her determination. After a brief tirade, she settled atop a nearby tree, preparing to lie in wait for Mia and the others to emerge once more. She was resolute in her belief that these insufferable humans could not elude her indefinitely. Due to the presence of these tactical-level magical barriers, Roland, who had not been consciously attuned to the external world, remained oblivious to her persistent vigil that it was not until the celebratory banquet commenced underground and Kalo officially announced the formation of the Night Order, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch, that a figure ambled leisurely into the grove. Once concealed within the branches of a tree, the fairy girl hastily descended upon spotting the visitor illuminated by the moonlight, with a tone tinged with uncertainty. She inquired, are you a fairy? Oh my, to encounter a wild fairy in this country. Come, let me, Iluasi, take a good look at you. It has been such a long time since I last saw a fairy. The figure, upon glimpsing the fluttering fairy girl before her, widened her eyes in astonishment, a strange light dancing within them. Suddenly, she seized the fairy girl and began to playfully torment her. Indeed, the newcomer was the giant fairy Iluasi, who had come upon learning that Kaluo could establish a night order with the intent to partake in his endeavors. Her motivation was partly driven by her own insatiable curiosity, which urged her to make such a decision. The other half stemmed from a request from Gu Luoda, who wished for her to serve as a resident of the Research Institute. As he often found himself unable to leave, it would be quite troublesome to seek out Kuluo whenever he wished to communicate or share ideas. He anticipated that once Kuluo established the Night Order, he would be perpetually on the move, making it particularly challenging to find him. Thus, instead of waiting for circumstances to unfold in such a manner, he preferred to invite someone capable of maintaining long-distance contact with Kuluo, and the only person he truly trusted for this task was Iluasi. Chapter 138. The interaction between Iluasi and AI Layer. Let go of me. I don't want this. Stop touching me. The fairy girl, caught off guard by Iluasi's grip, struggled and protested. However, her petite strength was utterly insufficient to escape Iluasi's hold. Rendering her resistance futile. At that moment, she felt a twinge of regret for having clandestinely lingered behind. Wouldn't it have been better to obediently follow Sui Sealy back? Of course. Regrets were of no consequence now, for Iluasi, having longed to see a fairy, would not easily let her go. I almost thought I was going to perish. At last, when Iluasi was satisfied and released her, the fairy girl swiftly darted to a large tree, refusing to come down. I apologize. I truly didn't mean to. I am the giant fairy Iluasi, a little girl of the ancient tree fairy clan. What is your name? Can we be friends? Realizing her previous actions were somewhat excessive, Iluasi clasped her hands together in a gesture of contrition, seeking the fairy girl's forgiveness. Who would want to be friends with you? I wouldn't. The fairy girl, hidden in the tree, instinctively sought to refute Iluasi's words. Yet, suddenly, she realized something, her voice faltering. Why, you said you are. What kind of race? Giant fairy? Yes, I'm a giant fairy. What's wrong with that? Iluasi tilted her head in confusion, not quite understanding the reaction. Is it true? Are you really a giant fairy, the oldest lineage of fairies, created directly by the mother goddess? Upon receiving Iluasi's affirmation, the fairy girl was overwhelmed with excitement, forgetting her earlier discomfort as she swooped down from the tree, circling around Iluasi, her words tumbling out in a flurry of exhilaration. Yes, that's right. But why are you so shocked? Little one. Iluasi nodded knowingly, yet swiftly grasped the tiny fairy once more, her fascination evident as she continued to caress the small creature in her hands. Ugh, no, I told you not to touch me. The fairy girl, once again at the mercy of Iluasi's playful whims, felt tears welling up, for this time, it was she who had willingly approached. When Iluasi finally released her, the fairy girl retreated to her perch in the tree, cautiously peeking out with curiosity. Aren't your kind supposed to be extinct? The previously cheerful Iluasi's expression darkened upon hearing this, her demeanor shifting to one of uncertainty, causing the fairy girl to withdraw in fright. After a moment's contemplation, Iluasi sighed softly, her gaze drifting northeast, regaining her composure as she replied, Is that so? Is that what they say on the continent now? Not living is indeed an option, after all. We have not set foot beyond Stir for over 2,000 years. Is that true? So, the giant fairies really haven't gone extinct. Little one, are you not afraid of inciting my ire with such words? I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please spare me. Faced with the fairy girl's skepticism, Iluasi merely raised an eyebrow, her stern words eliciting an immediate apology from the fairy girl. Acknowledging one's mistakes is commendable, but by the way. You still haven't told me your name, nor why you are here. You must have come from beyond Stir, correct? Ilawasi nodded, then inquired pointedly. The fairy girl, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly, her gaze drifting. My name is AI Lair, and I hail from the glowing Federation. I accidentally got separated from my group, and the reason I am here is due to those 3 despicable humans, especially that wretched Mia, who dared to abandon this lady earlier. How outrageous! Growing increasingly agitated, AI Lair clenched her tiny fists and waved them in the air vigorously. Oh, is that so? Do you wish to confront those 3 humans? Ilawasi's eyes glinted mischievously as a playful smile crept onto her lips, enticing AI Lair with her words. That AI Lair, not one to be easily deceived, recognized the mischievous glint in Ilawasi's eyes, yet she genuinely yearned to see Mia and the others at that very moment. After a moment of hesitation, she finally voiced her request. See, can you undo this strange magic? Hee, I can't fully dispel the magic, but I do know how to open the entrance. However, you must keep close to me, as the entrance will only appear for a brief moment. If you miss it, you will be left outside. Ilawasi chuckled lightly, then without waiting for AI Lair's response, she proceeded to unveil the entrance to Kuluo's workshop. Ilawasi, being a frequent visitor, had been directly informed by the somewhat indifferent Kuluo on how to access the place. In no time, Asi had opened the entrance, turning back to wave cheerfully at AI Lair before stepping inside with determination. Wait for me. Seeing Ilawasi's actions, AI Lair's expression shifted rapidly. Realizing that the powerful magic was about to revert, she could no longer hesitate. She flew out from the tree and just in time, slipped into Kuluo's research workshop. Before AI Lair could even take in the interior of the workshop, a pair of magical claws enveloped her tiny form, obscuring her view entirely. Little AI Lair, sister is doing this for your own good. This workshop is a highly confidential place. If an unrelated outsider like you were to see something you shouldn't, according to Stir's laws, you could be imprisoned for hundreds of years, and in severe cases, even face the death penalty. Before AI Lair could protest or struggle, Ilawasi's words sent a chill down her spine, leaving her momentarily speechless. Be a good girl and don't move, all right? Sister is taking you to meet those 3 humans. Ilawasi reminded AI Lair once more before confidently leading the way. Soon arriving at a bright large room where voices could be heard. Mingling with Kuluo's familiar tone, AI Lair could see nothing of her surroundings, but she noticed that as Ilawasi approached, the voices ahead grew increasingly frantic before gradually fading into silence. Chapter 139, Astonishing Words. These little rascals, many of them are still not of age, yet they dare to gather and sneakily drink alcohol. AI Lair could not discern the cause of the subtle changes, but Ilawasi was keenly aware. The unmistakable scent of alcohol permeating the air clearly indicated what the group had been up to. Inciting Ilawasi's irritation in her displeasure, she quickened her pace. Stepping into a brightly lit room, observing the long table in the center and the blackboard filled with complex formulas on the wall facing the door, it was evident that this room was intended for meetings. However, at present, it had been repurposed by Kuluo and the others for a celebratory feast, with an array of food, drink, and entertainment strewn across the table, as a throng of adolescents sat stiffly around it. Although it appeared that nothing was amiss, with no wine bottles in sight on the table, the acrid scent of alcohol in the air, the unusually flushed faces of the young people, and the heap in the corner that clearly indicated an individual who had indulged a bit too much, all served as undeniable evidence. After surveying the scene in the room, Ilawasi couldn't help but feel a blend of amusement and exasperation. Upon noticing Ilawasi's entrance, Cairo let out a sigh of relief, wiped the perspiration from his brow, and approached her with a hint of awkwardness, saying, Ilawasi, what brings you here? What's this, little Cairo? Have you suddenly developed a guilty conscience? I've never heard you call me sister before. Why the sudden politeness? Ilawasi replied with a smile that barely concealed her sarcasm, prompting Cairo to respond with a series of awkward chuckles, at a loss for words. You see, my dear, I won't comment on the adults, but you must understand that bringing these children to your workshop has already angered the teachers. If they discover you've been allowing them to drink, I trust you can imagine the consequences, she lectured, leaving Cairo drenched in sweat and unable to counter her words. After all, he was at fault here. And Ilawasi's observations were not without merit. Over the years, he had indeed ruffled many feathers among the faculty, particularly within the research department, as he had recruited, almost all the promising students into his workshop. This had incited the ire of the teachers, leading to complaints reaching Aimedas. Regrettably, for reasons unknown, Aimedas later tacitly approved of Cairo's disregard for the academy's regulations, which resulted in several faculty members resigning during that period. Coupled with the academy's inaction during the Litigia incident, it seemed to the outside world that the National Mage Knight Academy was on the decline. Cairo felt a twinge of guilt afterward. Realizing he had let his grandfather down, of course, he could never let go of these students. They were his foundation, his research team, and would be his comrades in the future. Moreover, he had not coerced them. Many of them had voluntarily approached him after the martial demonstration. Thus he had no reason to decline them. Nevertheless, having accepted these students as part of his team, Cairo, as the leader, bore the responsibility, and allowing minors to drink was clearly inappropriate. Thus, he felt a flicker of regret. Albeit within his somewhat twisted perspective, how could a banquet be held without wine? As he stood there, drenched in sweat, Cairo felt a vague sense of justification, which only served to amuse and infuriate Aimedas simultaneously. Mia. How long do you think Cairo will be lectured this time? Roland, an indifferent bystander, cast a sidelong glance at Aimedas' crossed arms, his expression shifting slightly, before turning to Mia, who appeared unfazed by the unfolding drama. Mia glanced at Roland and then at a nearby girl who was nearly slumped over, and without hesitation replied, I think it won't be long. It's high time he played dead. Roland was momentarily taken aback by Mia's words. Just then, a swaying figure rose from their seat, belching softly, and ambled toward us. It was Dell, clearly inebriated, since her brother, who could have intervened, was already among the drunken heap in the corner. She was now unstoppable. Upon hearing the commotion, Roland quickly turned to see Dell and opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly recalled something important and whipped his head back towards Mia. However, Mia had already vanished from sight, having discreetly taken refuge beneath the table. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Roland did not hesitate to follow suit and ducked beneath the table. That he remembered that Mia possessed foresight, and his retreat indicated something was about to unfold. The remaining sober attendees gaped at Dell's unsteady approach toward Aimedas. The two future leaders of the Night Order had already hidden themselves away. Cairo observed as Dell approached him, a sense of foreboding suddenly taking root in his heart. Dell, what are you? Before Cairo could finish his sentence, Dell wrapped him in an affectionate embrace, momentarily silencing his words. Aimedas too paused mid-sentence as the youth present exchanged glances filled with excitement. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Dell, slightly dazed, first glanced at Cairo, then turned to Aimedas, appearing momentarily bewildered before exclaiming, You, old lady, are not allowed to say anything about Cairo. With that single proclamation, the room fell into an eerie silence, akin to death itself. Roland, hearing Dell's declaration, couldn't help but remark to Mia, still concealed beneath the table, Mia, I've come to realize your foresight can sometimes be remarkably beneficial, far better than my blessing. Mia did not respond verbally, but merely rolled her eyes, maintaining her vigilance. I'm drunk. Don't call on me for anything. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the impending storm, Cairo felt a shiver run down his spine as he observed Aimedas' sudden rigidity. Peering down at the now slumbering Dell in his arms, Cairo's mind raced. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he staggered toward the corner where the inebriated individuals lay, dramatically collapsing amidst them, feigning unconsciousness. Old lady, Aimedas uttered, her voice deliberate and measured, as an unsettling smile crept across her face. Her demeanor sent a jolt of panic through the already anxious youths, but before they could react, a surge of violent magical energy erupted, filling the room with chaos. In an instant, all but the previously hidden Mia and Roland, along with the feigning Cairo, lost consciousness. The room's furniture and scattered items were tossed about, and amidst the commotion, a shrill sound pierced the air, an unfortunate result of the newly liberated Alir, who had just escaped Aimedas' grasp. Mia, upon hearing the commotion, paused momentarily before deftly catching the unconscious Alir amidst the maelstrom of magic. After signaling Roland with a "this is your responsibility now" gesture, he too feigned unconsciousness, his head tilting to the side. Roland sighed in resignation, rolling his eyes, fully aware that as a hero, merely pretending to be unconscious was hardly convincing. Thus, he braced himself to clean up the aftermath of this unexpected farce. It was evident that Roland still had much to learn about the intricacies of such situations. Chapter 140. Interrogation. The celebratory banquet concluded in a farcical manner. Once Aimedas regained her composure, Roland steeled himself to begin the cleanup under her watchful, calculating gaze. Aimedas was well aware that among those who had succumbed to slumber, two were merely feigning, yet she chose not to comment further and exited the room. Following her departure, Mia and Cairo simultaneously opened their eyes, exchanged knowing glances, and set about assisting Roland in restoring order to the disarrayed scene. Thus, the night passed. Upon awakening the next day, those who had been conscious during the debacle dared not discuss the events, and for a considerable time, they regarded Aimedas with a sense of awe and held Dell in high esteem. This left Dell feeling rather perplexed, as she had been inebriated during the incident and was entirely unaware of what had transpired, only noting that Aimedas' gaze often seemed unexpectedly piercing and disconcerting. On another note, Alir, the fairy girl who had inadvertently found herself in Cairo's workshop and subsequently embroiled in the chaos, woke the next day to discover that Mia had already taken her away. Without formal permission, she was not allowed to enter or linger in Cairo's research workshop. Thus, Mia had taken the opportunity to escort her out during his training session. Initially, Mia anticipated that the spirited little fairy would create a ruckus upon awakening. But to his surprise, she merely stared at him during practice, lost in thought, her mind seemingly elsewhere. Within his own research workshop, Cairo mustered his courage to meet Aimedas, inquiring about her intentions, upon learning that she had come at Gulada's request to join the knightly order he was about to establish. Under the auspices of the Research Institute's special dispatch, Cairo's first instinct was to refuse that it was not that he harbored any secrets to conceal from others. Rather, he simply feared the ensuing complications. Had the Institute sent someone else, Cairo would have readily acquiesced, but the prospect of Aimedas joining filled him with trepidation, as his intuition warned him that agreeing would lead to an avalanche of troubles. Of course, under Aimedas' cheerful gaze, Cairo, after much hesitation, ultimately lacked the resolve to decline her inclusion. With a satisfactory response in hand, Aimedas' mood brightened, prompting her to allude to certain matters regarding the ancient tree spirits, particularly some unique abilities inherent to that race. Her words sparked contemplation in Cairo, stirring thoughts within him. However, he was presently preoccupied with preparations for the establishment of the knightly order and could scarcely spare the time. Thus, he delegated the task of persuading Aimedas to Mia. Ideally, this endeavor would have been better suited for Roland, with his natural charm, but he had already returned to the Crimson Cloud at the break of dawn to inform his mentors of his intention to join the knightly order. Consequently, when Mia received Cairo's message mid-training, he was somewhat bewildered. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he refrained from voicing any refusal and agreed to do his utmost for Cairo. Upon accepting this task, Mia promptly abandoned his training, which he could not fully commit to without Roland as a sparring partner, and approached Aimedas, who was perched on a nearby tree. Aimedas, noticing Mia's somewhat peculiar demeanor as he drew closer, felt a twinge of anxiety. Her instincts told her that Mia harbored ulterior motives, and recalling the previous night's experience, she instinctively soared a bit higher. Eyeing him warily, after gauging the distance between them and ascertaining that she could seize him if necessary, Mia stood firm, contemplating how to initiate a conversation. Resolutely, he addressed Aimedas, whose guard had momentarily lowered due to his pause, saying, "Hello, what is your name, and what race do you belong to?" His attempt to engage with her came across as rather awkward and stiff, revealing his inexperience in such matters and his evident nervousness. Humph. Why should a refined lady divulge such information to a detestable human? Aimedas retorted, clearly unwilling to provide an answer, and followed up her words with a playful grimace, feeling somewhat disheartened by this initial setback. Mia began to ponder his predicament. Observing his reaction, Aimedas felt a surge of delight, flitting joyfully amidst the branches. "By the way, why were you following us alone yesterday? What happened to your companions?" Mia queried, having found himself perplexed by this matter since the previous day. Haha. Well, Aimedas halted mid-air, her eyes flickering with embarrassment as she averted her gaze from Mia. "Suspicious indeed. You aren't a spy from a foreign land, are you?" Mia remarked, his expression turning serious, and his gaze towards Aimedas became increasingly menacing. "How could I possibly be a spy? I am a lady. A lady cannot be a spy," she protested. "Oh, that remains to be seen. How do you explain your actions then?" "I don't owe you any explanations, you human." "Apologies, but as a knight of the kingdom, I have the right to demand answers if you refuse. Do not blame me for being impolite." After this brief exchange, Mia leveraged his knightly status to gain the upper hand. causing AI Luaire, now retreating into the tree, to appear teary-eyed, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. However, Mia remained undeterred, his expression stern, as if ready to take action should she remain silent. "Humph, you detestable Mia. Must I really divulge this to you?" AI Luaire finally recognized his seriousness. Her demeanor shifting dramatically, her tearful facade evaporated as she promptly flew to Mia's shoulder, expressing her discontent. "Very well," Mia responded, somewhat taken aback by her abrupt change in demeanor, regaining his composure only when she settled on his shoulder. "Remember this. Detestable human. My name is AI Luaire Feipa, hailing from the Glimmering Federation, a member of the ancient tree spirit race that coexists with the forest elves. Do you understand?" As she spoke, she playfully tapped Mia's face with her tiny fists. "Stop it, that tickles," Mia said, tilting his head to evade her playful blows, before continuing with his inquiries. "But why did you stay behind while your companions returned?" "Humph. Well, I chose to remain here alone. The others have all gone back. Back to the Glimmering Federation, I presume. Then why didn't you accompany them?" That. Mia, do you possess a blessing?" Faced with AI Luaire's cautious inquiry, Mia suddenly fell silent, gazing up at the sky as if lost in thought.